The moment I opened my eyes, I found myself thrust into the unforgiving world of train survival. It is a place where every passenger is forced to disembark at each station to explore, driven by the singular goal of staying alive. While the lucky few might stumble upon rare treasures, the unlucky ones often pay for their curiosity with their lives, proving that opportunity and danger truly walk hand in hand here. To survive, one must gather supplies and upgrade their carriage, eventually building a personalized train world of their own. However, I entered this game with an advantage no one else possesses, a one-of-a-kind ascension ability. Anything I hold in my hands can be evolved to its utmost potential, turning the mundane into the extraordinary. A crude dagger can be refined into an enchanted sharp blade and eventually become the eternal cutter. Even a simple white forest fruit tree can be elevated into a blessed tree, and finally, into Venus's golden fruit tree. Even a common beehive is not exempt, as I can transform it into a giant wasp hive or even a nano-future hive. While the rest of the world is still desperately fighting over a single piece of bread, I continue to grow stronger through this power, leaving everyone else trailing in the dust. I looked around my surroundings and wondered if even the train itself could be subject to this evolution. It seems my intuition was correct, because even before the first station arrived, I had already secured a massive lead. A notification pulsed in my mind, informing me that the ascension was successful and that I had broken a record, which in turn unlocked the Destiny Divergence module. As the conductor, I was told that I may now choose my next station. I braced myself as the system warned me to sit tight and hold on, for the train was finally about to arrive at its first stop. Before I continue my story, I'd really appreciate it if you could take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel. It truly means a lot to me. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Now, let me take you back to what happened a few hours earlier. The haunting message echoed in the void, wishing me eternal life as the train prepared to depart. When I finally opened my eyes, a sharp ache pulsed through my head, and I found myself rubbing my temples while staring at the unfamiliar interior of a train carriage. I couldn't recall a single detail of how I had arrived here. My last memory was simply staying up late to watch anime before a sudden darkness swallowed my vision, leaving a frustrating gap in my mind. For a moment, I wondered if I had actually died from overworking and been sent straight to hell, but the same mysterious voice from before interrupted my grim thoughts. The voice announced that all survivors had awakened and began distributing the basic train regulations. I listened closely as the rules were laid out. I was never to abandon my train, and I learned that every 24 hours after departure, we would arrive at a new station. These docks would last for 3 hours, giving us the choice to disembark or stay on board. The goal was to collect resources to upgrade the train and unlock new modules, but the voice was clear about one thing. I was not to leave the train before reaching a station. The final command was simple and chilling: survive. As the announcement concluded with a strict warning to abide by these rules, I was informed that the first station would arrive in just 1 hour. The length of the message prompted me to reflexively pinch my cheek, and the sharp sting confirmed that this was no dream. As my headache began to fade, I struggled up from the cold floor to survey my surroundings. It was exactly as it appeared, a solitary carriage hurtling through an endless wilderness that streamed past the windows. The only notable feature was an oval-shaped device at the front, topped with a luminous screen that boldly displayed the words Train Control System. Without hesitation, I approached and touched it, prompting the system to offer me options for conductor info, train details, a trading platform, and a chat room. Curious, I opened the chat room and saw that it was at its full capacity of 10,000 people. The messages flooded past in a frantic blur. One person was screaming about their wealth and demanding to be let out. Another was searching desperately for their medication. And a woman named Xiaowen was calling out for her husband. Some wondered if they had been isekai'd, while one cynical soul even cheered about not having to deal with their boss the next day. However, my eyes caught a message from someone who claimed we were all just bad actors in a reality show. He declared that he was getting off immediately to prove it wasn't real, ignoring the warnings from others. Within a minute, his name vanished, and the occupant count dropped to 9,999. I felt a chill as I wondered if he had truly died, but I shook my head and decided to stop dwelling on it. I closed the chat and swiped over to my train details. It was a level 1 train with no extra carriages, moving at a meager 20 kilometers per hour. It possessed a basic workbench for recycling and a level 1 frame, wheels, and base. The requirements for an upgrade were steep: 100 kilograms of wood, 150 kilograms of metal, and 50 mechanical parts. The speed caught my attention. If arrival times were fixed at 24-hour intervals, I questioned why speed would matter at all. Furthermore, if 10,000 people were arriving at once, the scale of the station would have to be enormous. I looked out at the wilderness again, struck by a sudden unsettling thought. Perhaps the speed mattered because if I moved too slowly, something might eventually catch up to me. Continuing my inspection, I opened my personal info screen. My name and ID were listed alongside my sanity and stamina stats, both sitting at a full 100. The sanity meter warned of various stages of mental decline, from fatigue to total madness, while stamina was tied to my physical ability to function. There were no abilities listed, but under the talent section I saw a word that changed everything. Sublimation. When I looked into it, the system explained that I could expend stamina or sanity to evolve or upgrade any existence without any restrictions on category or level. I quickly searched the chat room for any mention of talents, but found nothing at all. If such powers were common, someone would have surely bragged about them by now, which led me to believe that talent holders were exceptionally rare. I pondered why I had been granted this cheat ability, and it dawned on me that I had always been slightly different back home. I remembered how broken computers would suddenly run high-end games after I touched them, or how regular cars seemed to reach impossible speeds. My friends used to joke that I was pleasing machine spirits, but I had always dismissed it as a series of coincidences. Now, this description confirmed that it had been real all along. I wondered how far I could push this power to sublimate anything. I walked over to the workbench where a water bottle, a loaf of bread, and a small knife had been placed as starter gear. I looked at the level 1 shoddy dagger and internally commanded it to sublimate. An invisible force instantly enveloped the crude blade, and I felt my stamina drop from 100 to 90. In an instant, it transformed into a level 2 enchanted sharp dagger. The excitement surged through me as the blade gleamed coldly in my hand. The talent actually worked, and the stamina cost was perfectly manageable. I swung the dagger, listening to it whistle sharply through the air, amazed that such a high-quality weapon had come from such shoddy materials. A new, more ambitious idea took hold of me as I looked around the carriage. The description had said I could sublimate any existence, and that had to include the train itself. Taking a deep breath with my eyes sparkling in anticipation, I approached the control panel and placed my hand firmly on the oval device, silently giving the command to sublimate. The invisible force manifested once more, but this time I felt my stamina draining at a much more alarming rate than when I had upgraded the small knife. A heavy exhaustion settled over me as I watched my stamina plummet from 90 to a mere 30. I collapsed onto the floor, huffing out a weary breath, yet I couldn't suppress a surge of exhilaration as I watched the train transform before my eyes. A notification confirmed that the upgrade was successful, bringing the train to level 2, and revealing the steep material requirements for the next stage: 200 kilograms of wood, 200 mechanical parts, and 400 kilograms of metal blocks. Beyond the physical changes, I had unlocked several upgrade options, and more importantly, a reward for breaking the record for the fastest train upgrade, a special module card. Once I managed to catch my breath, I took a moment to carefully examine the train's current status. Reaching level 2 had automatically improved the chassis, frame, wheels, and workbench, effectively doubling our speed from 20 to 40 kilometers per hour. What truly piqued my interest, however, was the sense that I could still sublimate this train further. Unlike the knife, which felt as though it had nearly exhausted its potential, the train's ceiling seemed much higher. I knew my current reserves wouldn't be enough to push it again immediately unless I tapped into my mental energy. But after remembering the warnings about sanity, I decided to temporarily shelve that dangerous idea. Instead, I turned my attention to the new upgrade options and the special module card. The level 2 upgrade menu offered 4 blueprints: a basic carriage for free, a water tank for 1 coin, a burst acceleration device for 5, and the ability to extend docking time for 2 coins. I frowned slightly, realizing that these train coins must be the local currency. Since I didn't have a single one, I worried that I might be forced into the free option and lose out on the others. Fortunately, the system confirmed that I could reserve these choices for up to 3 station stops. Relieved, I extracted the free basic carriage blueprint, noting its substantial material requirements. I decided against sublimating the blueprint itself for now, fearing that an upgrade might make the construction costs impossible to meet before I had even secured the basic resources. I turned my focus to the special module card, which materialized as a diamond-shaped card wreathed in pale blue particles above my palm. The description was frustratingly vague, stating only that it would grant a special module upon activation. Naturally, I couldn't suppress the thought of sublimating the card itself. Although my stamina was low, I still had my mental energy, and a quick meal of bread and water had miraculously restored my stamina to 50. I murmured to myself that testing it shouldn't be a problem, and silently gave the command to sublimate. The invisible force returned with a vengeance, and the card released a brilliant spray of blue particles that looked like shooting stars. From an outside perspective, the train must have looked like a comet trailing blue flames as it accelerated through the void. When the light finally faded, I felt a heavy lethargy settle into my bones. My stamina had dropped to 20, and my mental energy sat at 60, triggering a mental fatigue status. Despite the high cost of 70 total points, the result was worth it. The special module card had evolved into an exclusive module card. I lay on the floor examining the card, wondering what mental fatigue actually entailed, since I didn't feel particularly different. Perhaps my physical exhaustion was simply masking the mental strain. I offered a quick scattered prayer to every deity I could think of, from the ancients to the God Emperor, before finally activating the card. Azure light enveloped me as the system congratulated me on obtaining a unique conductor module called the Crossroads of Fate. Its effect was simple yet profound. My path would always present a second choice, and different choices would lead to different destinies. Before I could dive deeper into the details, the train's PA system crackled to life, announcing our imminent arrival at the first station. I was shocked to realize an entire hour had already passed without me noticing. With only 1 minute left, a second interface appeared, courtesy of my new module. I was presented with two choices: Platform 1, the swampland, or Platform 2, the armory. Recognizing this as the power of my exclusive module, I didn't hesitate. I chose the armory, reasoning that while others might be looking for food, nothing would provide more security in this world than weapons. As soon as I made my selection, the space ahead of the train distorted violently, resembling the open maw of a great beast. The train whistle shrieked as we plunged through the warped reality, and the surroundings transformed completely. We had arrived. The docking countdown began at 3 hours, and to my immense relief, the system reported that no hazards were detected at the station. The train gradually slowed to a crawl, the rhythmic clatter of the tracks fading into a heavy silence as I arrived at my first stop. Standing before the sealed door, I took a deep breath to steady my nerves, tightening my grip on my sublimated dagger before pressing the release button. Outside, the world was draped in an oppressive pitch-black void. Yet strangely, a massive building the size of a matchbox stood clearly in my line of sight. Looking up, I realized there was no sun in the sky, yet the road beneath me and the structure ahead were perfectly visible. It struck me then that space traversal is truly an incredible power. It certainly explained why all the trains shared the same arrival times despite the distances. I stepped off the train, reaching the entrance in fewer than 10 steps. The massive doors were shut tight, but I managed to pry a gap open with my dagger. As the heavy leaf swung wide, a wave of rotten stench hit me square in the face. I walked inside to find rows of neatly arranged wooden crates, the clear source of the decaying odor. Using my blade, I pried the rusted iron locks off the nearest crate. Inside, 2 bolt-action rifles lay half-buried in wood shavings. The system identified them as low-level marksman rifles, each equipped with 20 low-grade bullets, 2 guns and 40 rounds in just 1 crate. This was good stuff. I spent the next hour opening several crates in a row and hauling the loot back to the train. After several trips, the adrenaline-fueled strength I'd been running on began to hit its limit. My stamina had dropped to 15 points. The repeated use of sublimation had already pushed my physical boundaries, though my excitement had somehow allowed my spirit to recover to 70. With 3 hours of docking time and no energy replenishment, I realized I wouldn't have much strength left to move supplies if I didn't pace myself. After resting, I shifted from heavy lifting to exploration. In a side room, I spotted several sealed iron boxes on a shelf that reminded me of military supply videos I'd seen back home. The markings on the surface were blurred, but I felt a surge of nervous anticipation as I swallowed hard and pried one open. Inside were neatly arranged blocks of compressed biscuits, looking like bars of gold, and emitting a faint milky aroma mixed with a fermented tang. Regardless of expiration dates, I stuffed one into my mouth immediately. It was exactly what I needed, though I quickly realized I'd need water. These things quench hunger but leave you parched. I found 4 barrels of these rations, 80 biscuits in total, enough to sustain a man for half a month. Nearby, I found sealed barrels of water, but the smell was distinctly undrinkable. Still, I moved everything onto the train. Resources were resources. The armory was a cramped, semi-enclosed space filled with collapsed shelves and rotting debris. In 2 hours, I salvaged 42 intact rifles. The rest were rusted beyond use, fit only for the processing station. I also loaded up on iron and wood. Even if I didn't use them for my own upgrades, they would be valuable for trading. With 30 minutes left on the countdown, I decided on one last trip. My carriage was getting crowded, and I knew a second carriage was my top priority. I had the wood in parts, but I was still short on metal. I headed for the innermost area, bypassing the mess to check the final rooms. These looked like foreigner living quarters. The first few were empty, but as I entered the last one, I heard a sickening crunch. I looked down to see I'd stepped on a small leg bone from a skeleton. I muttered a quick apology to the brother on the floor. I wasn't particularly afraid. Even as a kid, horror movies amused me, and I'd never been fazed by the sight of the deceased. As I withdrew my foot, I noticed a dust-covered paper document bag beneath the remains. It was strange. Iron and wood had rotted to nothing in this place, yet this paper bag was perfectly intact. Intrigued, I snatched it up and jogged back to the train to use the system's appraisal function, just in case of traps. To my surprise and delight, the screen identified it as a level 1 treasure chest. I laughed, thanking the old bone brother and promising him a proper burial later. But as I moved to open it, I paused. If I could sublimate the train, surely I could sublimate this too. My stats sat at 30 stamina and 80 spirit. I reasoned that such a small bag wouldn't drain me too much, and I could always eat another biscuit to recover. Once I'd convinced myself, the decision was effectively made. I whispered the command to sublimate. My stats began to drain instantly. A warning flashed that my spirit had fallen below 50, plunging me into a state of self-doubt. I collapsed onto the floor like a fish out of water, staring blankly at the swaying ceiling lamp. After a moment, I sat up, my stamina at 20 and spirit at 50. Honestly, it didn't feel like a big deal. Aside from the heavy physical fatigue, the self-doubt state didn't seem to hinder me. The cost to reach level 2 was 40 points, higher than I expected, but the folder was now a level 2 treasure chest. It seemed it couldn't be pushed further, perhaps lacking the potential or being capped by a rule I didn't yet understand. I rubbed my hands together and opened the folder. The rewards flashed before me. 4 train coins, a Colt M191 pistol, and a level 2 blueprint for an external garbage collector. Reflecting on the 4 coins I had just acquired, I realized that this was the primary way to obtain the local currency. I opened my train details and saw that the options appearing after the level 2 upgrade were still available at the top of the interface. Without much hesitation, I spent 3 of those train coins to purchase the basic water tank blueprint and an additional hour of docking time, leaving me with only a single coin to my name. If I can manage to find another treasure chest at the next station, I might just gather enough to meet the requirements for that acceleration device. I noticed the departure countdown had shifted to an hour and 15 minutes, so I turned my attention toward the physical rewards from the chest. The Colt M1911 felt substantial in my hand. Compared to the mass-produced firearms I had salvaged from the armory, its craftsmanship was so refined it could be considered a work of art. I quickly deduced that the firearms in this world likely shared a universal bullet type, so I loaded a magazine with low-grade ammunition to test it out. Aiming at a wooden box outside the carriage, I pulled the trigger and watched as the crate instantly shattered into splinters. The sheer power of the shot took me by surprise, and I rubbed my slightly sore palm where the recoil had bitten into the webbing of my hand. Although this handgun used the same bullets as the ones from the armory, it was clearly twice as powerful. The thought of what it might become if I sublimated it crossed my mind, but I quickly shook my head to dismiss the dangerous idea. Now was not the time for such gambles, especially since my physical and mental reserves were hovering near their limits. It would be far wiser to wait until I had recovered. After putting the pistol away, I used the control system to examine the 2 blueprints I had acquired. The basic water tank would allow me to store water and prevent it from spoiling for 10 days, requiring only 10 kilograms of metal and 20 mechanical parts. The external garbage collector was even more intriguing, as it would automatically gather and store trash from the platforms before departure. It required 30 kilograms of metal and 100 mechanical parts, with an optional modification for an additional 300 parts that would allow the workbench to automatically recycle the waste into usable materials. Looking at my current inventory of 210 kilograms of wood, 60 kilograms of metal, and 220 mechanical parts, I muttered to myself that I could afford to build both. However, doing so would mean putting my first additional carriage on hold for the time being. I decided not to rush, as the extra docking time I purchased allowed me the luxury of a proper rest. When the countdown entered its final hour, I opened the trading platform to scout the market. The rules were peculiar. While conductors could only list items for sale after leaving a station, those of us still docked were free to purchase anything already available. This seemed like a transparent attempt to prevent station-to-station supply transfers, yet it did nothing to stop private trades or purchases by those currently docked. It felt like a glaring loophole, one that made me wonder if the entity behind train survival was subtly hinting that we could ignore the rules to a certain extent. I focused my efforts on trading for metal, scanning my pile of low-grade rifles and compressed biscuits. In a world like this, security and food were the ultimate commodities. However, as I refreshed the platform, I found that while some had posted metal, the quantities were tiny and the prices were absurdly inflated. It was clear that most people were just testing the waters rather than looking for fair trades. Turning to the chat room, I saw it scrolling wildly with messages from conductors who had already moved on from their first stops. One person complained about finding nothing but scrap tires at a garbage station, while another lamented arriving at a stinking grassland filled with black mud. When a few people pointed out that black soil could be used to grow vegetables, others mocked the idea, pointing out the lack of space on the train. The conversation shifted when someone posted a blueprint for a basic mechanical fishing rod, sparking a mixture of envy and confusion. It became apparent that many passengers hadn't found any blueprints at all. People quickly began haggling, offering their starting bread and water rations for mechanical parts. It was a desperate scene, with some even offering to trade for half a loaf of bread just to survive. The atmosphere turned sour when the topic of treasure chests came up. Those who hadn't found any grew hostile, demanding that others share their information for the sake of collective survival. Eventually, someone buckled under the pressure and posted a screenshot showing they had opened a level 1 treasure chest to find 2 train coins, a healing salve, and a blueprint for an aluminum insulation pad. Based on the progression of the rewards, I calculated that if a level 1 treasure chest contains 2 train coins and level 2 contains 4, then a level 3 chest should logically yield 6. Compared to my level 2 haul, the rewards from the first level seemed considerably meager, though I knew that medicine was a precious commodity in this world, and any amount of coins was a step forward. Suddenly, a message in the public chat caught my eye. A user named Li Xiaosheng was asking if anyone wanted metal, stating he had some available for trade and was giving priority to weapons. The fact that he was prioritizing armaments over food suggested he didn't lack basic survival capabilities. I preferred dealing with capable individuals rather than those who couldn't even fill their own stomachs yet, so I decided to reach out to him. A line of text soon appeared in our private chat as Li Xiaosheng asked if I was looking to trade for metal. I countered by asking how much he had, to which he cautiously asked how much I needed. It was clear he was being guarded, but his response confirmed he possessed a substantial amount. When I asked if he could produce 150 kilograms of metal, the chat went silent. I could imagine him staring at the message in disbelief. That was enough for a full level 1 train upgrade, and he likely wondered how I had already gathered the necessary wood and mechanical parts, or what gave me the confidence to make such a massive purchase. After a moment of hesitation, he replied that he could provide it, but questioned what I had to trade, noting that the starter dagger would only fetch him 10 kilograms. I simply asked how he felt about a rifle. Using the system's photo function, I sent him a picture of one of the average low-grade rifles I had salvaged. I offered him 1 gun and 20 bullets in exchange for his 150 kilograms of metal. His shock was immediate. He accused me of robbery, claiming that even a gun wasn't worth such a steep price. I remained unfazed as I played with a bullet, knowing full well that as the only person selling firearms, I held all the cards. I told him the price wasn't expensive at all, reminding him of the sheer value of a gun and the unknown dangers awaiting us at the next station. Having a firearm would significantly improve his chances of survival, and he knew I was right. He had obtained over 300 kilograms of metal and a treasure chest at his first stop, which likely made him feel like the luckiest person alive. But that pride clearly paled in comparison to the weapon in my hands. When he tried to lower the price to 100 kilograms, I stroked my chin and narrowed my eyes. He had revealed his hand by showing how much he wanted the gun, so I refused to budge. I told him he could take the deal or I would simply find someone else who was more eager. He gritted his teeth and asked for time to think, but I gave him only 10 seconds, claiming I was busy. He had no way of knowing I was still at the first station, or that I was focused on building a carriage rather than a simple engine upgrade. Finally, he hardened his resolve and agreed to the trade. He asked why I needed so much metal and if I had blueprints to mass-produce these guns, clarifying that he wasn't trying to steal my secrets but wanted to know if we could trade again in the future. He boasted that he was confident he could reach level 2 within 3 stops, and offered to promote my weapons once he became known as a top-tier conductor. I found his confidence amusing. If he considered reaching level 2 in 3 stops to be strong, I wondered what he would think of me reaching it before even entering the first station. I decided to humor his delusions of grandeur and simply told him to proceed with the trade. I was curious to see how the system handled transactions. Following the prompts, I placed the rifle and bullets on an empty spot, and a virtual glow instantly swapped them for neatly stacked metal ingots. It was an incredibly convenient and interesting process, moderated by the system's impartial arbitration. With my new resources secured, I placed the basic carriage blueprint on the processing station. A translucent screen appeared, confirming the materials were ready. When I selected the option to construct, the wood, metal, and mechanical parts vanished, reassembling through a mysterious force at the rear of the train. The new carriage descended smoothly onto the tracks and connected to the locomotive with a satisfying click. The system notified me that construction was complete and mentioned that I could further modify it with glass and fiber. For now, it was a spacious, empty shell about 10 meters long, roomy, bright, and exactly what I needed. It lacked glass in the window frames and had no external door, requiring entry through the rear of the locomotive, but it felt right. A train shouldn't just be an engine, after all. I nodded in satisfaction and checked my stats. Deciding my stamina and mental energy were too low for further sublimation, I began moving my supplies from the locomotive into the new carriage. I still had 40 minutes left on the countdown, plenty of time to return to the armory and gather whatever remained. My current stats sat at a weary 21 for stamina and 59 for mental energy, leaving me in an official status of exhausted. Inside the train, I lay motionless on the floor like a salted fish that had lost all hope of moving again. During these final moments, I had drained my last reserves of strength, making 2 final round trips to the armory. But I hadn't forgotten my earlier promise. Despite the physical strain of hauling materials, I managed to use a shovel to dig a grave for those skeletal remains, and even erected an unmarked tombstone as a final gesture of respect. That marked the conclusion of my harvest at this station. As the departure countdown finally reached 0, the previously stationary train began to groan and slowly lurch forward. Ahead of the locomotive, those familiar spatial distortions reappeared, and the train steadily accelerated through the boundary, returning once more to the endless expanse of the desolate wasteland. Simultaneously, the train's broadcast system crackled to life. It announced that all conductors had left the platform and offered a hollow congratulations to the 9,892 individuals who had successfully departed from the first novice station. The voice then warned us that we had officially exited the newcomer safety period. Starting from the second station, there would no longer be a guarantee that trains would stop in safe areas. This announcement caused an immediate uproar in the chat. Some questioned the timing, wondering why we had seemingly left the platform an hour later than expected, while others realized with frustration that someone must have stayed an extra hour at the first station. There were even those calling me a cheater, and others lamenting that they hadn't realized the first station was actually safe. Some conductors shared grim stories, like one whose first station was a desert where they nearly perished in quicksand. I remained largely unaware of their bickering, as I was far too busy sitting on the floor organizing my final haul. My inventory was now quite impressive. 49 low-level marksman rifles, 1,100 rounds of low-grade bullets, 150 kilograms of wood, 104 kilograms of metal, and 162 mechanical parts. I had also salvaged a variety of usable tools like crowbars, shovels, and screwdrivers. I tossed the broken ones into the processing station for recycling and kept the rest as backups. My current blueprints for the water tank and garbage collector required 40 kilograms of metal and 110 mechanical parts, which barely made a dent in these newfound reserves. After placing the blueprints and allocating the resources, the control system allowed for their installation. I commanded the system to place the water tank inside the carriage and mount the collector on the left exterior. Once the installation was complete, I walked back to find a fixed metal water tank with wheels occupying a section of my new carriage. It could hold 1,000 kilograms of water and featured non-removable layers to keep clean and contaminated water separate. I poured in the 50 kilograms of polluted water I'd brought from the armory, feeling a slight pang of disappointment that I didn't yet have a purification system. Though I wasn't particularly anxious about it, I decided it was time to test the market, so I posted my first message in the public chat room. I stated that I was buying water, glass, fiber, blueprints, and various resources, offering firearms and food in exchange. As I expected, the mention of guns caused an immediate frenzy. While some shamelessly begged for weapons or asked if I was a big shot upgrading my train, others offered themselves as lackeys or tried to guilt-trip me into equitable distribution, for the sake of humanity. I noticed several non-Chinese names among the flooded private messages, which surprised me momentarily before I realized this world likely pulled people from all over, perhaps even different versions of Earth. I probably blocked anyone attempting moral blackmail or looking for handouts and began filtering for real potential. A woman named Shangguan Yingshui offered 20 kilograms of lake water, though she specified she wouldn't provide a container. I replied to her with a touch of detachment, noting that lake water could be lethal without filtration, and that she needed to show more sincerity if she wanted to trade for a gun. She seemed frustrated but asked me to name my price. I demanded 50 kilograms. In this world, water was arguably more precious than metal, especially since few people had storage containers even if they found a source. My true minimum was 30 kilograms of undrinkable water for one gun, but I knew I had the leverage here. Ultimately, I was only one person. No matter how many guns I held, converting them into bulk resources was the only practical path forward. She eventually agreed to the 50 kilograms, though she reminded me quite sharply that I would have to handle the storage myself. I couldn't help but wonder if I had quoted too low when the other party agreed so instantly. But I wasn't one for second-guessing my decisions. I confirmed the deal and prepared to proceed. But Shangguan Yingshui quickly added that she needed more bullets and food. It made me curious. Where was this woman getting so much water? Having large quantities wasn't necessarily shocking. She had mentioned it was lake water, so her first stop likely bordered a lake. But what truly puzzled me was how she was storing it. Until the 3-hour docking period at the first station ended, both the trading platform and the chat room were supposedly restricted. Had she found containers, or built them from blueprints like I had? I didn't ask. In this world, everyone had their secrets. I set my prices clearly. 5 low-grade bullets per kilogram of water, no container required on her end. For food, I offered military compressed biscuits at a rate of 1 biscuit for 5 kilograms of water. She agreed immediately, requesting 100 bullets and 3 biscuits. Combined with the previous rifle and its ammunition, that brought the total to 85 kilograms of lake water. When she asked if I had enough containers or if I needed to buy some from her, I told her it wasn't necessary and initiated the trade. The trading point materialized directly above my water tank. As the firearms and bullets vanished, 85 kilograms of water manifested out of thin air, cascading into the reservoir. Between this and my previous trades, I now possessed 135 kilograms of water. I stared at the clear liquid, resisting the urge to take a drink. It looked clean enough, but I knew that drinking unfiltered, unboiled lake water was a death sentence. We finished the transaction with a standard professional sign-off, and she silently sent a friend request, which I accepted without hesitation. Compared to the pretentious Li Xiaosheng, I preferred her quiet, no-nonsense style. I spent the next several hours successively selling off numerous rifles and ammunition. In return, I acquired the fiber and glass needed to reinforce my new carriage. Once I applied the upgrades, glass panes appeared in the frames, transforming the drafty compartment into a proper room. It was a bountiful harvest. By the time I finished, I had 21 rifles left. I hadn't stuck to fixed prices, choosing instead to sell whenever an offer seemed reasonable. These low-level items would only depreciate as people unlocked better blueprints, so hoarding them would have been unwise. Finally done for the day, I enjoyed a proper dinner of traded bread and mineral water before curling up in a warm corner of the front cabin. I was too exhausted to worry about survival. My only thought was sleep. As the train rumbled through the wasteland, I watched the high-hanging moon until my eyes finally drifted shut. I woke up shivering from the night's chill, rubbing the sleep from my eyes and stretching my stiff neck. The wasteland outside was as desolate as ever, shrouded in a cold, lonely light from the giant moon. I checked the timestamp, 3:37 a.m. The chat room was still scrolling, proving that few others were able to sleep as soundly as I had. Since I couldn't get back to sleep anyway, I brushed off the dust and stood up. My stamina and mental energy had mostly restored, which meant it was time for more sublimation. I decided to start with the Colt M1911. It was already a work of art, and I was eager to see what it would become, especially since the next stop was guaranteed to be dangerous. I commanded the system to sublimate, feeling the stamina drain away. The pitch-black frame developed faint, elegant patterns and grew slightly larger, now requiring a firm grip to wield. It had become a level 3 blacklight enchanted pistol, capable of consuming my stamina to convert standard bullets into armor-piercing rounds. The cost was 40 stamina points, which felt acceptable. I set up some metal scraps as a makeshift target and pulled the trigger while channeling my energy. A deafening blast and a searing muzzle flash followed as an armor-piercing round tore through the air, punching a perfect hole through the target. I was floored. Aside from the heavy recoil, it hardly felt like a pistol anymore. At a cost of 2 stamina per special round, it was a sustainable edge. The system hinted it could be sublimated further, but I decided against it. The recoil was already at the limit of what I could manage. I still had enough energy for more, so I moved into the new carriage and touched the wall, calling for a sublimation. To my surprise, it only cost 25 stamina and no mental energy. The space transformed into a level 2 cozy train carriage, imbued with enchanted warmth that maintained a constant 22 degrees Celsius interior regardless of the weather outside. No more waking up freezing for me. Satisfied, I retrieved a traded blanket and spread it on the floor. The stamina loss was the perfect cure for insomnia, and I knew I needed to conserve my energy for the second stop tomorrow. That night, while others stayed awake shivering in the biting wind, I slept in total comfort. I woke up at 10:27 a.m. and stretched my stiff limbs. I estimated that since we entered the first station at 1 p.m. yesterday, we would likely arrive at the next one around the same time today, though I wondered if my 1-hour delay would push my arrival back. When I stepped out of the warm carriage and returned to the locomotive, the temperature drop was jarring. My control panel was flooded with messages. As the unsafe second station approached, the value of my firearms was skyrocketing. One message from a user named Lu Zhu caught my eye. He asked if blueprints could be used for trading. Until now, no one had been willing to part with a blueprint, as they were essentially infinite production machines. I asked what he had, and he sent over a screenshot of a level 1 train seat blueprint. It was just a chair, hardly a top-tier item, but it was a permanent asset. I decided to trade, offering a gun and 10 bullets. I reasoned that while guns were precious, their value was temporary, whereas a blueprint provided endless utility. Lu Zhu was incredibly grateful, bordering on desperate. He claimed that without the gun, he would definitely die at the next station. His certainty made me wonder if he had a talent related to foresight or danger sensing. I didn't press him. I simply completed the trade and went to the processing station to manufacture my new black chair. Sitting in it felt like a return to civilization. I spent the final hour before arrival closing out a few more arms deals, selling 15 rifles and 300 bullets. I kept the rest for my own protection. With my stats nearly full at 98 stamina and 100 spirit, I took one of my own rifles and sublimated it. It cost 13 points and turned into a level 2 exquisite marksman rifle. It wasn't as powerful as my enchanted pistol, but it was a significant upgrade. As the countdown dwindled, the chat room grew quiet and oppressive. 30 minutes before arrival, my Crossroads of Fate module triggered, offering me a choice between a level 2 hunting platform, called the Goblin Camp, or a level 3 collection platform, called the White Forest. I noticed the module was providing more detail now, including station levels and types. I wondered if the armory had been level 1, and if my train upgrade had unlocked these higher tier options. I chose the White Forest, assuming a collection platform would be less hazardous than a Goblin Camp. The spatial fluctuations engulfed the train, and 5 minutes later, we were surrounded by a grayish-white light. Outside the window lay a forest of bone-white trunks and leaves. The system reported a 4-hour stay and a low-risk warning. Interestingly, no one in the chat had ever mentioned seeing hazard ratings, so I suspected that was another benefit of my exclusive module. I geared up, holstering my pistol, and slinging the rifle over my shoulder alongside a backpack of supplies. When I pressed the door release and stepped out, the world was tomb silent. The quiet was so absolute I could hear my own pulse. I scanned the deep white woods, wondering what exactly a collection platform had to offer besides wood. Then, through the silent trees, I spotted what looked like a path. I stepped onto the path and ventured deeper into the woods, my senses heightening with every step. I remained hyper-vigilant against potential dangers the entire way, my hand never far from my weapon, but fortunately, the silence remained unbroken. As the path ended deep within the gray-white forest, a cluster of trees bearing pale fruit came into view. I wondered if these were the specific collection items the station had to offer. Approaching one of the trees, I used my dagger to slice a stem and caught a fruit as it fell. When I brought it close to my nose, a sweet yet slightly bitter aroma wafted over, a scent unlike any fruit I'd ever encountered in my previous world. I swallowed hard, staring at it. The fragrance was so intoxicating that an inexplicable primal craving to devour it surged through me. Just as I was about to take a bite, a sudden sharp sense of danger snapped me back to reality. I hurled the fruit away instantly, my heart hammering against my ribs. I stood there panting, wondering what on earth had just happened. A quick glance at my stats showed my stamina at 93, but my spirit had plummeted to 72. Cold sweat drenched my skin. My spirit had been full just moments ago, yet it had dropped drastically in the few seconds I held that fruit. I wasn't lacking food or water, so my desperation to eat a potentially poisonous object was unnatural. The rate of spirit depletion was terrifying, faster even than during a sublimation. These fruits were a trap. I took several steps back, frowning at the pale harvest. It was a nuisance that the train's appraisal function only worked on board, but I suspected the low risk of this station was tied directly to these hallucinogens. Perhaps it was only the scent that caused the lapse in judgment. After some hesitation, I decided I couldn't leave empty-handed. I needed to get them back to the train for a proper analysis. I used my dagger to rip a piece of cloth from my clothing, tying it over my nose and mouth as a makeshift mask. The old saying proved true. Men die for wealth as birds die for food. Even knowing these fruits were lethal, I couldn't bring myself to abandon them. I became a diligent farmer in that eerie, silent forest, harvesting until my backpack was heavy. As I wiped the sweat from my brow, I felt thankful for my dagger. Without it, this task would have been far more difficult. Once back on the train, I immediately ran an appraisal. The system identified them as level 3 white forest fruits. In their unprocessed state, they released a hallucinogenic aroma that drained spirit, and eating them would permanently decrease one's maximum spirit. However, if processed by soaking them in cold water for 5 minutes, they would rapidly restore spirit and slightly increase hallucination resistance. I patted my chest in relief, feeling as though I'd narrowly escaped a disaster. This was a necessary wake-up call. I had thought myself cautious, but clearly I needed to be better. I eagerly dumped the harvest into the water tank. After 5 minutes, they transformed from gray-white to a brilliant pure white. I took a bite, and an explosion of incredibly sweet juice filled my mouth. It was delicious, better than any fruit I'd ever tasted. Compared to this, the biscuits and bread I'd been eating felt like cardboard. Joy sparked in my eyes as I realized the value of this find. I emptied my backpack of other supplies, grabbed my 2 guns and my dagger, and set out again. Each round trip took about 20 minutes, and filling the bag took another 10. With only 4 hours total, I had no time to waste. As I exited, I noticed the trash recycling device I'd installed was actually operating. A small cube-shaped robot, barely calf-high, was shuttling between the forest and the train, bringing back leaves and stones. It seemed pretty useless to me, but since it was already built, I let it be. I spent the next few hours as a whirlwind of activity, my dagger flashing as I stripped tree after tree. By the time the countdown reached its final 30 minutes, I had gathered over 100 pounds of fruit. It was a shame to leave, as I didn't know if I'd ever find something this delicious again, but I refused to let greed make me miss the departure. I leaned back in my seat, munching on a fruit, while I organized my stores. I had my harvest, 79 biscuits, and 21 bottles of purified water. For now, survival wasn't a concern. I opened the chat room to see how the others were faring, and the numbers immediately stopped me cold. 8,721 out of 10,000. Over 1,000 people were gone, and we were only at the second station. The messages were a chorus of misery. People dying from drinking unboiled lake water, others with punctured lungs from wild bull attacks, and many more begging for medicine or food. Modern medical luxuries were gone. Out here, a simple wound could be a death sentence. While I had used my crossroads of fate to find a safe collection zone, others were being chased by boars or trapped in toxic mud. As my own countdown neared its end, I remembered the little recycling robot. I figured if it had found 10 kilograms of wood, it would be a miracle. I walked back to the station with zero expectations, only to freeze in my tracks. Among the literal trash was a pale gray wooden box, a level 3 treasure chest. I couldn't believe my eyes. I hadn't dared venture deep into the woods for fear of getting lost, yet this little machine had wandered off and found exactly what I needed. I patted its square head with newfound appreciation, feeling a bit guilty for looking down on it. It was worth every resource I'd spent. I resisted the urge to open it immediately. A level 3 chest, if sublimated, would become level 4, guaranteeing better coins and rarer items. My stats were at 45 stamina and 92 mental energy. I gave the command to sublimate, feeling the familiar drain pull at my very soul. When it was over, I was physically spent but mentally soaring. With a creak, I opened the level 4 treasure chest. The rewards were staggering. 8 train coins, an external alert tower system, white forest fruit seeds, a gray-white paint scheme, and an advanced ceramic bulletproof vest. I marveled at the loot, knowing how envious the chat would be if they knew, though I kept the success to myself. Bragging only breeds enemies. I noticed that I couldn't sublimate these new items further. The cost was simply beyond my current total capacity. It seemed level 4 was a major threshold. I immediately installed the alert tower atop the locomotive. It was a sophisticated piece of tech that could equip ranged weapons and provide automated defense within 100 meters, even seeing through invisibility. I equipped 5 of my remaining rifles to it, feeling a massive surge in my sense of security. As for the seeds, they required special white forest soil and 30 days to mature, consuming half a kilogram of fresh water daily. It was a steep price, but I was one of the few who could afford it. In the final 3 minutes before departure, I scrambled to fill several crates with the gray soil the seeds required. I also processed the trash the robot had gathered, gaining some wood and white pigments from the leaves and stones. As the train began to move, I watched the white forest recede into the distance. I was back in the wilderness, but I was stronger than before. I stretched leisurely and noticed my private messages blinking. There was only one person on my friend list. It was Shangguan Yingshui, asking if I still needed water. I typed out a message to her, making my position clear from the start. I asked what she needed but warned her up front that I didn't have any firearms left to trade. I waited for a long time without a reply, eventually assuming she decided against the deal. Just as I was about to close the private chat, a message finally blinked onto the screen. She apologized for the delay, explaining that she had just been taking a bath. A bath? I glanced over at my own water storage tank, momentarily stunned. Just how much water did this woman have to be wasting it so lavishly? Even with my current success, I hadn't even considered being that extravagant. I told her it was no problem and asked what she wanted to trade, reminding her of my lack of guns. On the other side of the connection, inside Shangguan Yingshui's train, a black-haired girl with waist-length hair stood up from a large wooden tub that dominated most of her carriage. As she tied up her hair, her light blue eyes remained calm and unreadable. She sent over a list: 32 kilograms of wood, 50 kilograms of metal, and 40 mechanical parts. She added that she was fairly certain I had those items. I raised an eyebrow at the screen. I didn't answer directly, instead questioning why she was so sure I had them. And even if I did, why I wouldn't just use them for my own train upgrades. She replied that she simply hated trouble. She'd gathered some materials herself, but dealing with too many people took more time than she liked. She'd calculated that I was likely the only one capable of providing bulk materials right now. After all, I'd sold over 20 rifles, and aside from food and water, I had to be receiving materials in exchange. She was right, though she didn't know the half of it. I'd actually sold over 40. I had the resources she wanted, but trading them for mere water didn't interest me anymore. My reserves were sufficient for the moment, and I'd even seen people in the chat room discussing how to boil lake water to make it safe. It wasn't a method I wanted to rely on unless I was desperate, but it made raw water less valuable. Shangguan Yingshui remained silent for a while as she dried herself, then sent a screenshot that immediately changed my mind. It was a level 1 water purification device, capable of filtering wastewater at a rate of 1 kilogram per hour. I rubbed my eyes, staring at the image. Something like this actually existed? It explained her lavish bathing. She could simply filter and recycle the water. Given her willingness to trade it, I suspected she might even have the blueprint. When I asked her if she did, she didn't confirm or deny it, simply stating that the device should be enough to cover the resources she needed. I suppressed my surprise. Whatever secrets she held, I was lucky enough to be getting the tech. I agreed to the trade, and once the transaction was complete, I found the device could be perfectly installed between my wastewater and clean water tanks. Once activated, the purified water would flow automatically into storage, saving me an immense amount of trouble. Naturally, I called upon sublimation. Since it was a small level 1 item, the energy drain was minimal. It transformed into a level 2 premium water purification device, tripling the output to 3 kilograms per hour and adding the ability to purify non-freshwater sources, like seawater. Feeling a surge of goodwill, I sent her another message, asking if she could upgrade her train and if she'd be willing to share what the upgrade options looked like. I was curious to see if her choices matched mine. She hesitated but eventually sent a screenshot of her level 2 options. She had the basic carriage and the extended stop time, which were identical to mine, but her random options were a welding tool set and a wooden bed blueprint. It confirmed my theory. The carriage and time extension were fixed, while the others were random and varied in quality. Her options were noticeably inferior to the ones I'd been offered. As I was nodding in understanding, she asked if I had any train coins. I told her I didn't, and when she followed up by asking if I still wanted to buy more water, my mouth twitched. Knowing she was recycling her bath water, the idea of buying more from her felt unappealing. I declined, and the chat ended. I knew she wanted the coins to buy her own options, but I barely had enough for myself. I still had one critical choice left to make: the train burst acceleration device blueprint. It cost 5 train coins, an amount most people would take several stations to accumulate, but I had more than enough. I finalized the purchase, leaving me with 4 coins. The device required 50 kilograms of metal and 200 mechanical parts to build, and it would allow me to produce acceleration bullets that could triple the train's speed for 10 minutes. It was expensive, but undoubtedly worth the cost. The trading platform was becoming more diverse after the second station, but food and water remained the most desperate needs for the majority. Those barrels of compressed biscuits I'd looked down on were suddenly looking like a gold mine. I shook my head, glancing at the resources I'd finally managed to scrape together. It had taken 7 biscuits and a fair amount of effort to pry those mechanical parts from others. Now I understood why Shangguan Yingxue hated trading. Haggling with people and constantly adjusting prices over mere scraps of food was an exhausting waste of time. I fed the materials into the processing station, and the blueprint for the acceleration device began to emit a deep sapphire glow. Before my eyes, metal and machinery fused, coalescing into a complex mechanical heart. The system noted that the train burst acceleration device could only be installed on the main body, near the control system. Once integrated, it would produce acceleration bullets, limited to 3 uses per day. My heart sank slightly when I saw the cost. 1 kilogram of metal, 20 mechanical parts, and 1 train coin per bullet. Even the ammunition required currency. I wondered what a little sublimation would do to it. With my stamina at 55 and spirit at 70 after a few white forest fruits, I figured I had enough for 1 attempt. I poured 30 stamina and 40 spirit into the device, watching it transform into the red triple-speed train acceleration device. The maximum capacity increased to 5 bullets per day, though the potential for further sublimation was now exhausted. Following the system's prompt, I placed it near the control panel. A silvery light swallowed the device, and a sleek black loading port materialized on the console. It was a pricey investment. I spent 2 of my remaining coins to produce 2 silvery shells, each as thick as a baby's arm. I winced at the expense as I tucked my last 2 coins away. I was tempted to test the speed, but I wasn't feeling quite that extravagant yet. It was time to rest. As I drifted off, I couldn't help but wonder if the low spirit side effects were just empty threats. I hadn't felt a thing. When I finally woke, both my stamina and spirit were back to a full 100. I stretched in the warmth of the climate-controlled carriage, washing my face while humming a quiet tune. Walking to the back, I checked on the seed I'd buried in the ashen soil. It was unchanged, so I decided to see if sublimation could jumpstart its growth. It cost me 30 stamina points, but the result was a blessed white forest fruit seed. The growth cycle plummeted from 30 days to just 9 to sprout, 3 to mature. Better yet, it would produce 1 blessed fruit daily once ripe. I buried it back in the dirt and gave it some water, feeling quite satisfied. On my way back to the front, I stopped by the garbage recycling robot. I promised to upgrade the little guy, after all. I crouched down and knocked on its oversized matchbox head, calling for a sublimation. Strangely, the stamina I funneled into it simply vanished with no effect. Frowning at the first failure I'd encountered, I tried again, this time using spirit. At the cost of 40 spirit points, a familiar radiance enveloped the machine. It emerged as the GT-1 automatic treasure hunting robot. Its purpose was clear. It would automatically leave the train at stations to locate treasure chests, mapping out the ones it couldn't carry back. It would cost 1 train coin per use, and would forcibly return before the train departed. Camera-like eyes emerged from the box, rotating a full 360 degrees before locking onto my face to confirm my ID. It asked for a name, and I couldn't help but think of an old-world movie character. I named it Wally. It immediately entered sleep mode, waiting for a coin to wake up at the next station. Between the acceleration bullets and the robot, it felt like I was heading for financial ruin. I realized that most people at this stage probably didn't understand the true value of train coins yet. They were still just trying to find enough bread to see tomorrow. I quickly checked the chat room and saw I was right. People were opening chests and wondering if the coins were just some future station currency. Seizing the opportunity, I listed a trade. 1 compressed biscuit, and 1 water bottle for a single train coin. If someone took the bait, great. If not, no loss. By 12:30 p.m., the familiar Crossroads of Fate prompt appeared. I had to choose between the Level 2 Goblin Village, a hunting station, or Doomsday Town, a Level 2 mission station. To me, a mission station sounded like a new opportunity, far better than the mindless trouble of slaying goblins. I made my choice and felt the train lurch into an acceleration. The world ahead dissolved into white noise, and when the countdown hit 0, the transformation was total. I looked out at Doomsday Town. The docking countdown began its 4-hour crawl, but the system's final warning sat heavy in the air. This station wasn't just low risk anymore. It was labeled as dangerous. The train hissed to a halt, and I peered through the glass to survey my new surroundings. This station was a stark contrast to the oppressive darkness of the previous 2. Instead, a harsh sun hung high in the sky, casting a brilliant but unforgiving light over the landscape. The view was haunting. Deep red stains marred the asphalt of the streets, and rows of rusted abandoned cars choked the thoroughfares. Doomsday Town. The name was fitting. I turned to my small companion. It was time for Wally to get to work. I winced slightly as I dropped a precious train coin into its slot, watching the little bot wobble away through the recycling chute. A part of me wondered if some lurking monster might mistake it for a toy and snatch it up, but I had my own problems to worry about. Specifically, I needed to figure out the task for the station. The answer presented itself soon enough. Through the window, I spotted a corpse slumped nearby, its cold fingers still clutching a backpack. A piece of parchment tucked inside flapped rhythmically in the wind, but it was too far away to read. I did a final equipment check before heading out. I had food, water, my finely crafted rifle slung over my shoulder, and both my black gloss pistol and sharp dagger at my waist. Most importantly, I was wearing the advanced ceramic bulletproof vest I'd scavenged. I had already sublimated the armor, streamlining it from a bulky bucket-like frame into a form-fitting vest that sacrificed none of its protective integrity. Fully armed, I pressed the door release. The doors hissed open, and I stepped out, instinctively closing them behind me with a flick of my wrist. Since only the conductor could operate the doors, I didn't have to worry about unwanted guests sneaking into my home while I was away. Immediately, a wave of scorching heat rolled over me, carrying a nauseating stench, a foul mix of rotten salted fish and long-decayed bread. Approaching the body, I used the barrel of my rifle to nudge the backpack open so I could read the parchment. The note began by claiming the deceased was a great courier for the Run Company. Looking at the remains, there wasn't much greatness left, but the writer seemed to have possessed a dark sense of humor, noting that they were probably about to die, but that the courier's mission must never be broken. The task was simple: deliver the contents of the bag to a silverware shop in the southeast corner of town. The note promised a great reward from the Run Company if I showed his badge. So, this was the mission. Curious, I looked inside the bag and found a cake sealed in a transparent box, remarkably well preserved. Happy birthday was written across it in jam. Judging by the state of the body, that birthday was a long-forgotten event. I decided that while the celebration was over, the cake was still a prize worth keeping. I also found a mechanical badge featuring a gear-driven image of a running courier and a map of the town with a red dot marking my destination. Map in hand, I began my trek. The road was a graveyard of skeletons and dark red stains that whispered of old horrors. Suddenly, I spotted movement. A hyena feeding on a corpse. It was the first living creature I'd seen here, or so I thought until it turned its head. Its skull was rotted through and its heart was exposed. It wasn't a dog, it was a zombie. The creature let out a guttural growl and lunged. I told myself to stay calm, suppressed the rising panic in my chest, and raised my pistol. I pulled the trigger repeatedly. I wasn't exactly a marksman, but at that range, one bullet found its mark and the impact was powerful enough to blow the creature apart. I knew I had to move fast. The gunfire would act like a dinner bell for every monster in the vicinity. Taking a calculated detour, I managed to reach the silverware shop without further incident. To my surprise, the area was eerily quiet. I stood before the tightly closed metal shutter, wondering if there was anyone left to receive the delivery. Just as I considered prying it open, the shutter slid up just a crack. I immediately leveled my rifle at the gap. A hoarse voice from the darkness begged me not to shoot, claiming to be human. I stayed back, identified myself as a Run Company courier taking over the delivery, and showed the badge. In this wasteland, a professional title seemed to command more respect than a wandering stranger. A scruffy, bearded man in his 40s peered out, chuckling that only couriers, lunatics, and monsters were brave enough to be outside these days. He invited me in, but I kept my rifle aimed at his head. I wasn't taking any chances. I handed over the cake and demanded the reward. The man stared at the cake with a pained expression, muttering that it was a pity I hadn't come earlier. He retreated into the shop and returned with a box. Inside were 3 train coins. This confirmed my suspicion. These coins were likely the universal currency across all station worlds. But as I reached for the coins, the man's demeanor shifted instantly. He lunged forward and grabbed the barrel of my rifle with unmistakable murderous intent. I didn't hesitate. I pulled the trigger. A blast echoed, a severed hand flew, and the rolling shutter burst open. The man behind the door was no longer human. He had swollen into a grotesque monster, his face twisted in a mask of grief and rage. He screamed about his daughter just wanting a cake and cursed the useless couriers for taking too long. I took a deep breath, centered myself, and kept firing. 3 rounds hit home, but the creature's hardened hide shrugged off the upgraded rifle's power. He slammed a fist into my chest, sending me flying. I gritted my teeth and forced myself up, my stomach churning. If not for my enhanced vest, that single hit would have ended me. The monster shrieked and charged again. I fired another shot, and he laughed, claiming my bullets didn't scare him. I smirked and told him to look down. He paused, seeing his body riddled with holes he hadn't even felt. I didn't give him a second chance. I drew my blacklight enchanted pistol, which thrummed with an eerie glow. Converting my stamina into armor-piercing rounds, I stepped close and pressed the muzzle to his forehead. One final bang, and it was over. The silence returned. I realized why no other monsters were nearby. This was the big guy's territory. After catching my breath, I retrieved the cake and the 3 train coins, feeling a flicker of regret for the waste of it all. I opened the shutter fully to find a clean silverware shop filled with silver crossbow bolts and spearheads. On a shelf, I found a diary. The entries told a heartbreaking story. A father finding coins in a broken locomotive and trying to buy a birthday cake to cure his sick daughter. By March 11th, she had died without ever tasting something sweet. By March 15th, the man had lost his mind. I walked to the backyard, found the small tombstone he had erected, and placed the cake before it. It felt like the only way to truly finish the mission. But the diary left me with a chilling thought. A broken locomotive outside town? Was it a conductor who had come before us? The idea that we weren't the first survivors in this game weighed heavily on me. I scavenged what I could, a crossbow and several silver items. They were heavy, but they felt important. On my return trip, the town felt more alive with monsters, and I realized how much I needed that extra hour my upgrade provided. I saw zombie animals of all kinds, but curiously, no humanoid ones. Back at the train, I checked the time. I still had 35 minutes. I checked my haul. Mithril bolts, a mithril cross, and a mithril sword, all level 2. I recycled the scraps into 10 kilograms of raw mithril, a fortune in my old world. I decided to sublimate the cross, turning it into a level 3 sanctified mithril cross that emitted holy light. As for the other weapons, I knew my limits. I was no swordsman, and my aim with a crossbow was even worse than with a pistol. I hung the cross at the front of the train and checked the trading platform. Someone had finally accepted my offer for train coins. I sat back, munching on a fruit and admiring my new coins before opening the chat room. The numbers were grim. 7,825 out of 10,000. Another 1,000 people were gone. Most were still struggling for the barest essentials, while I was sitting on a pile of mithril and enchanted weapons. The chat room was a chaotic mess of fear and confusion as people recounted their experiences at the 3rd station. Someone spoke of a cave crawling with spiders that they hadn't dared to enter, while another boasted of using a gun purchased from an expert to fend off wild dogs and secure a meal. My ears perked up at the mention of expert Ye. It seemed my reputation was growing, though some were quick to dismiss me. One voice insisted I was short-sighted and that his big brother Li Shaosheng was the true authority, claiming Li was on the verge of a level 2 upgrade. I remembered Li Shaosheng. He had confidently predicted he'd reach level 2 within 3 stations, and yet here we were at the 3rd, and he was only just announcing his success. He posted a screenshot of his upgrade options, inviting others to join his alliance if they had train coins, promising food and water to early recruits. I ignored his posturing and focused on the data. His options included a carriage blueprint, an automatic fishing rod, a survival rations recipe, and the 1-hour stop extension. As I suspected, the 1st and 4th options were identical to mine. The pattern was clear. While the rations were useless to me, the fishing rod was an interesting prospect for future water-based stations, though I felt no need to rush into buying it. With the Crossroads of Fate module, I'd have a 30-minute head start on information anyway. It was time to consider another train sublimation. I had been holding off to recover my stamina and accumulate more train coins. Between the silverware shop's bounty and my previous holdings, I had 4 coins. If Wally found a chest here, I'd be in an even stronger position. Just as I prepared to begin, the rhythmic clanking of treads outside caught my attention. I looked out to see Wally wobbling back through the recycling chute, clutching a candy box stained with dark red marks. The little robot was covered in deep bite marks, clearly the work of something far more vicious than a normal animal. I followed its trail with my eyes and saw dozens of zombie dogs circling the train, followed by lumbering, mutated humanoids similar to the shop owner I'd killed. I gave Wally's metal head a helpless rap, noting that it had led the monsters straight to my door. Still, it had brought back a level 2 treasure chest, so I couldn't be too angry. I picked up the box, completely unconcerned by the growing horde outside. This was only a level 2 station, and my train was equipped with a level 4 defensive sentry tower. As the monsters crossed the 100-meter perimeter, the red orb atop the tower locked on. Crimson circles painted the ground beneath their feet, and long rifle barrels extended from the shadows. The air filled with the steady crack of gunfire, each shot finding a lethal weak point. In less than 10 seconds, the clearing was littered with corpses. I watched the scene with a detached calm, munching on a white forest fruit as more monsters swarmed in, only to have their skulls shattered by the sentry's superior marksmanship. When the countdown hit 0, the train lurched forward. We slipped into the void, leaving the ruins of Doomsday Town behind for the familiar endless wilderness. The onboard broadcast chimed, announcing that the Newbie Protection period was over. Survival mode was now active, and the voice warned us to be cautious at night. Any train moving slower than 30 kilometers per h would enter a dangerous status. The chat room erupted in a fresh wave of panic, but I was focused on my own notifications. I had achieved an A-grade elimination rating for the station and completed a hidden mission, Town Liberator. My reward was a car exchange ticket. I patted Wally's head, realizing I would have missed this entirely without the little bot's mistake. I decided to sublimate the ticket first, transforming it into a special car exchange prize ticket for a level 2 special car. Upon activation, a basic storage car descended from the sky and locked onto my train. It was exactly what I needed, 48 units that could store unlimited quantities of items, finally clearing the clutter from my living quarters. But I wasn't done. I moved to the end of the new car and initiated another sublimation to push it to level 3. The cost was heavy, 25 stamina and 25 mental energy, plunging me back into exhaustion. However, the result was a storage unit car that not only prevented items from decaying, but offered 3 special units accessible from anywhere. It was essentially a portable inventory. I tested it by placing fruits into a unit and successfully manifesting one in my hand back in the locomotive. It was an incredible gain. Exhaustion tugged at me, but I still had the level 2 chest Wally had found. Pushing through the haze, I spent another 45 mental energy points to sublimate it into a level 3 chest. The warnings for mental collapse flashed red in my vision, but I felt nothing but a heavy, numbing fatigue. I pried the box open to find 6 train coins, a zombie slayer chainsaw sword, 3 virus serums, and a windproof lighter. With 10 train coins now in my possession, I was likely the wealthiest conductor in existence. I had the resources to claim every upgrade option the next time the train leveled up. But for now, my body was screaming for rest. I had pushed myself to the absolute limit, reaching a state of exhaustion I'd never known before. While I slept, the rest of the world scrambled. Conductors were desperately trading for metal and parts to upgrade their wheels just to hit the 30 km/h safety threshold, even if it meant sabotaging their long-term progress. Meanwhile, Li Xiaosheng sat in his carriage with a darkened expression. He had a resource radar ability that let him pinpoint materials, yet somehow, someone was still faster than him. The sharp, rhythmic cracks of gunfire suddenly tore through the silence of the wilderness. So noisy, I forced my leaden eyelids open and instinctively glanced out the window, only to feel my heart skip a beat. Dozens of glowing crimson eyes were cutting through the pitch-black night, relentlessly chasing the train. The sheer terror of the sight snapped me wide awake in an instant. I scrambled to the front of the locomotive, finding that my automated alert system had already hummed to life, its red sensors swiveling. I suddenly recalled the grim announcement that followed the third station. This had to be the nighttime danger they warned us about. The system identified the pursuers as level 1 Blood Moon wolves, noting their chasing speed at 25 km/h. Upon seeing that, I felt the tension in my chest loosen slightly. As long as the train maintained a speed above 30 km/h, I wasn't technically in danger of being overtaken. And since my level 2 train cruised at 40 km/h, these beasts had no real hope of catching me. I splashed some freezing water on my face, letting the biting wind from the vents clear the last of the fog from my brain. It was 1:44 a.m., and any lingering sleepiness was gone. I opened the chat room to check on the others, but as I saw the numbers, my pupils contracted in shock. 4,130 out of 10,000. I vaguely remembered the count being around 7 or 8,000 earlier that day. That meant over 4,000 people had been slaughtered in the wilderness while I slept, and the number was still ticking down. A chill that had nothing to do with the weather ran down my spine. The nighttime was far deadlier than the stations. Anyone who hadn't managed to upgrade their speed was essentially served up as prey. Only those who survived this night of terror could truly call themselves survivors, and it was clear that the days of hiding inside the train were over. To live, we had to explore, harvest, and upgrade, or die. A notification blinked in my private chat. It was Shangguan Yingshui, asking if I was still alive. I told her I'd just woken up and asked if she wanted to trade. She was looking for bullets, but I had to turn her down. Between the third station massacre and the alert tower's active defense, I'd burned through over 70 rounds. I only had about 300 left, and I couldn't risk selling my own security. She asked if I had a bullet blueprint, and when I told her I didn't, she offered a characteristically decisive goodbye. Our exchange was refreshingly simple. I sat back and checked my personal stats, noticing something impossible. My spirit had recovered to 110. I rubbed my eyes and even pinched myself to make sure I wasn't dreaming, but the sting was real. My spirit cap had actually increased. I couldn't recall doing anything special before bed other than total exhaustion, but I pushed the confusion aside for now. An increased cap was a gift, and I wasn't going to question it. It was time. Having cleared 3 stations, the train was ready for its next sublimation. I touched the control panel and felt the floodgates open as my stamina and spirit began to drain rapidly. While the first upgrade was cheap, this one was a massive draw. My stamina dropped to 52 and my spirit to 50, but the notification confirmed the success. The train was now level 3. I glanced at the requirements for level 4 and felt a headache coming on. 300 kilograms of wood, 300 mechanical parts, 450 kilograms of metal, and exotic items like gold mithril, and something called a firestone. I turned my attention to the immediate rewards. My speed had jumped to 60 kilometers per h, and the chassis, wheels, and frame were now level 3. But the real prizes were the upgrade options and the record-breaking module card I'd just earned. I opened the options: a conductor module card for early departure, a level 3 bullet blueprint, and a level 3 power generator blueprint. It was perfect timing. I desperately needed bullets and the generator would be vital later. Even with my 10 coins, I couldn't afford everything, so I had to be strategic. I spent 8 coins on the early departure privilege, the bullet blueprint, and the extra docking time. The bullet blueprint required metal and gunpowder, but since gunpowder was scarce on the trading platform, I decided to wait on manufacturing. Instead, I focused on the early departure module. I immediately sublimated it, turning it into the VIP early departure privilege, which allowed me to leave any station whenever the docking clock hit the final 3 hours. Finally, I looked at the new conductor module card. It was blood red with an abstract eye pattern, looking far more ominous than the previous cards. However, I was running on fumes. The constant cycle of survival and sublimation had left me in a state of perpetual fatigue. I decided to hold on to the card and let sleep take me once more. While I slept, the chat was a graveyard of desperate pleas. People were realizing that 30 kilometers per h was barely enough, and that the monsters were only getting faster. By 6:30 a.m., a new broadcast chilled everyone to the bone. The second night of survival would begin in 3 days, and anyone below 40 kilometers per h would be in danger. This meant a level 2 upgrade was now mandatory for survival. Li Xiaosheng watched the panic with a smug grin. With his resource radar talent, he felt untouchable, and he used the chaos to grow his alliance, promising to help others upgrade. He wondered if I was the one who beat him to the first upgrade and sent me a friend request, arrogantly assuming I'd jump at the chance to join him. I woke up at 8:34 a.m., feeling the ache of a night spent on the floor. I ate a white forest fruit, tended to my sapling, and checked the time. The 40 kilometers per h requirement didn't bother me, but the weather did. The sky was choked with oppressive dark clouds that seemed to weigh down on the world. I took the red conductor module card in my hand. My stamina was at 82 and my mental energy at 110. It was time. I activated my talent and whispered the command to sublimate. The card transformed into an advanced conductor module, Judgment of Gunfire. As the energy settled, a strange new clarity flooded my mind. I drew my pistol and the usual weight and clumsiness were gone. I felt like a master marksman who had spent decades on the range. The module allowed me to consume mental energy to judge a target, dealing damage based on their sins. I knew then that every shot I fired from now on would hit exactly where I wanted it to. Directly receiving the skills of a sharpshooter changed everything. With this newfound mastery, I felt that if I encountered those zombie monsters again, there would be no need for the frantic hiding and dodging of the past. After digesting my rewards, I idly munched on some fruit while opening the private chat interface. Given my growing reputation among the survivors, I expected someone might proactively seek me out for trades. It would be a shame to miss out on potential blueprints or train coins. I spotted a familiar name, Li Xiaosheng, the 3-station guy. He was inviting me to join an alliance, but the idea felt incredibly unreliable to me. After a moment of hesitation, I accepted his friend request anyway. Though we weren't cut from the same cloth, I figured he likely had some train coins, and trading with him was fine as long as I didn't get too involved. On the other side, Li Xiaosheng was busy competing for fishing rod sales when he noticed I had accepted. He seemed to think I had finally decided to reach out to him out of necessity. I cut straight to the point, asking if he was finished making those fishing rods. He dodged the question at first, asking if I'd completed my demand for the price. He offered to give me one for free, provided I joined his alliance. The terms were a contribution of 5 kilos of wood or 1 train coin in exchange for daily rations and a rod. He went on a long-winded tangent about how my supplies would eventually run out and how we should arm his members to become the strongest faction. I calmly finished my fruit while reading his pitch before typing back a simple ultimatum. Was he selling the rods or not? Li Xiaosheng wasn't the only source. Someone else had found a mechanical fishing rod blueprint at the first station, and when Li stopped responding, I didn't waste time waiting. I found the other seller, a man named Zhao Lin, and the transaction was refreshingly quick. For 20 mechanical parts and a single biscuit, I acquired a mechanical fishing rod that was fully automated, miles better than a wooden one. I immediately initiated a sublimation, transforming it into a basic alluring mechanical fishing rod that required no bait and was far more effective at attracting fish. As I set it aside, I noticed Zhao Lin had sent me a friend request, which I accepted. At 12:30 p.m., a thunderous roar split the gloomy sky. From the comfort of my climate-controlled carriage, I watched oppressive black clouds choke the atmosphere. A single raindrop was quickly followed by a torrential downpour. The announcement system crackled to life, declaring it thunderstorm day and warning us that the next station would likely share these conditions. It was strange to think the wasteland's weather could affect the stations. which felt like entirely different worlds. I checked my crossroads of fate for the 4th station. My options were the level 3 Thunderstrike Goblin Tribe, a hunting station, or the level 3 Mistvale Manor, a mission station. The levels were rising, and the recurring presence of goblins made me feel like I had some bizarre connection to them. However, I had no intention of entering a hunting station that reeked of danger. I chose the manor, even though the last mission station, Doomsday Town, had been fraught with peril. The train accelerated and space dissolved as darkness and thunder swallowed the locomotive. When we arrived, the docking countdown began at 5 hours, accompanied by a heavy warning: hazardous. Through the window, I saw we were on a broken mountain highway in a relentless storm. Lightning illuminated a police car billowing smoke nearby, surrounded by uniformed corpses. I hoped I wasn't facing zombies again, but I prepared for the worst. I activated Wally, inserting one of my last 2 train coins, and watched the little machine wobble out into the rain. I made my final preparations, checking my special storage units for fruits, bullets, and my blessed virus serums, which now acted as powerful health potions. Armed with my pistol, rifle, dagger, vest, and the mithril cross, and clad in a traded raincoat, I stepped out into the storm. I searched the wrecked police car and the nearby corpses. They weren't turning, which was a relief. Beside one officer, I found a voice recorder. The recording mentioned a tycoon named Ravi who had died at Rainvale Villa on Davil Mountain. The police seemed reluctant to investigate the remote location, but were motivated by the tycoon's daughter and her potential funding. They even discussed pinning the murder on a maid if they couldn't find the real killer. It seemed like a surface-level mission. I found 2 pistols and some low-grade ammo in the car, which I tossed back into the train, since they were of little use to me. Taking the police chief's identification and badge, I headed up the winding road. In 15 minutes, I reached the iron gates of a massive black estate. A nervous guard rushed over, and my disguised identity was enough to convince him to let me in. He begged me to find the real killer, insisting the maid was responsible for his master's death. The guard explained that Ravi had died 4 nights ago, but they couldn't call for help until 3 days ago due to the storm. It sounded like a classic locked room mystery, but I struggled to believe a level 3 station would be so mundane. As we approached the castle, a shrill scream echoed from above. A female corpse plummeted through the air and crashed into the lawn. In the flash of lightning, I saw a shadow that definitely wasn't human, and the mithril cross on my chest began to emit heat. The guard screamed that the maid was dead. An elderly butler ran out, and the terrified guard fled into the night, accusing the old man of being the killer. The butler sighed, calling me chief and noting how young I looked. He picked up the maid's body and tossed it into one of 5 pre-dug graves on the lawn, 3 of which were already occupied. He invited me inside, and the sensation of being watched made my skin crawl. Inside, I asked for hot water and pressed him for the truth. The butler explained that after the master died 4 days ago, the children had argued. The daughter was found dead the next morning, which drove the guard mad. On the 3rd day, the young master died too. He admitted he expected to die soon as well, which is why he had dug all 5 graves. He warned me that the estate was cursed and that I should leave, but his bloodshot eyes under the candlelight were unsettling. The mystery had clearly turned supernatural. I gripped my cross, knowing I'd have left already if I didn't have it. I asked why he was still there, and he gave a mournful smile explaining that he couldn't leave. The gates wouldn't let him pass. He had told the guard not to let me in, but it was too late now. He apologized, adding that if I found myself unable to leave either, he would dig a grave for me too. What do you mean by this curse you mentioned? The old butler stood momentarily stunned, his gaze fixed on my face. Despite my youth, he clearly saw no trace of the fear he expected. He asked me, almost in disbelief, if I wasn't afraid. I simply stood up, my eyes tracking the solid wood stairs that spiraled into the upper reaches of the castle. I told him that I had forgotten to mention a small detail. Besides being a police chief, I also work part-time as a priest. Since things had reached this point, I explained that I wouldn't be leaving easily. To prove my point, I pulled the mithril sanctuary cross from my chest pocket. A gentle holy light immediately surged forth, dispelling the surrounding gloom and casting me in a glow that made me look like the spokesperson of a deity. The old man's mouth dropped open. He rubbed his eyes hard, staring at me as if I were a miracle. It took him a long moment to regain his senses, even after the light faded and I cleared my throat to get his attention. He finally gasped out a plea to the heavens, declaring that they were saved. With my new identity as a part-time priest firmly established, the old butler wasted no time in spilling the manor's dark history. It turned out the original owner was a bloodthirsty madman. He had once used his own maid as a scapegoat for his crimes, throwing her to a corrupt police chief who tortured and eventually executed her. Following her death, the manor was swallowed by an eternal storm of thunder and rain. When it finally cleared, every soul inside, including the treacherous police chief, had died an unnatural death. Over the next 30 years, the manor changed hands a dozen times, and every owner met a violent end on a rainy night. Ravi, the current owner, had been a miser who didn't believe in ghosts. He saw a tax-free mansion at a bargain price, and couldn't resist. Now the cycle was repeating. The rain, the isolation, and the deaths. The butler noted that the only difference this time was that they'd successfully reached me, hoping I could finally break the curse. I asked him where the first mate had died, and he pointed toward the clock tower at the highest point of the castle. I already knew my path. This curse was likely a restless spirit bound to the stone and soil, and as long as my cross could overpower it, the mission was as good as solved. I didn't dwell on the possibility of failure. That kind of thinking was pointless. I took an oil lamp and followed the butler up the stairs. The castle was a symphony of cold, damp echoes and the rhythmic dripping of leaks, but when we reached the clock tower, the cross in my palm began to pulse with a sudden intense heat. I knew we had arrived. The butler stayed back, paralyzed by fear, so I gritted my teeth and stepped into the tower alone. The moment I crossed the threshold, I felt something lock onto me, rushing through the air at high speed. I didn't panic. I simply told it to get lost as the mithril sanctuary cross unleashed a blinding soft light. A piercing scream shattered the night, followed by the metallic clang of something hitting the floor. I looked down to see a smooth, translucent skull resting at my feet. I blinked, wondering if that was really it. I pinched my thigh to make sure I wasn't dreaming, but the pain was real. I searched the room, finding nothing else. It was over, just like that. Looking at the cross, I realized I'd probably underestimated its power. For anyone else, this station would have been a death trap. But my ability to sublimate the level 2 mithril cross into this sanctuary version had given me a weapon the world hadn't prepared for. I exhaled deeply, picking up the skull. Even if I didn't know its purpose yet, I wasn't about to leave a level 3 drop behind. When I emerged, the butler was nearly white with ghost-pale terror, but I reassured him that the curse was lifted and showed him the skull as proof. He stammered out his gratitude, though the thunderstorm outside continued unabated. I knew the spirit hadn't caused the storm. The storm had likely birthed the spirit. Since the manor seal was gone and I'd only been here for an hour, I decided to make the most of my time. This was a wealthy man's home, and while there weren't trained coins or weapons lying around, it had something far more vital. Real food. I was tired of biscuits and fruit. I wanted a real meal. The butler led me to a safe and presented a pure red gemstone, a priceless treasure Ravi had found in his youth. He insisted I take it as a reward, adding that since the master was gone, I was free to take anything else I liked. That was music to my ears. I weighed the cool, smooth gem in my hand and told him I'd be heading down the mountain soon. But first, I needed to restock my supplies. I raided the kitchen, finding a fridge full of fresh meat, eggs, and vegetables. I began making round trips to the train every 20 minutes, hauling back as much as I could carry. The butler, busy tying up the crazed security guard, looked startled when I reappeared for the third time. He asked if there was a problem with the curse, and I casually told him that the almighty god was just hungry. On my final trip, the butler called out to me at the iron gate. He and the guard bowed deeply, and he handed me a ribbon-tied wooden box. He explained that he didn't care if I emptied the house, but he would have regretted letting me leave without this. Inside were 3 train coins. He mentioned they were currency for the Run Company, a name that sent a jolt through me, so the organization from Doomsday Town wasn't just a one-off. I couldn't solve that mystery yet, so I returned to the train for the last time. I ditched my raincoat and looked at my pile of fresh food and kitchenware with a grin. I stored everything in the storage units to prevent spoilage and immediately fired up a grill for a thick premium steak. As it sizzled, I set out containers to catch rainwater and organize my haul. The skull had become a purified earthbound object, a level 3 item that could ward off evil, and the ruby was a level 1 valuable. I decided to sublimate the skull immediately, feeling my stamina and spirit drain away until I was nearly empty. The skull transformed into a perfectly smooth glowing jade stone, a level 4 pure earthbound stone. This thing was a powerhouse. It nullified all evil spirits below its level and absorbed negative effects meant for me. It still had potential for more, but that was a task for another day. With 42 minutes left on the clock, I was enjoying my steak when I heard a familiar wobble. Wally emerged from the recycling chute with a blood-stained gift box. A level 3 treasure chest. I patted his head and promised him some oil later, before he went back to hibernate. There was no reason to stay any longer. I commanded the train to depart. As we accelerated through the void and back into the wilderness, the station chat room erupted. People were losing their minds over the news that monsters would now attack during the day, and that the Newbie Protection was gone. I ignored the chatter about whether anyone had actually reached level 3 yet. Let them eat their words later. The death toll for Station 4 was lower, with only about 1,000 deaths, but the desperation in the chat was palpable. I focused on the level 3 chest, using my remaining energy to sublimate it into level 4. I speared a piece of steak and wiped my hands, waiting for the lid to open. My last level 4 chest had given me the watchtower. I could only hope this one was just as good. The familiar notification chimed as the level 4 treasure chest yielded its contents. Along with 8 train coins, I found an observer blueprint, a safety bracelet, and a wind-up monkey doll bomb blueprint. All level 4 alongside a mysterious item called a profane card fragment. Seeing 2 level 4 blueprints in a single haul was a stroke of luck that far surpassed my previous openings. I eagerly examined the new acquisitions. The observer blueprint required a mix of metal, wood, mechanical parts, and electronic components. Once installed, it would act as a comprehensive security system, monitoring every inch of the train and sounding an alarm the moment a foreign presence was detected. It was an excellent facility, though I'd need to scour the trading platform for those electronic components. The safety bracelet was even more straightforward, but perhaps more vital. Its brief description promised to block a single fatal attack before shattering. In this world, survival is the only currency that truly matters. And as I slid the bracelet onto my right wrist, an inexplicable sense of security washed over me. The monkey doll bomb, however, presented a logistical hurdle. It required a significant amount of gunpowder, 400 grams per unit. Considering 100 bullets only used 500 grams total, the cost was steep. Shaking my head at the frustration of having blueprints without materials, I realized I'd have to take matters into my own hands and purchase what I needed. My focus then shifted to the black and gold shard. It was only 1/3 of a whole, labeled as a profane card fragment. The system indicated I needed 3 to synthesize the full card, though the ultimate function remained a mystery. It clearly wasn't something ordinary, and obtaining 2 more fragments would likely require finding more level 4 chests. A daunting task even with my luck. Turning to the trading platform, I found the market as chaotic as ever. Small quantities and inconsistent, predatory pricing were the norm, and I had no intention of being taken for a fool just because I was wealthy. Truly capable survivors were no longer just giving away essentials like gunpowder. If I wanted results, I had to speak to the masses directly. I spent a train coin to pin a message in the public chat, offering a choice of a compressed biscuit and water or a fresh tomato for every 200 grams of gunpowder. I posted a similar request for electronic components, offering a bottle of water and a biscuit for every 10. While most people likely had water after the thunderstorm platform, my offer included the comfort of sweetness and the luxury of fresh produce. I had hauled 3 crates of tomatoes from the 4th station's manor. Like ancient sailors, we were essentially on a long voyage where scurvy was a very real threat. The chat exploded immediately. Some were awestruck by the pinned message, others were scandalized that I'd spend a whole train coin just for visibility, and many were salivating over the mention of tomatoes. As I suspected, there were prepared individuals among the survivors. Within a short time, I completed 10 trades, securing 2 kilograms of gunpowder. I immediately went to work manufacturing my first batch of level 3 bullets. They felt heavier and more significant than the low-level rounds I'd started with. To test them, I fired a single shot from my black gloss pistol at a stack of metal scrap. Where my old rounds would have simply pierced the target, this one blew the entire stack apart. I couldn't help but marvel at the sheer intensity of the power increase. I quickly processed the rest of the gunpowder and stored 999 level 3 bullets in my special storage unit, ensuring I could access them even when away from the train. Soon, my private messages began to flicker. All 3 of my contacts had reached out. Li Shaosheng was busy with his usual delusions of grandeur, suggesting we join forces to become the kings of conductors. I ignored him. Zhao Lin, the fishing rod seller, was looking to buy a gun with train coins, a partner worth keeping. Then there was Shangguan Yingshui. She asked about my train level, and I gave her a vague answer, simply stating I had just upgraded. She didn't press for details, but her interest soon shifted to my newly acquired gunpowder. She wanted to buy bullets. Knowing she was one of the few who could actually afford a decent price, I offered her 40 bullets for 1 train coin, a middle ground price that she reluctantly accepted after some haggling. I didn't stop there. I offered to sell her a level 2 exquisite sharpshooter rifle for 2 train coins, throwing in 10 extra bullets to sweeten the deal. She gritted her teeth and agreed, likely feeling as though I knew exactly how many coins she had in her pocket. As a final request, I asked her to use her blueprint to craft me a wooden bed, providing the materials myself. That trade was a massive win. I walked away with 3 more train coins and a proper place to sleep. The rifle was useless to me anyway. With my judgment of gunfire module, my handgun was more than enough for long-range targets. I then turned to Zhao Lin and sold him several sublimated level 2 rifles for 2 coins each, and even traded some bullets for 5 freshwater fish. My wealth had grown to 16 train coins. After acquiring the necessary electronic components, I built the observer device in the 3rd car. I also finally purchased the energy-powered generator blueprint for 6 coins. The materials were manageable, and once built, the generator ran on diesel. However, I wasn't about to hunt for oil, so I patted the machine and initiated a sublimation. It transformed into an enchanted omnivorous power generator, capable of burning wood, metal, or coal to produce electricity. I tossed in a piece of wood, watched the battery level rise, and finally installed some electric bulbs. For the first time since arriving in this world, I lay in a real bed under the glow of electric light. The thunderstorm had passed, leaving the wilderness night lonely but quiet. I counted the darkness until I drifted off. The next morning, dazzling sunlight woke me. I stretched, enjoyed a white forest fruit for breakfast, and headed to the front cabin. The moment I stepped inside, a wall of stifling heat hit me like a physical blow. The morning broadcast confirmed my fears. We had entered a hot wind day. The weather was shifting again, and though it didn't mention a platform change, the temperature was already becoming dangerous. I retreated to the temperature-controlled car to wash my face, dreading the heat. It was a nuisance that the control system was only accessible in the sweltering front cabin, but I had no choice. I logged back into the chat room, finding it already bustling with the voices of survivors who had been forced awake long before I was. In this heat, it seemed I was the only one who had managed to sleep in. The air inside the carriage was stifling, almost like a physical weight pressing down on my chest. I wiped the stinging sweat from my forehead and gulped down an entire bottle of mineral water, trying to ignore the frantic messages scrolling across the chat interface. People were losing their minds, screaming about the 40-degree heat and the way the train had transformed into a literal metal oven. They talked about their mental and physical attributes dropping continuously, driven to the brink of insanity by the sun's relentless beating. I checked my own interface and noted that while my physical stats were indeed dipping to 98, my mental state remained a steady 110. It made me wonder if my constant consumption of white forest fruits had granted me a resilience others lacked. A sudden, sharp report of a gunshot cut through my thoughts. I looked toward the source and realized the warning device had already engaged. Outside, a pack of emaciated hyenas was desperately chasing the train, their rib cages visible under mangy fur. At my current level 3 speed, they posed no real threat, but it troubled me that there had been no system broadcast for this encounter. It wasn't a timed event like the night survival. It was a random, spontaneous pursuit. This, I realized, was likely the new normal of the wilderness. A flicker on my private chat caught my eye. It was Zhao Lin, the maker of the automatic fishing rods. She asked if I had encountered monsters too, and I confirmed I had, watching the hyenas finally fall behind in the distance. She sounded shaken, mentioning that a swarm of birds had nearly shattered her windows and that she'd barely survived by pushing her train to 35 kilometers per h. She was desperate for upgrade materials but had run out of train coins, asking if I would accept fish as payment. I looked at the message and felt a twinge of cold pragmatism. I wasn't short on food, and I had no interest in running a charity. I rejected her offer immediately. But she didn't give up. She pleaded with me, revealing that she possessed a talent called luck conservation, a cycle of alternating good and bad fortune. She had struck it rich at a fish pond station, but she was terrified that her next stop would be a disaster, leaving her unable to upgrade before the next night's survival. Her talent was certainly unique, though I much preferred the reliable power of my sublimation. Still, I saw the potential for a long-term investment. I asked what she needed and she listed 38 kilograms of wood, 22 kilograms of metal, and 14 mechanical parts. I told her I wanted the contents of her last treasure chest plus 10 fish, and specifically warned her not to try and offload that fishing rod blueprint on me. She agreed instantly, and in a flash of light the trade was complete. Among the items she sent was a level 1 plant nutrient solution. While the waterproof boots and fishing line were mediocre, the solution was exactly what I needed. I immediately sublimated it twice, watching it transform from a basic liquid into a blessed plant elixir. I hurried to the rear of the temperature-controlled carriage and poured the glowing elixir into the wooden box of my white forestry. The transformation was breathtaking. A milky white glow erupted, and the sapling shot toward the ceiling in seconds, its branches heavy with fruit. When the light faded, I had a level 4 blessed white forest tree that produced 3 fruits daily. More importantly, the fruits themselves were now level 4, meaning they could be eaten without the tedious 5-minute water soak. I took a bite, savoring the rich sweetness, and realized I now had 55 life-saving fruits stored in my special compartments. As the hours passed, I lounged in my 22°C sanctuary, enjoying a steak and a beer while the rest of the world sweltered. My only complaint was that the beer was warm. A fridge was definitely next on my list. 30 minutes before reaching the 5th stop, the Crossroads of Fate appeared. To my surprise, both options were level 4, the Abyssal Bat Cave, a combat stop, or Mystic Belltown, a mission stop. The combat label gave me pause. At level 4, my equipment advantage might not be enough to carry me through a direct confrontation. I decided to stick with what I knew and chose the mission station. As the train accelerated into the void, the sun vanished, replaced by a quiet, snowy night. We pulled into what looked like an utterly ordinary train station. Following my routine, I activated Wally with a train coin and watched him wobble away. Just as I prepared to step off, the sound of approaching footsteps reached me. I drew my pistol, my judgment of gunfire module already calculating the trajectory based on the sound. Then, a girl's voice called out, clear and innocent. She called me Inspector and sounded relieved that I had finally arrived. I hesitated but opened the door, trusting that my defensive items would react if she were a threat. Standing on the platform was a petite girl of about 11 or 12, bundled in a white winter coat. She peered into the train with azure eyes and waved enthusiastically, claiming that a sister nun had promised a chief inspector would come to save them. I looked at her, searching for the catch. I asked her what her name was, and she answered with a bright childlike smile that her name was Tina. It seemed my 5th mission had begun before I even stepped off the platform. Would you like me to follow Tina and see what she expects an inspector to do for the town? Tina blinked at me, her eyes filled with a plea so tangible it felt like a weight in the air. She asked if I was truly the inspector everyone had been waiting for, and I couldn't help but offer her a kind smile as I nodded. I reasoned that since she claimed the person arriving by train would be the inspector, and I was the only one here, it had to be me. She let out a joyful cheer and urged me to follow her quickly, but I asked her to wait a moment. I reached into my supplies and handed her an ordinary white forest fruit. The little girl took it without a trace of fear, and as she bit into it, she marveled at the sweetness. I just smiled, checking my gear one last time and donning the sanctuary cross before finally stepping onto the platform. After sealing the door and setting my warning tower to maximum sensitivity, I told the girl to lead the way to these people she mentioned. We left the unnaturally sterile station and entered a town dusted with a light, silent snow. There were no streetlights. The only beacon was a single lantern hanging above a church that looked uncannily like an upright train cab. The silence was heavy, and I could feel unseen eyes tracking our movement from the shadows. Whispers skittered through the dark, sending a chill down my spine that had nothing to do with the temperature. I kept one hand on my black gloss pistol and the other near my cross, acutely aware that this station carried a danger rating far more severe than the others. Tina, however, skipped along, the only splash of color in a grayscale world, seemingly untouched by the oppressive atmosphere. When we reached the church, Tina beckoned me inside, announcing that everyone had been waiting forever. I hesitated at the base of the jade-white steps before telling her to go in first. As she pushed the doors open, a flood of light revealed hundreds of townspeople seated in pews, their heads bowed in deep prayer. At the front stood a golden-haired nun dressed in black clutching a dark book. Tina announced my arrival, and the church fell into a sudden vacuum-like silence. Then, as if they were puppets controlled by the same string, every head lifted in unison, and hundreds of eyes locked onto me. I didn't flinch, already having the safety off on my pistol. I knew that the slightest move would result in a bullet for the nun. She smiled warmly, telling the people not to frighten me and sending Tina to prepare something. As the prayers resumed, the nun approached me with a box retrieved from the pulpit. I leveled my gun at her head and told her to stay back, demanding to know what was really happening. This place was wrong on every level, and her apparent normality only made it more unsettling. She stopped, but knelt to place the box on the floor. Inside was a black and gold shard, a fragment of a blasphemy card. The nun prayed before the card, her smile never wavering as she told me that only those who blaspheme against gods can enter this world. She called me the inspector, but then corrected herself, calling me a blasphemer or a conductor. She asked me which stop this town was for me, and though my cross didn't react to her, I knew I had to get out. I gave a cold laugh, told her only a fool wouldn't run, and bolted back toward the station. She shouted for the townspeople to stop me, and the praying residents transformed into sprinting hunters with impossible speed. I realized then that this stop was going to be a nightmare. I fired a headshot at the lead pursuer, but the nun's voice echoed through the town, mocking my efforts. She claimed my bullets were useless against her creations, and that a novice like me couldn't hope to win. Her triumph turned to shock, however, when she felt her connection to the puppet sever. My level 3 armor-piercing rounds were doing what ordinary bullets couldn't. With my judgment of gunfire module, my aim was effortless. I was picking them off, creating distance, and it looked like I might actually make it back to the train. Then, with a soft sigh that chilled me to the bone, the nun appeared directly in my path, less than 100 meters from the station. She had teleported as if she had always been standing there. She admitted her surprise that a level 3 train could defeat her puppets, just as my warning tower hummed to life. Before it could fire, black chains lashed out and bound the barrels. Seeing my defense so easily neutralized, I realized I was outmatched. I tried to play it off, suggesting she just take what she wanted without the hostility, but she assured me she wasn't there to hurt me. I helplessly sat on the ground, acknowledging that I couldn't run from a woman who controlled chains and space itself. She introduced herself as Shea and pulled me to my feet, her slender, elegant figure contrasting with the terrifying power she had just displayed. Back inside the church, she shoved the blasphemy card fragment into my hands. I tried to decline such a precious item, sensing the danger attached to it, but she just laughed it off, asking how a kind-hearted nun could possibly harm anyone. My skepticism grew when she casually crushed the skull of one of her puppets, a head that had required my best ammo to penetrate, with her bare hand. I quickly promised her I wouldn't throw the card away. Shea then asked me what my talent was, and though I remained silent, she claimed she wasn't curious. She was a strange woman, alternating between holy grace and erratic frustration. She grew annoyed when I didn't ask her questions, teleporting in front of me and crushing another puppet's skull, just to make a point. I hurriedly rattled off a string of questions to satisfy her, but she just covered my mouth, telling me to pick one. She eventually sat cross-legged on a bench and revealed that she was a senior of sorts, having arrived in this world 20 years ago. She explained that she had been sealed here by someone who erased the station from the records, making it impossible for high-level trains to find her. Only a low-level train like mine could enter, but it shouldn't have been able to reach this platform. She deduced that my talent was the reason I had found her, and she warned me never to reveal my abilities or the blasphemy card to anyone. She told me that if others found out, they would come for my life, and I'd end up trapped just like her. I stared at the card in my hand, desperately wishing she would take it back. It felt like a death sentence, but looking into Shea's eyes, I knew I was stuck with it. I looked at her and asked directly, Shea, were you among the first batch of survivors to arrive in this world? Since it seemed she didn't actually intend to kill me, the paralyzing fear I felt earlier began to ebb away. I decided I might as well be bold and clarify the things I needed to know. After all, a senior who had been here for over 20 years had to possess knowledge far beyond my own. She shook her head, explaining that there were quite a few batches of survivors before her time, though she noted that we rarely encounter them. When I asked why, she snapped her fingers, and several black chains materialized in the air, assembling themselves into a spectral train track. She reminded me that the world we were in is infinite and that all stations represent different worlds. In her era, there was a powerful man who wanted to measure the vastness of the wilderness. He united the strongest conductors of that age to gather resources and boosted his train's speed to levels even she found hard to imagine. Shea clicked her tongue as if recalling a terrifying number. She mentioned that the man had a module, asking if I knew about them yet, and explained that her chains were a module as well. She described them as magic or sci-fi weapons, the best way for a conductor to enhance their power. However, she looked at me and noted that as a level 3 conductor, obtaining modules wouldn't be easy, as they usually only appear in level 5 plus treasure chests, or after specific upgrades. Then, she gave me a scrutinizing gaze asking if I had already obtained a module from my upgrade options, since I had shot so accurately earlier. I could only chuckle sheepishly in response. I had indeed obtained a module, but it wasn't for marksmanship. It was the early departure privilege. I asked what happened to that man and if he ever successfully measured the world. Shea remained silent for a moment before shaking her head. She told me the man died. He had traveled at that unimaginable speed for a full year without ever encountering another train in the wilderness. One day, his friend's avatar simply grayed out, signaling his death and the destruction of his train. But his death wasn't worthless, she added. Because he traveled for a year without finding others, they concluded that the wilderness we traveled through their own distinct worlds. Unless the population in a sector reaches a certain threshold, they won't encounter each other. Suddenly, she produced a lollipop and popped it into her mouth, casually asking if I wanted one. When I thanked her but said I wasn't hungry, she grinned mischievously, telling me I was welcome because she wasn't planning on giving it to me anyway. It was her last one. She removed her nun's hat and stood up, clearly finished with that topic. She told me she would answer one last question before I'd have to find out the rest myself, warning me that my level was too low and knowing too much would only lead to overthinking. Then, contradicting herself, she produced another lollipop. Without waiting for me to speak, she unwrapped it and stuffed it directly into my mouth. It was sweet with a slightly bitter aftertaste, and the cooling sensation made me feel unexpectedly relaxed, wiping away the exhaustion from my earlier escape. When I pointed out that she'd lied about having only one left, she just remarked that the more beautiful a woman is, the better she lies. I crunched the candy and asked my final question. Did she know about the Run Company? I described what I had seen in Doomsday Town and Rainville Villa. She looked confused, admitting she didn't know the company. However, she noted that if I'd seen them across multiple stations, they were likely just one of many forces established by former conductors who grew tired of risking their lives and chose to settle down and influence certain stations. She told me the time was almost up and offered to show me her train. She clapped her hands, and Tina came running from behind the church. The girl happily took my hand and swung it playfully, thanking me for helping them. Shaya casually mentioned that Tina was her puppet, her finest creation. I rubbed my eyes, staring at the girl. She was completely indistinguishable from a real person. I even poked her cheek, wondering if she had once been human. A dark thought crossed my mind about Shea being some sealed demoness, and I realized I'd better stay on her good side, so I wouldn't end up as a puppet myself. Suddenly, the church began to tremble. Shea led Tina to the prayer platform and commanded the system to prepare for departure. I watched in a daze as light screens flashed everywhere. The church itself was the locomotive of her train. She tossed me a black box, calling it a reward for helping her open this world, and promising it would suit my current level. The church finished its transformation into a massive locomotive, and black tracks appeared beneath its wheels. In an instant, we were at the station outside town. I was stunned by the speed. Compared to her, my train moved like a snail. She revealed she was a level 57 conductor, a rank considered formidable even in her era. She explained that while conductor levels go high, everything else, platforms, items, treasure chests, maxes out at level 12. As she finished configuring the controls, she poked my cheek and gave me a final warning: never let the blasphemy card leave my possession. I sensed no malice in her voice, only a strange kind of teasing. I promised I wouldn't lose the one she gave me, and she urged me to synthesize my own soon for the tremendous benefits it would bring. She told me it was time for her to go. She could have taken my train with her, she said, but staying aboard forever would be dull. She invited me to enjoy the land until the docking countdown ended, and told me I could recycle the houses in town as I pleased. Her final request was for me to burn the place down after she left, as she never intended to return to the place that had imprisoned her for 15 years. Tina took my hand and told me it was time to disembark. She was so cute that I couldn't help but pat her head. Remembering her love for white forest fruit, I retrieved 10 blessed fruits for her. She was thrilled, and the aroma caught Shea's attention. I heard Shea muttering to herself about my blessing aura and how a level 3 train could have such rare carriages. She seemed genuinely fascinated by my talent as I carried my gift box outside. Standing on the platform, I saw the full majesty of her level 57 train, the Night Angel. It was a black and white masterpiece of 18 carriages, each exuding a luxury that made my own 2-car train look like a wreck. I felt a surge of genuine envy, though I tried to psych myself up by telling myself I'd surpass her one day. I found a friend request from her on my display. I really wanted to decline, but a forcibly transmitted message from her, complete with a mischievous emoji, made it clear that wasn't an option. I chose survival and accepted, but I sneakily edited her contact name to Golden Retriever. She caught me immediately, calling me a good boy and warning me that she could now track me anywhere. I quickly added a prefix, Evil Woman, Golden Retriever. The Night Angel's engines roared, shaking the town. Fireworks exploded in the sky as Shea bit into a new lollipop. She announced her departure, and the train vanished into the void, leaving Mystic Belltown in silence. I looked at the box she'd given me. It was a level 9 safety box, a 2x2 cube of absolute security that was impervious to damage or forced entry. I was stunned by the generosity. Even empty, the box was worth more than I could say. I quickly changed her contact name to Beautiful Kind-Hearted Lady and pressed my thumb to the center of the box to bind it and see what was inside. The binding notification flashed before my eyes, confirming the process was complete. I checked the safety box and found it categorizing my haul into neat slots. 1 flame stone, 10 kilograms of gold, another 10 of mithril, and finally, 3 vibrant lollipops. It seemed the box operated on a system of quality over quantity, keeping everything organized by type. I looked at the materials and felt a wave of calm. These were exactly what I needed to upgrade the train to level 4. Without my sublimation talent, finding a flamestone this early would have been a near impossible feat. Shea obviously had no inkling of my true abilities, so her gift was a perfectly calculated strategic boost, but the candy was what truly caught my attention. Upon closer inspection, the system identified them as Shea's healing lollipops, a level 8 masterpiece crafted by the Dark Nun herself. Consuming one would form a protective membrane against external damage, while rapidly mending wounds and restoring stamina. The note attached was clear. As long as I wasn't dead, these would ensure I stayed that way. Suddenly, a chime echoed as a message from Shea arrived. She asked if I liked her little surprise, reminding me that the jump from level 3 to level 4 is a major threshold. She explained that for most newcomers, flamestones are incredibly rare until at least the 10th station, so she was effectively saving me weeks of struggle. She warned me not to snack on the lollipops casually, and urged me to stay alive long enough to complete the blasphemy card. I read her words and felt a complicated surge of gratitude. Though I didn't strictly need the head start, I appreciated the gesture. I muttered a quiet thank you to the empty carriage, knowing that if I ever found another fragment of that card, I would stop at nothing to obtain it. I couldn't help but wonder what power would be unleashed if it were ever made whole. Meanwhile, far away in the infinite wilderness, the Night Angel thundered forward. Shea stood at her prayer platform, munching on a fruit while gazing at a horizon that never seemed to change. She received a message from a mysterious contact who expressed surprise at her return after 15 years. Shea simply replied that fate had chosen a new path, and that she was now focused on retribution. When asked about the Run Company, Shea expressed disdain at their reach, only to be told that the Heavenly Organization's inspectors had already vanished. Back in Mystic Belltown, the clock was ticking. I spent the remaining 20 minutes dismantling the houses Shea had left behind, though the manual labor was grueling. I managed to salvage a decent amount of wood, metal, and mechanical parts, though only about 1/10 of the original materials were recoverable. Shaya had designed the safety box to store entire carriages, which was a massive relief, but time was against me. By the time the countdown hit the final 10 minutes, I had to abandon the rest. I checked my resources. 645 kilograms of wood, 770 kilograms of metal, over 500 mechanical parts, and the precious gold and mithril. It was enough for a conventional upgrade, but I had a different gamble in mind. As Wally wobbled back toward me with a mysterious metal cube, curiosity finally won out. The system appraised it as a level 4 treasure chest. I ran my fingers over the cold surface, wondering if Shea had left it for me, or if it was simply a part of the town's hidden loot. I considered waiting until I could sublimate it to level 5, but I felt a strange, nagging resistance. My stamina and mental energy were high, yet something felt fundamentally blocked. I realized then that beyond level 4, everything, from chests to structures, resisted my talent. I refused to accept a plateau. If the talent itself was the limit, then I would simply have to change the talent. I popped one of the healing lollipops into my mouth, feeling my stamina surge back to full in an instant, and placed my hand on the chest. Instead of focusing on the box, I turned my power inward. I would sublimate my own sublimation talent. The world turned red. Blinding screens of warning text appeared as a massive energy surge shrouded the train. Conductors across the entire sector felt a momentary tremor of primal fear. Amidst the chaos of the red light, my consciousness faded into black. I drifted in a void, vaguely aware of distorted system messages. There was an error in the crossroads of fate. Something was trying to correct a selection, then failing. A countdown started. 5 seconds. 4. 3. By the time the timeout hit, the system randomly selected a destination, Hope Valley, a level 4 slaughter station. The train accelerated through the void. More errors appeared as a mysterious force tried to interfere with my departure, attempting to set the countdown to infinity to trap me forever. However, the train system fought back, eliminating the interference and resetting the clock. The new countdown was 10 hours. The station was marked as extremely dangerous. In the quiet of the train, my consciousness finally began to return. The train had already been stopped for 10 minutes when the sunlight streaming through the window hit my face, finally waking me from my deep slumber. The blinding glare forced me to look around in a daze, and as I peered outside, vast stretches of forest filled my vision. It was clear that this was no longer the wilderness, but a platform station. As I became fully conscious, the memories of what happened before I blacked out surged back like a tide. I looked down to find an ironclad chest lying quietly at my feet. It was a level 5 chest, meaning it worked. I had actually succeeded in that dangerous round of self-sublimation. I quickly pulled up my personal interface to check the talent section, and there it was. The description for sublimation had changed to include 4 crucial words. Ignores resistance. It was enough to let me know I had succeeded. A confident smile appeared on my face as I looked toward the Sentinel Tower device at the top of the train. The frustrating sensation of being unable to sublimate items beyond level 4 had vanished, and I realized that the shackles on my talent were finally broken. Despite my excitement, I began to cautiously inspect my surroundings. I vaguely recalled hearing strange sounds while I was unconscious, and I realized this randomly selected platform was a slaughter platform, the very last place I wanted to enter. I had no clue what the actual difference between slaughter and hunting was, considering I had never even stepped foot on a hunting platform. But the mystery was quickly overshadowed by the train system's records. As I read through the logs, my good mood faded, replaced by a heavy weight in my chest. There had been interference. Someone had tampered with my docking platform and duration, and although the train system had erased the meddling, the remaining countdown was staggering. I rubbed my eyes to ensure I hadn't misread the display, but it was real. 10 hours. I was trapped in a warning-level extremely dangerous platform for 10 hours, despite my train's usual stop time being only 5. There was no doubt that an unknown existence had tried to trap me here forever, and while the train system had proven itself fair and trustworthy by clearing that interference, I was still in a bind. My only saving grace was the VIP early departure privilege module, yet even with that, I was looking at 7 more hours in this hell. I took a deep breath to calm myself. Since I was stuck here, the best course of action was to open the level 5 chest, hoping the loot would be enough to overwhelm a level 4 platform. As the lid opened, the rewards manifested: 10 train coins, 2 modules, and 2 level 5 items. The modules were system bind and in-station launch. I used them immediately, noting that they weren't physical cards, and therefore couldn't be sublimated. The system bind module was particularly useful as it permanently moved the control base station's functions to me personally. No longer would I be inconvenienced by having to run back to the locomotive to identify items or check my info. The in-station launch module was equally vital, allowing me to move the train to specific target locations within a station at the cost of 1 train coin per hour. Next, I turned my attention to the Golden Strike card. It was a level 5 item that could increase the power of my next attack by 5 times, but I decided to push it further. I called upon my talent, feeling the drain on my stamina and spirit, though the cost of self-sublimation was notably less than before. It transformed into a level 6 golden critical card, capable of increasing an attack's power by 50 times. The thought of using such a jump in power on an enemy was enticing, so I slipped the card into my pocket, relieved that I wouldn't be helpless against truly formidable monsters. I then picked up the ever-accurate pocket watch. While a watch seemed like a simple reward for a level 5 item, the piece was beautiful, crafted from pure white materials with ornate golden patterns and gemstone hands. It would provide the most precise time in any space-time, making it a handy tool to keep. Suddenly, a loud bang shattered the quiet. I looked toward the sound and saw crimson blood pooling in a clearing among the trees. The corpse of a dog-like monster clutching a dagger in its mouth bobbed to the surface of the blood. The Sentinel Tower's reveal ability had caught it, but the death of a single creature was just the beginning. The tower flared red as locking rings appeared on the ground. Monsters began charging out of the forest toward the train in a relentless wave. The gunfire became a constant roar as the Sentinel Tower went to full power, precisely targeting and killing every creature that entered the 100-meter forbidden zone. I breathed a little easier seeing the defense hold, but my heart grew heavier with every shot. If I hadn't possessed the Sentinel Tower and its reveal ability, I likely would have been torn apart by monsters sneaking into the train already. I found myself wondering about the true nature of this platform. In this world, the difference between hunting and slaughter was thin. While hunting meant killing the enemy, slaughter could easily mean being the one waiting in despair to be butchered. This encirclement was clearly designed by that unknown interference to ensure I died in this forest. I sat in the quiet of my carriage, staring at the screens with a cold, unwavering resolve, because whoever wanted me dead was going to be sorely disappointed. I had already decided that no matter how dangerous this place claimed to be, it was still just a level 4 platform, and I was far from helpless. As the initial wave of slaughter began to taper off and the monster's desperate siege finally ceased, I climbed onto the roof of the train. I reached out to touch the warning device that was still hot from firing, and decided that a level 5 defense should be more than enough to handle a level 4 station. I initiated a sublimation, watching my spirit drop from 90 to 40, but the results were instantaneous and successful. The device transformed into a sentinel guard, and the jump in power was undeniable. It can now be armed with up to 9 different weapons and was capable of appearing anywhere on the train, extending its surveillance range to a full 150 meters. It would now automatically lock onto any hostile targets and dispel their illusions or stealth, while even possessing the ability to briefly detach and pursue threats. Best of all, I could activate an overlimit mode for a single train coin to double its attack speed if things grew truly dire. However, I wasn't finished with the upgrades. My level 4 installations weren't limited to the roof, so I moved to the third carriage where the surveillant device sat idle. It had seen little use while the sentinel handled everything outside, but I knew I had to be prepared for the worst, because the sentinel's eyes didn't cover the train's interior. If a monster managed to bypass the external detection, the surveillant would be my final line of defense. I poured 40 points of stamina and 10 of spirit into it, successfully sublimating it into an illusion surveillant. It was now capable of monitoring every corner of the train, sounding alarms and releasing disorienting illusions to trap any intruder. After 3 consecutive sublimations, a heavy exhaustion settled over me, yet I forced myself to keep moving. I returned to the lead carriage to gather both the mithril cross and the pure earthbound stone. While the mechanical sensors handled physical threats, these 2 items would be my shield against anything supernatural. I knew the pure earthbound stone still had untapped potential for one last sublimation, but with my energy so depleted, I had to be patient and wait for my recovery. I donned my bulletproof armor and tightened my grip on my black gloss pistol, preparing as thoroughly as possible. I was leaving this station alive, no matter the cost. Before settling in, I remembered one more thing and activated Wally. Since I was already trapped here, it would be a waste not to gather whatever resources I could. With the preparations finally complete, I realized I was absolutely starving. I took meat and vegetables from my storage and set up a grill just outside the train, preparing lunch amidst the occasional sound of distant gunfire. After being unconscious for an entire day, I felt I truly deserved a proper meal. While the food sizzled, I checked the system logs and was surprised to find several updates following the completion of the 5th station. The restrictions on private trading and listing items on the trading platform from within a station had finally been lifted, and I could now list up to 5 items at once. This was excellent news, although I felt a brief pang of regret for missing the trading window while I was out cold. The private chat interface began to flicker with messages from my few contacts. Shangguan Yingshui reached out first, asking if I had felt the tremors, but her abrupt apology afterward left me puzzled about what had happened during my blackout. Zhao Lin also messaged me, thanking me for the help with her upgrade and sharing a photo of the snack shop she had reached for her 6th station. I felt a flicker of envy at her haul of snacks and alcohol, but I remained skeptical of her luck conservation talent. After all, good luck was always shadowed by inevitable misfortune, and for all I knew, she might end up in a place like this next. Finally, I saw a message from Li Xiaosheng, who was still peddling his empty alliance and claiming he would be the first to reach a level 3 train. He offered future help in exchange for my weapons, but the proposal was nothing more than a hollow promise from a man who acted like a shady corporate boss. Remembering the fishing rod incident, I realized he was a waste of time and promptly deleted him from my friend list. As I scrolled through my contacts, I noticed several names had turned gray, signifying destroyed trains and lost lives, which served as a grim reminder of Shea's warnings. I cleared the remaining chats and posted a bulk purchase request for gunpowder in the public channel, noting that only 2,453 survivors remained out of the original 10,000. The responses were slow, likely because many were still exploring without the modules that allowed them to access the system away from their trains. This was fine by me, as it meant my message wouldn't be buried. An hour had passed since I docked. Thanks to the Sentinel's efficiency, the 150-meter radius around the train had become a localized sanctuary. I sat there enjoying my grilled meat, a white forest fruit, and an iced beer I had traded from Zhao Lin. For a moment, it felt almost like a vacation in a scenic wood, and I chose to ignore the faint metallic scent of blood lingering in the air. After eating and drinking my fill, my mind began to clear, and I realized that while this slaughter platform seemed to demand only a passive defense, that didn't mean I was forced to sit idly by. The monster corpses left in the wake of my sentinel guards were more than just eyesores. If I could collect and recycle them at the processing station, they would undoubtedly yield some valuable gains. Without hesitation, I took action. I purchased a large bamboo basket on the trading platform, threaded some ropes through it to sling it over my back, and tied a sharp dagger to the end of a wooden stick to create a simple hooked sickle. During the brief lulls after the sentinel had finished its grim work, I hurried out into the clearing to drag the carcasses back to the train. One by one, the remains of level 2 blackhorn hunting dogs, level 3 swift fierce snakes, and level 3 assassin lizards were fed into the processing station. The harvest was substantial. I obtained 10 portions of hunting dog meat, 5 of snake meat, and 10 of lizard meat. Beyond the food, I recovered specialized materials, like an assassin lizard skin, which promised to slightly reduce my presence when carried, and a corrosive hunting dog dagger. I quickened my pace, moving freely within the 150-meter safety zone, confident that as long as I stayed within the Sentinel's lock-on range, these monsters couldn't touch me. So far, the slaughter platform had provided more of a bounty than a burden, as my level 5 Sentinel guards proved overwhelmingly dominant against any creature level 4 or lower. Even when an occasional beast tide attempted to swarm the perimeter, a quick activation of the overlimit mode was enough to repel them effortlessly. Between the automated defenses and my own prowess as a marksman, aided by the judgment of gunfire module and armor-piercing rounds, the forest had essentially become my personal slaughterhouse. I knew my equipment was powerful enough to pierce even Shea's puppets, so these flesh-and-blood monsters stood no chance. However, after 5 hours of constant engagement, the danger revealed itself in the form of my ammunition count. I had started with nearly 1,000 rounds, but despite our perfect accuracy, fewer than 400 remained. As the sky began to darken, the monsters seemed to grow more wary. The sight of their fallen kin and the heavy scent of blood in the air acted as a warning, keeping them wandering just outside the death zone as if they were waiting for something to change. I checked my gemstone inlaid pocket watch. The time was 1812. With night approaching, I had no intention of pushing my luck further into the woods. I lit a campfire with my lighter and prepared a fresh piece of snake meat, skewering it over the flames. My efforts had netted me 810 kilograms of various meats, now safely stored in my units, where the storage carriage's unique properties would keep them from rotting. As the meat roasted, I pulled up the system light screen to check the chat room. The survivor count had dropped to 2,044. It seemed the 6th station had claimed many more lives while I was occupied. The chat was a frantic mix of panic and desperation, with people realizing the next night's survival event was imminent. Some were terrified, still stuck with level 1 trains and lacking the resources to upgrade to the 40km speed required to outrun the coming darkness. I watched as people begged for metal and parts, willing to trade every scrap of food and water they possessed just to survive the night. Others pointed toward Li Shaoshang's alliance, though the reports were grim. He was charging sky-high prices, demanding a train coin for a mere 15 kilograms of metal. His lackeys were in the chat defending the Brother Li monopoly, claiming only he was brave enough to sell materials now, even as they hiked the price to 10 kilograms per coin. Looking at the 2,000 remaining conductors, I realized about a tenth of them were still trapped behind that level 1 threshold. Whether through poor choices or sheer misfortune, they were now desperate enough to spend anything to bridge the gap. I still had 16 train coins, but I knew the next round of upgrades would be expensive. If there was an opportunity to earn more, I wasn't going to pass it up. I composed a message and sent it into the fray, offering 30 kilograms of metal or wood, or 20 mechanical parts, for a single train coin. My prices were far more reasonable than Li Shaosheng's, and I made it clear that quantities were limited and the terms were non-negotiable. The reaction was instantaneous. While some called me a bloodsucker, the majority of the chat recognized the value. Desperate conductors flooded my private messages, while Li Shaosheng's supporters tried to trash my reputation, only to be shut down by those grateful for a fair alternative. I ignored the petty squabbles entirely. My listings on the trading interface sold out in a heartbeat, and in an instant, my wealth grew by another 10 train coins. The chat room remained a cacophony of noise, filled with voices begging for material listings, while a relentless flood of private messages overwhelmed my inbox. I decided to list another batch of resources, but the return was meager. Only 3 train coins. It wasn't that the demand had vanished, but rather that almost no one actually possessed the coins anymore. Treasure chests were becoming a rare luxury in this world. Reflecting on my own journey, I realized that without Wally's specialized assistance, the only chest I likely would have found was that initial one from the armory. No chests meant no coins, and no coins meant a lack of resources for the upgrades essential to surviving the next night. It was a cycle of certain death for many, but I reminded myself that it had nothing to do with me. I couldn't save everyone. Listing materials was a business move to harvest what few coins remained. In my eyes, if a conductor couldn't manage their first upgrade after 6 stations, they simply weren't cut out for this environment. As I scanned the desperate pleas for trades, I noticed a recurring pattern. Almost none of them offered anything of value to prove they were worth the effort. Then, a message from someone named Pang Wenxuan caught my eye. He claimed to have only 1 blueprint left and was desperate for 30 kilograms of metal to save his train. A blueprint was always worth a look, though I found it strange that even a low-tier one hadn't fetched him resources from someone else. I asked what it was, and he responded with frantic gratitude, sending over the details for a level 1 wooden bow. I had to take back my earlier curiosity. It was no wonder he couldn't sell it. In an age of guns and crossbows, how many people actually knew how to handle a bow? It required skill and strength, unlike the simple aim and pull mechanics of a firearm. And this didn't even include arrows. Still, a blueprint was a blueprint. While it was useless to the masses, it held potential for me. I agreed to the trade. Pang Wen-xuan wept with joy at my acceptance, calling me a good person and promising repayment. I merely scratched my head at the good person label. These days, such a remark felt more like an insult than a compliment. I didn't dwell on his promise of repayment, as I suspected this would be our final interaction. If he was only just reaching level 2 now, the escalating difficulty would likely swallow him whole. Once the transaction was complete, I turned to my true goal, sublimation. A trash tier level 1 blueprint could become something far more formidable in my hands. I poured a small amount of spirit into it, watching the level 1 bow evolve into a level 2 black hardwood bow. I checked the requirements, 10 kilograms of wood and a bit of fiber, and crafted it immediately. Then I pushed it further. With another 10 points of spirit, the weapon transformed into a level 3 floral enchanted wooden bow. It was a peculiar, beautiful thing, adorned with floral patterns and capable of consuming spirit to craft its own energy arrows with a minor auto-aim feature. I drew the string, watching a pale pink arrow materialize and fire, piercing through a distant monster with impressive power. It was comparable to my armor-piercing rounds, but I still preferred my guns. Regardless, this enchanted bow would fetch a handsome price if I chose to sell it. I wiped all the unfamiliar private messages from my screen. Unconcerned with the pleas of strangers, I knew that charging a train coin for 30 kilograms of scrap already proved I was no saint. However, I left my friend's messages untouched, noticing one from Shangguan Yingshui. She was looking for bullets and offered gunpowder in exchange. She was always a pleasant, well-supplied partner, so the timing was perfect. I offered her 10 level 3 bullets for every 500 grams of gunpowder, mentioning that I'd cover the cost of the crafting metal myself. She agreed instantly, asking for 100 rounds. I was genuinely surprised she had managed to stockpile so much gunpowder. It meant she was providing enough raw material for me to craft 1,000 bullets. Trading with her was truly a delight. With the deal closed, I set to work at the processing station. Any concerns I had about my ammunition levels for the station vanished as I loaded fresh rounds into my sentry guns, ensuring maximum security. As I watched the snake meat sizzle over the grill, oil dripping and salt sparkling, I tapped out a message to her. I asked about the tremor she had mentioned earlier, explaining that I had been unconscious yesterday after getting badly hurt at a station. She seemed taken aback, apologizing for thinking I had been ignoring her. She described the tremor, which hit around 5:50 p.m. the previous day, as something terrifying, like a primal fury. I noted the time. It was exactly when I had left Mystic Belltown. I thanked her for the information and asked if she'd found anything good at her last station. She sent over a screenshot of a level 2 froststone, an item capable of freezing liquids in a container. She offered it to me for 60 bullets or 2 train coins, and I found myself considering the luxury of a cold drink in this heat. This was truly a prize of immense value. Without a dedicated water tank, high temperatures in this wasteland would cause any stored water to spoil and rot with alarming speed. But if I could maintain the temperature at the freezing point, that decay could be delayed indefinitely. Beyond mere survival, the luxury of this item during a heat wave was undeniable. After all, who could possibly resist an ice-cold beer while the world outside was scorching? I realized I had almost overlooked a key asset, so I returned to the train compartment and began rummaging through my stored blueprints until I found my target. I had obtained this from the upgrade options after my very first train enhancement. Although I had only constructed it once, its necessity in this world was absolute. I immediately thought of Shangguan Yingshui, that woman who seemed to have an inexplicable, almost elemental connection with water. She would likely love this. I sent over the description of the basic water tank and asked if she would like to buy it. She was interested immediately, asking how many train coins it would cost. I told her 2. She hesitated, protesting that she didn't have that many and asking if she could buy it on credit, especially since she thought 2 coins was expensive for a basic tank. I told her she could trade other items instead, but as for credit, I asked her what she honestly thought of that idea. Shangguan Yingshui clearly knew credit was a fantasy in this world. After a moment of hesitation, she made her move, offering an ice condensation pearl instead. I was internally stunned. She agreed just like that? She didn't even try to bargain. I patted the iron frame of a basic water tank, knowing that, to put it bluntly, this thing was just a lump of iron with a few special functions. The blueprint had only cost me 1 train coin, yet I was effectively about to sell a single unit for a value of 3. Appearances truly could be deceiving. When she asked if I was uninterested, I told her the trade was acceptable and to wait a moment. If she was willing to pay that much, I certainly wasn't going to refuse. I took the blueprint and the necessary materials to the processing station and began crafting. A brand new water tank materialized just as her trade request arrived. I accepted and the exchange was complete. I picked up the ice condensation pearl and weighed it in my hand. This wasn't bad at all. I planned to buy some beer and drinks from Xiaolin later, though I couldn't help but wonder if she would even survive until the next stop. But first, there was the matter of sublimation. I felt my spirit drop from 104 to 84 as the pearl transformed. Level 3 can condense water into ice and manipulate its shape. The description intrigued me. I wondered if this meant I could finally wield some real power. I cleared my throat, struck what I thought was a suitably impressive pose, and pointed the ice vein pearl at the water tank, commanded an ice sword to appear. The fresh water inside slowly hummed and condensed into a long sword of pure ice. I reached out to grab the hilt, but the moment my fingers brushed it, the blade shattered into 1,000 useless shards. It was utter garbage. I had expected to be casting magic, but this was a letdown. Still, I didn't feel it was a complete loss. I had practically gotten the pearl for free, so there was no real harm done. I checked the chat interface again and my gaze fell upon the floral enchanted wooden bow resting beside me. I hesitated for a second before sending a screenshot of the weapon to Shengguan Yingshui, offering it for 4 train coins or something of equal value. She seemed to freeze at the offer, replying that she was broke, and that the price was too high. I countered confidently, telling her it wasn't expensive at all for a level 3 weapon that completely outclassed any monster we had encountered so far. I reminded her again that she could trade items of equal value as she lacked coins. She sounded resentful, asking why I hadn't mentioned the bow earlier. If I had offered it from the start, she wouldn't have wasted her resources on bullets. I shamelessly maintained the deception, telling her I had only just remembered it and pointing out that she was the one who had asked for bullets in the first place. I told her that if she couldn't trade, I would just find another buyer. I was still probing her limits. Compared to Zhao Lin, Shengguan Yingshui seemed far luckier. She was, after all, the first conductor besides myself to upgrade her train. She likely had more hidden away. I asked her if she had found anything else in that treasure chest from the last station besides the pearl, adding a casual note that I wasn't hinting she should trade them. My words must have stung, because I could almost feel her urge to delete me from her contacts through the screen. She probably wondered if I really thought she was that desperate. It was just a level 3 weapon after all. It wasn't as if she absolutely needed it. Then, a screenshot appeared. Level 2. Consumes 2 spirit points to predict the next day's weather at noon. She made it clear that if I wouldn't sell for that, she was done. She had truly offered everything she could. It wasn't out of desperation, but a level 3 weapon was an incredible temptation for someone still navigating with a level 2 train. She had decided that if I refused this time, she wouldn't offer another scrap. I replied immediately, telling her that since we had traded so much already, I would do her a favor and accept the deal. Despite my composed reply, I was beaming with joy. I had struck gold again. I had taken a blueprint obtained for a mere 30 kilograms of scrap and flipped it for what amounted to 3 train coins. I was starting to feel like a business genius. The trade went through smoothly. The fresh water filled my tank, and a white sunny doll appeared in my hand. It was actually quite cute. I didn't wait long before initiating another sublimation. My spirit fell from 84 to 69. Level 3. Consumes 1 spirit point to predict today's and tomorrow's weather at any time. The upgrade was perfect. I could now check the weather whenever I wanted rather than waiting for noon, and the cost was halved. Its appearance remained the same, so I hung it up in my climate-controlled resting compartment. This string of trades had brought me significant gains, not a total transformation perhaps, but a massive accumulation of wealth. I now had 30 train coins in my possession. I briefly considered sublimating the train again, but I decided it was better to wait until I had left the station. It simply wasn't safe here. Having made up my mind, I stepped out of the compartment, only to be hit by a sudden pungent odor. I sniffed the air, and my expression shifted to one of horror. My meat was ruined. The snake meat I had been roasting was completely charred and inedible. I sighed, realizing I would have to start over. As I prepared to relight the grill, I realized that Wally still hadn't returned after all this time. I couldn't help but wonder if the little guy had actually died out there. I could practically feel the waves of fury radiating from Li Xiaosheng as the chat room remained in an uproar. He was clearly beyond incensed, likely wearing an expression of pure disgust after realizing I had actually deleted him from my friends list. To make matters worse for him, I was selling materials at prices that undercut his own, which he undoubtedly saw as a deliberate attempt to oppose his authority. He likely felt like he'd swallowed a fly seeing that glaring notification, muttering threats about making me regret my choices while he sat surrounded by his hoard of basic wood and metal. He let out a triumphant laugh, convinced he was the chosen one because he could upgrade every 3 stations, and immediately initiated his transition to level 3. However, his arrogance likely hit a wall the moment he looked at the new requirements. I could imagine his frown as he stared at the names he didn't recognize: Flamestones, Gold, and Mithril. His talent, as powerful as it seemed, evidently had its limits. It allowed him to pinpoint basic resources like metal and wood, but it couldn't touch the exotic materials required for higher tiers. He was finding out the hard way that his path wouldn't be as smooth as he'd imagined. While he was fuming, I was finally getting the chance to eat. During the 6-hour stopover, I spent my time blowing ashes off a piece of snake meat, the rich aroma making my mouth water despite only having basic salt for seasoning. The monsters outside had been strangely passive during this entire period. Even when I proactively took shots at them with my rifle, they would only scatter and retreat back to their 150-meter perimeter. It felt as though they were practicing a patient siege, simply waiting for me to make a mistake. As I chewed on the meat and rubbed my chin in contemplation, a rustling sound came from the nearby brush. I didn't reach for my gun because the sentinel guard remained silent, recognizing the source. Wally approached from the distance, wobbling on his tracks, and I greeted him by noting that I'd almost thought he'd gotten himself killed out there. The little robot couldn't speak, but he presented me with a tree stump that the system appraised as a level 4 treasure chest. My mood shifted instantly as I patted his metal head and praised his consistent performance. I didn't open the chest right away, instead discarding my meal and boarding the train while jokingly advising him not to lead any monsters back next time. Almost on cue, an earth-shaking howl erupted from the woods. A white wolf the size of a grown man appeared, and the moment it crossed into the sentry's perimeter, a storm of bullets began to hammer its body. The sentinel guard had clearly determined that this wasn't an ordinary target. The creature, identified as a level 4 lightning wolf, yelped in pain as electricity crackled across its fur. Its speed exploded as it activated a lightning armor skill, closing the distance to within 50 meters of the train in a heartbeat. I didn't hesitate to trigger the overdrive mode, dissolving a train coin into golden light to double the sentry's firing rate. The 5 rifles transformed into a makeshift minigun, shredding the wolf in a relentless hail of lead. Within 3 seconds, the threat was neutralized. The sentry didn't stop there, however, as the other monsters that had been waiting outside began to follow the wolf's lead. It seemed they had been waiting for this alpha to breach the line. 30 seconds of overdrive turned hundreds of charging creatures into unidentifiable minced meat. I looked at the carnage and felt a twinge of regret over the ruined fur, though I hoped recycling might salvage something. I dragged the bloodied wolf carcass back to the train for processing, and acquired a lightning wolf fur, 10 bones, and a fang. It was a substantial harvest, even if the meat had been turned into a useless pulp by the firepower. I realized then that the white wolf had been a true gatekeeper. It had endured 100 meters of constant fire before I was forced to use overdrive, and I knew that any ordinary level 3 conductor would have been torn apart by such a beast. I was simply a bit stronger than the rest. I looked through the window at the sky, silently telling whoever had tried to kill me at this station that I was sorry to disappoint them. When the countdown finally reached the 3-hour mark, my early departure privilege turned colorful on the display, allowing me to relax. I didn't leave immediately though. Since the wolf was dead and the other monsters were too terrified to approach the perimeter, I saw an opportunity to gather more resources. A forested valley was a gold mine for timber, and I wasn't going to waste the remaining time. I shouldered my axe and brought out the safety case Shea had given me. Its loose definition of a single item meant I could store entire trees in its grid. I spent the next 2 hours chopping and transporting, successfully hauling back 500 kilograms of wood. With 30 minutes left, the VIP early departure prompt appeared as a massive button on my screen. I cast one last glance at the dark, silent forest before slapping the button. Spatial distortions rippled ahead as the tracks extended and the train accelerated into the void. We passed through the darkness until bright moonlight finally streamed through the windows, marking our arrival at 10:30 p.m. The announcement confirmed that all conductors had officially left the 6th platform. The loud broadcast echoed through the carriages, forcing the remaining 2,000 conductors to pause their frantic activities and turn toward the source of the announcement in collective surprise. The voice was cold and final as it declared that any conductor with a train below level 2 would perish during the upcoming night survival, and that the survivors would proceed to a trading platform at Station 7. There, we would be allowed to purchase a single item matching our train's current level, provided we had the train coins to afford it. Most importantly, the broadcast warned that Sector E3 was about to drop below the 2,000-person threshold, meaning a sector merger would occur after the next station. A friendly reminder followed, noting that night survival would begin at midnight sharp and last for 2 hours and 30 minutes, along with a special warning. Any damage sustained by the train would decrease its speed, necessitating prompt repairs. This lengthy announcement hammered at the hearts of the conductors, and I watched as the chat room overflowed with desperate pleas for resources. Yet, at this critical juncture, no one was extending a helping hand. While the others were terrified that even a level 2 upgrade might not keep them safe if they took damage, these concerns meant nothing to me. As I returned to the endless wasteland, a glowing screen materialized before my eyes, offering congratulations for leaving the level 4 slaughter platform despite the interference I had faced. The train system actually offered an apology for the sabotage I experienced, and as compensation, I received a free processing module. I swiped the screen to accept it, grumbling to myself that it would have been nice to have this earlier. If I had been able to summon the processing station anywhere during the last station, I wouldn't have exhausted myself hauling lumber and monster corpses back and forth. Despite my brief complaint, my focus quickly shifted to the tree stump in my hands, or more accurately, the level 4 treasure chest Wally had recovered. Night survival was an afterthought to me. I had far more important matters to attend to. I initiated a sublimation, and as my stamina dropped to 50 and my spirit to 95, the box transformed into a level 5 treasure chest. 50 points felt like a bargain compared to my previous experiences, and I eagerly opened the lid. The rewards were substantial: 10 train coins, a level 4 lightning assault conductor module, a level 5 weapon conversion card, and a blueprint for lightning wolf leather boots. The lightning assault module was particularly intriguing, as it would allow me to consume stamina to envelop my body in lightning for a burst of super speed, providing an excellent way to dodge or escape. The boot blueprint also held great potential, especially since the memory of that white wolf's ferocity was still fresh in my mind. However, my attention was truly captured by the weapon conversion card. It had the power to transform any weapon into a level 5 version of itself using the original as a template. I drew my black gloss pistol, a weapon that had been my constant companion across multiple stations, and remained effective even in high-level areas. I decided to push the limits once more, sublimating the card itself. The process was grueling, consuming 70 points of my energy and leaving me washed in exhaustion, but the result was the enchanted Heaven's Reaper weapon conversion card. Without hesitation, I pressed the card against my pistol. A brilliant intertwining of black and white radiance erupted, as if angels and demons were manifesting simultaneously within my carriage. The pistol floated mid-air, vibrating with a hum that made the entire train shudder until the light dissipated to reveal a glossy black firearm engraved with celestial and demonic wings. It was now a level 6 masterpiece with the Heaven's Reaper enchantment, capable of absorbing life force from kills to heal me and restore my energy. It could fire black armor-piercing rounds for spirit, or white explosive rounds for stamina, and even combine the two for a devastating dual-colored shot. I decided to name it Black Ebony, honoring a fond memory from a game I once played. To test its power, I opened the window and scanned the frozen landscape until I spotted a mummy monster in the distance. I expended a point of stamina and fired a white bullet. Upon impact, the creature didn't just fall, it detonated in an explosion that far surpassed the destructive power of a grenade. I chose not to sublime the rest of the items for now, wary of what materials the enhanced boost might require, but I used the leftover wolf pelt to craft some incredibly comfortable bedding. With my missions accomplished, I lay back on my bed and hummed a cheerful tune. Midnight had already passed and I could hear the monsters chasing the train outside, but while the rest of the world was desperately fighting to see tomorrow, for me it was just another ordinary evening. My path was clear. Tomorrow I would finally reach level 4. The distant screams of those who had failed to reach the second level echoed across the wilderness as the night claimed them, and I could only listen to their desperate, futile pleas for help. Those who hadn't upgraded became nothing more than prey for the monsters, and even some who had managed to enhance their trains met tragic ends when damage slowed them down enough to be overtaken. It was a cold reminder of the world we now inhabited, but as the morning sun began to stream into my carriage, those horrors felt a world away. I went through my morning routine with a sense of calm, washing my face and preparing a warm breakfast while the soft light filled the train. The sunny doll had been right about the weather, and as I opened the window to let the cool, mild breeze flow in, I had to admit it was the most comfortable day I'd experienced since arriving here. I checked the sentry tower's logs and saw that we had spent 70 bullets during the night survival period. It was fewer than I expected, but some side-on attacks had still managed to scuff the train's flank. I made a mental note to prioritize avoiding damage in the future, as repairs were a drain on my precious materials. My personal stats were fully restored, sitting at a perfect 100 stamina and 120 mental energy. I finished the last bite of my white forest fruit and rubbed my hands together with a surge of anticipation, ready to see what the 4th level of train upgrades had in store for me. I walked to the locomotive and placed my hand on the original control interface, maintaining the ritual even though my new system modules made the physical contact unnecessary. The command for sublimation drained 30 points of stamina and 70 points of mental energy, but the result was worth the cost. I was now the conductor of a level 4 train, a milestone that earned me the title of Upgrade Master and a conductor enhancement card for breaking yet another record. My talent had significantly mitigated the drain of the process. Without that self-enhanced efficiency, an upgrade of this magnitude might have left me completely hollow. I was somewhat surprised to be the first in the sector to reach this level. After all, Shea had given me a flamestone, so I assumed other veterans might have similar influences on new survivors. It seemed I was wrong, and that Shea's intervention had been a true anomaly in a world where the old guard rarely interfered with the new. After the upgrade, my train speed jumped by another 20 kilometers, but the real intrigue lay in the new purchase options. I stared at the screen, my face filling with silent questions, as I looked at the prices. A luxury dream bed for 5 coins, a space enhancement for 8, an anywhere door module for 6, and a smart chip for 10. Buying everything would cost 29 train coins, nearly wiping out my entire savings. I couldn't help but wonder if the system was tailoring these costs specifically to my current wealth. It was ridiculously expensive, and I winced at the thought of spending so much. But I knew these opportunities might never return. I evaluated each one carefully. The luxury dream bed promised optimal rest and a guarantee against nightmares, which was a dream compared to the back-straining metal slab I had been using. I purchased it immediately. The space enhancement was an obvious choice as well, reminding me of the expansive interior of Shea's church carriage, so I added that to my cart along with the anywhere door module, which would allow me to move between any carriage with ease. When I reached the smart chip, I hesitated. The idea of granting Wally basic artificial intelligence was tempting, but I forced myself to be pragmatic. I only had 20 coins left, and with a trading station approaching where I might need currency, I couldn't afford to go broke. I decided to let Wally wait for now, confident that I could replenish my coins over the next few stations. Once the purchases were finalized, the train felt noticeably roomier, the extra meter in every dimension making a world of difference. I moved the new bed into the temperature-controlled carriage that served as my bedroom. Without the space upgrade, it would have been a tight fit, I collapsed onto the mattress, feeling the soft, resilient material dissolve the lingering tension in my muscles. I checked my interface one last time and saw my recovery rates ticking upward, confirming that prioritizing my own rest over Wally's brain was definitely the right call. After resting for a while, I sat up from the bed, feeling the newfound comfort of the luxury dream bed already working its magic. My recent upgrade rewards were not limited to just physical comforts, as a new notification caught my eye. It was a title, Upgrade Master, awarded to me for being the first conductor in the sector to reach level 4. The description noted it as a recognition of my outstanding performance, and more practically, it promised to make it easier to gain the trust of any natives I might encounter. Trust is a rare currency in this world, so I equipped it immediately, though I knew I'd have to wait until the next station to see if it actually smoothed over any introductions. Finally, I turned my attention to the reward for breaking the level 4 record, a conductor enhancement card. It promised to boost my mental and physical stamina by 10 points, which was perfect for someone like me who constantly burns through energy for sublimations. However, unlike some modules that existed only as digital data, this card had a physical form, which meant I could push it further. I funneled 35 points of mental energy into it, watching it transform into an advanced conductor enhancement card. Now, the potential boost had doubled to 20 points. I held the card between 2 fingers and pressed it close to my heart, choosing to enhance my physical stamina first. The card dissolved into tiny red particles of light that merged into my skin, sending an indescribable wave of comfort through my body that lasted for several minutes. When the process finished, my physical stamina limit had jumped from 100 to 120. Clenching my fist, I picked up a stray piece of wood and snapped it with a light squeeze. The strength was staggering. If I were back in my old world, I'd be considered a superhuman. It seemed that stamina in this system acted as a catch-all for physical power and speed, just as mental stamina likely governed more than just focus. I decided not to overthink the mechanics for now, as I needed to recover my condition before the next stop. The clock struck 1 p.m., the scheduled time for station entry, yet the familiar spatial distortion was nowhere to be found. I leaned against the window and flicked my fingers, opening the public chat to see that the survivor count had dwindled to 1,735. Over 200 people had vanished in a single night. The chat was a buzz of confusion and anxiety about the lack of a station, but soon enough, the cold, mechanical female voice of the broadcast broke the silence. She announced that Station 7 would be a public trading station where all conductors would stop. But there was a catch. We had to travel 300 kilometers to reach it, and there were only 20 parking tracks available. It was a first-come, first-served race, and to make matters worse, we were warned to expect monster attacks designed to slow our progress. The chat room exploded instantly. Many complained that level 2 trains, capped at 40 kilometers high, stood no chance against Li Xiaosheng, who had bragged about reaching level 3 in its 60 kilometers top speed. I watched Li Xiaosheng bask in the praise of his alliance members, promising to report back once he arrived first. A smirk curved my lips as I did the math. A level 2 train would take 7.5 hours, while Li's level 3 would take 5. My level 4 train could make it in 3 hours and 45 minutes at its base speed of 80 kilometers, but I had no intention of being that slow. I still had my red triple-speed train acceleration device and a stockpile of bullets I'd never had a reason to use. I retrieved a silver-white acceleration bullet, thick as a baby's arm, and used the anywhere door to step directly into the locomotive. I loaded the shell, felt the device rise, and initiated the boost. A powerful surge of momentum pushed me back into my seat as the wilderness began to blur. When the monsters mentioned in the broadcast appeared to block my path, they didn't even have time to react. At 240 kilometers per hour, the train simply smashed them into unidentifiable meat patties. In 10 minutes, I had already covered 40 kilometers. I loaded a second bullet and kept the pressure on. Thanks to that sustained burst of speed, it took me only 3 hours to see the massive silhouette of the station rising from the wasteland. Just as I approached, the crossroads of fate flickered to life, offering me a choice between the novice trading zone for levels 1-3 or the regular trading zone for levels 4-6. I didn't hesitate to choose the latter. The train began to slow as I passed through a semi-transparent dome, the tracks shifting to divert me toward a much larger, more imposing station. A welcoming message identified me by name and ID, confirming my arrival at the transit station. I looked at the system screen and blinked in surprise. The parking countdown was marked as infinite, and the danger level was non-existent. Infinite parking time in a place with no danger seemed too good to be true. After the train stops at the trading platform, I stand staring at the system light screen, the word infinite written in the docking column refusing to make sense to me. Infinite docking. Does this world really hand out a free choice to stop? Just like that. I do not believe it for a second. While I am still puzzling over the line, a slight knocking sound reaches my ears, and I look up to see a figure of indistinguishable gender standing before the train door, wearing a white smiling face mask and a black military cap, waving at me. The vigilant sentry has not been triggered, so this is a person, not a monster. The smiling man tilts his head. His height of nearly 2 meters makes him look like a small mountain. He claps his white-gloved hands together and bows. He greets me with a soft welcome, addressing me as a respectable train captain and announcing that the guide for transit station platform number 2 is sincerely at my service. I ask what a guide does. He straightens up and points one hand toward the building behind him. He says he is naturally here to lead me into the shopping hall so the station can earn train coins from my hands. Of course, he can also answer some of my doubts. I tell him he certainly is honest, and he thanks me for the compliment. I climb off the train and close the door, the sentry left behind to keep anyone from messing with the carriage. I ask what the price is for the answers, and he replies that there is no price. Answering my doubts is reasonable conduct for a guide, though it would be even better if I were willing to spend more train coins. On the way to the shops, I ask the question I am most concerned about. Why does this station exist in the wilderness, and what does the infinite docking time mean? Does it really mean I can stay here and never continue? The smiling man pauses, and even through the mask I feel a playful gaze landing on me. Then it vanishes in a flash. He tells me that traveling stations have always existed in this world. There is no why about it, and as for the docking time, yes, I can indeed stay here, abandon the train, and remain forever. He asks, with something like naked malice rolling off him, whether I wish to stay. I tell him never mind. He shakes his head and says, "What a pity." We arrive before the shopping hall and he bends down, pulls a card from his chest, and swipes it at the entrance. The doors slide open and the scene of the hall appears before me. He gestures me inside. As I step in, a light screen drops from midair, displaying my information in full view. Serial number E3-1102, name Ye Qian, train level 4. Current station count 7 station, train coin assets 20. I do not care, this kind of information is not precious. I ask what I should do. No response. I look suspiciously at the smiling man and find him standing blankly in place, his eyes behind the mask staring fixedly at me. I ask what's wrong, whether something is off about me. He snaps out of it and in an incredulous tone, sizes me up while saying that this is actually only my 7th station. Truly surprising. He has been at this platform for many years and has never seen anyone reach here so early. The second platform of a traveling station has never been the 7th station for any train captain. And how was I able to reach level 4 already? I tell him I do not see any reason to satisfy his curiosity. My expression stays calm, the leather boots on my feet flickering faint sparks of electricity, in case he forgets that this guest can bite back. He shakes his head and says no, it is not important, and apologizes for being rude. Then he raises a slender palm and, right in front of me, tears off one of his own arms. He calls it his self-punishment and offers to tear off the other if I am still unsatisfied. I tell him no need, I am not that bored. He thanks me, picks up the arm from the ground, and presses it back against the torn wound. Blood-colored sprouts of flesh bond the two together, even the blood on the ground returning to his body. Was this fellow really human? There are 3 paths in the shopping hall. He leads me to the one on the far right, marked above with the numeral VI. He explains that this is the display case for level 6 items, and that, according to the rules, I may purchase 1 item here. He waves his arm and 2 transparent display cases rise on either side of the path. I ask why only 2. He tells me that if I am unsatisfied, I may also choose the level 4 and level 5 areas next door, which have many more items, and failing that, there are low-level trading posts from level 1 to 3. I shrug it off and say let's take a look first. I walk straight between the 2 display cases and call up the light screen. The Great Compassion Heavy Machine Gun, level 6, can use mental power to replace bullets. 10 rounds condensed per point of mental power, deals more damage to evil mental powers demons, and applies an expiation effect to ghosts and anomalies. Price 18 train coins. The Trickster Sword, level 6, consumes 10 points of mental power maximum capacity, can cause a triple reduction effect on mental power identified as life, and doubles the effects of enemy sanity dissipation, self-doubt, and mental madness. Price 18 train coins. So expensive. The smiling man tells me it is worth the price, and he is not wrong about that. But what the hell is this Trickster Sword? Consume my own maximum mental power capacity just to exchange for a reduction in the opponent's. That is a pure case of hurting the enemy a little while crippling oneself. As you wish, I tell him, and the 18 train coins in my hand turn into specks of golden light and merge into the display cabinet. With a soft glow, the dark golden Great Compassion heavy machine gun rises into view. So big, so thick, so cool, and also, so heavy. I try to pick it up and the weight makes me understand exactly why it earns the name. If I hadn't previously increased my stamina by 20 points, which also boosted my strength, lifting it would have been a struggle. The smiling man shows no intention of helping. I have to haul this gun back myself, and luckily I prepared in advance for big-ticket buys, so I take a safety box out of my backpack and slip the heavy machine gun inside. The smiling man stays silent the whole while, his eyes beneath the mask darting around, until he sees me about to leave without rousing him. Only then does he speak, calling me a truly impressive train captain, and asking whether I might do him a favor, although it is not something I can handle right now. If I agree, he will give me another level 6 item for free. I stop in my tracks. What favor, I ask. He shatters the glass of the other display case and lifts the Trickster Sword out. It's very simple, he says. Let me die. The Trickster Sword is handed across to me, a sinister purple aura spreading from its body, faint whispers echoing in my ears. I tell him if he wants to die, he should commit suicide. Why look for me? And besides, I do not think I can kill someone who can repair severed limbs in seconds. He shakes his head. He cannot kill himself. No guide can kill themselves. Hee. Rest assured it does not matter whether I agree or not. As I said, I really cannot kill him right now. Then why, I ask. He says he is gambling. Gambling that I will come back here, and that I will have the ability to grant him release by then. He takes off his mask. A face full of twisted wrinkles and abstract features is exposed. He tells me that he was also a train captain once, but was forced to stay here for some reason, and this is the curse that keeps him here. Terrifying, isn't it? He puts the mask back on. The item has already been taken out, he says, and cannot be returned, so the sword is mine. Even if I forget about all this in the future, just treat it as if he said nothing. He drops the trickster sword at my feet. Should I accept it? Why not? I tell him I cannot guarantee I can do it, nor when I can do it, but if he is willing to try even under those conditions, I agree. He thanks me, that is enough, and bows in a salute, returning to his original posture. He announces that my purchases at the station have concluded, but adds that the station also has some specialty foods from human society that can be bought with train coins, and asks if I would like to try them. I begin to wave it off, saying I am not lacking, when he lists steamed buns, dumplings, hot pot, everything. Only one train coin, an exclusive benefit provided specifically to the first train captain to enter the station. Are you sure you don't need it? A few minutes later, I am sitting in a restaurant looking at the dazzling array of delicacies before me, recalling the messy, too salty or too bland grilled meat I have made over the past few days, swallowing unruly saliva, beginning to feast. 5 hours and 30 minutes after the public platform opens, a dilapidated train enters the transit station from afar. It stops, and Li Xiaosheng comes running out in a disheveled state, coughing and cursing the accursed monsters that set his train on fire. Good thing the speed was fast enough. Otherwise he would have been finished. Damn it, his carriages were all destroyed. Now his train only has the engine carriage left. The two carriages that originally stored quite a few resources were ambushed on the way. If it hadn't been for the speed, he would have been blown to pieces along with his cars. He punches the ground, takes a while to calm down, then looks across the empty platform with the corners of his mouth curling up. He declares himself the first. Ha. This time you must buy blueprints that can craft weapons, then trade the blueprints to others for flamestones. Then he can continue to lead. Permanent stop. Who wants to stop? He is the man who is going to become the protagonist. He stands up, sees the building ahead, and strides over. He does not know that everything he does is being watched by someone at this moment. In the ordinary trading zone, there is only one train on the empty platform, and I am sitting leisurely on the roof, enjoying a peaceful sunbath. The smiling man stands silently beside me. I ask him whether he is sure they cannot see this side from over there. Of course, he says. The levels of the trading zones have extremely strict rules. Low-level zones absolutely cannot see anything in higher-level zones. So maybe someone is watching us from a higher trading zone right now, I muse. No, he replies. Transit stations only have two types, novice and ordinary trading zones. Oh, I crack peanuts, watching Li Xiaosheng's antics in the novice trading zone with great interest, and ask whether they have a guide too. That guy looks lost. The smiling man shakes his head, then nods. There used to be, but they died later, and he envies the dead. He tells me he is currently moonlighting as guide for both zones, and that he should have appeared in the novice zone, but compared to guiding a group of novices, I am more important to him. Furthermore, he says, the transaction in the novice zone is just a tutorial meant to let new train captains understand the world as much as possible within 10 stations, and the ordinary trading zone was not supposed to open a situation that has only happened once in decades. His look at me is strange. He does not understand how a person upgrades the train to level 4 before 10 stations, nor how I could barge into the ordinary zone. And he has not been mistaken. What he saw earlier was a level 9 safety box, which is even less likely to be something a novice should hold. It is precisely this unreasonableness that makes him hope I might kill him. I take that as something to be a little proud of. By the way, do you want to eat? I ask, holding the last peanut out. He doesn't speak, only silently turns his head away. Sorry, I forgot you can't eat. Tossing the last peanut into my mouth and clapping my hands clean, I summon the light screen, raise my eyes, and stare at him. So, I say, the infinite stop time displayed by the system really is problematic, isn't it? He chooses silence. Understood. I nod and stop asking, because I have already gotten my answer. There is a message notification waiting in the chat background from Zhao Lin. If I remember correctly, this woman's luck is conserved, and right now she should be in a state of bad luck. However, her avatar has not turned gray yet, meaning she is still alive. Though given her good luck at the last station, and her bad luck at this one, I am not sure she can really make it to the station alive. 40 minutes ago. Brother Ye, do you want to meet up when we arrive at the station? How about I bring you snacks and alcohol? 9 minutes ago? Oh no. There are so many mummies blocking the front of my train, but they are so slow like snails. Haha, it seems my bad luck isn't that serious after all. It's just that the alcohol I prepared for you shattered. Sorry about that. Now, alright brother Ye, I've really started to have bad luck. The wheels got caught in a mummy's corpse and the speed has decreased a lot. Can you sell me some repair materials? You know, at the last station for the things I put on the trading platform? I don't know why, but nobody bought them except you. Sure enough, the bad luck has begun. I tell her getting your wheels stuck by a mummy is so like her. Zhao Lin, clutching her gun in a corner and peeking outside from time to check whether monsters are blocking the way ahead, sees the message and grabs hold of it like a lifeline. She tells me she didn't want this either. Brother Ye knows her talent. She was supposed to sell the items she got at the last stop for resources, but no one is buying, and she really doesn't understand why. It seems her bad luck did not just begin at the station. It began the moment her good luck ended. As for why no one bought her snacks, that isn't hard to understand. Among those still alive, except for a very few, who could spare extra resources just to satisfy an appetite. I tell her to just deal with it. She wails that she can't just deal with it. She'll give me all her snacks, please sell her materials for repairs. Behind the dialogue box is a chibi emoji of someone kneeling and crying, which is honestly amusing. Funny or not, I do not intend to be her savior. I tell her she must have opened a treasure chest at the last stop, and I want the train coins from it. Use them to trade for materials. The chat falls silent. I am not in a rush. Less than a minute later, her response comes back. Okay, following that are the materials she needs. Just 42 machine parts. Any other time, Zhao Lin certainly would not have been willing to take out 2 train coins for that trade, but now she has no choice. Profiteer, she cries. Even if she reaches the trading station, she won't be able to buy anything. This is too bullying. After getting the materials, she repairs her train before the monsters can catch up. Then with a mournful face pats her empty wallet, lamenting that she sold me so many snacks for nothing, that I do not know how to cherish a lady at all. Boo-hoo, her money, all gone. A new friend message arrives. I tell her right. I'll tell her something as a friendly gesture. Does she want to hear it? Trying to scam my money again, big profiteer. I won't fall for it. Although she says that, an instant later, I want to hear it. Tell me, brother Ye. The docking time at this trading station is infinite, I write. Huh, really? Doesn't that mean the moment Zhao Lin sees the message, she stands up straight in excitement, head bumping into the wooden cabinet, items spilling onto her head. Ow, that hurts. She doesn't care about that and continues tapping. If I could stay here forever, wouldn't that mean I don't have to continue the adventure? As expected, if I hadn't warned her, she would likely have chosen to stay. Her talent keeps her constantly cycling between danger and happiness. Especially when facing great good luck, she does not feel surprised. She feels even more afraid of the next bad luck. That is terrifying. But this is a trap, right? She eventually writes. Otherwise, I wouldn't have told her in advance. She would have discovered it herself once she arrived. She takes a deep breath. The excitement gradually fades, replaced by helplessness and lingering fear. That's true, she says. How could this world ever let us off the hook? Even if she really stayed there, she would definitely face things even more terrifying than on the train, especially since her current stop is bad luck. How could anything good happen? Thank you, I understand. She is very smart. She got the answer from just one sentence. I do not say anything else. I only reminded her because this little hen occasionally lays golden eggs. Her living a bit longer will not hurt me. As for whether she dies in some future instance of bad luck, that will just be a pity. A second train enters the station with a deep rumbling. A woman with smooth waist-length black hair steps off the vehicle. She looks around and frowns slightly when she sees only one other train in the station besides her own. She takes out a light blue Japanese-style flip phone. She types out a question. Am I not at the station yet? I am already level 3. This train isn't mine, is it? I, who was playing Gomoku with the smiling man, hear the system prompt and look over in confusion, thinking that unlucky girl has gotten into trouble again. But when I pull up the light screen, it is Shangguan Yingshui. So that vehicle is hers. She has arrived quite fast. And how is she talking to me from outside? A mobile phone. I had not expected the woman to be the very one I have been trading with daily. That makes sense though, since besides me and Li Xiaosheng, she is the most outstanding among the remaining train captains. I am not there, I write back. A question mark comes back instantly. She wonders if she hasn't woken up yet. Rubs her eyes, then asks how. Li Xiaosheng said in the public chat that he was the fastest and hadn't seen anyone else, unless I am already level 4. Guess, I tell her. Boring. She closes the chat in annoyance, takes a deep breath, unable to suppress her confusion and shock. How on earth did he do it? Why is he leveling up so fast? She cannot understand it, so she has to accept it. She switches to the system station introduction. Docking time infinite, she reads. A boring trap, she concludes. She has absolutely no intention of staying. Following the sign, she finds the shopping hall. There are 3 paths here as well. Roman numerals I to 3. She chooses the third without hesitation. Just as she is about to enter, she sees Li Xiaosheng walking out. An exquisite marksman rifle appears from her phone, dark muzzle aimed directly at the top of his head. He swallows in fear, raises his hands, and points trembling at the warning sign nearby. No killing. 4 large characters written clearly. He stammers that he is Li Xiaosheng, that killing is not allowed here. Move aside, she says. He says he'll leave right now. Please don't shoot. Bypassing the gun barrel, he runs out 2 steps, still shaken, before suddenly remembering himself. He is Li Xiaosheng, the first to arrive here, the president of the Alliance. Since she was able to arrive after him, she must also be very capable. Can he invite? Bang. The bullet lands at his feet, a hair's breadth from piercing his thigh. The first, she repeats, blowing the smoke from the muzzle, looking at him as if he were an idiot. Heh. Feeling the blatant mockery, his face turns the color of pig liver. If not for the fear of that gun, he would have left long ago, scuttling out of the shopping hall in defeat. Only when he is clear does Li Xiaosheng dare to bellow that she will regret this. This guy really is flexible. After watching the show, I turn around and jump off the train. I should be going too. I pull a water pipe connected to the shopping mall from the window of the first carriage and toss it back to the smiling man, telling him I'm done. Take this back. The water tank is currently overflowing. The smiling man silently pinches the pipe and answers faintly that having the train captain fetch water at the trading hall is against the rules. It's already good enough that I found this water pipe. I smile. I said that, but in the end, didn't he still agree to it? I board the train and close the carriage door. Outside, the smiling man takes off his mask once again. He asks me to remember, no matter when or where, never to trust the infinite. If I trust it, this is the end result. I will remember it, I tell him. Next time we meet, he says. He hopes I can help him find release. If I cannot, that is fine too. He has been disappointed many times. One more will not make a difference. Looking at his distorted and deformed features, I feel neither disgust nor fear. I shake my head, take out a blessed white forest fruit from my storage unit, and hand it through the window. Don't worry, I tell him. I will remember. Next time we meet, I will definitely help him find release. He takes the fruit, and I press the start button. At this station, the departure time is completely free. The train travels far, passing through the void-like screen ahead. Looking back, the station that had existed behind me has already disappeared. Although it is a station in the wilderness, it is still a bit different, isn't it? There are too many secrets in this world, not something I can figure out right now. Throwing myself onto the bed, I call up the system light screen and begin to tally my gains. First are the 2 level 6 items, the Great Compassion Heavy Machine Gun, and the Trickster Sword. The former, without doubt, has to be installed on the Vigilant Sentry. Its 9 weapon slots currently hold 5 exquisite shooter rifles and 1 mithril crossbow, which can already handle a level 4 slaughter station without breaking a sweat. And adding the heavy machine gun means I could actively drive around a level 4 slaughter station looking for monsters to kill. As for the latter, honestly the Trickster Sword's appeal is near zero. A weapon that consumes my mental power limit is sentenced to death in my book. But since it was obtained for free stuff is always good, and even if I just sell it later it would be a huge fortune. Beyond that, my water tank is now filled with 1,000 kilograms of fresh water. Even after 7 stations, fresh water is still quite precious, since a person can go 7 days without food, but not 3 without water. Phew, still can't rest yet. Leaving the soft bed, I take out the Great Compassion Heavy Machine Gun from its safety box. Looking at the domineering machine gun in front of me, I rub my hands in excitement. Will it become cooler and bigger after sublimation? So I begin. Stamina 120 to 90. Mental power 120 to 100. Only consumed 50 points. Strange, this is a level 6 item. Why is the sublimation cost so low? I open the identification function in confusion. Enchantment. Mental power magazine. Great Compassion Heavy Machine Gun. Level 6. Can consume mental power to additionally load a magazine with a capacity of 500 rounds. The level hasn't increased. Aside from the original description, it has an extra ability. And unfortunately, the heavy machine gun's potential is now completely exhausted. It cannot be improved further. Not bad either. An extra magazine of 500 rounds, plus the original 300. I am relatively satisfied with this sublimation. After configuring it for the Sentry, I consume 50 mental power to fill its mental power magazine and load 300 rounds of level 3 ammunition. This sword, forget it. I do not plan to use it, so there is no point in sublimation, and the Trickster Sword is tossed into the last slot of my storage unit. It is still early. Today is going to be very idle, so I might as well sublimate this thing too. Pure earth-binding stone. When at the level 4 slaughter station, I had thought about sublimating it to ensure the train wouldn't be invaded by evil mental powers. But later the Sentry was so fierce that it almost cleared out the station, and the matter was shelved. Stamina 90 to 40. Pure earth-binding stone to pure purification stone. Level 5. Placed anywhere on the train, it can keep the interior in a pure state, immune to filth, interference from evil mental powers, and invasion by evil. Potential exhausted. In my hand, the already smooth stone has actually become somewhat transparent, the cold and hard touch carrying a strange softness. The stone itself emitting a faint glow that should make a fine nightlight. I buy a wall-mounted ornament on the trading platform and place it in the center, directly facing my bed. Looks good. Phew, finally got it all done. Casually taking out a white forest fruit, I lie comfortably on the bed and open the light screen to check the public chat. By now, others should be arriving at the station soon. So Li Xiaosheng didn't tell them about the infinite stopping time. It should be known to everyone soon. How many people will fall into this trap? The chat. 1574 divided by 1000. Damn. Finally about to arrive at the station. I'm truly exhausted from this trip. Whoa, you're that fast. Did you upgrade your train's wheels? Hey, I got a blueprint in the first few stations that allows using manpower to increase speed. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so tired. Didn't Li Xiaosheng say he would send out the news once he was first? Why hasn't he sent it? Brother Li said he would send it to members of the Alliance. You aren't in the Alliance. Why should he send it to you, idiot? Heh. Why is there always someone willing to be someone else's dog in this world? So disgusting. If he doesn't send it, I will. A train captain who used manpower to increase speed enters the transit station, becoming the 4th person to arrive here. He pants heavily, walks out, and sees 2 trains parked nearby. Whoa, besides Li Xiaosheng, there's someone else who arrived so fast. There are still other big shots out there. After envying them for a moment, the system light screen appears before his eyes too. Forward station. What kind of name is that? Sounds terrible. Stop. Stop time. Infinite. Holy crap. A screenshot is quickly sent to the public chat. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. My eyes must be playing tricks on me. I read what was posted backwards. What a pity. +1. What are you guys focusing on? The stopping time is infinite. If we stay at the station, does that mean we never have to go to the next one again? The one above is +1. As expected, after learning about the infinite stopping time, some people start getting ideas. Shangguan Yingshui, walking out of the shopping hall, scoffs at the conversation, takes her gains, boards her train, and leaves. Unlike her, Li Xiaosheng does not leave, although he doesn't intend to stay either. The alliance he established has already agreed to meet here. Furthermore, he has a plan to harvest resources. Since the docking time is infinite, as long as his alliance blocks the 20 tracks, everyone else will have to wait outside. If they don't pay the toll, they can forget about entering. As time passes, more and more people arrive. Among them, thanks to the basic resources he provided, his members arrive faster than the rest and occupy the vast majority of the 20 tracks. Those who arrive later can only stop outside and be attacked by the constantly appearing monsters. They huddle together for warmth and curse him in the chat. Li Xiaosheng, what do you mean blocking the entrance? Hurry up and let me in. Is this station run by your family? Why should you demand resources? Damn it, 1 train coin for passage. Who do you think you are? What an idiot. Wait until I get in, I'll kill him. Heh, who told you to arrive late? If you had been able to enter first, you could have done the same thing. If you're incompetent, you're incompetent. Brother Li is doing the right thing. The members who benefited join in flame wars with the others. With more and more monsters appearing outside, some choose to compromise and pay the toll. Li Xiaosheng experiences the taste of power for the first time. As expected, he came to this world to be the protagonist. He cannot wait to show off, so he pulls up his light screen and enters that deeply memorable ID. Ye Qian, I am the only one he will never let in. Fetching water, watering the tree, I skillfully pluck a fruit and take a bite. This still tastes the best. I'm getting a bit tired of eating big fish and meat. If anyone else heard that, they would probably be furious. The light screen hovers beside me, displaying my private chat interface, when a message appears. Li Xiaosheng, why is he looking for me again? I ponder a moment, and since I have nothing to do right now, I decide to see what he has to say. Yi Qian, this is your last chance. Hand over that rifle blueprint and I will consider letting you enter the platform. Otherwise, you can just wait outside and die. Enter the station. I left the station ages ago. And with that tone, did I do something to offend this guy? Another message arrives. What? Too scared to speak? Haha. To tell you the truth, even if you hand over that blueprint, I will definitely make sure you die outside. Do you really think a low-level rifle blueprint is precious? I will pay you back double for the humiliation you caused me. No wonder I always thought he was weird. So he's just a psycho. Deleting him earlier was definitely the right move. I cannot be bothered to deal with this psycho, so I tap the light screen and reply with a single word. Oh. Then I block and mute him, completely cutting off contact. Inside the station, Li Xiaosheng, who has been waiting for my response, sees the word "oh" and instantly has veins bulging on his forehead, frantically tapping his light screen, sending a long string of messages only to find the send option has turned gray. Blocked, he dares to block me. His face turns bright red, looking as ugly as a big-headed clown about to explode. As time passes, even without paying the toll, the number of people entering the station continues to increase, because his plan has a huge and obvious bug. There are 20 tracks, and the prerequisite for keeping people out is keeping all 20 occupied. When outsiders pay the fee, someone occupying a track must leave first, then notify the next person to follow up. But this way, the occupying members keep leaving, and once outsiders enter, they don't listen to him at all, staying if they want and leaving if they want. If it weren't for some who, upon learning of the infinite docking, decided to try staying, the 20 tracks would have long been impossible to keep occupied. And among those, quite a few are his own alliance members, who have no intention of leaving. The alliance's gains are minimal. This makes Li Xiaosheng, who has already spent a large amount of materials upgrading wheels and speed for his members, look increasingly grim. The so-called alliance was never solid to begin with. Everyone joined just to freeload materials, and when it actually came time to do something, lip service counted as high moral character. Furthermore, he could form an alliance and others could secretly plot to snatch resources from his hands too. He spends his days showing off supplies. Everyone knows how wealthy he is. If this continues, he will become the most conspicuous fat sheep. The members' gazes toward him are gradually changing. With no other choice, he has to slink away from the station, the trash plan having failed even to recoup the capital he spent on the others. Li Xiaosheng's departure does not mean that everyone can enter at will. The 20 tracks are firmly held. Even those still outside who would spend resources to enter find no one paying attention, because those who remain there have no intention of leaving. They feel that regardless of how long they can stay, or whether there are food and supplies, as long as they don't get on the train and don't encounter a new station, they can live a few more days. Zhao Lin, currently suffering bad luck, is one of those unable to enter. With a mournful face, she hugs the gun she bought from me tightly, only this bringing her a sliver of security. Did I not die inside the station? Am I going to die outside? Woo. Why am I so unlucky? Outside the train, the sounds of monsters can be vaguely heard in the dark wilderness. She curls into a corner, covers her ears, buries her head. As long as she does not hear them, she will pretend the monsters do not exist. 24 hours. A strange bell chimes suddenly. All the monsters gathered outside scatter and flee as if they have sensed some kind of terror. Zhao Lin looks up in confusion and stares out the window. The huge station standing in front of her is being wrapped by a mass of black sludge. Under the moonlight, it seems as if it were alive. Inside the station, the smiling man, having removed his mask, slowly gnaws on the white forest fruit I gifted him. He stands high in the air, coldly watching the 20 people who have gathered and stayed below. Foolish, pathetic, weak people. They don't even have the qualification to be cursed. Stay? Infinite. In this world, there is no option to stop. Whirlpools of black sludge appear beneath the people's feet. They try to flee in terror, but within that sludge, even their trains are constantly being devoured. Help! Help me! Miserable screams echo under the night sky. The smiling man continues to nibble. So delicious. A burst of noisy notifications wakes me up. Hurry, 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 look! My god, I almost got eaten. ? I open my eyes, see Zhao Lin's message and feel speechless. Do you have any idea what time it is? I'm sleeping. Sleeping. I can't sleep at all, okay? Brother Ye, look at this. That station is actually alive. A photo comes through. Seeing the station wrapped in black sludge, I also perk up. Yo, you were hiding a camera. That's not important. Look at the picture, it scared me to death. Luckily I didn't go in. Don't tell me you never actually entered that station. I pick up the pocket watch beside me and check the time. You know, my luck is terrible right now, so it's normal that I couldn't get in. But I have to thank you for telling me the docking time was a trap. Otherwise, I definitely would have used the last of my things to trade for a qualification to enter before that. So where are you now, I ask. Zhao Lin blinks and looks around. The station that had stood in the wilderness has already vanished. The road ahead smooth and clear. The trains that had originally gathered have also disappeared. Who knew when? It is as if they had suddenly vanished from each other's worlds. The station is gone. The other trains are missing too. Only one track remains on the ground. The train restarted as if this stop had never appeared. Brother Ye, what is going on with this world? Bringing us here, what exactly do they want? Is it really just as Shea said? I think to myself. The world where every train captain is located is independent of each other. Phew, just how many worlds are there? It's truly unimaginably vast. After a small sigh, I turn over to a more comfortable position. Don't think so much, I write back. Instead of having time for that, you'd be better off sleeping more. Don't forget we'll arrive at the next stop tomorrow at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Oh, you're right. Good night. The chat ends immediately. Beneath the wilderness in the middle of the night, only the roar of the passing train echoes. Who knows what will happen next? Early morning, 6:30. A cold broadcast voice wakes everyone still sleeping. We will arrive at the 8th stop today. There are 2 stops left before the end of the novice period. After the 7th stop is completed, the survivor's incentive reward will be distributed. Different amounts will be distributed according to the order of arrival at the 7th stop, the public trading station. The first to arrive at the public trading station will receive 4 train coins. The second place gets 3. The third place gets 2. Other arrivals receive 1 train coin. Those who fail to enter the station get no reward. Today's weather: clear skies. Remaining number of people in the current E3 block, 1204. The block merger will take place in 3 hours. I don't know if it was an illusion, but I always feel this broadcast is more lively than before. Hearing that there are train coins to collect, my morning grumpiness from being woken up vanishes. I happily bring up the train system. The mail icon flickers with a faint light. 4 train coins fall into my palm, and I weigh them a few times. Counting these, I already possess 7, still 3 short of buying the chip. Walking over to the sleeping Wally, I lean over and pat its iron head. Keep it up, Wally. As long as we find another treasure chest at the next stop, it will be enough to install a brain for you. Unlike my good mood, on the other side, Li Xiaosheng's face looks terrible. Why? Why is it 3? I was clearly the first one. System, this is unreasonable. He angrily files a complaint with the train system. All he gets in return is a cold sentence. No errors in sorting. Train Captain Li Xiaosheng. E3 block 4409. Questioning the train system has been detected. One warning issued. If it happens again, you will be sent to the penalty platform. Damn, then who exactly was it? Who could possibly be faster than me? Compared to his reaction, Shangguan Yingshui falls into deep thought after receiving 2 train coins. That guy was telling the truth, she muses. He was indeed the first to arrive at that station. However, why didn't he buy anything? Recalling the 2 level 3 item display cases seen in the shopping hall, one was taken away by Li Xiaosheng and the other bought by her. Then what did Ye Qian buy? She does not believe for a second that he had no train coins. That profiteer is definitely the richest among everyone. It really makes one curious what kind of talent he has, the young girl whispers to herself, casually bringing up the light screen where in her personal information there is an existence called talent. Mirror Moon consume mental power to randomly obtain an item lower than the train's level. She rubs her brow, sighing at the pile of shriveled water balloons she has obtained through her talent, lamenting that she failed again. Of all the useful items in these past few days, besides the water purifier, there was only the mobile phone. And the feeling after consuming mental power is so uncomfortable. The self-doubt after it drops below 50 is already this terrifying, and if it dropped further, can a human really withstand it? I can't use my talent for a while, she mutters, and this recovery speed is just too slow. Sublimation. Mental power 120 to 110. Low-level carriage blueprint to comfortable new carriage blueprint. Requirements: 150 kilograms wood, 200 kilograms metal, 90 machine parts. Can submit additionally 30 kilograms glass, 20 kilograms fiber for carriage modification. Carriage construction successful. Current number of carriages: 3. The low-level carriage blueprint I had obtained at the very beginning is now sublimated. Sure enough, I was right not to sublimate it back then. The materials required for construction have increased a lot, but for me now it isn't much. Construction complete. Entering the interior, compared to the low-level carriage it is cleaner, tidier, and everything is new. Not like the old one, which no matter how thoroughly cleaned could not hide the rust marks everywhere and the teeth-gritting noises. But I am not satisfied with this. Sublimation. Mental power 110 to 95. Comfortable new carriage to planting carriage. Planting carriage. Equipped with temperature regulation functions for different blocks. Plants grown in this carriage will grow at a faster speed. Can be equipped with smart chips for automated modification, after which it can automatically complete planting, harvesting, and watering work. Note: this carriage requires electricity consumption and must be equipped with any power generation device before it can be used. Planting: not bad, just in time to move the white forest tree over. As for the generator, that goes without saying. I have the blueprint, so I directly spend resources to craft it and then perform sublimation, resulting in a device that only requires burning wood and metal to generate electricity. The environment inside the planting carriage is relatively humid, and it has 6 sections that can be freely divided in size. The temperature and humidity in these sections can all be adjusted. Beneath my feet is not the steel floor of the train, but black fertile soil, and I plant the white forest fruit tree right in the center, where the skylight that can be opened freely above the carriage allows sunlight to shine down perfectly. There is still plenty of space left, so I simply plant the tomatoes I obtained from Yoyu Manor as well. The growth acceleration of the planting carriage is quite significant. They have already taken root and sprouted shortly after being planted. The first batch of tomatoes is expected in 3 days. I also buy watermelon seeds on the trading platform. Obviously what someone had left over after eating, tossed onto the platform at a cheap price that nobody else bought. Just my gain. Wiping the sweat from my forehead, I look at my masterpiece with satisfaction. There is still empty space, so in the future I can keep an eye out for seeds and plants at stations. Useful ones can be transplanted in. Nothing else on the trading platform feels urgent right now, and the blocks are about to merge anyway. Train conductors and other blocks will surely bring new trade products. 9:30. Once the 3 hours are up, the broadcast rings out right on time. Starting block merge. D56, D119, E3, E19, E28, E103 totaling 10,000 people. Starting merge. Merge complete. Current number of people, 1000 divided by 1000. Nothing earth-shattering happens. Only the number of people in the chat keeps climbing until it returns to the initial 10,000. On the public screen, lines of scrolling text make people feel as if they have returned to when they first arrived in this world. Holy crap, it really merged. Hey, can the brothers in other blocks see this? We can see, haha. Finally someone to chat with again. We only have over 300 people left on our side. Almost all dead. How about you guys? A little over 1,000. But just how many blocks are in this world? Damn, there are even 3-digit numbers following the letters now. A little over 1,000 is decent, so it seems our D119's 1,900 people count as the most. Right. That's right. With Brother Zhao here at the very least, we won't starve to death. Who is Brother Zhao? Is he that awesome? Of course, Brother Zhao is our D119's most awesome big shot. Started growing vegetables at the first station. A lot of the food we eat now is bought from him. Plus Brother Zhao has a level 3 train. So what if it's level 3? So what if he grows vegetables? It's like we don't have that here. Our brother Lai is definitely the first to upgrade to level 3. Exactly. Our block even has people selling guns. Do you guys have that? Arguing, laughing, showing off. While people from different blocks merge, they attach different labels to themselves. Even if the survivors within the blocks have no actual emotional connection, that line of letters and numbers before their individual numbers still brings a tiny sense of self-identity. Even though it had nothing to do with them, they use the excellence of others to show off, as if the blocks shared in each other's glory and shame. Started growing vegetables at the first station. As expected, there are capable people among the survivors. Tisk tisk. I'm still too weak, it's almost the 8th station and I've only just started growing vegetables. I'm way behind. I shake my head with a sigh, take a bite of a white forest fruit, and open the trading platform I am most concerned about. Since the blocks merged, the platform should have merged as well. Sure enough, inside there is a significant increase in items and supplies. Each block has its own situation. Just like that D119 from just now, they seem more inclined to sell food, but no seeds or anything like that. This is normal. After all, with someone who started farming at the first station, most of D119's seeds would naturally end up in his hands. There's quite a lot of stuff. Let me see. After browsing the trading platform for a long time, I buy a few changes of clothes, a bar of soap, a toothbrush, and toothpaste. The price is neither high nor low, and very few people buy them. Most are still struggling to survive, and few would spend resources to improve quality of life. With these things, I simply splurge a little. I also buy a large wooden barrel, fill it with clean water, strip off my clothes, and jump inside. Hiss, ha. The water is very cold, but it feels very comfortable. I squint my eyes in enjoyment, body constantly relaxing in the water. All my fatigue dissipates at this moment. After taking a bath and changing into a clean set of clothes, I lie on the large soft bed. If not for the roaring sound of the wheels by my ears, at this moment none of the train survival stuff matters anymore. 12:30. 30 minutes before arriving at the 8th station. Fate's crossroads triggered. Please make a choice for docking between the following 2 stations. Station 2. Plains of Nights, Level 4 Escape Station. Station 2. Plains of Nights, Level 4 Mission Platform. It is another new type of station. Escape. Judging by the literal meaning, it isn't a good place, and this station is even named Labyrinth. In contrast, the second option is a mission platform, which I have already experienced many times, and the gains here generally aren't bad. Select Station 2. Station selection complete. Please sit tight and hold on. The 8th station the train is arriving at ahead is Plains of Nights. The train moves forward, slowly accelerating as time passes. A distortion appears in front of the train. When the hour hand on the pocket watch points to 1, the entire train passes through the void. The world outside the window changes in an instant. Current station, Plains of Nights. Available docking countdown, 9 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Good luck. This station, danger. What the hell is this docking time? I rub my eyes, thinking I have misread it, but the countdown displayed on the light screen tells me it is real. System, isn't my docking time only 5 hours? The train system's response soon comes over the broadcast. The train captain's docking time is fixed. Once increased, it will not be changed again. The docking time of train captain Ye Qian, number E31102, has been interfered with by. Furthermore, because train captain Ye Qian's docking time exceeds the limit for new train captains, the option to increase the train's docking time will not appear when upgrading the train before arriving at the 10th station. Is that really how it works? Isn't that just trying to screw me over? I am speechless. The inexplicably added stopover time has both pros and cons. The pro. At certain resource platforms, the longer the time, the more I can collect. Conversely, at certain extremely dangerous platforms, I will have to stay a full 7 hours before I can leave. The interference with the train system is a system issue. The broadcast adds, the system has provided additional compensation. We hope train conductor Ye Qian will continue to work hard. Forget it. I will just be more careful next time. Since things have reached this point, there is no other way. I shake my head, walk straight up to Wally, and insert a coin. Wally initializing. I tap his iron head, a smile appearing on my face. Good luck, Wally. If you find a treasure chest at the station, I'll install a brain for you. Watching Wally roll out, I press the door opening button. Just as I am about to step out, the sound of hoofbeats catches my attention. I see a knight clad in tattered armor, riding a gaunt, rib-protruding old horse, charging toward the train with a rusted spear in hand. Enemies. So fast. But if this is an enemy, this is just too shabby. After a moment of thought, I stop the sentry from firing. This is a mission platform. Based on past experience, the first person encountered is related to the mission. I let the knight approach. I walk out, draw my gun, and fire. A bullet lands precisely at the feet of the old horse. The horse is startled and immediately flips over, throwing him off. Ouch. The knight's helmet rolls aside, revealing a cardboard core inside. So weak. That is my first impression. His face is haggard, his skin dark, his sparse grayish beard covered in mud, his frail body looking as if a gust of wind could blow him away. Yet there are those eyes. Even from a distance I can see the fanaticism and persistence in them. Sir, are you all right? I do not know what to call this old man, but judging by his look, he seems to be a real human being. He says he is fine. Wait, am I a human? Why did I come out of the belly of a giant dragon? Ah, he understands. Have I already killed that giant dragon? Heavens. I have conquered the dragon. I am a great dragon knight. Giant dragon? Dragon knight. What is all this nonsense? I feel completely baffled. Could he be a madman? Master, are you alright? From the same direction, a short, chubby man riding a gray donkey comes wobbling over. Ha ha, Sancho, it's nothing. He says I offended this great dragon knight. This is fate's arrangement, letting me meet a dragon knight before I battle the giants. Sancho, a familiar name. I feel like I have heard it somewhere before. Master Don Quixote, what giant dragon? The huge black creature in front. Didn't you hear it? The roar emitted by this giant dragon. Didn't you see it descend from high in the sky? Don Quixote. Upon hearing that name, I immediately remember who the person before me is. Don Quixote. A knight lost in ideals and illusions. The archetype of all losers in the world. This is actually the world of Don Quixote. Then the short fat man beside him must be the most important supporting character in the book, his servant Sancho. So the train's platforms can actually be worlds from stories like this. I never expected that the protagonist of a book I read as a child would appear before me in this way. I sigh inwardly. Don Quixote has already climbed up from the ground, patting the mud off his armor, trying to look more like an excellent knight. Master Don Quixote, that is not a giant dragon, Sancho insists. That is just a row of houses connected together with strange wheels attached. No, that is a giant dragon. You are still an amateur when it comes to adventures. It is a conversation almost identical to the one in the book. Only the subject the master and servant are debating has shifted from windmill giants to a train dragon. Could it be I am playing the villain in this mission platform? No, that isn't it. Turning around, I see 34 windmills standing in the rice field ahead. It was my sudden appearance that interrupted Don Quixote's first battle. Apologies, Lord Dragon Knight, he says. There are still long-armed giants ahead, waiting for me to crusade against. Once I have eliminated the giants, I will come back to converse with you. He raises his spear, mounts his old horse, bypasses the train, and heads toward the rice field once more. Master, those really aren't giants. Those are windmills. The long arms are their windmill blades. He completely ignores Sancho's shouting, charging forward while yelling. I stand on top of the train watching the scene unfold. Just as I think Don Quixote will crash and fall like in the story, the world before me suddenly undergoes a subtle change. Windmills? No. In the rice field, giants have appeared. I hurriedly rub my eyes, and when I look again, the giants have turned back into windmills. What the hell? I realize instantly that something is wrong, and quickly return to the train. The power of the pure purification stone calms the discomfort in my heart. But the scene I see inside the train confirms one thing. The things in the rice field are not windmills. The things in the rice field are long-armed giants. Don Quixote was right. Why is this happening? I call up my personal information, and under the mental power column, I see an unexpected line of text. Mental power, 120. Witnessing truth and falsehood. A state of mental power I have never seen before. What exactly is the mission of this mission platform? It seems I cannot underestimate mission platforms from now on. Is it over? In the rice field, Don Quixote has been casually knocked over by a giant. The moment he falls, the giant turns back into a windmill. God bless, Sancho exclaims. Didn't I tell you? Those are windmills. Unless someone has windmills in their brain, how could they not admit those are windmills? Quiet, Sancho. While the two bicker, Sancho helps Don Quixote stand up and remount, and they return along the path they came, preparing to continue toward their goal. As they pass the train, I, who have been acting as an onlooker, suddenly speak up. Don Quixote, do you intend to run away? The giants are still there. Don't you want to become a true knight? True, a true knight. A single sentence makes Don Quixote's eyes widen, while Sancho stands beside him with mouth agape. That's right, a true knight, I press on. Haven't you seen it, Don Quixote? Those giants are ravaging the commoners' wheat fields. As a knight, how can you choose to leave? I point toward the field, my gaze shifting between him and the wheat as I observe. Sure enough, after I speak those words, Don Quixote looks at the field once more, and at that very moment, the windmills, no those giants, begin to run rampant. Giants, giants. That's right, Sancho. Do you see? Those are giants. Great Dragon Knight, thank you for the reminder. Sancho looks back and forth between Don Quixote and me, confused. He even suspects he has gone mad. There are only windmills in the field. Where did the giants come from? Master Don Quixote, they really are just... Enough, Sancho. Are you questioning the Dragon Knight? Don Quixote excitedly puts his cracked helmet back on. Lord Dragon Knight, you are right. How can a knight flee from battle? I must fight them. He turns the horse and charges toward the wheat field once again. From my perspective, the giants in the field grow increasingly solid, raising their arms and reaching toward Don Quixote. Giants, prepare to die. Facing monsters dozens of times larger than himself, he shows no fear, raising his ragged lance to thrust forward. Bang! The moment the tip of the lance touches the giant's arm, the sound of a gunshot rings out simultaneously. The bullet fired by Ebony strikes the giant's palm, and Don Quixote's lance simultaneously pierces into the bullet hole. The giant lets out a painful howl and then collapses to the ground. Don Quixote rubs his eyes and shouts excitedly, looking at the giant's corpse. Haha, Sancho, did you see? I did it. I killed a giant. Sancho does not speak, because he is staring in shock at me. In his eyes, the windmill has been pierced through by a flash of fire shot from something resembling a black flute held by this strange young man. A mage. Every bullet I fire lands exactly where Don Quixote's lance strikes. 34 windmills, 34 giants, 34 charges. He shows no fear. His face is filled with excitement. As one giant after another falls, the space in the field becomes increasingly distorted. Even Sancho rubs his eyes, for he too vaguely sees those windmills turn into long-armed giants. Giants. Are they really giants just like the windmills? That world is undergoing a change, and the one guiding this change is Don Quixote. As the number of giants dwindles, even without my help with gunfire, Don Quixote is able to pierce through the giants' bodies with his ragged lance. Why? Because he has already determined in his heart that he could do it. Just as he had already determined that what was in the wheat field were giants, not windmills. The perception of this world is changing along with him. I watch all of this and understand that this is the task for the station. When the last giant falls, Don Quixote, covered in blood, waves excitedly towards Sancho and me from the field. Haha, Your Excellency Dragon Knight. Friend Sancho, did you see? I did it. I killed all the giants. I am a true knight. He holds his lance high, and his old horse Rocinante inexplicably appears tall and mighty. Friend Sancho, I didn't lie to you, did I? Those were giants, and I am the knight who eliminated the giants. From now on, you must call me the Giant Knight. Oh, and Your Excellency Dragon Knight, the Giant Knight thanks you for your help. It was thanks to you that I did not disgrace the name of a knight. I do not yet know your name. My name is Ye Qian. I tell him, there is no need to thank me. I only did what a knight ought to do. My gaze stays fixed on the field, and I do not pay much attention to his actions. To commemorate the friendship between knights, please accept this. A wooden round shield is offered over, which finally makes me turn my head in some surprise. For me, then what will you use later? Don Quixote pats his chest, saying he will go and forge another shield, that for the sake of our friendship, friend Ye Qian, please accept it, and from this day forward he and I are an alliance of knights. If I ever encounter a problem I cannot solve, he will certainly come to help. I originally do not want to accept it, but after seeing the information about the shield, I changed my mind. Don Quixote's round shield. Use it. When you encounter danger, your ally Don Quixote will come to help you. Please let him believe that he is facing a powerful monster. As a knight, he will not retreat. Witnessing the friendship between the giant knight Don Quixote and the dragon knight Ye Qian, Don Quixote and Sancho leave. They are going to continue their journey. Watching their retreating figures, I think silently. Having experienced a real battle, will Don Quixote still become the loser from the story? Perhaps the flock of sheep will truly turn into an enemy army, and the Knight of the White Moon will truly be a knight. As long as he believes, Don Quixote will charge forward. What a terrifying ability. Believe and it becomes true. I suppose I've changed the plot, haven't I? If Don Quixote truly possesses those powers, perhaps he won't become that loser. Right. Tisks, I guess I've done a good deed. Right. I wonder if he has this kind of ability at other stations. He should. Right. Heh, if he really does, then this is a good thing it wasn't a waste of all my acting. I stroke this unranked wooden shield. If he could really do the same thing in other worlds, then as long as I drag things out and give Don Quixote the confidence that he can win, wouldn't that be invincible? Putting the wooden shield back on the train, I immediately rush toward the wheat field. Because the 34 giant corpses are gradually reverting to the appearance of windmills, the power of belief has a time limit. I had discovered this point after Don Quixote left the field, which is why I had kept my gaze fixed here. Come out, processing table. It would be a real pity to let these monsters that existed only in fantasy disappear like this. Might as well try and see if some things can be salvaged. It just so happens that after equipping the arbitrary processing module, salvaging large-sized things is much more convenient. Salvaging long-armed giant, fantasy, corpse successful. Obtained, giant skeleton X1, dream crystal X1, meat chunk X1. I can understand the skeleton and the meat chunk, but what is this dream crystal? Illusory crystal. After consumption, one can awaken within a dream. What does that mean? A lucid dream. What use does this thing have? I do not think too much about it and continue salvaging. One corpse takes 10 minutes to consume, 34 would take over 5 hours, but factoring in the time it takes for the giants to revert into windmills, the final number I can salvage is likely around 13. Giant skeleton X13, phantom crystal X5, meat chunks X13. The final harvest is just this. If the processing table's recycling speed were faster, I could have collected all the corpses before the giants turned back into windmills. But the processing table is integrated with the train. To upgrade it, the train must be upgraded as well. The remaining corpses had already returned to the shape of windmills, and I do not waste them either, recycling them into wood. The biggest harvest this time is the giant meat, but I do not intend to eat such things. The meat of humanoid monsters is disgusting just thinking about it. However, just because I won't eat it doesn't mean others won't. 13 portions of giant meat translates to 130 caddies in weight. I fill all 5 trading slots, pricing each portion at 1 train coin. For survivors who haven't tasted meat in a long time, this price is extremely cheap. Even though I explicitly label it as giant meat, it cannot stop the desire of some people to purchase. Someone is selling meat on the trading platform. You can buy 10 caddies for just 1 train coin. Damn it, I spent 1 coin for 1 caddy of chicken yesterday. It's so infuriating. Is this for real? Damn, there really is. I haven't eaten meat in a long time. Forget it, I have to buy 10 caddies to roast. Anyway, I managed to get 1 train coin at the last trading station. Heh, don't buy it. Didn't you see it says it's giant meat? Can you really bring yourselves to eat the meat of humanoid monsters? Exactly. Are you guys still human? I despise you. So what? Giants aren't humans. I'm so hungry for meat I'm going crazy. Forget giants, if I were starving enough I'd even eat people. Stop barking or I'll kill you all at the next public trading station. Is the mental power of the person above very low? Still have 33 points. So what? Did I eat your rice? Identification complete. The person above is going crazy. It doesn't take long for the meat on the platform to be snatched up. After all, these 10,000 people are all survivors who passed the 7th station. Not only are all their trains level 2 or above, they also have more or less train coins in hand. Moreover, the price I offered is the absolute lowest in the market, so they don't care whether it is giant meat or not, they buy first. I replenish the listings and they sell out once again. In just this short while I gain 10 train coins. I do not sell the remaining 3 portions, keeping them just in case they might be useful. Furthermore, from the conversations of these people I noticed something. It seems that for others, once mental power drops, it is very difficult to recover, and after falling below a certain percentage, they will gradually fall into madness, which is what they call mental fatigue, self-doubt, sanity dissipation. But what about me? Having used sublimation so many times, even when my mental power was at its lowest below 20 points, I still felt nothing, and my recovery speed was also very fast. It is not hard to see from the conversations that mental power consumption is extremely hard to recover from for ordinary people. But my recovery speed is even faster than my stamina. Could it be that I have some special ability I don't even know about, and the train system cannot even detect it? I scratch my head, unable to figure it out, and stop overthinking. When the cart reaches the mountain, there will be a way. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally go straight. Thinking so much is useless and only adds trouble. After resting for a while, I continue working. Don't forget where Don Quixote fought the giants. This is a wheat field full of ripe wheat everywhere. I transplant a portion of the intact wheat into the planting carriage and load as much of the rest as I can. Departure countdown 3 hours, 41 minutes and 8 seconds. With 41 minutes left until departure, while I am harvesting wheat I find Wally, who hasn't returned yet, under the ruins of a windmill. You weren't pinned under here the whole time, were you? No wonder you haven't come back for so long. Wally shakes its mechanical arm, tracks rolling as it keeps moving in one direction. The treasure chest is there. I follow. At the very center of the wheat field, next to the wreckage of a windmill, I remember this was the spot where the last giant disappeared and the endpoint of Don Quixote's first charge. Under here, moving away the rubble, a dark golden fragment appears before my eyes. This thing, why does it look so familiar? Wait a minute, I cannot believe what I am seeing is real, because buried under this ruin is actually 1/3 of a blasphemy card. No way, it's complete just like that. Am I dreaming? I had originally thought it would take a long time to find the last third. After all, Shea had been sealed for 15 years just for that one piece. No matter how I thought about it, this thing should be an extremely precious and rare item. I never expected to find the final third at the 8th station. Picking up the fragment, I ponder slightly. Should I synthesize it? What would happen after synthesis? Would I encounter danger? The hesitation lasts only an instant. Then I push those thoughts to the back of my mind. Nothing to hesitate about if you have it, and don't synthesize it. Are you even human? I take out the other 2/3 from the safety box. Once the 3 card fragments are combined, they fit together seamlessly, as if they had never been separated. Dark golden radiance flows out from the blasphemy card, turning into infinite streams of light that envelop the entire world. The card floats in midair, and a faint whisper suddenly rings in my ears. I cannot understand it, but the sound grows louder and sharper, as if 100 sopranos were shouting, singing, and proclaiming something. Even covering my ears does not help. The unbearable sound makes me pull out my gun, preparing to just shoot the card. When the sound suddenly stops at that moment, the radiance dissipates, and the dark golden card falls into my palm. Creepy. This thing is definitely not a good item. I'll just check the effects. If it's no good, I'll just throw it away. Despite saying that, my eyes are full of anticipation as I look at this blasphemy card. Blasphemy card 7. Anchorer. Anchor. Consume mental power to set an anchor point. A maximum of 3 can be set. Cooldown 1 day. Voyage. Consume mental power to teleport to the location of the anchor point. Banish. Remove all anchor points and forcibly banish the enemy to the wilderness. Return. Consume all mental power or gulp. On the light screen, the description of this blasphemy card makes me swallow hard. So strong. Indisputably strong. If the description is correct, then as long as I place an anchor at any station, even if I go to other stations, I can teleport back through the anchor. Not only that, it also has the ability to banish enemies, and although that consumes all anchor points and ends the teleportation, if I encounter unavoidable danger, there is no doubt this would be a trump card. And the final one, consume all mental power. What will happen? Although nothing went wrong when my mental power dropped, it had never reached zero before now, and I have no intention of recklessly experimenting until I am certain. The other abilities of the blasphemy card, however, are fair game. An anchor point can be set once per day, and the first one without question goes inside the train, right in front of the operating system in the front car. Setting an anchor consumes 50 points of mental power, which is fine, not too much. After setting it, I run outside, take out the blasphemy card, and silently chant Voyage in my heart. Another 30 points of mental power vanishes, and the dark golden hooded figure on the card, dragging an anchor, begins to move. My body sinks. It is as if I am dropped into a sea of pure abyss, bursts of whispers lingering in my ears, but the sensation lasts only an instant. When I open my eyes, I am already inside the front of the train, the small figure on the card gradually turning gray. A cooldown of 1 hour. That is acceptable, not too long. A ding sounds and the system light screen appears beside me. A private chat with a blonde avatar popping up. Shea, why is she looking for me at this time? Could it be she already knows about the synthesis? With doubts, I open the dialogue. She asks if I have already found the third fragment of the blasphemy card and synthesized it. She really knows. I am a bit speechless. I had originally planned to tell no one, but I underestimated her. Clearly something must have been left on the fragment she gave me. With that thought, I have no intention of hiding it. Just synthesized, I tell her. Sister Shaya, how did you know? She replies with a confused emoji, then says of course she has her own methods. Don't underestimate your senior, just keep learning. Although she says that, at this moment, Shaya's heart is filled with mixed feelings. She had contacted me only because someone told her a new blasphemy card had appeared, but no one knew where it appeared and there was no way to know who had obtained it. She just suddenly thought of me and asked casually. She never expected. It really is him. Sigh. The blasphemy card will only be possessed by the owner it expects, so that is what it means. It took her years to find 1/3 of those fragments, and because of that fragment she was sealed for 15 years. But in the end, a bitter smile crosses her face. She calms her mood and continues on the light screen. Your blasphemy card is, forget it, she will not ask after all. Even if she did, I would not tell her. Right. I chuckle and do not reply. Keep that card safe, she warns. Do not let others discover it easily. Try not to use it in front of others. And definitely do not give it to anyone else. Rest assured, only she and I know I possess it. That is all. She is still busy. The chat box closes with a playful tongue-out emoji. Then she sits down in her church and looks up at the white light above. God, she whispers, why is the person qualified to commit blasphemy against you, not me? The conversation ends, and the heat in my chest gradually cools. Shaya's appearance reminded me, this world is not just populated by our batch of survivors. And ahead of me, I do not even know how many people exist. With power, resources, and talents I cannot match at the moment. I cannot get carried away. I almost want to put the blasphemy card into the safe box, but if I do that I cannot carry it with me, which is no different from not having it. If only the things in the safe box could be taken out at will like in the special storage unit. Then a wonderful idea pops into my head. The safe box is also an item, right? Could it be placed into the storage unit? As soon as the thought arises, I cannot wait to carry the box to the storage carriage to try. Place. Holy crap, it actually works. The safe box is placed into the special storage unit, and after testing I can also take things out of the box at will. In other words, I have gained 4 extra slots of special storage I can access in the outside world. Haha, I really am a genius. Today's harvest was bountiful. I throw the carriage stored in the safe box outside, leaving only 1. In the remaining 3 slots, beside the blasphemy card, I store the blessed virus serum obtained and sublimated in Doomsday Town, and reserve the last slot for the pure purification stone. Now I can pull out 7 items at will outside. Blessed white forest fruit, level 3 bullets, virus serum, 1 carriage, the purification stone, and the blasphemy card and safe box themselves. Undoubtedly, if I encounter danger out there, these items would help me a lot. 3 hours 0 minutes and 0 seconds. 3 hours left until departure. My VIP departure privilege turns from gray to green. Time is up. Time to go. Pressing the option, the familiar spatial passage appears in front of the train. The tracks move, the roar echoes between heaven and earth. The train accelerates through the passage, and the emerald plains turn back into endless wilderness. 20 hours 0 minutes and 0 seconds. The broadcast sounds. All train captains have left the 8th platform. Extreme weather will appear tomorrow. Monsters adapted to that weather will appear in the wilderness to chase the train, and trains with a speed below 50 kilometers per hour will fall into a dangerous state. Please prepare for defense and upgrade as soon as possible. Just that, but enough to make many wail. 9,641 divided by 1000. No way. How long has it been and the speed needs to climb again? 50. That means either upgrade to level 3 or upgrade the wheels separately. Fortunately, I didn't dare to sell materials. Level 3 is short, but a wheel upgrade is more than enough. How is this fast? The frequency hasn't changed for stations. Don't slander sister broadcast. Those without the ability to upgrade should look at themselves. Have you collected resources? Have you exchanged for food? I was planning to save up train coins, now I have to upgrade in advance. From the recent conversations, it is easy for me to see that the quality of the train conductors has improved significantly following the block merger. At the very least, they no longer seem paralyzed by terror when facing the threats mentioned in the broadcasts, as the vast majority of people have long since prepared themselves for the necessity of increasing their train speed once again. I know that increasing speed isn't just a matter of upgrading the wheels or the train itself. Back at the 7th station, a certain train captain who relied on manual labor for acceleration listed a human-powered energy device on the trading platform, which he had manufactured using a blueprint. By pedaling this power-generating bicycle, one could increase their train speed by 10 kilometers per hour. For those who lack the resources to upgrade their trains but still want to survive, spending a single train coin to purchase such a device is their best option, though the consequence is overdrawing their future and making subsequent improvements even more difficult. I certainly do not worry about such things myself. After hearing the broadcast, I consumed a bit of my mental power to check tomorrow's weather through the sunny doll. When I saw the result, I wondered if a blizzard meant that the 9th station would also be dominated by winter elements. A message notification chimed, and I looked up to see that Shangguan Yingshe was asking me for the weather forecast. Since she was the one who had traded the sunny doll to me in the first place, it was only natural for her to seek me out for this information. I told her the price was 1 train coin, and although she likely cursed me as a profiteer in her heart, she still traded the coin over. I completed the deal by telling her that tomorrow would bring a blizzard, and reminded her to keep warm, to which she gave a simple acknowledgement. Once our conversation ended, my thoughts turned to another friend. I recalled that Zhao Lin's last station was supposed to be a lucky one. Given that her life is a strange mix of bad luck and sudden fortune, I wondered what valuable items she might have obtained for me. I sent her a message asking how the last station went, and she responded quickly informing me that she had already managed to upgrade to a level 3 train. I offered my congratulations, feeling a bit surprised because she had only recently reached level 2. It seemed her harvest at the 8th station was truly bountiful, but I also knew that the degree of bad luck at her 9th station would likely be even higher as a result. She laughed it off as mere luck and mentioned she had been planning to find me anyway, asking if I was interested in buying a shaved ice machine. She pitched it by suggesting that on such a hot day, a delicious bowl of shaved ice was exactly what I needed, offering to throw in a large block of ice as a bonus for just 1 train coin. The corners of my mouth curled into a smile at the realization that she was trying to turn the tables and make money off me. I told her that while her harvest was impressive and the machine was nice, I would pass on the purchase. Instead, I offered to sell her a piece of news for 1 train coin. She agreed immediately, asking if she could use the shaved ice machine and the ice block as payment. In her eyes, I am a capable person. She has spent enough time in the public chat to realize that even the seemingly powerful train captains don't quite compare to me. I accepted the trade, and after receiving the machine and an ice block the size of a human head, I informed her about the upcoming blizzard. She thanked me profusely, admitting that she might have frozen to death without the warning, and she hurried off to buy cold weather gear, reminding me to stay warm as well. With the chat finished and the machine in my possession, I made myself a large cup of shaved ice. I crushed some white forest fruit to use as jam, poured it over the top, and took a spoonful. The sweet taste combined with the icy texture was an unbeatable flavor. As I enjoyed it, I remembered a final task I needed to handle. I walked to the temperature-controlled carriage and pulled up the train details on the system light screen. The upgrade options for the level 4 train still showed 1 remaining item, a smart chip for 10 train coins. Although Wally hadn't found a treasure chest at the last station, my sales of giant meat chunks and my trade with Shangguan Yingshe had brought my balance back up to 17 coins. It was enough. I made the purchase, and the 10 train coins dissolved into specks of light. In their place, a chip the size of an infant's palm appeared in my hand, glowing with flowing blue light in a high-tech aesthetic. I now had 2 potential uses for this chip, automating the planting carriage or increasing Wally's intelligence. To me, the choice was obvious. Before installing it, however, I decided to use sublimation. My stamina dropped from 104 to 64 as the smart chip transformed into an emotional smart chip, which would allow a machine to possess genuine emotions. I leaned over and gently tapped Wally's iron head, telling him that I was keeping my promise. As I placed the chip against him, it turned into a stream of blue light and merged into his body. A blue current flickered through his frame, and suddenly, his camera-like eyes blinked with new life. He was now an intelligent, emotional treasure-hunting robot. He could still search for items for the cost of 1 train coin, but he no longer required coins to function in his normal state, relying instead on self-charging. He could follow any instruction I gave him, though the system noted that as a former trash collector, he might still have a preference for useless things. Wally no longer needed to go into a deep sleep mode. I habitually tapped his head and told him to go get me a glass of water. Unlike his previous mechanical self, Wally reacted by aggrievedly clutching his head with his clamps, like a bullied little punching bag. Even as he moved to obey, his tracks rolled across the floor, and he soon returned with a glass of water from the reservoir. I told him he was pretty smart and promised to hit him less in the future, which prompted him to nod rapidly in agreement. I couldn't resist tapping him one more time just to see his even more aggrieved expression, and I laughed out loud. I patted his head, telling him that was truly the last time because, even if it was fun, I wouldn't do it anymore. I finally understood why someone like Shea would create an android like Tina. If a little guy like Wally could bring this much joy to a boring life on the train, a girl like Tina would be on another level entirely. I wondered if I would ever be able to create an android like that myself, and I suspected that, eventually, I might. The next day arrived with a chilling transformation of the world outside. Through the train window, a terrifying blizzard had painted the entire wilderness in a blinding absolute white. What was once an open plain had become a frozen wasteland, teeming with snowfield monsters that emerged from the drifts to chase the train with predatory intent. Snow wolves, snow demons, and snow mental powers swarmed the tracks, their sudden appearance striking a deep sense of crisis into those train captains who were still struggling at level 2. I could see the desperation of others from a distance. Some had simply given up, waiting for death to claim them in the cold, while others exhausted their entire wealth just to reach level 3, or upgraded their wheels to barely maintain a safe distance. Some managed to survive by utilizing various acceleration devices, yet even those who met the minimum speed thresholds found themselves in a desperate struggle as monsters clawed at their hulls, leaving some unlucky trains riddled with holes. The environment was just as unforgiving as the creatures. The violent blizzard caused temperatures to plummet to minus 30 degrees, forcing those without proper clothing to huddle in makeshift shelters and burn wood, just to survive. However, none of this weighed on my mind, as my own circumstances were quite different. Inside my constant temperature carriage, the air was a comfortable 22 degrees Celsius, and I sat leisurely enjoying a bowl of shaved ice. At level 4, my train moved with a grace and speed that the snowy monsters couldn't hope to match. While I rested, Wally was working diligently under my orders. He climbed through the skylight onto the roof to collect ice and snow, shaping them into identical blocks before stacking them neatly in the storage carriage. When he saw that the space was nearly full, he waved his small mechanical arms and ran toward me, shaking them to get my attention. Seeing his success, I told him he had done a good job and rewarded him with the recharge, watching as he happily hurried over to the device to receive the electricity I would have provided anyway. I draped a wolfskin over my shoulders and stepped into the storage carriage, shivering as the sudden drop in temperature hit me. It was incredibly cold, but I quickly worked to load the snow blocks Wally had gathered into the storage unit. I knew that if the weather turned hot later, these blocks would be valuable, if only to be used as a source of water. As the clock struck 12:30, the familiar prompt for the Crossroads of Destiny triggered, presenting me with two distinct choices for my next stop. The first was the Goblin Fortress, a level 4 hunting station, and the second was Screaming Village, a level 5 hunting station. Both were categorized as hunting stations, which piqued my curiosity. I wanted to understand exactly what differentiated a hunting station from a slaughter station, and since neither level posed a significant threat to me, I naturally chose the one offering higher level rewards. I selected Screaming Village. The train surged forward, passing through distorted space as the tracks extended into the void. When we emerged, the blizzard still dominated the sky, covering everything in a shroud of white. However, I noticed a small, conspicuous black dot approaching the train through the drifts. As it drew closer, it became clear that the figure was a human being. The system informed me that we had arrived at Screaming Village for a 10-hour docking period, marking the station with a danger warning. A middle-aged man with blonde hair, blue eyes, and a scruffy beard hurried toward the train, calling out to me as if I were a savior. He shouted for the Master Hunter to stop and save his village, expressing awe at the sight of the train and thanking God for our arrival. Since my sentry hadn't been triggered, I knew he wasn't an enemy. I pressed the button to open the door, allowing the biting wind to howl into the carriage. Dressed in my warm gear, I looked down at the man, who appeared to be around 40. His use of the title hunter suggested the identity I was assigned at this station, and the fact that he recognized the train meant other captains had likely passed through here before. I told him calmly that I was merely passing through and hadn't come specifically to help, then asked him to explain what had happened to his village. The man immediately knelt in the snow, pleading for help. He explained that their village had been invaded and occupied by the Blood Clan, who were using the villagers as blood bags and draining them day and night. He feared that everyone would be dead within days if no one intervened. Identifying the Blood Clan as my potential targets, I asked him how he had managed to escape such a predicament. He revealed that his father had knocked one of the creatures unconscious during a blood drawing session to let him out. His father had instructed him to find a master hunter, claiming that a specific item would ensure my assistance. With trembling hands, he unwrapped a tattered cloth to reveal a single, well-preserved train coin. I looked at the coin and wondered if this was the only reward for a level 5 station, but I quickly realized that this wasn't the actual bounty. It was merely a down payment from the desperate natives. The true harvest would come from the Blood Clan themselves. I accepted the coin and told the man to wait outside for a moment while I prepared. Back inside, I began selecting the right tools for the job. The mithril weapons I had acquired in Doomsday Town were perfect for this hunt. While the temple mithril cross was ready, I took a moment to use my mental power to upgrade the mithril crossbow and mithril ritual sword to level 3. These weapons would help me fit the role of a hunter, though I knew my guns would still be my most reliable assets if the Blood Clan proved to be truly formidable. I also decided to bring out a weapon of true mass destruction, the Enchantment Mental Power Magazine Great Compassion Heavy Machine Gun. I replaced the virus serum with the appropriate ammunition and finished organizing my gear. Wally bumped into my ankle, his large monitor-like eyes blinking up at me. Understanding his silent request, I placed a train coin on his head and activated his treasure hunting mode. He happily crawled out into the snow, leaving a trail of tracks as he disappeared into the white. Opening the door once more, I looked at the blonde man who remained kneeling in prayer and spoke to him. On the way to the village, I learned the sloppy uncle's name, Otani. He has a special identity, the village chief, and managed to escape only because his father bought him a chance, and there was a secret passage in his basement. A passage Otani himself dug for secret meetings with the young widows at the head of the village. The widows are gone now, but the passage has become a life-saving path. After crossing a hillside, I see the village, dark red and snow white shining against each other. Under the low eaves, large groups of bats hang upside down, sleeping quietly, while wails and wild laughter drift faintly from some of the houses. Otani grits his teeth, tears streaming uncontrollably, kneeling once more begging me as hunter to please save them. I do not respond. My goal is to hunt vampires, not to save people. Where is that secret passage you used to leave the village, I tell him. Take me there. Over here, he says. Otani leads me to a hidden cave concealing the passage. Looking at the tunnel wide enough to walk upright, I cast him a suspicious glance and ask if he dug this himself. He smiles sheepishly. His brothers helped him find those widows too. You villagers sure know how to play, I mutter. What did you say, hunter? Nothing. You go in first. Before he can react, I kick him in the butt and Otani enters the passage in fear, leading the way. I follow at a distance, observing carefully. After my stamina was raised to the 120-point cap, my physical fitness and observation improved with it. Even in the pitch black, I can see clearly within 10 meters. Whoosh! A silver crossbow bolt whizzes past Otani's head, and a bat with scarlet eyes is struck, turning to ash on impact. Otani looks back in terror as I walk up silently and pick up the bolt. There are bats, which means this place was discovered long ago. So this really is a trap. A burst of sinister laughter rings out. Countless bats blockade the passage behind us, and from the darkness, over a dozen humanoid monsters with pale skin, ugly faces, and black cloaks slowly walk out. He, a hunter. The lead vampire sneers. The progenitor was right. As long as someone escapes with that coin, a so-called hunter will appear. Didn't expect you to come so soon, hee. Human, you don't really think you escaped on your own, do you? Otani breaks down, stammering that he didn't mean to lead me here. I interrupt. I know it has nothing to do with you. I look around, slightly unsatisfied. Only 13 vampires. I thought there would be more. The lead vampire sneers that those silver weapons cannot kill them, that in this dark vampires are invincible, and orders the rest to suck this hunter's blood dry. Invincible in the dark, I echo. Then let's brighten things up. With a snap of my fingers, a soft glowing stone appears in my palm. The moment it appears, every vampire feels a great crisis and instinctively turns to flee. But it is too late. Close your eyes, I tell Otani. Yes. The pure purification stone erupts in radiance that fills the passage, and bats and vampires alike turn to ash, without even a sound. When the light fades, the cave is empty, as if everything had been a dream. Let's go. Putting the stone away, I continue forward. There is no need to hide anymore. Walking out of the passage, a few silver bolts shoot the vampires waiting at the exit. This was Otani's home, now converted into a vampire blood collection station. Over a dozen drained corpses tossed in a corner, and the few still on the beds breathing but with no chance. I step outside. The commotion below has clearly been noticed, and the moment I appear, dozens of vampires and even more bats rise into the sky. Human, Sue, the leader does not finish. I pull out the stone, light flashes, and wherever it touches turns to dust. I walk through every part of the village like that, light spreading continuously, more and more vampires eliminated. Even the ones that try to dodge fall into a crossbow bolt. It takes a full 2 hours to circle back to Otani's house, the village seemingly clean. Hunting complete? A bit too simple. This is a level 5 platform, but most vampires were only around level 2. The occasional level 3, nothing notable. So where are the level 5s? Otani, what is the name of this village? Otani, sitting blankly in front of his brother's corpse, comes back to himself. It's called Tess Village. Hunter, thank you for saving the village. Tess Village, that does not match the platform's name. Feeling the pure purification stone in my pocket still glowing and heating, I look outside. In the sky, a blood-red spiral vortex slowly forms, and an old vampire much uglier than the ordinary ones descends from it, opening his bloody maw. Then, a shriek. I put on the earplugs I bought from the trading platform after choosing this stop, the corner of my mouth curling. That's more like it. Since it's called a hunting platform, how could there not be a boss? The system light screen displays the monster, Screeching Vampire Progenitor, level 5, immune to holy attacks below level 5. After emitting a shriek, resurrects all corpses, continuously lowers the mental power of the living, and applies the madness mental debuff. The pure purification stone flared with light once more, but the reality remained as the light screen had warned. A level 5 stone simply couldn't touch the shrieking blood ancestor. High above, the blood ancestor perched atop a giant bat, peering down at me with a cold, mocking sneer. He spoke of how hunters intrigued him and recounted how his own ancestor had been slain by a train-riding hunter 3 centuries ago. Now, he claimed he would have his vengeance, offering me a chance to kneel and become the first hunter's familiar of his clan, promising me an eternal, undying existence. Eternal and undying? I had to wonder if a level 5 station boss truly believed he had the right to make such grand claims. A dry smile touched my lips as I casually tossed the purification stone back into my storage unit. Beside me, Otali watched my movements with sheer terror, clearly under the impression that I was preparing to surrender to the monster in the sky. I waved a hand to dismiss his fears, telling him not to worry because I had absolutely no interest in bowing to a mere frog in a well. When Otali asked what I meant, I simply told him that the creature was already a dead man. With a sharp snap of my fingers, my golden heavy machine gun materialized on the ground before me. The shrieking blood ancestor laughed in pure disdain, mocking the foolishness of humans and the weapons we take such pride in. He didn't even finish his sentence before I pulled the trigger. A single bullet tore through the air, instantly shattering the rotting flesh of his palm. A shrill, agonizing scream ripped through the silence. The blood ancestor clutched the ruin of his hand, howling as he tumbled from the sky and rolled through the snow. He seemed bewildered, crying out in pain and questioning what kind of weapon could possibly do this to him. I could almost see the realization of death dawning on him. For a creature that had survived hundreds of years, the prospect of an end was terrifying. He turned to flee without a second thought, desperate to escape. He didn't get far. A storm of golden bullets erupted, infused with the ethereal power of Sanskrit chants, and swallowed the arrogant old bat whole. In the blink of an eye, his body was reduced to fly ash that drifted harmlessly into the wind. He was gone, turned to dust. I rubbed my hand, which felt a bit numb from the recoil, and noticed Otali standing nearby with his mouth agape in total shock. I told him to wake up, prompting him to stammer out a question about where the Blood Clan leader had gone. I answered plainly that he was dead, as if there were no other possible outcome. Otali's shock was understandable. The pressure the blood ancestor exerted upon his arrival was intense, and after seeing my purification stone fail, the poor man had given up all hope. To see such a terrifying entity deleted in less than a minute must have felt like a dream, or perhaps a hallucination brought on by blood loss. I didn't pay much mind to his internal crisis and instead walked over to the spot where the bat had disintegrated. In truth, the old guy had suffered a very unjust death. Any other train captain at level 4 or 5 would have likely met their end here, facing a boss immune to level 5 items. He simply had the misfortune of encountering me, an outlier carrying level 6 gear at level 4. Beyond that, every one of his abilities had been perfectly countered. His summoned corpses were either turned to ash by my stone or shredded by his own kin. And as for his mental interference, I felt perfectly fine. I checked my status and saw that while my mental power had dropped, the insanity debuff hadn't touched me. Ever since the Plains of Nights, I had been under the effect of witnessing truth and falsehood. I didn't fully grasp the mechanics of it, but I wasn't about to complain. After searching the ashes, I found a shriveled heart in the snow that had managed to keep its shape. It was the heart of a blood baron. The system informed me that consuming it would transform my race into the Blood Clan, granting modules like night vision and blood feeding, but at the cost of being permanently labeled a racial traitor. I looked at the list of perks and felt it was rather mediocre. I had no desire to stop being human, and after seeing how ugly that old bat was, I definitely wasn't interested in the transformation. Still, just because it was useless to me didn't mean it lacked value. The Blood Clan is a classic fantasy race, and these modules would be enough to let someone dominate low-level stations. If I posted this in the chat room, people would surely fight over it. I tucked the heart into my pocket, thinking I should hold out for a good price. It seemed that the true draw of a hunting station was the ability to obtain unique racial items like this, which offered rewards far richer than a standard mission platform. Since my business here was essentially finished, I began to head back toward the train, but then I spotted a pair of tread marks in the distance. Following the tracks led me to the backyard of Otali's house. There, I found Wally working tirelessly with his mechanical pincers. He was in the middle of dragging a coffin out of a grave, from which he pulled a ragged wooden box buried alongside some old bones. It was the treasure chest for this station. Though the location was incredibly abstract, I couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. Even among the strange stories I'd read in the chat, finding a chest in a grave was a new low. Wally noticed me and waved his pincers happily, scurrying over with the box. I patted his head and told him he'd done a great job, promising him an extra charge once we were back on board. Otali, who had followed me in secret, looked at the scene in a daze. He asked if Wally was my pet and why he was digging up his ancestor's grave, but then his eyes fixed on the wooden box. I asked if he recognized it, and he admitted that while he didn't know it personally, his family had spoken of it. It was apparently an item left behind by the hunter who had saved the village 300 years ago. 300 years ago, the hunter. No, it should be train captain. This box was left behind by that train captain. According to train system detection, it is indeed a level 5 treasure chest. A treasure chest left by a train captain. How could anyone be so kind? And another point I have been thinking about, ever since hearing a train captain came here 300 years ago. 300 years. And according to Sister Shaya, a batch of survivors appears every 3 years. Doesn't that mean at least 100 batches have come to this world? No, that is not it. Shaya said few train captains from earlier batches can still be seen, and unless she is lying, given her over 50 train level, she should at least know more about previous batches than a newbie like me. I cannot figure it out, so I silently push the matter aside. I tell Otani I passed through this village just to find this wooden box, that the things inside aren't very precious, but it was this thing that attracted the vampires. Now that I'm taking it, the village will be safe. I still have the ability to spout nonsense, and Otani believes it without doubt. He bows, thanking the great hunter on behalf of everyone. As I am about to leave, he hesitates a long while, then suddenly shouts, "Hunter, sir." I stop, turn, ask if there's anything else. He wades through the snow, gasping, and asks cautiously whether, with only him left in the village, could he? My train only has one seat. I cut him off without hesitation. I am not the type who likes to live and adventure with others. I will not let anyone board this train. Not now, not ever. At most, like Shea, I will create partners through doll manufacturing or other technologies. I never trust strangers. His words stick in his throat, and he stands stunned in the wind and snow. I shake my head internally, pondering, and continue. Go somewhere else. Do not stay here. Since you are the only one left in the village, you must live on for them. If you encounter danger again, just like this time, use this kind of coin to search outside. Maybe other hunters will come to help. I take out a train coin, wave it in front of him, then put it away. As for how to find them, that depends on your luck. With that, I turn and head toward the train against the increasingly fierce snowstorm. This damn weather makes me miss the constant temperature carriage immensely. Back on the train, after subtracting the departure rights, there are 2.5 hours left. I slip into the carriage, peel off my frozen stiff cotton clothes, and throw myself onto the soft bed. Whew, this damn weather is killing me. Hey Wally, go to the storage room and find a piece of beef to roast. Alright, don't look at me like that. I said I'd let you charge and I won't go back on it. Go get the meat, I'll roast it myself. Wally happily speeds toward the storage carriage. Although it cannot put things in, with my permission it can retrieve. After tossing a piece of beef on the grill, I finally turn my attention to the second gain. Level 5 treasure chest can be opened. This is the first one I have obtained from a platform. As long as I complete sublimation, it becomes level 6. Thinking of the level 6 items I currently possess, I am filled with anticipation. Sublimation. Stamina 85 to 45. Mental power 67 to 37. 70 points. 20 more than 4 to 5. Not much. Level 6 treasure chest can be opened. Without hesitation, I open it. But to my surprise, besides the train coins, there is only one item, or a blueprint. Obtained. 24 train coins. Obtained. Hunting Mecha Dragon Manufacturing Blueprint. No level. Hunting Mecha Dragon Manufacturing Blueprint. Stage 1 Manufacturing Count 1/2. Requires Mind Cube times 1, Metal 1000 kilograms, Machine Parts 800, Emotional Intelligence Chip times 1. Note, this blueprint was created by A before their fall. Note 2. This is an item snatched by a train captain who before dying broke into a low-level station and adhering to the principle of if I can't have it nobody else can, threw it onto a low-level platform, where it formed this chest. Note 3. This chest was originally level 5 but was promoted to level 6 due to the influence of some kind of talent. Because the contents could not be changed, the train coin reward was increased to 24. Huh? Seeing the description, I rub my eyes hard, certain I have read it correctly, and open my mouth wide. Something requiring 1,000 kilograms of metal and 800 machine parts to build. And so many notes. Train system. When did you become so diligent? The train system adheres to the philosophy of serving the train captain, above all, it replies. When faced with items that exceed your current level, more annotations will appear to make it easier for newbies to understand. A blueprint made by 3 question marks, then snatched by a high-level captain, that's really interesting. Then I'll have to build it. But where do I get this mind cube? Rubbing my chin, this thing is likely not something train conductors in my sector know about. The best way to find out would still be Shea. However, I temporarily suppress the thought. The next station is the 10th, and once I pass it, the newbie phase ends. I do not know what happens then, so it won't be too late to ask after I see. The gains here aren't numerous. A vampire Baron heart that can convert races would sell for a good price, and the Hunting Mecha Dragon blueprint overflows with mystery. Adding the 24 train coins, my reserves reach 31. Although it seems like a lot, I don't think it's enough for a level 5 train upgrade option, so I keep saving. No rush. I lick my lips at the beef sizzling on the grill. Nothing makes me happier than barbecue in a snowstorm, except hot pot. Departure rights triggered. The hour hand of the pocket watch stops at 8. The train's whistle remains loud even amid the blizzard. The void emerges, the tracks move forward, and we return from one expanse of white to another. The wilderness weather hasn't changed since entering the station. Opening the public chat. 8,683 divided by 1000. When will this hellish weather end? I really can't take it anymore. Doesn't it usually end by midnight? Just bear it. Only 4 more hours, burn some wood. By the way, that Li Xiaosheng put a lot of materials on the trading platform again. Where on earth does he get them? Such enviable luck. Who knows, but Zhao An in our sector isn't bad either. Look at the vegetables. Most posted by him. These two must have a lot of train coins by now. I wonder when the next public station appears. You're thinking of robbing them? Idiot. Li Xiaosheng bought a level 3 assault crossbow blueprint at the public trading station and sold one to every alliance member. If you reach a public platform, stay away or you won't even know how you died. A crossbow, can that be more powerful than a gun? How did the guy above survive? A level 3 weapon, even a crossbow, beats low-level firearms. Haven't you noticed the guy who sold guns? What was his name? Ye Qian. He hasn't appeared for a while. His low-level rifles are long outdated. That guy doesn't want to join the alliance. Brother Li has spoken. Next time we see him, we'll definitely take his life. That's right, Brother Li. Also said no one is allowed to buy his stuff. Otherwise, it means you're against the alliance. Watching the lackeys pop up, I calmly type a line on the light screen. Attach a screenshot, spend 1 train coin, and pin it. Selling Heart of the Vampire Baron, already placed on the trading platform for auction. Only accepting train coins, highest bidder wins. The trading platform has an auction function, just rarely used. When the introduction appears, the scrolling chat pauses for a moment, then scrolls rapidly. What is this? Transform into a vampire. What's this module? Never seen any of this. How many train coins? If I had this, would I still need to fear those monsters chasing the train? I could do whatever I want, even inside the station. The auction price has reached 15 train coins. Where do you guys get so much money? Didn't we agree everyone was living a hard life? A bunch of liars. The heart immediately attracts attention. Among them, those tempted by the modules begin bidding before everyone else. Li Xiaosheng among them. Damn Ye Qian, to have such good luck for this kind of thing. Hey, but truly stupid for taking it out instead of using it himself. Does he not want to abandon his human identity? He curls his lips in disdain. Ignorant. What does it matter if you are human, as long as you become strong? Who cares about race? With this heart becoming a vampire, who can be my rival? He takes out a train coin and pins his own message. My alliance wants this thing. Then another message tops it. Didn't your lackeys say no one is allowed to buy this Ye Qian stuff? What's wrong? As the alliance leader, you're the first to go back on your word. The poster is named Zhao An, that train captain who has been growing vegetables since the first station and holds high prestige in his sector. The two of them, one selling basic resources and the other selling vegetables, should have minded their own business, but Li Xiaosheng's lackeys constantly show off and mock other sectors, so the alliance has a terrible reputation. Li Xiaosheng's face turns livid. He grits his teeth, watches the price climb, and continues bidding. The auction stops at 23. The bidder is Li Xiaosheng. He used the basic resources on hand to scrape the coins from his alliance members to barely manage it. He does have some ability. Zhao An tried collecting from captains in his sector too, but very few were willing to trust him. Without interest as guarantee, who would lend their wealth? As the timer hits 0, Li Xiaosheng obtains the heart and his train coins flow into mine. Didn't expect this thing to sell so high. Fair enough. Level 5 platform after all. However, the buyer is Li Xiaosheng. I wonder if he'll regret coming to cause me trouble. He saw only the module bonuses and surpassing human physique, but selectively ignored the negatives. Maybe he passes the next few stations smoothly, but after that, none of my problem. I count the coins with a smile. 53 total. With these, I can put the next train sublimation on the schedule. Stamina and mental power, still a bit lacking. Tomorrow, just tomorrow I upgrade the train to level 5. Reaching level 4 10 stations ago was a record-breaking feat. Level 5 should be possible too, right? No, it definitely is. A friend Ding reaches me. Zhao Lin, still alive, truly not easy. Big brother Ye, how many train coins did you earn in the end? Not much, just 23, I tell her. Auctions are visible only to bidder and seller. Others don't know the actual price. Zhao Lin rubs her eyes, wondering if she misread. 23 train coins, converted to level 3 chests is almost 4. Who is the one with such good luck? Why can she not get things like this? So amazing. Was this also from a treasure chest? Just killed an old bat. Seeing this, the envy in her vanishes. Good luck and bad luck are conserved, so wealth and danger are the same. The bat must not have been that simple. Perhaps a great price was paid. If it were her, she would only think about hiding. Can this thing really turn someone into a vampire? Looking at the wrinkled heart in front of him, Li Xiaosheng's eyes burn with desire. Ye Qian, I will make you regret selling this thing to me. He tilts his head back, throws it into his mouth, a nauseating fishy stench exploding inside. Fights back the urge to vomit, swallows it down. Then excruciating pain. Ah, his skin festers, two fangs pierce through his mouth, and his originally passable face becomes that of an extremely ugly monster within seconds. Trembling, he climbs up, startled by the version of himself in the mirror. Is this me? He throws a punch, shattering the mirror. My strength has increased. Vampire, I succeeded. From this moment on, Li Xiaosheng is no longer human. The next day, 6 hours 30 minutes and 0 seconds, the broadcast rings out as I am cooking. 2 eggs into the frying pan, a few slices of thinly cut beast meat on the side, fresh tomatoes and a white forest fruit. A hearty breakfast. Congratulations to the remaining 8,679 train captains after the block merge. You have successfully arrived at the 10th station of the newcomer survival period. The 10th station will be the final destination for novice train captains. Good luck to you all. The final destination, huh? Munching, I sit by the window. Yesterday's silver-clad world has disappeared overnight. The earthy wasteland stretches on as usual. Before the 10th, I managed to upgrade to level 5. Pretty well done. I walk to the front of the train, touch the oval-shaped train system, speak softly. Sublimation. Stamina and mental power surge like a tide. A deep blue stream pours continuously from the front car until it envelops the whole train. Stamina 120 to 70, mental power 120 to 60. Train upgrade complete. Current level 5. A brand new train reappears in the wilderness. Opening the details, the familiar trio, wheels, frame, chassis, all at level 5 strength, speed up to 100 kilometers per hour. Then upgrade options. 1. Intelligent chip, 10 train coins. 3. CVO Roadhog, 10 train coins. 3. CVO Roadhog, 10 train coins. 3. CVO Roadhog. 4. Infinite storage game console, 8 train coins. Well, I overestimated my reserves. The 4 total 48 train coins. If I buy them all, my balance drops back to single digits. I was a rich man for one day, now I'm going to be a pauper again. Shaking my head helplessly, I check the rewards. The intelligent chip goes without saying. Wally got a brain. The planting carriage also needs full automation. Must buy. The focus is the last 3, especially the carriage. Heavy turret carriage, equipped with 2 fixed heavy artillery guns, 1 fixed top machine gun, can be remotely controlled and fired via the train operating system. Artillery, hiss, feels good. Buying it. A pure black carriage much larger than normal appears out of thin air on the track. Connecting to my train, teleporting in and looking at the huge gun barrels aimed at both sides, I can't help but touch them a couple of times. This is a man's romance. If not for only 6 shells coming with the carriage, I would really fire one right now. Next, the CVO Roadhog, a silver gray motorcycle, and with it I won't have to walk on my own legs at the station. Buy. Last, infinite storage game console, a console with infinite internal storage. Spend 1 train coin to purchase various constantly updating games. No need to hesitate. Must buy. My coin count returns to pre-liberation levels overnight, but adhering to since I bought it I have to use it, I still spend 1 train coin to buy Devil May Cry 5, which I hadn't fully cleared before coming here. Just consider it nostalgia. Definitely not because my gaming addiction flared. There is one more thing, the reward for breaking the level 5 record. Congratulations on breaking the fastest level 5 train record. Receive 1 piece of train armament. Train armament? What kind of thing is this? Choosing to claim, a deep blue stream merges directly into my body. Train armament. Doomsday drill. Consumes 1 train coin to summon a drill in front of the train, with power increasing as the train speed increases. 12. I, still being abused by the boss in the game, put down the controller. The light screen pops up before me, my laziness disappearing. Is it finally starting? Crossroads of Destiny triggered. Please choose a path from the following 2 stations. Station 1, deep in the gloomy jungle, level 5 hunting station. Station 2, Darvo Village, Goblin Tribe, level 5 hunting station. Goblins again, I really have a connection with goblins, and both hunting stations, this is hard to choose. The deep forest of option 1 has basically no information. Option 2, decided since goblins have appeared so many times it wouldn't make sense not to go see. I choose Station 2, Darville Village, Goblin Tribe. Station selection complete. Please sit tight. The 10th station the train is arriving at is Darville Village, Goblin Tribe. The train moves forward, half an hour later passes through the void. The whistle sounds, and outside the window, to my surprise, there are a dozen men and women dressed in various costumes, looking very much like adventurers from another world. Looking over. Current station, Darville Village, Goblin Tribe. Docking countdown 9 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Good luck. This station, high risk. A bearded uncle in clerical attire, the leader, walks over and knocks on the train door. Hello, are you the new adventurer? Adventurer, like the hunter from the previous station, must be the train captain identity here. The sentry was not triggered, no hostility. I open the door and smile. Hello, my name is Ye Qian. What happened here? I am an adventurer just passing by, I don't know the situation. The cleric smiles kindly. I see. I thought you were sent by the royal capital. Since you aren't, you should leave quickly. This village is about to be invaded by the Goblin Kingdom. We must guard here for 5 hours to ensure all civilians are evacuated. However, it seems a bit late. Those goblins have already arrived. Following the cleric's gaze, above the distant hills, hundreds of green-skinned goblins are charging over, waving wooden sticks and iron bars while screaming. "Stop them," the cleric shouts. "We cannot let these monsters break through. Watch out for stealth." He pulls a giant cross the size of a door from his back and plants it before him, the rest on high alert. Just then he hears the young man beside him speak. "Sentry, fire." The order is given. Its red optical eyes open and rotate continuously. Hundreds of light wheels appear out of thin air under the feet of the goblins, entering the 150-meter alert range. Even the goblin slayer in stealth is instantly revealed. Weapons materialize. Then, fire. Bullets pour out, each accurately hitting a vital point. The barrage prevents any goblins from entering the alert range. Instincts of fear cause the lowest level goblins to turn and flee, and some escape beyond 150 meters. But could they really escape? Pursue. Command updated. The sentry detaches from the train, even carrying the heavy machine gun, pursuing at extremely high speed. The moment these goblins charged toward me, they were destined to die here. When the gunfire ceases, hundreds of goblins have all been hunted down. The sentry returns to the top of the train to continue its vigil. I pat the shoulder of the stunned cleric. "Mister, are you hurt?" That. You. Who exactly are you? That thing just now." The cleric regains his senses, swallows, looking at my harmless appearance. "I just said, I'm just passing through. But coincidentally, my target should be the strongest individual among these goblins. Tell me, where is it?" "This is a hunting station. There must be a target. Like the old bat. The strongest goblin? Do you mean the goblin general?" From this cleric I learned the situation. The village is surrounded by a legion of 5,000 goblins. There are over 200 civilians. As adventurers, they were hired by the human royal family to defend so the people inside could evacuate. The cleric smiles and shakes his head. Of course. How could the kingdom spend such a sum to hire a high-level adventurer squad just for civilians of a border village? The real reason, a princess of the human royal family is staying somewhere in the village, searching for something. The squad must prevent any goblin invasion for at least 5 hours, until she finds what she is looking for and leaves safely. The commander outside is a goblin general, presumably my hunting target. 5,000. Can you really hold out for 5 hours? I am skeptical. They don't look like they could withstand it. The cleric laughs. We are a famous adventurer squad in the kingdom. Defeating the Goblin Legion is unlikely, but we can manage to block them. He points to the sky. We have set up a barrier. Once activated, when the Goblin army arrives, they cannot rush in. Watching his inexplicably confident expression, I silently look at the translucent light film not yet descended in the sky. I just feel it isn't as reliable as he claims. Will the Goblin General come too? Of course. By the way, I haven't introduced myself. My name is Donald. I am a cleric. If your target is the Goblin General, you can stay. It is dangerous outside, and the tracks further ahead were long destroyed by the goblins. Donald's gaze glances at the sentry a few times with a hint of fervor. Target confirmed. I accept Donald's invitation to stay temporarily. The squad people aren't bad. I exchange a few bottles of ice-cold beer to gain their trust. Compared to the Goblin General I am hunting, I am actually more curious about what is in the village worth a princess searching for personally. Donald's alcohol tolerance is average, and having drunk a little too much, he spills everything he knows. We don't know specifically what it is, but we heard an ancient ruin was discovered under this village. Maybe there's some treasure inside, haha. But it's strange, we've circled the village a few times, why haven't we noticed any entrance? Who knows where that princess and the people she brought went in? An ancient ruin with no entrance? What kind of treasure could be hidden? Could it be the treasure chest for this stop, or something else? My interest piqued. I take the chance to fetch more drinks and return to the train, looking at Wally spinning in circles, entertaining itself. I pat its iron head. It's your turn to shine. Go and bring back the most precious thing at this stop. Don't let me down. A train coin turns into dark golden light and merges into Wally's body. He pats his square chassis with a mechanical claw, looking every bit like he's saying, "Leave it to me. Be careful. Don't get caught. If you can't handle it, come back to me. No need to take risks." Watching his retreating figure, his camera eye actually makes a touched expression. He nods, rubs against my lower leg a few times, rolls treads, and enters the village without being noticed. Near a mud house, he finds the entrance to the underground. "Brother Ye Qian, why so slow? I thought you drank too much and fell asleep." Haha, he is a top-tier adventurer who owns his own train. How could he get drunk easily? I'm so envious you have a train. How much did you pay R&D Corporation for it? We've been saving for over 10 years and only saved 18 coins. Still 3 short. Will we get a coin after completing the kingdom's mission this time, boss? We will soon own a train too. Then we won't have to ride those butt-bruising carriages. Haha, right. We will have one soon. Run? Corporation? I had walked out of the train, and that slightly familiar name in their conversation makes my steps falter. I have heard the name again. Where last time? Doomsday Town. The monster in that silver shop used 3 train coins to buy a cake from Run Corporation, thinking it could cure his daughter. but the company's courier died on the edge of the town. This is the second time. Was it a train they wanted to buy? I narrow my eyes slightly, sit beside Donald, open a beer, and hand it to him with a curious smile. What is this Run Corporation you're talking about? Donald and the others cast puzzled looks. He scratches his head. Brother Ye-Chian, you've got me confused. You're a person who owns a train. How could you not know Run Corporation? I didn't buy this train. I see, Donald says with a bitter smile. I knew it. You're so young. How could you have scraped together enough coins to buy a train? Plus, you don't look like an adventurer. Sigh, it's good to be a noble. You can get what we want without having to fight outside. By the way, you mentioned your target was the Goblin General. Are you hoping to kill that monster and make a name for yourself? Donald has already imagined a story where I am the heir of some noble family, driving a family-provided train to the frontier for an adventure. I give a fake awkward smile, which only convinces him more, and he continues. So what is Run Corporation, and what are the coins? What do they have to do with the train? Donald takes a sip, leans against his massive cross, pulls a cloth bag from his bosom, and extracts something I am quite familiar with. Train coins. Run Corporation appeared on the continent suddenly over 200 years ago. Those people called couriers brought many magical gadgets. The countries on the continent wanted to buy them, but were told only this kind of mysterious coin was accepted. These coins are very hard to find and impossible to counterfeit. They can only be obtained in some dangerous places or from chests in mysterious ruins. An empire at the time wanted to seize those magical items by force, but overnight that empire's capital was instantly erased, as if it had never existed. A high-level adventurer squad like ours has only managed to find a dozen or so after collecting for over 10 years. We are still 3 coins short of a train. He looks at my train with envy again, lamenting fate's unfairness. I rub my chin slightly. Run Corporation appeared over 200 years ago, but Shea said 15 years ago there was no mention of Run Corporation's existence, so time in the station and time in the wilderness are not synchronized. And the chests where one can get train coins are those treasure chests. But why only coins? Are there only coins in the chests? Nothing else? Donald looks confused. Of course, what else could there be? I do not press further. Then how do I contact Run Corporation once I have the coins? You kid, you've got so many questions. Fine, considering the drinks. Having gotten the answer, I make an excuse about being drunk and return to the train. Sitting in my chair, I fall into thought. Can only a train captain open treasure chests to get things other than train coins? Or is all of this just the setting for Donald in this station? I am becoming increasingly confused about these stations. Often the background of a station presents a complete world. Other times a station consists only of a fixed space with nothing but endless darkness outside. Are the worlds inside real or not? Who? Why am I thinking about this? What does it have to do with me? Just focus on myself. I shake my head, casting wild thoughts away. Taking out my few remaining train coins, following Donald's method, I recite in my heart, summon Run Corporation Courier, perform purchase transaction. No response. Within expectations, Run Corporation's customers are not train captains like me, but the natives in the stations. So they collect train coins through natives but refuse to trade with train captains. Run Corporation seems to be hiding itself. Sometime later, the Goblin Vanguard arrives. These green-skinned monsters wear standard-issue leather armor and wooden spears, clearly more elite than the low-level goblins. I don't make a move. I even turn off the sentries, creating the appearance of having exhausted ammunition during the first wave. When Donald and his team hear this, their gazes toward me grow more disdainful. They completely regard me as a pampered young master out on an adventure, with no ability except the train and sentries. So this is magic? It's indeed cool. Pity, if only I could learn it. Inside the train, looking through the window, I eat melon seeds bought from Zhao Lin while watching them fight. No wonder they need such a huge cross. It's actually used to swing at people. A violent cleric. Ugh, did they just smash him into meat paste? The battle lasts a long time, and finally, with everyone injured, they eliminate the vanguard of over 100 elite goblins. No deaths, but everyone hurt, relying on Donald's healing. Slow. The goblins won't give them that time. Another batch of elite goblins crest the hill. Scouts at the front bring bad news. The main force is only 10 minutes away. The squad's combat effectiveness is hard to agree with. The mage was kidney stabbed by an elite goblin slayer and almost died. Donald, panting heavily, grits his teeth at the pale-faced mage. We can't wait any longer. Hurry up and open the barrier. Otherwise, before the main force arrives, we'll be ambushed by these slayers. He calculates time. Open the barrier. Drive those lowly goblins out. A semi-transparent light membrane covers the village like an inverted bowl. Outside, the goblins are blocked, pounding desperately, unable to shake it. Donald is right. It can block ordinary goblins. But what if it's not an ordinary goblin? Lightning flashes. In the sky, a spear wrapped in thunder strikes the barrier at extreme speed. Cracks spread from the tip. Crack, crack. The barrier shatters. How can this be? Why could this goblin break our barrier? Donald stares in disbelief. How could a goblin possess such a powerful weapon? Captain, we should run. We definitely can't hold them. Damn goblins. They're charging. Ah, don't come any closer. 5,000 goblins surge toward the village like a green tide. Among them, a tall goblin general clad in black armor sits at center. He reaches forward, the yellow bracelet on his wrist glimmering, the lightning spear returning to his hand. He grins at the squad, but suddenly notices the train not far away. A flash of fear crosses his eyes. He instinctively steps back 2 paces, then something occurs to him, and a fierce, malevolent glare appears on his already ugly face. He points the spear at the train. Gili-gulu gwala. Nearly half the army adjusts direction and charges straight toward the train. Looks like I've been targeted. I stroke my chin, a faint smile curving my lips at the lightning spear. Is that my hunting reward? It looks quite nice. 150 meters. The moment the army reaches this distance, the deactivated sentry restarts. Exterminate. Command issued. Red targeting reticles spread continuously. 1, 2, thousands appearing under the goblins' feet. Whether invisible or camouflaged, even with speed boosts, they cannot escape the sentry's lock. Bullets? Enough. The mental power magazine fully replenished. Then a train coin turns into dark golden light at my fingertips and merges into the sentry. Activate overlimit mode. The sentry's red eye erupts with blinding light, initiating 30 seconds of double firing rate. The double-speed Great Compassion heavy machine gun turns the area within 150 meters into a meat grinder. Not a single goblin lasts a second after entering. The goblin general watches in disbelief. Not just him, the adventurers behind the train are the same. Is this war? No, this is a completely one-sided massacre. The goblins want to flee, but the goblin general roars and the fleeing goblins are affected. Their eyes turn blood red and they continue to charge, howling. Are these goblins crazy? How is it possible to charge through this? An adventurer mutters, voicing everyone's confusion. Oh, they're quite smart, knowing to consume my bullets. If it were someone else, they might really worry about supply. But well, crunch. The sweet aroma of white forest fruit masks the scent of blood on the breeze. When the 2 magazines empty, gunfire fades. The goblin general looks pleased and waves his spear to continue commanding the charge. No bullets. Captain, let's go. He's out. That's right, Captain. We should have left earlier. Damn it. Why did I believe a young noble could take out 5,000 goblins? Donald grits his teeth, hesitating. Yi Qian helped us. Go call him back so we leave together. Captain, it's too late. That kid has a train. Just let him figure out his own escape. What does it have to do with us? Idiot. The trains sold by Run Corporation require a 30-minute warm-up every start. How long has it been since the battle started? Ignoring dissuasion, Donald runs quickly toward the train. He wants to take me away before the goblins arrive. I hear the conversation and smile slightly, opening the window and leaning out, leisurely waving at sweating Donald. Brother Donald, you're not a bad guy. Get off the car quickly. No matter how precious the train, it's not as important as your life. Don't stay on it. Your weapon is out of bullets. The ammunition for that kind of weapon can only be bought from Run Corporation. Even if your family is wealthy, they can't give you more. Run. There's still time. Chew. Chew. I look at him with a smile, swallowing the fruit. Don't worry, there are still plenty of bullets. 80 meters. Snap. The empty mental power magazine fills instantly. 50 meters. Another train coin turns into golden light. Overlimit mode reactivate. Fire. On the battlefield, goblin after goblin is hit by bullets and explodes into blood mists. The level 6 heavy machine gun paired with special mental power bullets even achieves multi-kills, where monsters are dense. Facing an unbeatable opponent, the forcibly berserk goblins are forced awake. They abandon armor and weapons, ignoring the general's orders, turning to flee. Pursue them. A comical scene appears. The sentry floats in midair, mounting the heavy machine gun, single-handedly surrounding and annihilating the remaining less than 2,000. Only when both magazines are exhausted does it stop and return. Sitting on the window frame, I continue eating, ignoring Donald, who is dumbfounded for the umpteenth time, and walks straight out. Within 300 meters in front, the emerald grass is soaked scarlet. The army has completely collapsed. Only the goblin general remains, furious. No matter how he roars, he cannot salvage the shattered mental power. He himself feels fear under the sentry. Just as he prepares to flee with the army, he notices an unarmed human who looks quite delicious walking out. Gili-gulu, Gili-gulu. He immediately shows joy. Even with his underdeveloped brain, he can tell this delicious human must be the train's owner. Kill him and the train belongs to the great goblin general Tululu. Greed makes him abandon fear. At this distance, he can pierce through this delicious human's heart, then shatter into pieces just like the barrier. Gili-gulu gwala. He raises the spear high, bright yellow lightning attaching. But before he can throw, bang, a single bullet pierces through his brow. Trial by gunfire, triggered, sin judgment. Guilty, 1 shot, and the world goes quiet. Phew. Blowing the wisps of smoke from Ebony's muzzle, I hum a cheerful tune as I walk straight to the corpse, kicking him aside. This is my first time using the active ability of trial by gunfire. As expected, very strong. I pick up the spear and bring up the light screen. Lightning spear. Level 5. Consumes stamina to throw a powerful lightning attack. Supporting equipment, spear retriever. The retriever must be the thing the goblin general was using. Removing it from his wrist and examining this distinctly high-tech item, I fall into thought. Can a goblin really get their hands on this, or did he open a treasure chest somewhere else? No, Donald has no reason to lie. Natives in these station worlds should only be able to obtain train coins from chests, not other rewards. Then is it Run Corporation? Whether the retriever or the spear itself, I feel they were all bought from Run Corporation. Easy to tell by how the general targeted my train. This monster had clearly scavenged other trains, not the kind natives buy, but ones truly owned by a captain. Run Corporation is also an organization founded by train captains. Right, they sell to natives. Then what these natives do becomes new station worlds. Without seeing them, all my speculations cannot be confirmed. However, it should be soon. After completing the 10th platform, our batch passes the novice period, and there will surely be opportunity to meet earlier batches. They will know more about Run Corporation than I do, and perhaps I will run into someone from Run Corporation at some station. Putting the spear away, I hesitate, then strip the iron armor off the general. He doesn't know how many years since he last bathed. The stench is unbearable, but it's a waste to toss and recycling won't yield much, so I list it on the trading platform. Surely someone will mind nothing and pay. Too much trouble to carry, so I list the iron armor for 8 train coins. Where else can you find a conscientious merchant like me? 8 train coins for level 3 iron armor. This doesn't seem to have anything to do with conscience. Returning with my spoils, the adventurers look at me with awe and fear. The sentry's attack could be excused as a powerful weapon, but that single shot to the general's head erased all doubt. Lord Ye, thank you for your help. We will spread the story of how you repelled the 5,000-strong goblin army single-handedly. In the name of the Holy Lord, I, Donald, will absolutely not conceal these achievements. That doesn't really matter, but your mission can be considered complete. Right, I still need to stay here for a while. What about you? We'll leave right away. Sensing the dismissal, Donald leads them away without hesitation. Just as they leave, he remembers something, pulls a silver-white statue of a hooded prayer giver from his backpack, and offers it. Lord Ye, you helped us and saved all our lives. We don't have anything precious. Please take this. With it, the Holy Lord will bless you. The squad fades into the distance. I look at the statue, pondering. Does this world really have gods? No, what am I thinking? It would actually be strange if there were no gods. Statue of the saint, pray and be filled with hope. Perhaps the Holy Lord will cast their gaze upon you. Not necessarily useful. Aside from God, who else could force countless people to constantly enter this train survival world? Or rather, whoever can do this must, and can only be called God. I suddenly think of Shea. Wasn't that woman dressed like a nun? What kind of god did she believe in? I'll ask her when I get the chance. Putting down the statue, my gaze falls on the hunting reward. Sublimation, stamina 117 to 73. Sublimation successful. Lightning Spear to Rampage. Lightning Spear level 6. Wild Thunder Throw consumes stamina down to 0 to throw a strike of immense power. Can be equipped with Spear Retriever. Immense power, how immense? I don't try lightly. The negative effect is too severe. After stamina is consumed to 0, one enters a state of extreme sloth, and I already feel uncomfortable with 20 or 30 left. Hard to imagine 0. However, I don't want to consume my own. But what about the sentry? It has no stamina. With this thought, I climb onto the roof and equip the spear and retriever to the vigilant sentry. Switch weapon, Rampage Lightning Spear. Activate, Wild Thunder Throw. Order issued, sentry activates. On the spear shaft, golden lightning condenses, forming a spiral, constantly rotating thunder spearhead. After reaching a critical value, it shoots out violently, turning into a golden meteor falling from sky to earth. Then, boom. A huge explosion, strong shockwaves spreading outward. Oh no. Feeling the impact, I quickly duck into the train to avoid being blown away. When the lightning dissipates, I look at the huge spiral crater that has appeared. Not bad. I am very satisfied. After the sentry uses the ability, the spear doesn't consume stamina as the description states. It only needs 1 minute to recharge. By constantly recalling through the retriever, it is another powerful weapon no less than the Great Compassion Heavy Machine Gun. Not only that, the sentry can use this spear for melee, compensating for its weakness in melee. If an enemy closes, they get shot in vital spots while harassed by the spear, even fleeing far, pursued by violent thunder. Before reaching a higher level, the sentry cannot possibly have any opponents. The 150-meter range is destined to become a nightmare for enemies. Daver Village, 2,000 meters underground. Soldiers in exquisite armor surround a woman in her early 30s waiting in this underground world. Before them, within a semi-transparent barrier, a reverse cross building stands. The woman holds a semi-cylindrical key and forcefully inserts it into the stone platform before the barrier, her steps unsteady, looking like she has been standing for a long time. Your Highness, why don't you rest and let us take over? It's been almost a day. If this continues your body, a soldier steps forward, trying to curry favor. Get lost. She viciously kicks the soldier away. The things here are mine. None of you commoners can lay a hand on them. The others exchange looks, help up the bleeding soldier, and hide aside without further word. Feeling the oppressive atmosphere, she snorts disdainfully, gaze fixed with fervent intensity on the altar. Almost there, Almost there. In the darkness, no one notices a square robot with its head tucked in, secretly observing. Wally circles around and stops on the other side of the barrier, poking it with his arm, feeling it soft. So Wally directly crashes into it. Bang! Clutching his iron head, he reveals a hurt expression. He is certain he cannot get in here. He has to go back and tell his master. The most precious thing on this platform must be retrieved by his master personally. Wally, you're back so fast. Didn't get the item, huh? It's okay, I'm not Ye Qian. Wait, that's me. It doesn't matter if you don't get it. You'll still get your charge. Oh, you drew a map. Does that mean there's treasure down here? Led by Wally to the underground entrance, I take out a pure purification stone for a light source and follow him in. So the location is over here. After about half an hour through a deep secluded path, the scene opens up. Emerald crystals are embedded everywhere, soft light bringing illumination to this vast underground world. Continue forward. I hear voices not far away. Are you okay? That kick from Her Highness wasn't light. My ribs are probably broken. Why did you have to go and seek death? She despises soldiers from common backgrounds the most. I just want to get promoted. I don't want to just be a guard. Not now, though. Wait till the princess gets the item from that ruin, then we'll figure out a way to. Are we really going to do it? Otherwise, after that woman gets the item from the ruins, how could she tolerate us knowing? She'll definitely silence us. The conversation fades. Walking another 10 minutes, I see the ruins. After observing the princess in her 30s who looks like an old woman, my fantasy of fairy tale princesses is completely shattered. So ugly. I do not go out directly, but circle around like Wally, coming to the other side of the barrier. Touching it with my hand, the soft sensation makes it hard to believe this is hard to break. How do I get in? I fall into thought. What if after she opens it, I just shoot and rob her? That's one way. If there's no better option, I might as well try. Wait, I have an idea. I suddenly think of a good idea. Anchorer. The dark gold blasphemy card appears between my fingers. Anchor. Mental energy consumed. An anchor mark appears inside the barrier. Then, sail. A drowning sensation. Voices in my ears come and go. When I open my eyes again, I am inside the ruins. It worked. It actually worked. I play with the card, smiling. With Anchor and Teleport, I can completely cross any barrier. The Blasphemy card's abilities truly grow stronger the more I look. If the Blasphemy card underwent another sublimation, I gaze a moment, then shake my head. No, it's the same feeling as when I couldn't sublimate above level 4. My current ability isn't strong enough. Forget it, let's first see what's actually in the ruins. I walk toward the base of the massive reverse cross altar, so tall, almost 10 stories. I climb the steps, continuously, until I reach the spacious pure white platform at the very top. Only another reverse cross platform a little over a person's height exists there. Walking closer, this vast altar exists solely for one item. What is this? A light purple card floats. On the card, the image of a hooded demon holding a scythe is lifelike. It feels a bit like the Blasphemy card. No way. I swallow, reaching out. The moment I grasp the card, I feel countless seductive whispers in my ears, but it disappears in an instant. I shake my head, patting my forehead. What was that just now? An illusion? I pull up my personal information. Aside from the mental power consumed for the anchor and teleport, my mental power has dropped by about half again. This card, appraise. Devil card, seduction. Seduction consumes mental energy, your lies will be believed. Demon, consumes stamina. Your actions will inspire fear. Such powerful abilities and no level. This thing couldn't be the same kind as the Blasphemy card, could it? No, this one shouldn't be as powerful. Good luck, there's even an extra reward at the stop. I am in a rather good mood. I glance at the ugly princess below, still trying to open the barrier. She's trying so hard, wouldn't it be pitiful if she came in and found nothing? With a casual toss, I take out a level 3 bullet and place it on the altar. A level 3 bullet, not bad I guess. I do not leave immediately. In fact, I cannot. The anchor's teleport requires an hour to cool down. During this time, I go back down and have Wally return first. Time passes quickly. Anchorer, sail, another drowning, another whisper. Only this time when I open my eyes, I am back on my train. Finally, it's open. Underground world. The princess looks at the dog-hole-like gap that has appeared, immediately bends down and crawls through. The guards behind her want to follow, but she glares them back. You commoners, you aren't worthy of entering. Wait there obediently. Once this princess obtains the item, this world will be mine. She lifts her heavy skirt, takes 3 steps in 2, and climbs the inverted cross altar above. After climbing for a long time, she reaches the top, sees the smaller inverted cross altar, rushes over with fervent eyes. This is a bullet, a single bullet. This is what Run Corporation told me to get. Picking it up, she looks puzzled. Who cares, as long as I got it. She takes a hairpin from her head and throws it on the ground. A small crystal is revealed within, emitting faint blue light. A woman wearing a Run Corporation medal sits in an executive chair, sporting massive dark circles, speaks in an extremely languid tone. Who are you? Oh, I remember. The princess from that big world with a maximum level 5 platform. So, have you obtained the item? Give it to me now. I got it. Here. A platform-like object appears above the crystal. The princess obediently places the bullet on it. Before long, the woman on the other end has the bullet in her hand. She looks at this utterly ordinary level 3 bullet and falls silent. After a long while, she raises her head, stares coldly at the princess. "You're playing games with me." The old princess's expression changes to surprise. She quickly shakes her head and waves her hands. "How could that be? How would I dare to deceive an adult from Run Corporation? Didn't you say take that key and find an underground ruin in the border region? I searched a whole year before I found this ruin the key fit, and there was only one bullet on the altar. There really was nothing else." The woman continues to stare with icy dead fish eyes that make the old princess collapse to the ground. "Enough. There should have been a card there, not a bullet. Where is the item exactly? I'm giving you one last chance. Tell the truth." I really don't know. There really was only this one bullet, I didn't lie." Sizzle. The blue crystal explodes. A sharp fragment grazes the princess's neck. Bleeding profusely, she desperately reaches out, but darkness like a tide engulfs her. The dead fish-eyed woman looks at the bullet, lost in thought. That native wasn't lying, but the barrier containing the devil card can only be opened with a key. Why was there a bullet inside? Could it be someone swapped the card beforehand? No, impossible. If the ruin had been opened, it wouldn't need a key again. So what exactly is this? She places the bullet aside and speaks to something living in the darkness. "Go investigate which train captain above level 30 has recently visited that platform." "Yes." Docking countdown 1 hour 33 minutes and 45 seconds. Wally, come back. On the roof of the train, I lie basking in the sunlight. Wally, meanwhile, is continuously pulling weapons and leather armor from the dead goblins, then recycling them through the processing station I placed outside, ultimately forming resource blocks for the storage carriage. Ha! Almost time to go. Yawning, I call him back. The last batch of resources stored. The gains from this stop are now complete. Back inside, Wally eagerly circles between me and the charger, the large eyes of the monitor blinking. Surprisingly adorable in a clumsy way. "Go on. Seeing how hard you've worked, I'll reward you with a full charge today." Although it's fully charged every day, receiving my praise makes Wally incredibly happy. Back in the constant temperature carriage, I have gradually transformed it into a proper room. Even bought a dining table on the trading platform and set up a bookshelf with comic books in the game console. This carriage is entirely a paradise for a homebody. Okay, time to depart. The privilege has long since changed color. I raise my hand and slap it down. Privilege triggered. Departure. The track moves forward. The void appears. Passing through. Returning. Outside the window, the familiar endless wasteland. At the same moment I return, all captains in this sector look up at the broadcast, because it has emitted a sound. Congratulations, all train captains have left the 10th platform. Starting tomorrow, you will no longer be protected by Newbie Protection privileges. In the wasteland, weather will change daily and will no longer be the same. Cross-sector friend adding enabled. Multiplayer platforms enabled. Guilds enabled. Team mode enabled. The trading platform will no longer be restricted to this sector. Train speed requirement increased to a minimum of 60 kilometers per hour. Trains below this enter a dangerous state. We wish you good luck. We wish you to survive. Remember, do not abandon your train. A long string of rapid-fire announcements leaves everyone bewildered. 6,831 10,000s. What the heck? Why is this broadcast more and more off schedule? We already left and it's only saying this now. I'm almost falling asleep. That's weird. I heard people from Sector E3 say before that broadcast times occasionally don't match ours. Didn't expect after merging the broadcast is now off schedule too. Hey, is there something wrong with you guys in E3? What, are you trying to say someone can stay on a platform for almost 9 hours? That would require level 4? Oh, no, level 5, right. Isn't your focus on this? The main point is all that stuff the broadcast said. What do they mean by multiplayer platforms, guilds, fully open trading platform? Weren't there multiplayer platforms before? Those were public trading platforms. You clearly didn't listen. As for guilds, haven't you played games? Huh, look at the mail section. Who is this mass sending a message inviting us to City of 1,000 Stars? There are other mails too. Holy cow, why are there more and more? The chat room is bustling. I also received the emails they are talking about. City of 1,000 Stars. Nation on a ship. Sky Garden. Are these the cities built by those seniors Sister Shaya mentioned? An invitation directly through the system for the new batch who have passed level 10? If I accept an invitation, I can go there for the next stop, no longer making a random platform selection. What will the cities be like? I fall into thought, looking at dozens of mass-sent emails. Their names alone don't reveal strength or quality, and a rash choice might lead to trouble. Or should I not accept any? I shake my head, dismissing it. I have done nothing wrong. A clear conscience fears no false accusation. Aside from the blasphemy card, I have no conflicts with anyone. No need to give up an opportunity to learn more about the world, but I truly cannot decide which to choose. However, I can ask. Sister Shaya, do you know which faction is better for a stop after level 10? On a certain platform world, Shaya is silently praying with her eyes closed. She opens them at the special system notification. Level 10. Why is it only level 10 now? I remember this kid came to my place many days ago, didn't he? At that time, he was all ready. She tilts her head in confusion and replies, "Oh, I thought you had forgotten your elder sister. Level 10. Are you kidding me, kid? It's been 5 or 6 days since we parted. How could you only be at level 10? How could that be, if you don't believe me? Look, I sent a screenshot of the email. It has the date on it. No, you. Seeing I'm not lying, she's clearly stunned a moment. So he really leveled up to a level 3 train at 5th station. And he also got modules, alert devices, storage units. What kind of luck is this, Sister Shea? Seeing she hasn't replied for a long time, I send another. Ahem. It's nothing, haha. I was just dealing with a small problem. Congratulations. After passing level 10, you're a true train captain. As for the choice, I recommend City of 1,000 Stars, the largest city-state in the train world. You can buy many unimaginable things there. Of course, besides that, there's one more thing. I'll also be going to City of 1,000 Stars soon, and I'll give you something then. What is it? I'll tell you when we meet. Oh, by the way, since you're going to City of 1,000 Stars, here's this for you. Ding ding. A new email. A medal engraved with the Weeping Saint's emblem appears in my hand. When you arrive at City of 1,000 Stars, take it to 44 Nikelio Street. It can get your train a free advanced maintenance. Thank you. No need to be polite. I'm helping you only because you are the owner of the blasphemy card. I know, but thank you anyway. Shea sits cross-legged, looking at my message, a slight smile on her lips. Ahem, I'm still busy. Anything else? I hesitate. Yes, I got an item. An item, send a screenshot, see if there's anything special. I send a screenshot of the devil card. Question mark, question mark. Where did you get this thing? I picked it up by chance. Is this card related to the blasphemy card? Shea's eye twitches a few times. She unsteadily crushes a doll and after a long while regains her composure, sighs deeply and replies, no relation. This is another set. Alas, I hadn't intended to tell you so early, but never mind, you've already passed level 10. Organizing her words, she continues. Taking the blasphemy card in your hand is an example. Its individual existence is unique, but that doesn't mean there's only one. As far as I know, including yours, there are 7 blasphemy cards. These 7 are collectively classified as the profane card sequence. As for the devil card you picked up, it's one of the devil card sequence. The difference is there are only 13 devil cards in total, a fixed number. After the holder dies, the card randomly falls into a platform world, forming a ruin. You kid must have gotten it in some ruin, right? Still saying you picked it up, go fool a ghost. Heh, I really did pick it up. I saw no one wanted it, so I just took it. She rubs her forehead in exasperation. Blasphemy card, devil card, angel card, ace card. There are some other similar card sequences. Each one is a unique existence, and except for the blasphemy card, the number of other sequences is fixed. According to rumors that appeared out of nowhere, if one can collect all the cards of the sequence, something special will happen. For example, after collecting the devil card, one can summon a world-destroying demon or something. As of now, I don't know anyone who has managed to collect an entire sequence. However, I did hear that the Run Corporation you mentioned seems to be collecting a certain card sequence. Strangely, even I can't find their headquarters. If you run into them, be careful. Card sequences. I take out both the Blasphemy and Devil card and hold them. What about the Blasphemy card? What happens if they are all collected? Literally, profaning gods. Question mark. She feels she has said too much and sighs. Alright, this isn't something you should worry about. Moreover, no one even knows how many cards are in the Blasphemy sequence. So how could anyone collect them all? Don't overthink it. Go and rest well in City of 1,000 Stars. There you can stop for at least 3 days without continuing to adventure. Never mind, you'll know when the time comes. That's it, I have things to do. She closes the chat. She leans back on the church pew, slightly lost in thought. Sister Nun, it's ready. Tina's voice comes from not far away. The cute girl doll hops over, tilting her head at the other dolls shattered on the floor. Sister Nun is bullying everyone again. Hurry up and fix them, or I won't talk to you. Shea rubs her head and casually takes out a card engraved with a dark gold angel, swiping it through the air. Heal. The dolls are restored. The next morning, 6 hours, 30 minutes, and 0 seconds. Unlike usual, the crossroads of fate is triggered at this time. I just woken, rub my eyes, and look at the screen, feeling a bit confused. It's this early, even the entry time has changed, but what's the point of the crossroads being triggered when entering City of 1,000 Stars? The crossroads of fate triggered. Please choose from the following paths. Path 1, City of 1,000 Stars main gate. Path 2, City of 1,000 Stars lower district. Lower district. After a slight hesitation, I still choose the main gate. This time, no need to wait half an hour. Immediately an entry prompt appears. Enter. Acceleration void. Passing through. The scenery outside the window suddenly changes. The train comes from the endless wasteland onto a massive railway bridge, where strange creatures leap in the sparkling ocean. And many more bridges like this, each with hundreds of tracks, trains of various shapes traveling on them, all members of some block. Directly ahead, a colossal starvation city stretching as far as the eye can see, floats in midair, with countless tracks spiraling around it, like the rings of a planet. Ding ding. Zhao Lin. Brother Ye, did you accept the invitation? Which place did you choose? City of 1,000 Stars. You haven't chosen yet. Choose now. I'll choose City of 1,000 Stars too. I'll treat you to a meal. Heh, I got a lot of train coins at the last station. Okay, ding ding. Another. Shangguan Yingshui, where did you choose? Do you women all like to talk to people at the same time? Question mark. Just kidding, I chose City of 1,000 Stars. How about you? I'm not there. That's a bit of a shame. Ellipsis. The chat ends, and about half an hour later the train begins to slow. A majestic gate appears. New mail. Welcome to City of 1,000 Stars. The whistle blows, the train stops at a Gothic-style platform, enters an independent tunnel, and finally halts. A man in uniform walks over and stands before the door, observes the train, clears his throat, and knocks. The door opens, and as I step out, he nods slightly with a kind smile. Hello, esteemed train captain. Welcome. I am your guide and will introduce you to relevant matters. For the next 3 days you may stay here, or you may choose to join a guild to obtain longer docking times and resources. Through the guild's capabilities. The word guide reminds me of the smiling man at the public trading station. I wonder how that guy is doing now. I came by invitation. What should I do next? Nothing at all. Once you choose to come, you have a special coordinate. After leaving, every 3 stations you can spend 2 train coins to change the destination of the next station to City of 1,000 Stars. Here all train captains will spend at least 3 days of rest, whether for dining, entertainment, or any desire. As long as you spend train coins, it can all be achieved. So that's how it is. I finally understand why these factions send invitations immediately after newbies completed 10 stations. By bringing more newbies into their sphere, captains who are tired or afraid will inevitably choose to come every 3 stations. As for whose pockets those 2 train coins end up in, no need to say more. So my train will just be left here? He shakes his head as if anticipating, takes out a key and hands it to me. City of 1,000 Stars has specialized train storage capsules right here. For just 1 train coin, your train can be absolutely safely stored for 3 days. The key remains in your hands. Only you can open it. Even the highest level administrators absolutely cannot. He finally understands. In short, it costs money. What if I didn't buy? I can easily imagine that if I went out and came back, my train would be nothing but an empty shell. So would you like to purchase the storage service? Yes, your choice is correct. 1 train coin to the guide, I take the key and follow him out. A massive mechanical arm descends from the sky and grabs the tunnel where my train was. It is placed in a corner of the large gate I had just seen and enveloped by a light blue screen. There are countless similar compartments capable of storing trains on that gate. Train captain, please feel free to explore on your own. I hope you have the most wonderful experience here. He is about to leave when I remember something. Wait, what if I want to maintain my train? He gives me a strange look, completely surprised that a captain who just entered would know about maintenance. Please rest assured, you can find specialized maintenance technicians in the city. They all have devices that can directly teleport trains. You only need to use your key, and the train will automatically go there after maintenance return here. And how do I get to 44 Nakello Street? You can go there by city's self-service transportation vehicles. Thank you. Having the info I want, I am not in a hurry. Stepping out of the hall, what meets my eyes is a colossal multi-layered city with a futuristic feel. The place I'm in is the first layer, the base area, the lowest level of the entire City of 1,000 Stars. But this is the lower, then what was the point of that option? I don't think much. After getting a free general map, I walk straight in one direction. Although there are many places to explore, everything requires train coins. Unfortunately, I don't have much money left. Welcome to the Chong Trading Station. Following the map, I enter a shop that connects directly to the trading platform. Only then do I understand what the broadcast meant by the lifting of the trade ban. Resources, all fixed prices now. 1 train coin can be exchanged for 100 kilograms of wood, metal, or 100 mechanical parts. Each person can sell a maximum of 20 times per day for these basic resources. Why is this? Not far away, a sales assistant comes over upon hearing me. She first gives a respectful smile, then explains, "Respected train captain, you must be visiting City of 1,000 Stars for the first time. Basic resources are not scarce here. Many train captains within the city possess the resource radar talent and can provide a large amount of basic resources daily. Therefore, the prices you see now were set by the city lord, specifically prepared for new captains." Talent? What is that? I asked nonchalantly. From her words, it seems that in this city, talent is not something worth mentioning. Her smile does not diminish as she explains. Talent is something only a very small number of captains possess. But even so, as far as I know, there are differences between talents. The resource radar talent is the most common among all talent holders. As for the rest, I do not know. This sales assistant knows quite a lot. I size her up. "You are also a train captain." She shakes her head, seemingly afraid I might misunderstand. Quickly explains, "No, of course not. I was born in City of 1,000 Stars and have always lived here. My goal since childhood has been to become a train assistant serving captains. I only know these things from books. With a few taps on the light screen, I sell basic resources totaling 10 train coins. The self-service transactions only allows basic resources. More complex transactions require appraisal here. However, 10 train coins are clearly not enough for my current needs. What else can I sell? I still have quite a few valuable items. If I were to take out just that one devil card, it would probably fetch an unimaginable price. However, I do not intend to sell. After a moment of thought, I take out 2 test tubes from my backpack. How much can this sell for? Blessed virus serum. This was the product of the virus serum from the Doomsday Town treasure chest after sublimation. Although I always kept it in storage, I never had a chance to use it. And with the candy Shea gave me, the value is becoming smaller and smaller. Keeping 1 tube and exchanging the rest for train coins is just right. Please wait a moment. A mysterious-looking machine emits light, scanning the 2 test tubes. The light forms a screen, displaying its quoted price. Virus serum can provide immunity to low-level zombie viruses. Due to unknown reasons, it has been specially blessed, gaining low-level healing abilities. Estimated value, 5 train coins per tube. Higher than I imagined. Train captain, here are your train coins. Is there anything else? Not for now. Alright, would you like to exchange your train coins for 1,000 stars coins? What are those? They are the common currency of City of 1,000 stars. Train coins are too precious. Each train coin can be exchanged for 1,000 stars coins, usable in any consumption venue within the city. I exchange 5, obtaining 5,000 stars coins, and have no intention of staying. Just as I turn to leave, the assistant runs over and slips a business card into my hand. Train captain, if you need a train assistant, you can contact me. I will definitely fulfill all your requests. Assistant. From the name, it isn't hard to guess, but I don't need one. Meeting her eager gaze, I merely smile without replying. After getting the train coins, I do not leave immediately. Standing on the street, the diverse architecture, vehicles, and people make me feel a little unreal. Ding ding. Zhao Lin, Brother Ye, I've arrived at the place you mentioned. Which one is you? Ah, no need to say. I should recognize you. Looking at the message, before I can reply, I feel a light tap on my shoulder. I turn. No one. I reach out to grab the other side. Oh dear. My gaze shifts with the sound. I see a young girl with high ponytail and healthy tanned skin, looking full of vitality, seemingly just adult, sitting on the ground. You are Zhao Lin. Hey, it's me, Brother Ye. It really is you. I knew I recognized you correctly. I reach out and pull her up. Zhao Lin, a head shorter, lifts her face and puts on a serious expression. Nice to meet you for the first time, Brother Ye. Just call me Ye Qian. I'm not that old. No need to call me Dage. Being called Dage through a chat box is one thing. In person, I am only a few years older. Then how about Brother Qian? Are we that familiar? She doesn't feel awkward at all. Her overly familiar demeanor is hard to dislike. Of course we are familiar. If Brother Qian hadn't helped me in the first 10 stations, I would have died long ago from being unable to complete the upgrades. So you are my savior. That's true. So how do you plan to repay me? She had not expected that. Her carefully prepared words shatter, and for a moment she doesn't know how to respond. Grumble. A small stomach growl breaks the silence. I shrug and point to the restaurants on the street. Treat me to a meal. Would that be sufficient repayment? Of course it would. It was just a meal. She didn't think she would spend much. But she clearly underestimated the consumption level of this city. When the two of us leave the restaurant and see the bill of a full 3,000 stars coins, her mood completely turns from sunny to cloudy. So expensive, we didn't even eat much. How did it cost so much? 3,000 stars coins. That's 3 train coins. Oh my goodness. Opening a level 3 chest only earns enough for 2 meals. That's too expensive. She casts a lingering glance at the fully loaded package behind me. Lobster, shark fin, packing so many portions, that's really too much. I hear her grumbling and glance at her equally loaded backpack. I want to laugh. Having no other business, I plan to check out the train maintenance place Shea introduced. I had only walked a few steps preparing to hail a vehicle when I turned to look at Zhao Lin, who has been following. Don't you have your own things to do? Are you just going to keep following me? She blinks and nods. I have nowhere to go. Zhao Lin is at a loss. She has no idea what she is supposed to do in this city. Enjoy herself, as the introduction suggested, but alone she doesn't dare, nor know how. Don't forget her last stop was the Lucky Station, so this time she was bound to encounter some bad luck. Even if City of 1,000 Stars seems safe, that is only relative. Therefore, staying by my side, the only person she is somewhat familiar with, is the only sense of security she can find. Brother Ye, you know my talent. If you stay by my side, won't all your bad luck transfer to me? My undisguised disgust makes her silently lower her head. She mumbles softly, I'm sorry, I'll just. You can follow me. I hold out my hand and gesture in front of her. Give me money, 5 train coins, as compensation for the mental distress of you infecting me with bad luck. Scoundrel. She curses inwardly but obediently takes out 5 train coins and places them in my hand. Thank you, Brother Qian. Should I say she was stupid or something else? I weigh the coins. I actually really wanted her to stay far away. I hadn't expected this girl to actually be willing to give me money. I should have asked for more. However, never mind. Since she has already given it, I won't break my word. Hailing a suspended autonomous taxi, I take her to 44 Nakeloo Street. A church? After getting out, looking at the huge church intertwined with black and white, I strongly suspect I have gone to the wrong place. What did a church have to do with train maintenance? Shea wouldn't be trying to trick me into becoming a believer of some inexplicable deity, would she? Brother Chian, so you believe in gods. I believe in ghosts. Although I feel the place is unreliable, upholding the principle of since I'm here it would be a waste of taxi money not to go in, I still walk into the church. The interior is not much different from churches I've seen online. The only difference is the entire space is filled with low murmurs of praise from all directions. Hearing someone arrive, a middle-aged man dressed in bishop's robes puts down the white book in his hand and walks over with a smile, sizing me up. Under the monocle on his right eye, his gaze flickers slightly as if thinking about something. Are you the guest Shea recommended? Alright, I haven't gone to the wrong place. I pull out the medal Shea had given me. I can use this medal for one train maintenance, right? The bishop nods kindly. Please follow me. Following behind, the three of us pass through the interior of the church and arrive at a station platform with 3 tracks behind it. Please insert the key here and we can begin the maintenance. He points to a groove just right for the key that represents the sealed train. Without hesitation, although I don't know his background, I can vaguely sense an indescribable aura on this seemingly kind middle-aged priest, as if he had rolled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Undoubtedly, this is a train captain, and his level definitely not low, perhaps comparable to Shea. As for why such a person would be doing maintenance, that is not something I can know. I insert the key and twist it slightly. The familiar train appears out of thin air. Zhao Lin rubs her eyes hard, unable to believe what is happening. The train appeared here, oh my goodness. Brother Qian, where did you learn all this? You haven't been taken in by a rich woman, have you? Many times the truth is inadvertently revealed in jokes. I silently ignore her exclamations, looking at the priest who seems to be pondering. Is that all? The priest nods. Of course. If I may ask, this person next to you. Hee, never mind, I seem to be talking too much. The priest's smile deepens a bit. Come pick up the train tomorrow. For the remaining time, I suggest you go to the guild gathering place. All newbies who arrive here can choose to join a guild. When there are no missions, you can stay here to avoid danger. For many people, they even give up their identity as a train captain and completely stay here, becoming an assistant who can only serve captains. If you want to stay, you can try. Stay? Give up the identity of a train captain. I have no interest whatsoever. However, my gaze falls on Zhao Lin. At this moment, the girl is staring blankly, deep in thought. Feeling my gaze, she snaps out of it and suddenly smiles. It's like Brother Qian, just like that public trading station back then. When my bad luck was at its peak, there was an option to stay and not have to participate in the subsequent survival, as long as I gave up my identity as a train captain. Her mood is slightly downcast. If this stop hadn't been bad luck for her, she would have had a very high probability of choosing to stay. Not everyone is as adept at train adventures as me, nor does everyone crave adventure. A stable life is what many long for. Let's go check out the guild. There might be something good there. We hail another car, this time Zhao Lin pays. On the way, I browse the trading platform connected to City of 1,000 Stars. With my level 5 captain identity, I can see some extra items. But still no flamestone. It is not in the trading options. That item seems non-sellable, at least not buyable here. And for some reason, no items above level 3 are found on the platform. Not a single one. Very strange. As a gathering place for captains, there are countless people from earlier batches. How could no one be selling higher level items? The taxi drives about half an hour on the street, bringing us to a huge white jade plaza. The plaza is bustling. Many teams that look quite professional are seated in their respective spots, all there to recruit newbies. Roughly estimated, there must be tens of thousands of people in the center, not counting those who have left or not yet arrived. Truly magnificent. Everything in this city gives me a sense of large and diverse déjà vu. I have no interest in joining any guild, just want to see what a so-called guild actually is. However, this place is not only for recruiting. Many people have set up stalls here, displaying items for sale, and not a few are train captains from earlier batches. Brother Qian, I just wanted to ask, you just left your train in that church. Aren't you afraid it will be stolen? We walk among the vendors. Hearing her question, I, observing a silver-white desert eagle, reply without looking back. It's fine, I've been watching it. Watching? She is puzzled. She cannot see my system light screen, so she doesn't know that the surveillance footage running inside my train is always under my control. This gun is only level 2. Do you have any higher levels? The rogue stares with dead fish eyes and replies in a lazy voice that makes one wonder if he would fall asleep standing up. You, a newbie, right. So what if I am? Oh, no wonder. You still don't know the rules of City of 1,000 Stars. He yawns, scratches himself a few times from inside his clothes. The highest level of items sold externally in City of 1,000 Stars is level 3. If you want higher level items, you have to join a large guild to buy them. Other than those guilds, selling items above level 3 elsewhere is illegal. Why are there such rules? Level 3 items aren't that hard to obtain, are they? The rogue stops scratching and looks at me strangely. Kid, Your luck must be pretty good to think level 3 items are easy to get. Forget it, are you buying or not? If you buy this gun, I'll impart some senior experience. How much? 4 train coins, very cheap. Money and goods exchanged. A smile finally appears on the lazy face. Finally sold. 4 train coins, I can go find technician number 8 and have a good time again. He turns to leave, but is stopped by a hand on his shoulder. Senior, did you forget something? He knows he can't escape, sighs helplessly. Points to a teppanyaki stall. Let's talk over there and grab something to eat. Following him, we sit at the stall, the boss winking at the rogue. All right. I didn't bring them here for you to slaughter. 3 cups of, oh, do you two drink? Zhao Lin politely shakes her head. Let's talk about serious matters. Shh, boring. Then just 1 cup, remember to make it warm. While waiting, he spits out the straw and swipes a finger through the air. A friend invitation appears in my sight. I've added both of you. When you go back, you'll be able to, you have a system-bound module. Looking at the accepted request, he is stunned. That's incredible. Are you really a newbie? No, must be true, otherwise you wouldn't be unaware of the rules. Tusk, this is my first time seeing a newbie with a module, and a rare system-bound one at that. Back then I was. Mu Shang Yuran Sr., you should get to the point. Mu Shang Yuran, that was the name. Just call me Mu Shang. Sigh, so troublesome. If it weren't for the gun I sold you, a cup of warm wine arrives. He drinks it in 1 gulp. He, originally extremely decadent, suddenly becomes much more energetic. Cough, you're also a train captain. Don't you know how abstract those treasure chests hidden in the stations are? It's fine when the level is low, but as the train level increases, the stations become more dangerous. Relatively, the possibility of finding chests will also be lower. Moreover, train levels are not easy to raise. For newbies like you, some should have reached level 3. Right. Have you seen the upgrade requirements for the next level? Flamestone? Zhao Lin answers quickly. Right, Flamestone. That stuff can only be obtained at stations above level 4. And newbie captains can only go up to level 3 at most. So where do you get Flamestone? He points upwards. Heh, so newbies have to obediently join a guild, then follow their arrangements, exchange resources and contributions exceeding Flamestone for a Flamestone. Only then can you upgrade. And then the next level will have other rigid requirements, round and round. In the end, you'll become cattle and horses working for those old masters above. Hehehe. Where there are people, there are Zhonghu. Where there is Zhonghu, there are unscrupulous businesses. What he says is really true. But this way, wouldn't it be a bit unreasonable? Then how did the first batch of captains reach level 4? They didn't exchange for Flamestone from others. How would I know that? But Flamestone isn't entirely only obtainable from them. That's just the simplest way. If a train reaches level 3, there's a very small chance of entering a higher level station. If you can find a chest there, there's still a chance to get Flamestone. He gives a self-deprecating smile. But then again, a level 3 captain struggles to even survive in a higher level station, let alone find a chest. That's completely wishful thinking. Drinking the wine, he lays on the table and snores loudly. I don't care if he is feigning. I pay and leave. Not long after we leave, the teppanyaki stall owner pats Muxiang Yoren's head. Wake up. They're gone. Stop pretending. Muxiang sits up, completely losing his drunken demeanor, looking even more decadent. Another batch of newbie captains. Speaking of which, how many years have we been here? The boss hands a plate of stir-fried liver and replies calmly. 9 years in total, since the day we abandoned our trains and bought permanent residency. What, seeing newbies makes you want to continue adventuring? Don't forget why we chose to run away in the first place. Do you have the guts to keep entering that wasteland? Give up, we're all afraid of death. Chit. Throwing down a handful of train coins, he turns and leaves. Only his figure seems a bit more hunched. Brother Qian, then are we really unable to reach level 4? Or should we find a guild to join? We have left the stall. Just as Mushang said, no items above level 3 here. Didn't he say even if we don't join a guild, there's a chance to find Flamestone in a chest? With your luck, you might find it at the next station. Heh, you're right. Thinking her luck would return, she immediately isn't so sad. Don't worry, Brother Qian. If I find 2 Flamestones, I'll sell you one at a friendly price. Then should I thank you? That works too. In the plaza, Zhao Lin and I, with no intention of joining a guild, prepare to leave and explore other places. But our choice doesn't mean others would choose the same. Li Xiaosheng. This man, who self-proclaims himself the protagonist, stands before a man in a white suit, his face flushed with red and green. A resource radar talent, not bad. You're the 3rd resource radar today. Lucky you. Join our guild and become part of the resource team. You'll have a good life. Are there many resource radars? Under envious gazes from others, Li Xiaosheng struggles to ask. It's all right. One of the most common talents. You're really lucky, kid. Most people wish they had a talent but don't have the ability. The man in the white suit doesn't notice that Li Xiaosheng's expression is as painful as an otaku whose fantasy has been shattered. He clenches his fists, a mix of unwillingness and confusion. Why shouldn't this talent be unique to me? Why do others have it too? This isn't fair. I'm supposed to be the most special. He screams internally. The man in the white suit looks at him suspiciously and casually pats his head. There's no need to be so excited about joining a guild. Work hard, I have high hopes for you. B brother, in the guild can I also buy flamestone? Right. I heard from others that only in a guild can one. I was wondering if I could get it in advance. Yes, you can, but you don't need to be in such a hurry. The man waves his hand. A trained captain with resource radar talent, after joining the guild, cannot upgrade for at least 10 stations. This is to protect you from dying before you can fully utilize your talent at higher level stations. Of course, the guild will also provide some advanced items to protect you. It's not too late to upgrade to level 4 when your strength is mature and your foundation solid. Also, for your upcoming stations, a train assisted will accompany you to collect resources. The guild will also provide tools. Li Xiaosheng can no longer hear the rest. He only feels a chill. What did it mean, not being able to upgrade within 10 stations? He had to stay at level 3 for a full 10 stations. Why? Clearly an attempt to squeeze out the value of his resource radar and gather enough materials before he died. And he had to bring an assistant. Assistant? Their monitor's right. He angrily slams his hand on the table. Sorry, it seems I'm not suitable for your guild. I want to speed up my leveling and don't plan to stay at level 3. Before he finishes, the man in the white suit chuckles. Oh, so you're ambitious. Too bad, useless my friend. Even if you go to another guild, it'll be the same. For resource radar talent users, leaving the newbie area and joining a guild, the 10-station collection period is a consensus among all guilds. Even if you go to another guild, it will be the same. Then you'll just not join a guild. The commotion attracts attention. Members of other guilds knowing the backstory look at him with mocking gazes. If you don't join a guild, you'll never be able to reach level 4 in this lifetime. Flamestone is only in our hands. A resource radar talent, once past the newbie area, is entirely a negative talent. With such a trash talent, you won't be able to enter many excellent stations. Do you think you're very powerful? He stops, his back trembling. The truth he least wanted to know has still appeared. After passing the newbie area, resource radar truly becomes a negative talent in every sense. He has to go to stations with large amounts of wood, metal, and parts, and these stations often won't have many other rewards. One step slow, every step slow. He feels as if he had fallen into a cage woven by others. A goat walking into a tiger's mouth. That person, isn't that Li Xiaosheng? Zhao Lin points to him as he sheepishly returns to the man in the white suit and silently chooses to join. You know him. This guy posted his photos in the chat room before, many times. He's extremely narcissistic. Some of the girls I've traded with said they even received friend requests from him, asking them to be his girlfriend without even meeting. Looking at him in the crowd, I hear more conversation. Resource radar. Li Xiaosheng indeed has his talent, but it is not such a rare one. From beginning to end, I could feel that he had an extremely strong sense of self-identity, believing himself the most special. Now, discovering that he isn't so special, and that this specialness even prevents him from upgrading, his heart is probably quite broken. Boring. Let's go. Wait for me, Brother Qian. Where are we going? Did you forget what I said when we arrived in this city? What? Enjoy. I snap my fingers and a stack of 1,000 stars coins appears neatly in my hand. Since we're here and there's nothing else to do, don't you want to reminisce about your past modern life? She blinks. Can we do karaoke then? Throughout the day, I truly experience how much this city embraces entertainment. Eating, drinking, playing. Shops everywhere. The natives incredibly respectful and enthusiastic toward captains. Even in the past world, it would be difficult to find all kinds of entertainment in one place. Even at night, the lives of captains not only don't stop, but become more intense. For pleasure, some would even disregard their own lives. In a hot spring of a certain inn, my entire body is immersed in it. A faint milky white glow drips from the spring, and soaking feels as comfortable as being in a mother's womb. My mind is empty, I don't need to think about anything. Unfortunately, this hot spring is not for me alone. Splash! A black-haired middle-aged man with a weathered look and scars sits down. I don't pay attention at first, but the uncle suddenly speaks. Young man, do you want to join our organization? Question mark. Organization, not a guild. The inexplicable invitation immediately wakes me from my empty state. Subconsciously, ebony appears in my hand, dark muzzle pointed at the scarred uncle. We don't seem to know each other, uncle. You must have invited the wrong person. He takes a deep puff from his cigar. No mistake. That smiling tiger from the church sent me. Oh right, it's Shia. He told me to tell you that we and Shia are from the same organization. The atmosphere is silent. Clearly this explanation is not enough to make me lower my guard. Interesting. A storage device hidden on his body. Is it that bracelet on your hand? That doesn't seem to concern you, senior. Ha, indeed. Holding the cigar in his mouth, the man snaps his fingers and a friend request notification is sent. My name is Fan Huo. Everyone calls me Old Fan. You can call me that too. Don't be so nervous. I don't mean you any harm. I just happened to come to City of 1,000 Stars to do something. That smiling tiger in the church, said Shea. That crazy woman seemed to be on very good terms with a newbie and even gave away the organization's annual train maintenance slot. I was a bit curious, came to check you out, and by the way, to invite you to join our organization. Taking a deep breath, the thick cigar is instantly reduced to ash. Sister Shea never told me about any organization. That's normal. After all, it's an organization, not a place with strict rules. Just everyone with similar goals came together. Over time, it gained a tiny bit of influence. Clack, a dark green flame burns at his fingertips. He pulls out another cigar from who knows where and lights it. His gaze sweeps over my ebony brows slightly raised. Your gun is good. Thank you for the compliment. I return to the hot spring. I can feel this man named Fan Huo has no ill intentions. Moreover, his train captain level is definitely not low. If he really wanted to do something, why waste so much breath? How did you find me? Did that person in the church plant a tracker? It's not that much trouble. There's nothing in City of 1,000 Stars that can't be bought with train coins. There are surveillance cameras everywhere on the road, and they're not just for finding vehicles. Is that so? But I heard the city doesn't allow the sale of items above level 4. You can't necessarily buy everything even with money. Looking at the cigar in his mouth that has been smoked dry again, I strongly suspect his lungs are entirely made of smoke. Was he not afraid of choking to death? That's just because the things you've come into contact with are too low level. You'll understand when your train level is higher. Fan Huo rises from the hot spring and casually throws over a card engraved with a faceless saint. Here, take this. If you want to join the organization, open it. If not, forget it. The reason I invited you is only because of that crazy woman Shea. Speaking of which, you're the one who released her, right? Heh, you're really capable. Can you tell me how you did it? Senior Fan, everyone has their own secrets. Don't you agree? He shrugs and lights another cigar. You're right. For some reason, I always feel there is a hint of playfulness in his eyes. Crazy woman. What does that mean? Literal meaning. You'll understand later. For some reason, I suddenly recall the scene in Mystery Bell Town's church, where Shea crushed a doll's head with her bare hands. Crazy woman. It seems the title is quite fitting. I have things to do. Goodbye. Fan Hu leaves the hot spring. His arrival and departure are like a puff of smoke, so fast it is suffocating. I toy with the card, pulling up the screen to appraise. Emperor Sequence Organization Invitation Card. After use, one can become a member of the Emperor Sequence Organization and enter its exclusive chat room. D-Shu. Card Sequence. I think of what Shia told me about the card sequence not long ago, and how Shia was sealed because of 1/3 of the blasphemy card. Could it be the purpose of this organization is to collect those cards? Should I join? I fall into thought. From what Fan Huo said, he didn't know I possessed the blasphemy card, which means Shea hadn't told anyone I was the new owner. So if they really wanted to collect the sequence, weighing the pros and cons, I feel, it would be more reliable to ask a professional. Ye Qian. Sister Shea, do you know Fan Huo? A moment later, Shea, making lollipops in the church, hears the notification and frowns slightly. Is he a smoker? He's a smoker. Oh, then he probably invited you to join the organization, right? Did that guy give you an invitation card? Tisk. ? She crosses her legs, annoyed by Fan Huo's meddling. I was originally going to City of 1,000 Stars this time to give you an invitation card, but that guy beat me to it. That's strange, that smoker rarely sends out invitation cards, doesn't he? Haven't seen him in over 10 years, has he changed? Well, that's fine, it seems I'll have to give you something else. So the thing she said she would give me was this invitation card. Then can I use it? Before you use it, let me tell you something. There aren't many people in the Emperor Sequence Organization. I just glanced at the chat box. Excluding the dead ones and including you, there are only 18 in total. You don't have to talk in the chat room. Besides me, your sister, there isn't a single normal person in there, especially one named Zhu Xing too. She's even more of a charlatan. Listening to her talk will make you lose your sanity. I silently recall the smoker just now and the things Shea had done. It seems it wouldn't be a problem to remove the phrase besides her. Are you thinking something very impolite? How could I? I was thinking about where we should meet after Sister Shea arrives. This city is quite big. I'll find you then. That city should be the same as before. As long as you have money, you can buy everything there. It was that same line again. The chat ends, and I raise my eyes to look at the artificially created virtual galaxy above. Still a bit too weak, but never mind, now is time to enjoy. Submerging into the water, the outside sounds completely cut off. The world before my eyes is pitch black, and the comfort that spreads throughout my body allows my mind to empty. But, pound in at signs and %. ? Whoosh. Suddenly sitting up, the inexplicable sound that had echoed in my ears vanishes as if it had been an illusion. But it was definitely not an illusion. It was real. Swish. The blasphemy card is taken out from the storage unit. Looking at the anchor on it, for some reason I always feel this guy is speaking. But this is clearly an inanimate object. Phew, it's been so long since I had a bath. Wah, I was almost dirty to death. Zhao Lin in a bathrobe walks out humming, sees me sitting not far away drinking iced cola with a table full of fried chicken in front. Quickly runs over. Brother Qian, when did you come out? A fair hand stealthily reaches for the chicken. I catch her red-handed and slap it away. Buy your own if you want to eat. No, I won't eat. I'm on a diet. Despite her words, she swallows, looking at the freshly made chicken. I'm telling you, is it necessary to be so stingy? You had pretty good luck at the last stop. No harvest. I did, but all the train coins were taken by that screw GA. She speaks the latter part softly, but I still hear clearly. I only took 5 coins in total. You should have at least 1 left. Do you think I haven't opened a level 3 chest? She stubbornly says she isn't hungry but is still hoping I'd leave some. Unfortunately, she is overthinking. I bought food entirely according to my appetite, never intending to share. I rent 2 rooms in the inn. Lying on the bed, I find it hard to sleep. Taking out the blasphemy card, I recall the voice in the spring. What exactly was that thing? Speaking of which, every time I use the Anchor's Voyage, I seem to hear similar sounds. Should I ask? No, forget it. Putting away the card, I take out another. The Emperor Sequence Organization's invitation card. There shouldn't be any problem. The card swipes through the air. A chain-like stream of light forms a milky white chat screen in midair. Update personal information. Has joined faction Emperor Sequence Organization. No one speaks. My joining is as silent as a small pebble in a rushing river. But soon a friend request arrives. Zhuxing 2 has sent you a friend request. Isn't this the charlatan Shea mentioned? Accept. Zhuxing 2. Hello newbie, welcome to the Emperor Sequence Organization. Fate has brought us together. Although it might be a bit presumptuous, can you tell me if you have found the 3rd fragment of the blasphemy card? Not yet. In a carriage resembling an astrological palace, the black-haired woman with eyes like a galaxy looks at the reply on the light screen and slightly turns the extremely complex compass before her. Strange, why can't I see if what he said is true? Turning it again, the galaxy in her eyes gradually returns to black pupils, and her demeanor changes from charlatan to much more normal. This is fate. Fate prevents me from seeing his fate. Ah, how truly magical, don't you agree? In front of her 13 cards with various patterns float in midair. One flies into her hand. Oh, so proactive. Could it be he has? Heh. Speaking of which, sending Fan Huo to invite him should make Shea quite unhappy. After all, he's her benefactor. Fate tells me she'll have to prepare a new gift for her benefactor. Heh. I hope she doesn't kill me. With a smirk, she hums a cheerful tune and types. Another message comes through. Yo, little brother who saved Shia, when a newbie joins the organization, there's always a newbie gift. Besides that, as the founder of the organization, I should also tell you what our Emperor Sequence Organization is all about. This person, why do they feel different from just now? From full of charlatan vibes, constantly mentioning fate, to now calling me little brother with an inexplicably playful tone. I once again recall what Shea said. There are no normal people in this organization. Shea gave you a fragment of the blasphemy card. But did she tell you about card sequences? I know about card sequences. That's great, no need to explain too much. The goal of our Emperor Sequence Organization is to collect all the cards of a certain type of card sequence. Just like Shea, her card sequence is the angel card. Like the smoker who invited you, his card sequence is the war card. And you, although you will eventually possess a blasphemy card, however, Shea should have also told you about the special nature of profane cards. They cannot be collected. So as a member of the organization, your newbie reward is a card from a card sequence. If I'm not mistaken, you should have a devil card. Right. Would you believe me if I said no? No. Alright, how did you know? Hee. That's because I'm very amazing. She plays with the card engraved with a raven pattern in her hand and throws it into the light screen. Here, newbie benefit. New email. Opening it, the raven patterned card immediately appears. Evil devil card. Harbinger. Harbinger consumes spirit. Demon raven comes to announce death. Demon consumes stamina. Raven demon makes the enemy announce death. Similar format to Allure. The moment I receive this card, the caw of a raven enters my ears from somewhere unknown. The sound coming and going like Allure that day. Another devil card. Am I some kind of bad person? How did I get involved with demons? I am a bit helpless but quite satisfied with the benefit. How is it? Do you like it? Thank you. What do you need me to do? I will do what I can. No need. Ellipsis. Ah, don't overthink. We don't have that kind of free things are the most expensive here. The D-shoe is just to make it easier for you to become one of us. It's a fair exchange. Despite her words, I know very well this is no mere exchange. Once joined, I would inevitably be influenced by it at some point. Alright, you do your thing. I'll do mine. The Emperor Sequence Organization has no rules, only one goal. Collect the card sequence you possess. Besides that, keep up the good work. I look forward to the day you succeed, and so does fate. The chat ends. I put the newly acquired devil card into my pocket. Although I have joined, I still know very little. Card sequences, no matter how one looks at them, are top-tier rare items in this world. An organization that collects them wouldn't be obscure. There should be some news in City of 1,000 Stars. Time to sleep. Bang. Just as I am about to rest, next door in Zhao Lin's room there is a loud bang. Had her bad luck finally begun? The room next door. Zhao Lin watches in terror as a massive iron block in the shape of a gear smashes through the entire room. Accompanied by clanking, the gear is dragged back. What happened? Arriving in the room, I cannot help but frown. Through the gap, one can see a man clad in a machine construct, manipulating chains, causing 7 gears to spin around him. Fan Huo, surrender obediently. Fan Huo, if I'm not mistaken, this is a rather uncommon name. From a different angle, in front of that man, another with a cigar in his mouth and black sunglasses stands atop a fighter jet. You lackey of sloth, do you think you can catch me? The man controlling the gears has a gloomy expression. He swings the chains, several gears spin again, smashing toward Fan Huo. You are not allowed to insult the Lord. The gears fly, but before they hit, they're blocked by a hexagonal protective shield and deflected. One happens to fly towards Zhao Lin again. Her face turns pale, watching, feet bound, unable to move. Tisk, bang, the room is completely destroyed. Trembling, she looks in fear at me, who has pulled her out. Be Brother Qian. Can you walk? Yes. Walking out of the inn, a crowd is gathered, the innkeeper standing aside on the verge of tears. Damn it, can't you go fight in the wilderness? Boss, do you know what happened up there? I walk up, help him pick up a few train coins fallen on the ground, and ask. Sigh, thanks. Those two up there, the one smoking is likely a member of a terrorist organization, and the one behind him is a senior judge from City of a Thousand Stars. The one smoking stole a rare item from the person behind. It seems like something happens if you collect a certain amount, but I don't know the specifics. I don't get what these terrorist organizations are thinking. Isn't a peaceful and comfortable life good? Why must they always be fighting and killing? The lords above went to such trouble to build so many cities that allow us to live the peaceful lives we used to have. Why do they insist on trying to change things? The innkeeper looks at Fan Huo with confusion and a hint of hidden envy. Terrorist organization. I blink, looking at Fan Huo fleeing in the air, and silently glance at the Emperor Sequence Organization chat room beside me. Yeah, you don't know. Oh, I get it. You must be from the new batch, right? Calculating the time, it's about when your batch arrived. I was wondering why business was so good today. Time flies. I've been here 12 years now. The innkeeper understands and doesn't hide anything. I don't know specifics. I only know some lords in the upper echelons built many cities in some large station worlds. The goal was to allow everyone who comes to this world to have a stable life so they don't have to drive trains and take risks. But many people from terrorist organizations, in order to collect something, annoyed the people above and became known as terrorist organizations. Come to think of it, providing their information seems to reward you with quite a few train coins. Heh, I wonder when I'll run into one. I take a step back with a smile. You will run into one. Perhaps you already have. Haha, how could that be? That kind of struggle isn't something a loser like me, who hasn't even had a level 4 train and has just stayed here, could ever see. He laughs heartily, scratches his bald head, turns to leave. For some reason, his back looks a bit desolate. I rub my chin. The innkeeper doesn't seem to know much. In fact, he is completely unaware of the existence of the card sequence. If one really collected a full set, what exactly would happen? Brother Qian. Zhao Lin behind me tugs gently on my wrist. Turning, her face is filled with hesitation. Should I stay here? Just like that, boss. That's your own business. Why ask me? I'm sorry, I've caused you trouble, if it weren't for my bad luck. I interrupt. You gave me train coins. Before you decide to stay or move forward, you are staying by my side. It's a fair trade. Even if I'm affected by your bad luck, it's my own choice and has nothing to do with you. If you want to stay, find a guild and go ask that innkeeper uncle just now. He has experience. That's it. I have things to do tomorrow. Although the inn has a huge hole, there are still many rooms unaffected. The boss gives me a new room. Nothing else happens that night. The next day, when I wake, it is already 9 in the morning. The longest I have slept since arriving in this world. Although the bed on the train was good, there was always tension knowing danger was nearby. But now in City of a Thousand Stars, a world rich with the atmosphere of human civilization, wrapped in stability, no wonder so many people choose to stay. After washing and eating breakfast, as soon as I walk out, I see Zhao Lin crouching by the door, looking up at me with huge dark circles. Brother Qian, what are you doing? She forces a smile. I couldn't sleep. Then go count sheep. I won't stay here. She stands up suddenly, eyes firm. I've thought it over. Even if I stay, the talent I have might take my life at any moment. Better to continue riding the train. Maybe I can find something out there that will let me survive. I stop, surprised. I didn't expect her to choose to continue, but that is fine too. As a qualified trading partner, the things she obtains in the lucky platform often end up in my hands. Why ask me? If you want to continue, then continue. Here, take this to boost your mental power. A white forest fruit appears in my hand and bounces twice off her chest. I'm going to retrieve my train. Are you coming? I'm going. After all, I gave you train coins, Brother Qian, so of course I have to follow you to the end. Last night's battle between Fan Huo and that high-level inquisitor who played with gears had a much greater impact than imagined. Sitting on a rented flying carpet, several nearby streets are damaged to varying degrees. Some bodies covered in white sheets are being carried out of the ruins. Judging from the gaps, most seem to have been created by the Inquisitor's gears. On the other hand, Fan Huo did not cause too many casualties. 44 Nikeluo Street. Pushing open the door, the priest uncle is sweeping the floor. Seeing us, he shows a kind smile. You're here. Your train has been serviced. Let's go. Come with me. Smiling man. That was Fan Huo's address for the priest. Recalling Shea saying there are no normal people in the Emperor Sequence organization, I am even more cautious than last time. Behind the church there are 2 trains in the station, and one that is somewhat familiar yet somewhat strange catches my eye. Is this my train? What, don't you recognize it? The priest says with a smile. Clean, brand new, tidy, balanced. This is my first impression. The carriages and locomotive, originally not the same size, now have unified specifications. The outer layer, originally rusty metal, has turned the color of brand new steel. I walk forward and reach out to touch. The train's details appear. Train captain, Yi Qian. Train, brand new from factory. All carriages will have unified specifications. Train durability restored to full value. Durability? The priest watches with a smile. Hee hee, you can think of it as your train's health. Nothing big, basically useless. Oh, by the way, I wonder if you have anything that can be used to make train coatings. I can change the color of your train's exterior at the same time. Coating? It seems I really do. I suddenly think of something and walk inside. Although the size has become regular, internal space hasn't changed. I take out a box. Do you think these will work? Soft ruby level 1. White leaf level 1. White stone level 1. The former a reward from Quiet Rain Manor, the latter collected by Wally in the White Forest. Red and white, hee hee, yes. Which color do you want as the main? White then. The leaves and stones are put into a machine. Soon white paint fills a wooden barrel. The priest reaches out and splashes it forward. The train's exterior gradually turns white, completing the transformation in a short while. It seems my craftsmanship is not bad. He nods, adjusts his monocle, turns to me. Speaking of which, I haven't introduced myself, have I? Holmes Ryan. Everyone calls me Ryan. If there's nothing else you can leave with your train. Ryan. I remember that name in the chat room. Sure enough, also a member of the Emperor Sequence organization. Thank you, I'll leave now. I use the key to re-teleport the train back to the main gate. We leave without hesitation. This person named Ryan makes me uncomfortable, but if I had to say where exactly I cannot pinpoint. After we leave, Ryan's smile remains, and his gaze rests on the other train. The man with a cigar in his mouth opens the window, expression cold. Put away that smile. It's disgusting. Brother Fan Huo, I don't like it when you say that. There's a saying, don't hit a smiling man. If I keep smiling, won't no one be able to hit me. Haha. Speaking of which, how was your harvest yesterday? The running dogs of the slothful ones mistakenly killed over 500 people and destroyed 5 streets while chasing you. Quite a grand gesture. Fan Hewitt finishes his cigar and lights another. Among those 500, over 300 were homeless people in the city who refused to be driven into the lower district. Among the 5 destroyed streets, many buildings were to be bought at a low price and resold. Who do you think profited? Hee hee, I wouldn't know. I only know you were chased and smashed through 5 streets. Seeing Fan Huo ignore his teasing, Ryan gradually reins in his smile and asks flatly, what do you think of that kid just now? His train is level 5. Can you imagine? A train that just left the novice period is level 5. Although Shea will most likely give him Flamestone, what about level 5 materials? Where did he get them? Fan Huo silently smokes. After a long time he finally utters a sentence. What was that saying again? What? An infinite world has infinite possibilities. If he can free Shea from that abstract and absurd seal, what kind of talent do you think he possesses? Who knows? Talents apart from the most common ones are all different. Compared to that, I'm more curious about the blasphemy card fragments in that crazy woman's hands. Should we try to snatch them from her? After 15 years, I don't think I'm weaker than that woman. Fan Huo takes off his sunglasses and looks at Ryan strangely. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm looking at an idiot. Have you forgotten that woman's angel card sequence? That thing can't be killed at all, otherwise she wouldn't have been sealed back then. That's truly a pity. Although items above level 4 couldn't be bought in City of 1,000 Stars, conversely, items below level 4 are readily available. I am shopping in the mall. An oven, a level 3 large water purification device, plus a whole 500 ml bottle of plant nutrient solution. I spend my coins until only 5 remain. The purchased items are sent directly to the train's tunnel capsule via mail and can be equipped after boarding. In this city, if you have money, you can live a pretty good life, but if you don't, it's completely different. Other captains in the same block are complaining in chat. Damn, why does everything cost money in this city? Even going to the toilet costs money. What the hell? Where am I supposed to get train coins? Fortunately, I saved some before. Materials here are much cheaper than those profiteers. Hey, I've directly upgraded to level 3. But where do I get the level 4 Flamestone? That stuff can only be obtained by joining a guild. I've already joined one. I also joined a guild. Those people want me to hand over all the resources in my train. Now I can't even quit. You guys must be careful. Don't say any more. Be careful not to get caught. Damn it, who can lend me some train coins? I'll pay you back double later. Don't believe the person above. He gambled in the casino, La Cavey, until he only had a locomotive left. Lending to him is throwing money away. Gamblers must die. Sigh. I really want to buy some fried chicken, but it's so expensive. Can anyone really afford it? Is anyone in City of 1,000 Stars? I took a taxi and ran out of money halfway. The driver dropped me off halfway and now I can't find my way back. I heard from others that if you don't leave within 3 days of the departure time, you'll be judged as a vagrant and arrested. Wanderers? My gaze sweeps around as I look at the chat content. I hadn't noticed it before, but in this city there seemed to be some people lingering in dark corners, forming a stark contrast with the bright streets. They at some point were also train captains. However, they abandoned their identity and their own trains, only wanting to barely survive in this city, but without enough ability and capital eventually became despised wanderers. Ding ding, a private message. Are you still in City of 1,000 Stars? It's Shea. I remember her saying she would also come. Was it today? Yes, I am. I originally wanted to meet you, but it seems I can't now. Inside the church, Shea stands before a group of puppets, gaze calmly sweeping over the judges of City of 1,000 Stars above. What happened? Is there anything I can help? A faint smile touches her lips. Sister, I haven't reached the point where I need help from a kid who just got out of the newbie phase. It's just that we can't meet. No big deal. I'm just giving you a gift anyway. Take it. I have things to do. The chat ends. The envelope icon flickers. Brother Qian, what happened? I shift my attention from the screen, glance at Zhao Lin's puzzled look, shake my head. Nothing. We're almost there. Right. It seems we're almost at the gate. That's right. I am leaving this city early. This is a good place, but not that good. Taking a break for a day or two is fine, but staying too long makes one selectively forget that they are in a trained survival world, where their life could be lost at any moment. And Zhao Lin doesn't hesitate after learning my decision. She is still in bad luck this stop. Not being crushed to death by that gear yesterday was already a blessing. Who knew what else she would encounter? Moreover, with me gone, she would be completely unfamiliar here. What to do? She has no idea. She was originally a person who went with the flow. Under the majestic gate, I once again see the guide. The guide is somewhat surprised by the early arrival, looks behind me, shows a hint of confusion. You plan to leave early, and you haven't hired any assistants. Is that not allowed? Train assistants are like employees. By spending some train coins, one could hire them to work for the captain on the train for the next 3 stops. For others, they would most likely choose to hire 1 or 2, but I have no such intention. Firstly, I don't want to expose the secret of having the sublimation talent. Secondly, I don't like several strangers being on the same train when secrets might be exposed. Of course not. It just makes one curious. Perhaps your guild didn't inform you. Newbie captains can stop for free for 3 days. Are you sure you want to leave early? I smile, say nothing, walk straight to where the key is inserted. The tunnel capsule slowly descends, opening its outer shell to reveal the train. Can the things I bought be equipped? Of course. The oven and water purification device are quickly brought over and equipped through the system without manual handling. As for the 500L bottle, contained in a large iron can, I spend some train coins and hire workers to place it above the planting carriage for connection. Stepping onto the train, the familiar aura envelops me. In the city, that strange sense of ease instantly vanishes. As expected, there's a problem. Is there something in that city that makes people want to stay? What secret City of 1,000 Stars holds is not something I can find now. I take one last look at the massive gate. I press start. The whistle sounds. The train slowly starts. Ahead, the familiar distortion appears. Passing through, the familiar endless wasteland reappears. Am I crazy? Why do I feel more comfortable in the wasteland than in that city? I scratch my head, a little speechless. I open the chat box and send to Zhao Lin. Are you out yet? Him. The chat ends. I don't bother to see what she says next. Our transaction temporarily ends at that moment. Wally, go make a smoothie. Wally, who had been left for a day or two, happily spins around my feet. After receiving the command, he skillfully begins eating the white forest fruit smoothie. I lean back contentedly. Next, time to tally gains. Train coins. Only the last 5 remaining for emergencies. 1 devil card from joining the Emperor Sequence organization. A large capacity refrigerator, a Skyhawk handgun, a level 3 large water purification device, and 500L of plant nutrient solution. If counting more, train maintenance and a carriage repaint. These are all my gains. Compared to a single station, it isn't much, nor too little. However, City of 1,000 Stars itself is not a place to gain, but a complete money pit. The predecessors who built this city were not here to do charity. Captains without money are treated worse than indigenous residents. These are the gains of an ordinary captain. For me, with the sublimation talent, gains are far more. Which one to start with? I lick my lips. Not using sublimation for a day really makes me feel a bit unaccustomed. First, this one, Silver Skyhawk handgun, level 2, similar to the Colt M191 I obtained previously. What truly attracts me is its potential. It seems it could be sublimated more than once. Sublimation. Stamina 120 to 110. Mithril Bullet Enchantment Skyhawk, level 3. Indeed, potential not exhausted. Continue. Sublimation. Stamina 110 to 90. Justice Enchantment Skyhawk, level 4. Then the third time. Sublimation, Stamina 90 to 60, Transcendent Enchantment, Infinite Skyhawk, level 5. Infinite Unlimited Bullet Quantity. Skyhawk deals higher damage to aerial units. Potential exhausted. The Skyhawk has been sublimated to its absolute limit. Desert Eagle, no. It should be called Skyhawk now. Its appearance hasn't changed much from initial state. Aside from the slightly longer barrel, it only gained a light golden eagle pattern. I roll down the window and fire a shot at a mummy in the wilderness, woken by the train. Headshot. Power not very great. Quite a bit less than ebony, but relatively, infinite bullets means no consumption whatsoever. If one day all my resources were depleted, this gun would still be able to fight. Not bad. I place it alongside ebony. I begin to choose the second item. A refrigerator. What will it become after sublimation? Driven by curiosity, the large-capacity double-door refrigerator becomes my second choice. Sublimation. Mental power 120 to 100. Large-capacity refrigerator to space compression refrigerator. The refrigerator itself had no level and still doesn't. However, its appearance changed dramatically. Its original meter footprint reduced by half. I open the door and place a white forest fruit inside. Miraculously, the originally large fruit shrinks to half its size, returning to original when taken out. After the refrigerator, the water purifier. Unlike the one bought from Shangguan Yingshe, this level 3 device purifies much faster and produces higher quality water. The old one is directly phased out. I don't plan to throw it away. Listed on the trading platform for 3 train coins, quickly bought. Now my trading platform is connected to City of 1,000 Stars. Items below level 4 are never hard to sell. The only regret is that machine parts, wood and metal aren't as easy to sell. Phew, how many times today? Never mind, continue. Sublimation. Mental power 100 to 80. Pure water purifier level 4. Can purify cursed, polluted, dirty water sources. Potential exhausted. Effect decent, speed not slow, much safer than before. So one last thing. The planting carriage. The vegetables and fruits planted earlier are already ready for first harvest. I climb onto the roof and reach to touch the huge iron barrel. Sublimation. Mental power 80 to 60. Repair plant nutrient solution. Can accelerate plant growth and make all plants grown with it capable of slightly restoring injuries and stamina after consumption. Restoring injuries and stamina, just what I wanted. My face is full of smiles. I connect a hose and a sprinkler, spraying some on all plants in the carriage, including the white forest fruit tree. After spraying, all plants emit a faint milky white glow, the entire carriage covered in this glow as if immersed in a wondrous illusion. I pick a tomato and take a bite, watching my stamina bar. After swallowing, it quickly jumps from 60 to 61. It really got faster. Although not much, I still have the luxurious dream bed. Combine these two will only be more beneficial. Phew, all done, exhausted. This was my most frequent sublimation session. However, the consumption of stamina and mental power is nowhere near as much as when I first arrived. Is this growth? Oh right, Sister Shea's gift, I almost forgot. I pat my forehead, open my mailbox, looking at the only email inside. Expression slightly complex. Calculation unit times 1. Note, you're still a level 4 train, right? This is for you. It's quite troublesome to upgrade to level 5 if you don't join a guild. Is this what it feels like to be taken care of? If I hadn't sublimated, I really wouldn't know where to get this calculation unit. But then again, if I hadn't sublimated, how could I have met Shaya? Holding the calculation unit, I place it together with the flamestone she had also gifted earlier. I need to find an opportunity for good buyers for these 2 items. Many people would be eager to upgrade to level 4 at this time. Who should I sell to? 2 people, Zhao Lin and Shangguan Yingshui. Zhao Lin not for now. She has no money. I need to see how much she'll get from her next lucky platform. As for Shangguan Yingshui, ding ding. I send a message. How's your city? Originally I thought it would take a while, but unexpectedly she replies very quickly. Not great. A very boring city. Not as comfortable as on the train. I've already left. What about you? City of 1,000 Stars seems very big. That was pretty much how I felt too. Left. What a coincidence. I just left the platform. Played there for a day. Quite fun. Are you looking for me for something? Have you upgraded to level 4? No, I can't get Flamestone. I don't want to join a guild. What about you? Did you join a guild? Well, sort of. The place I joined has a nice person, and I got Flamestone from her. Shangguan Yingshui blinks, looks at the message on her flip phone, takes a deep breath, and after a moment replies, name your price. I like her straightforwardness. I chuckle and type, 30 train coins or equivalent items. Ellipsis. She doesn't reply for a long time. She knows very well this isn't expensive. She knows from others how troublesome it is to get Flamestone. Her talent Mirror Moon could only transform items below the train's level. She chose not to join a guild, only wanting to try her luck at the platform. If no opportunity after 3 platforms, she would have no choice but to accept and join, even if it meant being exploited. So 30 train coins for 1 Flamestone. Truly not expensive. But I don't have that much money. Can I owe you? No. After an unhesitating refusal, I add, next platform, if you can't gather train coins or items, this Flamestone will be sold to someone else. Zhao Lin's next platform was a lucky platform. Trading a Flamestone for all of Zhao Lin's gains would also be a sure profit. I only plan to give Shangguan Yingshui 1 platform's opportunity. The chat room is silent for a long time. Okay, After this next stop, I will use 30 train coins worth of equivalent value to purchase the flamestone. Before that, you must not sell it to anyone else. Of course, upgrading is a bottomless pit. After buying the flamestone, the next step would be a calculation unit. I curl my lips looking at her name like a money tree. Once she reaches level 4, I will find a suitable time to take out the calculation unit. I don't believe this woman wouldn't want it. The train continues. Time flows. 12 hours 30 minutes and 0 seconds. The module activates. The 11th stop is about to arrive. The crossroads of fate triggered. Please choose a platform from the following 2. Platform 1. Phoenix Wolf Valley, level 5 hunting platform. Platform 2. Misty Snow Mountain, level 6 mission platform. I choose platform 2. I choose the higher level platform, although that entails more danger now that I possess a large amount of equipment surpassing an ordinary captain. Why should I be timid? Instead of choosing a safer platform, better to push myself a little. Platform selection complete. Please sit tight, the 11th stop is Misty Snow Mountain. The final 30-minute countdown gradually reaches 0. As the train accelerates, it passes through distorted nothingness. Accompanied by the whistle's roar outside the window, it is already a pure white expanse. Current platform, Misty Snow Mountain. Docking countdown 9 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Good luck. This station, high risk. As usual, before getting off, I take out a train coin and place it on Wally's head. If you encounter danger, remember to hide. Wally nods emotionally, passes through the connecting small door of the recycling device, speeds forward in the snow. After he leaves, I stand by the window looking around. Based on past experience, the mission objective at mission platforms usually appears near where the train stops. Indeed, in the distance, a small black dot catches my attention. Observing carefully, it seems to be a small wooden house, nestled in the wind and snow. Is that it? A bit far. Oh right, how could I forget that thing? The CVO Roadhog. Bought from upgrade options but hadn't found opportunity to use. Now it finally comes in handy. Can this thing drive in the snow? Teleported to the last turret carriage, the Roadhog had been placed there. I pat its thick rubber tires, think a moment, then buy a few thin iron chains from the trading platform to tie around them as anti-skid devices. It should be fine. Open the door. Close the door. Dressed neatly, with backpack on, I get on the Roadhog and twist the throttle in the not-so-thick snow. With a roar, the Silver Bray motorcycle cuts through the wind and snow, heading straight for the distant cabin. About 10 minutes to finally reach. Good thing I had a vehicle, otherwise how long on 2 legs. I pat my slightly reddened cheeks, take out a pure purification stone from my pocket, hold ebony in my other hand, and kick open the wooden door. The strong wind and snow surge in. There's no one in the house but signs of human life. There aren't many facilities. A bed, a table, a stove. On the table, several cans of unknown expiration and a diary. Picking up the diary, I turn to the first page. March 12th, weather clear. Today, the scientific expedition team arrived at the first supply point on the snowy mountain. Strange, where is the guide who was supposed to be waiting? March 14th waited 2 days, the guide still hasn't returned. Without a guide, we have no way to continue, but everyone prepared so long and didn't want to give up. So we decided to go on our own. No problem. With my years of climbing experience, a mere snowy mountain is easy peasy. March 16th, someone got sick. How unlucky, I drew the short straw to stay and take care of her. I should have chosen the one next to it. March 18th, he died. I don't know why he died, but exclamation marks. March question mark. Ha 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 ha. Good riddance, good riddance. If he dies, I can catch up. I've reached the second supply point. Where are they? Where are they? What was I doing here? Ellipsis. I squeeze the stone, take a deep breath, put down the diary. This place should be the second supply point. The person who wrote this diary seemed to have been close to madness on March 18th. Later, he went completely insane, which is why he wrote such a strange passage. But where is he? He left the diary but disappeared. Did he encounter a monster or something else? What was the mission for this station? I continue to search the room and find a photograph in a corner. The moment I pick it up, a monster's roar comes from outside. Running out, I see a white-furred snow monster appear in the wind and snow. Its foul-smelling mouth spews a disgusting stench, swinging fists toward me. Bang. A shot hits the monster's forehead, but it continues to charge as if it felt nothing. This was illogical. How could a blow from ebony be ineffective? That's right, illogical. I feel a strong sense of incongruity. Suddenly, the pure purification stone emits a soft light. Even in this snow-white world, the light still envelops the surroundings. After the light passes, the snow monster disappears, as if everything was an illusion. But I know it wasn't. Moreover, I am somewhat familiar with this feeling. It's a bit like when Don Quixote was around. This photograph, the photograph I had just obtained from the cabin, is of the snow monster that suddenly appeared. Is that why I felt incongruity? The witnessing truth ability in the spirit section was being triggered. The snow monster just now was neither real nor fake. Rather, because at the moment I saw this photograph, I believed a snow monster existed in this world. Therefore, it appeared outside. So what exactly is the mission? This is the first time I have been so perplexed by a mission platform. One corner of the photograph has a slight curl. Without hesitation, I tear it open, and from the hidden interlayer, a thin strip of paper falls into my hand. I am a guide. If anyone sees this note, please proceed to the 3rd supply point. The map is located directly beneath the 7th floorboard after entering this cabin. I won't make it, but only there is a way out. You must destroy it. A quest appears. Following the note, I shoot and break the floorboard. Indeed, a map underneath, marked points 1, 2, 3, and final. The first 3 are the supply points. Final is at the very top, likely the ultimate destination of the expedition team. So why did this guide hide things? Was he afraid of something discovering them? A bit far, but time is sufficient. Since the quest appeared, no reason not to complete it. Even if a trap I have to step in before thinking about how to break it. The direction is here. I purchase a compass from the trading platform and follow the map up the mountain. The mountain is relatively flat, without many uneven areas. Snow on the ground unusually compacted as if something had rolled over it. This saves a lot of effort, allowing me to drive the roadhog straight up. The surrounding scenery identical. Looking too long can easily cause one to get lost. After driving about 40 minutes, I finally see the cabin almost identical to the 2nd supply point. If I hadn't truly been heading uphill, and the distance from the train hadn't increased, I would have thought I'd circled back to the start. The cabin is the same, yet somehow something feels different. Is that smoke? Faint wisps of cooking smoke drift from the chimney. People inside, or something else. Thud. I throw a snowball at the door. After a short while, several trembling voices come from inside. Who? Is it a monster? Don't open the door. It must be a monster coming. Maybe it's the rescue personnel the guide found. Outside! Say something. It really is people. I do not put down my gun and shout. I am the rescuer the guide found, specifically to take you down the mountain. Open the door. It's freezing out here. Go open the door. It's a rescuer. Haha, we're saved. Don't go. The one outside is definitely a monster tricking us. Hurry up. Go. I said don't open the door, we'll die if we open it. By the sound of it, 3 people, 2 wanting to open it, while being held back by the remaining 1. Something is off. I lower my head and glance at the pure purification stone hanging around my neck. Not glowing, so whatever is inside isn't an evil entity. Finally, after the commotion continues a while, the cabin door opens. Save me. Listening to this entirely human voice, I do not speak. Instead, I take a step back, aiming at one of the heads. Don't shoot. We are human, not monsters. Yes, we really are human. Human? Looking at the person in front of me, with 3 heads, 6 arms, and a lower body completely merged together, I suppress the urge to shoot, finally understanding why one person couldn't open the door. What exactly happened here? Why did you 3 people turn into this? The 3-headed person looks at each other. The middle one sighs. By the sound, it was the one stopping the others from opening. We are from the expedition team, little brother. Come inside and talk. It's too cold out. I enter the cabin, maintaining safe distance. I point my gun at these 3. The middle head swallows nervously and speaks. Little brother, if you can come up the mountain to save us, does that mean the guide escaped? Why do you say that? Otherwise how did you find us? I narrow my eyes, recalling the diary. Didn't the guide not go up with you? I was only assigned to find you because you hadn't made contact for too long after going up. When I reached the 2nd supply point, I found what the guide left behind in a diary. I open it. You know the person who wrote this, right? Know him. He's my younger brother. The head on the left suddenly becomes enraged. I know him. He's the one who made us like this. That lunatic. He killed everyone. No, my brother, Your brother is a demon. Don't talk about my brother. You 2 stop arguing. Oh my god, don't hit my face, it hurts. Watching 3 people constantly hitting their own bodies and faces, combined with their deformed appearance. For a moment, a little funny. Cough. Stop fighting. So you just said it was all because of him. What did you mean by you turning into this? Tell me everything since you came up the mountain. Maybe you can still be saved. The 3-headed person is bruised and swollen, but the left head still grits its teeth and says resentfully, There were originally 15 people. Our goal was the mountaintop to study a mysterious substance that only exists on this mountain. After reaching the 1st supply point, the guide who should have been waiting was gone. Everyone decided we couldn't have come for nothing, so we didn't wait, went straight up. At the 2nd supply point, one developed a high fever. Everyone drew lots to leave one to take care. The one who stayed was that lunatic who wrote the diary, and we continued. Unexpectedly, an accident happened. As if recalling something terrifying, that head's face twitches. We got lost. Completely lost the path to this 3rd supply point. Sob, we couldn't hold on. So many people starved and froze. We were lost there for almost half a month. Why didn't you come find us sooner? Sob. The crying is loud and shows no signs of stopping. Even the other 2 seem affected and on the verge of crying. Bang. A gunshot. The bullet flies precisely over the 3 heads. The crying stops abruptly. Keep talking. If you keep crying, the bullet won't just graze you. Under the muzzle, the integrated 3-headed person dares not act so wantonly. The middle head continues. At first, a few days after we got lost, my brother suddenly appeared one night. We thought he had come to rescue us, but didn't expect he had completely gone mad. With a knife he killed our mentor and ate his flesh. That lunatic. He actually ate people. No, my brother, he definitely just. That's not your brother, that's a demon. He's a cannibal. Stop arguing. The one who hadn't spoken much covers the mouths of the other two. He smiles sheepishly, afraid I'll shoot, and quickly continues. He really went mad. With just a knife he killed the professor in front of everyone, ate the entire body, then disappeared into the snow. We wanted to avenge, but couldn't catch up. He was just too fast, completely unlike a human speed. And then, the remaining people were lost in the snowstorm for over 10 days. That guy would appear from who knows where every day, kill one of us, eat them. Just when we thought everyone was going to die there, the guide appeared and brought the three of us to this third supply point. The guide left the day before yesterday. He said the path down and communication were completely cut off, so he had to go down on foot for help. He told us to stay here and wait, and then we waited for you. You really were sent by the guide to rescue us, right? Anticipation gleams in the eyes of the three heads. However, I do not nod, nor do I lower the gun. The story is full of holes, leaving aside why they weren't frozen to death after being lost in snow for over 10 days without supplies. And then, cannibalism. A normal adult male killing someone in front of them and then eating them in front of them. Are these guys all turtles? Cannibalism, lunatic. My gaze sweeps over the lower half. I hadn't observed closely before. Their lower body wasn't just 3 fused legs. There were also some other superfluous parts inside. Was the one who ate people really just that lunatic? You're lying. My voice is very calm, making it impossible to discern emotion. But for some reason the three-headed person feels indescribable fear surge into their hearts. Don't you think something is missing from the story you constructed? They dare not speak. That fear suffocates them. Tell me, why did you turn into your current appearance? Your story is missing that part. As soon as the words leave, a momentary blankness flashes. Immediately the roar of a snow monster echoes outside, but at the same time the pure purification stone emits light. The snow monster instantly dissipates. The three-headed person lets out a piercing shriek. Blood-red tears flow from their eyes. No, we had no choice. If we didn't eat, we would die. The mentor was the first willing to sacrifice. He committed suicide. It was suicide. It was him, that lunatic who wrote the diary. He turned us into this. Their state grows increasingly frantic. The fused body twists and deforms, as if it had lost the support of some mysterious power, unable to sustain this strange body, and thus collapses. Save us. Only on the mountain, the end of the mountain. Only there can we leave. I'm sorry. I was too hungry. It's the monsters. Those monsters. They're all here. More roars. The difference is the sounds outside are no longer just one, continuous, one after another. I look up. Dozens of snow monsters of various sizes rush from all directions. The light of the pure purification stone is unable to drive them away this time. They've fully solidified, but this is good too. Taking a deep breath, I draw the Skyhawk. With 2 guns, I pull the triggers. Bullets accurately strike heads, chests, abdomens. Although their solidified forms allow them to evade the stone, that also means they can no longer evade my bullets. Within 10 seconds, all snow monsters fall silent and collapse. Returning to the cabin, the 3-headed person lies on the ground, trembling. Their sanity seems to have recovered considerably with the snow monster's demise. The middle head lifts slightly, gaze still filled with that suffocating fear. Are you too scared to speak? Devil card, Bewitchment. I had just used its second effect, consume stamina, and your actions will inspire fear. The Devil card's ability is even more effective than I imagined, because this effect strengthens as the stamina/mental points consumed increase. Just now I had only used 10 points of stamina to make them so terrified they lost their minds. Now you can speak. I don't care if you ate people. What I want to know is why you became like this. My tone suddenly softens considerably. Regardless, I am here to save you. Once I understand the situation, I will take you away. If there's a chance, I'll also try to help you return to your original state. This is my duty as an exorcist. Bewitchment. Consume mental power and your lies will be believed. The 3 heads all lift, instantly believing my lie. Exorcist, oh my goodness, there really are exorcists in this world. Sir, I'll tell you, we'll tell you. Among the 3, it is still the most timid head that explains. After the guide went down, these 3 thought that since they had already arrived and so many had died, if they returned empty-handed coupled with the negative impact of eating human flesh, their future would likely be ruined. So they took the supplies from the 3rd supply point and headed to the highest point, the end point on the map. There the expedition team members they had eaten appeared, completely unharmed. And that lunatic who wrote the diary. That lunatic and a snow monster stood together, smiling at the 3 of them. Then everything went black, and when they regained consciousness, they were back here. Their bodies now what they were. The superfluous human parts in their lower limbs were precisely from the expedition team members they had eaten. This is a curse, a demon's curse. It must be. We must have angered a demon. Oh right, we also took pictures of that snow monster. I squint slightly looking at the photos they pull from their pockets. This photo looks familiar. Wasn't this the same one I found at the second supply point? Aside from being clearer, exactly the same. I suddenly think of something. Searching the photo, I find an extremely tiny protrusion. Tearing it open forcefully, a piece of paper larger than the photo falls out. Did you guys put this note in? The three heads shake in unison. I open the note. Did you see it? You must see it. I can no longer influence that other world. This is the last message. Please, you must climb to the top of the snow mountain and turn off the reality dislocation device. Otherwise, this snow mountain will completely fall into another dimension. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. Reality dislocation, another dimension. No, is this level 6 mission platform really that absurd? They even came up with such high-end stuff. My eye twitches a few times as I silently put away the paper. So according to this note, I have to go to the mountaintop next. But wasn't something a bit off? From the moment I saw the first note, I had been led to the next destination. As if all these discoveries were to make me reach the mountaintop. Everything along the way was designed to make the goal of reaching the mountaintop more reasonable. Was it a trap? I look up at the mountain. The summit is right before my eyes. Interesting. I chuckle softly and walk out. Seeing me about to leave, the three-headed person scurries to my feet eagerly. Little brother, aren't you taking us with you? I calmly glance at them, suddenly show a kind and bright smile, bend down to pat their shoulders. I'm going to solve the trouble on the mountain. After all, that's the culprit that made you like this. Only by solving that can you return to your original appearance. Wait for me here, I'll take you down. The lie was triggered. Leaving the third supply point, I get on the Roadhog and continue ascending. Still some distance to the end. Ahead is a completely steep slope the Roadhog cannot climb. I simply put it into my safe box and casually take out a white forest fruit. I inadvertently discover a nearly covered track mark in the snow. Is this Wally's? Is that little guy here too? But it disappears up ahead. This really is the stage where the mission story truly happens. The strange development is perplexing. But no matter what, I have to go see. Caw, caw. In the sky, a raven demon completely black with only blood-red eyes circles in midair. The first ability of the devil card Harbinger was to summon this raven that could foretell and discover death. When it cried out, it meant death existed ahead. About 2 hours later, I finally reached the highest point, also the end point on the map. But it isn't like the three-headed person said with some snow monster and a madman. Empty here. On the huge open space, there is only pristine white snow. But the raven is calling. It's the Harbinger. Go. With command given, the raven descends from high altitude, swiftly stopping above a patch of snow. Before it can cry twice, it is crushed to powder by a sudden giant hand. A giant snow monster appears out of thin air. It doesn't charge at me like its counterparts, but instead shows a human-like mocking smile, as if to say, you fell for it. Crunch, crunch, crunch. More snow monsters appear all around, surrounding me. These monsters appearing out of nowhere all wear that mocking smile, treating me as a lamb to slaughter. Suddenly a voice interweaves and echoes from within the bodies. Heh. Another unlucky fool fell for it. You guys are really easy to fool. As long as the so-called hints are made a little troublesome, you'll believe them. Who are you? The words come out one character at a time from within each snow monster. I am the hero who hunts you outsiders. All you guys who come by that train, you only plunder and loot when you come to this world. Nothing will be left. This world is ours. It doesn't belong to you. You outsiders can't take anything away. Outsiders? Wasn't that referring to the train captain? So that's how it was. So the reality dislocation and other dimension in that note were all fake too. The voice continues to mock. Idiot. That's real, of course. I'm not afraid to tell you, this place you call a platform has two worlds. I am right beside you, but you can't see me, touch me, or feel me. How did you do it? Anyway, I'm going to die, so tell me, let me die knowing. My words make the unknown existence even more smug, completely oblivious to the devil card floating beside me. Of course it's me. As long as I have the image of a snow monster in my mind, I can continuously summon them to your world. Even if your marksmanship is good, as long as there are enough, I can make you my food. How terrifying. Then, were those three people fused together also your doing? Are they your accomplices? I play with the devil card, continuing to ask. Those three guys ate their companions. As the hero of this world, of course I had to punish them. Here, I only need to imagine, and I can do anything. Fusing three people is nothing. Understood. I nod. Then one last question. The owner of that voice inexplicably feels something is wrong but cannot put his finger on it. You have so many questions. Shh. Just listen to me. The devil card floats behind me. You will die. Right. Of course I'll die. Wait. Why am I answering you? Caw. The second effect of the devil card, Harbinger. A raven demon the size of an adult human appears in this snowy area. Its huge bird feet suddenly claw down, and the originally empty space begins to twist. Found you. Since you're in another world then. Anchor. The anchorer's third anchor point lands in that other space. Then, sail, submerging, opening eyes. The same snowy mountain, the same peak, The difference, there are no snow monsters here, only a short man hidden inside a thick plush cloak. You, how is this possible? You're just a fictional character, how could you step out of my fantasy? He shrieks. He retreats desperately, and a dark green book falls from his hands onto the ground. I walk over calmly and reach down to pick it up. Truth and Falsehood, a node connecting two worlds. It records stories happening within a certain area of another synchronized world. By consuming a large amount of mental power, it can influence the reality of the other world to a certain extent, so the events in that world happen because of this book. There isn't much content. The first few chapters match what the three-headed man had said. Up until the point where the expedition team was on their way to the third supply point, the handwriting changes from neat script into crooked, distorted shapes. And on the latest page, another section of neat writing. Explorers broke into this world. They ride a train, searching for the most precious items in that space. Is this talking about me? Looking up, I see the short man scrambling to his feet to flee. I raise my gun and fire. A bullet grazes his left ear with precision. Ah, blood soaks his cheek. The man rolls on the ground in agony. Don't come any closer. You're just a character from my fantasy. You're just fake. Has he gone mad? I shake my head and issue a command. The raven demon hovering in midair flies over and grabs him by the shoulders. Ah, let me down, let me down. The raven demon brings him over and holds him suspended before me. Did you write this sentence? Looking at the line of neat text, his voice trembles as he roars. I won't tell you, you outsider. Ah, crack. The raven demon crushes his shoulder. I chuckle and snap my fingers. The raven demon releases its talons and drops him onto the snow. There now, I'm not a bad person. Answer my questions and I'll let you go. Really? Of course. His body trembles, his arms dangling uselessly on the snow, having lost all sensation. He didn't even realize why he was so quick to believe my words. I'll tell you everything. I didn't write the parts with nice handwriting. That content appeared on its own. The crooked writing is mine. I made the expedition team get lost. I made them eat each other. And finally, I made those three people fuse together. And that snow monster. That was my creation. Gritting his teeth, he uses his mouth to pull a drawing out of his chest pocket. On it, all sorts of weird-looking snow monsters, identical to the ones I had seen. The painter's snow monster family, a drawing of monsters created by a trash painter. Where did this book come from? Right here. I came to this place that day to find inspiration, and I just happened to see this book. That's all I know. Can I go now? Of course. I watch his back as he struggles to turn and leave. With both shoulders crushed, he likely wouldn't survive the descent. However, go be his harbinger. Caw. The raven demon lets out a shrill cry, flaps its wings, grabs his body and flies high. Screams echo, followed by the sound of bones shattering. Then space returns to silence. So is the mission complete. Speaking of which, how do I get back? If I use the Anchor's voyage, I could return directly, but then the Roadhog would be left on the mountain. I haven't gained much from this platform so far. If I lose the Roadhog too, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Have to find a way. Can this book send me back? Picking up a pencil from the man's body, I write a line on the latest page. The door connecting the two sides has been opened. As the final stroke lands, a distorted ripple appears at the spot where I had first arrived. Raven, go in and take a look. I summon another demon raven to fly inside. After a moment, the raven returns safely, and only then do I step through, returning to the original station world. It really works. Well, the platform should have a way for people to pass through after all. This stop wasn't particularly difficult for me. That was because I possessed multiple demon cards, was an anchorer, and had high-level equipment support. What if it were someone else without these things? They would likely have been beaten to death by a dozen snow monsters at the third supply point. No, they might have been helpless as early as the second supply point. It feels like something is still missing. Even though I had dealt with the person behind the scenes, I don't feel I had finished this platform. I flip through the book. Finally, I see what is missing. Where is the guide? From beginning to end, no mention of the guide in the book. According to the book, the note in the photo appeared directly inside. While the content was similar, the so-called guide was completely absent. Suddenly, a new line appears in the book. The holder of the book has realized the disharmony. The world cycle is about to begin. In 3 hours, everything in the snowy mountain will be reset, unless you find the guide. Question marks. Wait, what? Can I just choose not to think about it? How did a cycle element even get involved? So after all that, the final mission is to find the guide. Exasperating. However, it wasn't like there were no clues. I remember the first time I saw the note in that photo. The guide's message was to go to the third supply point, that there was a way out, and finally that something must be destroyed. I had been to the third supply point and hadn't found any way out, let alone anything that absolutely had to be destroyed. Did I miss something? Or was it the three-headed fused human? Mounting the Roadhog and following the map, I head back toward the third supply point from the direction I came. That place should be the final stage. What a hassle, but it's actually quite interesting. As expected, people just love to put themselves through trouble. Compared to the comfort of City of 1,000 Stars, I really did prefer adventuring in places of constant danger like this. For some reason, the way down the mountain is even harder than the way up. Next time I come to the snowy mountains, I still won't drive. Riding a motorcycle on soft snow is simply asking for trouble. In the end, with no other choice, I simply have the Raven Demon push the motorcycle from behind. About an hour to finally return to the third supply point. The snowstorm continues. Outside the cabin, the bodies of those snow monsters have disappeared. The door is tightly shut, wisps of cooking smoke drifting from the chimney. I kick open the door. The three-headed person is curled up in a corner, and upon seeing my arrival is overjoyed. Sir, exorcist sir, can you lift our curse? I do not speak, my gaze sweeping over every corner. When I inadvertently glance at the blackened fireplace, I narrow my eyes slightly. There was smoke from the chimney, but the fireplace wasn't lit. Was this reasonable? Not reasonable. This is it. The ebony bullet switches, and the white explosive warhead blasts the fireplace into fragments. The snowstorm pours into the cabin through the gap, and within the destroyed fireplace, a skull emanating a faint black aura actually emits a human voice. Why must you investigate thoroughly? Ah, demon. It's a demon. No, wait, this voice. Is it the guide's voice? No, it's a bit like my brother's. Your brother is a demon. I ignore them. The pure purification stone is already heating up. This is an evil entity. Are you the guide? Or his brother? The skull nods humanly. I am both. I am the guide. I am his brother. And I am also the instructor they ate first. And I am everyone else, except those three. Oh, an unexpected gain. I raise my eyebrows, watching the skull with interest, tightening the stone to my body, signaling it to go on. What do you mean by that? From the dark eye sockets, a gaze of hatred turns toward the three. From beginning to end, only those 3 ate people. The skull recounts another version. The expedition team had a total of 15-16, including the guide. We ascended the peak wanting to find a secret in legend, a way to another world. Unexpectedly heavy snow sealed the mountain we couldn't leave, so we lived at the second supply point. We thought we could live for a while, but one night someone secretly ate the remaining food, causing the supplies that could have lasted 2 weeks to suddenly vanish. We had no food, no way down. I, as the guide, went into the snowstorm alone to find a way down. And then, when I returned to this supply point, everyone had already been eaten by these 3 devils. I silently observe the floating skull, then silently look at the human body with 3 heads. Speaking of demons, there didn't seem to be much difference between the two. Both scary enough. Don't listen to his nonsense. How do we not remember such a thing? Yes, sir, this is a monster. Kill him quickly. Don't let him talk nonsense. We didn't actively eat people, really. The 3 heads speak one after another, noisy. The skull lets out a cold laugh. It opens its dark mouth. Of course you don't remember, because this is the 47th time you've experienced this. After all of us were eaten by you, our resentments merged together, becoming me. I caught you, controlled the madman from another world, and made you live in this state forever. This is punishment. Oh ho, so that's how it was. So the man who thought he controlled this world was actually just a puppet. A pathetic fellow. Bastard, you're lying to us. The 3-headed person seems to have a switch pressed, past memories continuously flooding their minds. Damn it. Why don't you let us go? We just ate you. We were forced to. The body twists continuously. The skull lets out a bizarre cackling sound, floating into the air, looking down at us. Outsiders like you have appeared more than once, but unfortunately you are the only one who insists on breaking the cycle. If so, then the cycle begins. This time, including you, become new nourishment in this constantly repeating world. The skull is about to fly away, but at that moment the raven's claws grab it. The raven demon appears in the sky, letting out a strange caw. No, let go of me. Ah. Black smoke swirls toward the raven demon's body. But it was facing a demon. Such a small trick was meaningless. You're thinking too much. I never said I wanted to break any cycle. I smile slightly, the muzzle of ebony beginning to gather black and white dual-colored light. At the same time, I consume 10 points of stamina and 10 of spirit to condense a black and white dual-colored armor-piercing explosive bullet. I aim at the completely deranged, body-shattering 3-headed person. I pull the trigger. However, if I were to break any cycle and destroy something, it would be them. Bang. The gun fires. The snowstorm in the sky suddenly pauses. The 3-headed person's body is blown to smithereens. Various parts of its lower body are blasted into the air and continuously fall. The raven demon spreads its wings, blocking the disgusting rain of flesh and blood for me. At its feet, the black skull lets out an angry howl. How dare you? How dare you kill them? Their punishment isn't over. Hypocrite. How can you forgive them for us? Forgive. You're thinking too much. I blow out the smoke, take out the pure purification stone, a faint arc curving at the corner of my mouth. I just want to kill them, and I also want to kill you, because that way I will have completed my task for this stop. What happens between you two has nothing to do with me. Light emanates. The moment it touches the black aura, the skull lets out an even more painful wail. Ah, 1, 2, 3. More than a dozen fragmented human-shaped souls are released from this black aura. Their resentments gathered together, though it was to punish those 3. But wasn't it also punishing themselves? The punisher and the punished. Which one was the trapped party? Done, now I guess the task is completely finished. The bewildering snow mountain is still the same bewildering snow mountain. Everything seems unchanged. After dealing with the skull and the three-headed person, a new line appears in the book. The cycle has been broken. I pick up the skull from the ground, no longer emitting black mist, and bring up the light screen to appraise. Head of Obsession, level 6. An aggregation of resentment that maintained its hatred after 47 cycles of reincarnation. The resentment within has been removed, but it still retains some abilities, reducing the mental strength of all targets within a certain range. Finally, some harvest, I say with a smile. This stop, crawling and rolling in the snow, had taken over 5 hours. So far, my only gains apart from the book were this skull. Done. Time to pack up. Creak creak. Just as I am about to head back, the familiar sound of tracks appears not far away. I look in that direction. I see Wally sprinting toward me, clutching a leg bone. What a coincidence, Wally. You're here too. But speaking of which, this is the final stage. No matter how abstract the location of the chest, it should be somewhere nearby. I pat his metal head a few times and take the large leg bone he holds high. This thing, could it be a treasure chest? Level 6 treasure chest can be opened. Alright, it really is a chest. Well done, Wally, where did you find it? Speaking of which, did you run up the mountain earlier? Wally waves its mechanical claw. Although I can't understand what it says, it is clear from its eyes that its journey was particularly arduous. Thanks to you, you've worked hard. Come on, let's go back together. I put Wally back on the train, recall the Raven Demon and Demon Raven still standing not far away. Card sequence. What a powerful tool. Without them, this stop wouldn't have been so easy. Bewitchment and Harbinger, just 2 cards from the Demon sequence. If I truly collected the entire Demon sequence, I cannot imagine how strong I would be. And to be even bolder, I also have the Blasphemy card. The Blasphemy card was said to be impossible to collect entirely. But what if? My heart burns with excitement. Time to go back. The roar of the Roadhog echoes through the sky. Without obstacles, mere wind and snow could not stop the charge. I floor the accelerator and start speeding. Cold, I'm freezing to death. Back on the train, I feel like I'm about to freeze into an icicle. I run into the constant temperature carriage and burrow into the quilt. Takes a good while to barely recover. I was so foolish, truly. Wally stays by my side, worried, tilts its head. If there's another station with this kind of snowy weather in the future, remind me not to ride the motorcycle again. Wally nods and skillfully hands over a white forest fruit smoothie. Never mind, I'll take it as you being kind. I take the smoothie and set it aside, pull out the large leg bone from under the bed. The appearance of these chests is getting more abstract. I murmur softly, take a deep breath. Sublimation, stamina 79 to 39, spirit 95 to 45. Level 7 treasure chest can be opened. I rub my temples tiredly. The stamina cost to sublimate to a level 7 chest had increased by another 20 points. Moreover, I once again felt the initial resistance. Although not obvious, it had appeared. Do I need to continue to sublimate myself again? I shake my head, temporarily shaking other thoughts from my mind, and eagerly open the chest. The leg bone breaks into 2 sections. Reward information appears on the screen. Open. Obtained train coins 14. Obtained. Blueprint Obsession of Illusion. Obtained. Tradable Depart 1 hour early module times 5. Obtained. Frost Enchantment 6-barrel rotary grenade launcher level 7. 3 rewards. I look at them from the beginning. Blueprint Obsession of Illusion level 7. Requires reality and illusion plus head of obsession. From Sublimation of Illusory Reality. The crafting materials were explicitly the drops from the 2 bosses in this station. If I hadn't performed sublimation, these 2 items would have crafted illusory reality. I have all the items. Although the head was quite good, I wasn't so reluctant to use it. I summoned the processing table, placed the blueprint and the required materials on it. The 2 merge. Crafting successful. Obsession of Illusion level 7. Illusion consumes a large amount of mental strength to pull any target into the false bewildering snow mountain. Can distort the reality within the bewildering snow mountain by writing text. Lasts 1 minute. Obsession consumes mental strength, reducing the mental strength of all targets within range, except the holder, by an equal amount. Pull into the bewildering snow mountain. Does that mean it's like what the painter did? I open the first page. Think a moment, right. 100,000 train coins appeared in front of the train. No reaction. 100. 1. Ellipsis. After trying for a while, I roughly grasped the extent to which I can distort the bewildering snow mountain. Creating an avalanche or making a snow monster appear out of thin air in the snow is not difficult. However, if it had nothing to do with the events that occurred in this station, it is basically very difficult to achieve. But the true power of this ability is not limited to that. What is truly impressive is the ability to pull any unit into the bewildering snow mountain. In a sense, isn't this the ultimate low-cost version of the Blasphemy card's Banishment? This plus Banishment can be considered 2 trump cards. I stroke my chin, relatively satisfied. My gaze shifts to the second reward, tradable. Depart 1 hour early module times 5. After use, departure time can be advanced by 1 hour tradable times 5. This item was easy to understand. a separated version of the depart early VIP privilege. Combined, it allowed me to depart a full 5 hours earlier, but what truly caught my attention were the words tradable in parentheses. So this kind of thing can be bought. I had no intention of selling them. After all, my current stopover time required a full 7 hours before departure. Even after using these 5, I would still have 2 hours left. Without hesitation, I use all of them and look at the final reward. Frost Enchantment, 6-barrel rotary grenade launcher, level 7, fires frost grenades. Enemies caught in the blast will be inflicted with a speed reduction effect. The description wasn't extensive, but a level 7 weapon, its power was beyond doubt. Only 30 grenades, that's not many. Though the weapon was powerful, it was useless without ammunition. I did want to try sublimation, but just as I expected, the resistance to sublimation for a level 7 item appears again. However, I clearly perceived that I could ignore this resistance and forcefully sublimate, but it would require my physical strength and mental energy to reach a new limit. Unless I were to undergo self-sublimation once more. Should I try? My hand presses against my chest. After a moment of thought, I lower it. Forget it. Why make myself so tired? I plop back onto the bed, casting all the messy affairs out of my mind. I had been on the mountain for so long in the wind and snow, now I just want to slack off. Other matters could be dealt with later. I eat shaved ice, chew white forest fruit pulp, casually open the chat to lurk. Level 3 resource station. Li Xiaosheng stands silently outside his train. He watches several burly men operate a machine, continuously collecting wood in the forest and transporting it back to the 6 ordinary carriages already attached. His memory returns to a few hours ago, to the scene after he had just joined a guild in City of 1,000 Stars. There was no rest, no trust. Upon learning he was a resource radar, the guild members found several experienced train assistants who forcefully boarded his train and told him to quickly leave the station. Li Xiaosheng still cannot forget the look of disgust in that person's eyes. It was as if he were a stinking bug, emitting an unpleasant odor. The burly men, while moving the wood, were also whispering. Brothers, this train captain, how does he feel? A bit disgusting, right? I feel it too. I really want to go up and punch him. He just annoys me. Shh. Keep it down. Don't let him hear. He's a train captain after all. Much nobler than us. Tisk, what's the use? After working for 10 or so years, I'll definitely save enough for a locomotive and become a train captain. Cough. Stop talking. He's looking over. There was no fear or respect in the eyes of the 3 assistants. Their sweeping glances were filled with disgust. He had heard it all. After eating the vampire baron's heart, he was no longer an ordinary human. All his senses had increased, even during the day. A bunch of natives daring to look down on me. Li Xiaosheng's eyes are crimson. Since entering City of 1,000 Stars, his protagonist's dream had been brutally shattered. Resource radar had become the most common talent. The guild he joined wasn't good either. As soon as he joined, they forcefully threw him out to collect basic resources. And these assistants, though called assistants, who couldn't see the disgust from the bottom of their hearts. He was not convinced. How much longer will you be moving things? Walking up to one of them, he asks coldly. The assistant recoils 2 steps in disgust. As a human's instinct, facing Li Xiaosheng, who had betrayed his human identity, that disgust would not diminish. Almost. We'll stay out here for 3 stops, then we can go back to the city. Do you need anything else, sir? The assistant hurries away, putting more distance. Li Xiaosheng stands still, raising his hand. You forced me to do this. Bats appear out of thin air. Kill them. Where did these bats come from? He help. Run back to the train. The train door closes tightly. He watches the miserable state with a mocking gaze, feeling an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. When they turn into corpses, he walks over, bends down, and bites with his fangs. He wasn't eating human flesh, but converting them into dependents. The assistants stand up again, eyes hollow and lifeless, completely becoming toys. He laughs triumphantly. You want to control me? No way. I, Li Xiaosheng, am the protagonist of this world. Joining the guild was a foregone conclusion, and being used to collect basic resources couldn't be changed. But that didn't mean he would choose to stagnate. He still had the Alliance. Before arriving at City of 1,000 Stars, they had agreed to all go to one place, and on the first day they all joined the same guild as him. As the saying goes, a 1,000-mile dike can be destroyed by an ant's nest. As a new batch, their train upgrade items were blocked by earlier captains. Either work for them or constantly climb up until he controlled that guild. As for whether he had the ability, that was another matter. Those who want to upgrade can't possibly not support me. Oh, and that Ye Qian, that short-sighted fellow, to actually sell such a powerful race transformation item. It worked out for me, so it's not impossible to give him a chance. Docking countdown 2 hours 11 minutes and 43 seconds. Whew. The short-sighted me is leisurely browsing the trading platform, checking if there are worthwhile items. Robot vacuum? Wally works faster. Bluetooth headphones? I don't even have a phone. What would I do with Bluetooth headphones? Beehive. This can be listed too. I curiously click. Beehive level 2. Produces 30 bee larvae daily. Needs to be placed near flowers. Can produce honey. Honey. Recalling the sweet taste, I look at the price. Not expensive. Only 3 train coins. Bought it. Transaction successful. I go to the planting carriage, look at the growing white forest fruit tree, and choose to place the beehive on the thickest tree trunk. The beehive lands, and soon bees fly out to collect nectar. It's quite big. Rubbing my chin, I lean closer and reach out to touch. It seems I can sublimate it. I silently chant, an invisible force enveloping both beehive and bees. Mental 118 to 108. Beehive to large beehive. Level 3. The bee's appearance subtly changes, the beehive itself directly doubling in size. The whole thing sublimated together. The potential isn't exhausted. Let's continue. I silently chant a second time. Mental 108 to 94. Large beehive to bee drill's nest. Level 4. Potential still not exhausted. I habitually continue. But just then an inexplicable feeling surges within me, as if something good was about to happen. Mental 94 to 61. Bee drill's nest to giant bee drill's nest. Level 6. From level 4, it jumped to level 6. What was that feeling? Potential exhausted. I fall into contemplation, looking at the oversized beehive that occupies most of the planting carriage. That feeling just now, it wasn't wrong. That flash of comfortable inspiration was like drawing the desired character on the first pull in a gacha game, instead of having to slowly reach the guaranteed pull. Why did this happen? Could it be that talents also have the function of self-growth to produce special effects? Let's not worry about that for now. Pushing the problem aside, I have another issue. This beehive is simply too large. If the internal space hadn't been expanded a while ago, it probably would have completely filled an entire aisle. Even now it occupies a significant portion of the planting carriage. Because of this, I simply expend materials to build a new carriage specifically for the beehive. The carriage was built, but it would take some time to move. The bee drills in the beehive were smaller than those in the animation. After I gave the command, they disassembled the beehive, moved the young weedles and the queen, and settled into the fifth carriage. The space was freed up, but this carriage was quite ordinary. In bad weather, the bee drills could easily be harmed. It still needed a sublimation. It would be better if it could transform into a space suitable for their survival. Sublimation. Stamina and spirit begin to drain. That flash of inspiration appears again. Comfortable new carriage to bee drill hive carriage. Level 5. Under an invisible force, the shape of the fifth carriage begins to change. Many openings appear, the entire carriage merging with the beehive. Upon command, the bee drills in the hive would collectively emerge. Furthermore, the beehive came with temperature self-adaptation and gyroscope capabilities, providing the most perfect living environment. Aside from consuming 10 kilograms of meat every day, it was a perfect combat carriage. I made a profit. I didn't expect a beehive to turn into this, but speaking of which, wasn't I originally just trying to get some honey? I smile, take some honey, and marinate the meat. Roast on the grill, sprinkle salt, flip. The sweet, greasy aroma fills my nostrils. Train stop countdown 0 hours 31 minutes and 28 seconds. In the last half hour, I call back Wally, who had been diligently collecting ice and snow outside, and press the departure button. Privilege triggered, beginning departure. Completed hidden quest, the liberation of 47 reincarnations of resentment. A hidden quest, just like the one in Doomsday Town before. I had a feeling it would be a hidden quest when I dealt with that skull, but the completion prompt never appeared. Received quest reward. Train Captain Module Card. Personal Armament. Personal Armament. After activating this module, 3 armament type items can be placed in a dedicated armament space for personal carrying. Good stuff, and a physical card that could undergo another sublimation. When the train left the misty snow mountain, I extract the reward. A card engraved with 3 slots representing weapon slots. I glance at my somewhat recovered spirit. Was it imagination, or did my recovery seem faster after that flash of inspiration? I silently chant. Sublimation. Spirit 95 to 61. Points consumed. The card undergoes a subtle change, increasing from 3 squares to 12. Advanced Train Captain Module Card. Personal Armament. Can place up to 12 armaments in a dedicated armament space. 3 slots became 12. With this, I no longer have to worry about having too many or too heavy weapons, and only being able to choose a few. Moreover, some special storage space could be freed up. In a sense, this directly added 12 special storage units. Of course, storage units can infinitely stack single items, while weapon slots can only hold 1. Still a big difference. I test retrieval. Instantly drawn, no slower than if it were on my person. Very good. Let me think. What should I put in? First, Ebony and Skyhawk. Secondly, the Blasphemy card and 2 Devil cards could also be classified as armaments, occupying 5 slots. Then, the Rampage Lightning Spear. Although always equipped on the Vigilant Sentry, with the Great Compassion Heavy Machine Gun, the spear's utility was relatively less than the 6-barreled rotary grenade launcher I had recently acquired. As a weapon of mass destruction, originally considered for the turret carriage, but with the personal armament module, no need to overthink. As for the Great Compassion Heavy Machine Gun on the Sentry, leave for now. That thing was very suitable, no need to take it off. I really wanted to put the Pure Purification Stone in, but unfortunately it could not be classified as an armament, but there was one other I unexpectedly found could be put in. The CVO Roadhog. Could that motorcycle also be considered an armament? Thinking carefully, no problem. If that thing accelerated at full power and hit someone, it could probably turn them into minced meat. 8 out of 12 slots are filled, leaving 4. I think a moment. Hesitate, take out the trickster sword the guide had given me at the public trading platform. This weapon, requiring consuming spirit limit, was also due for a good buyer, but at level 6 how could I sell it without attracting too much attention, especially from City of 1,000 Stars? Those guys had regulations against selling items above level 4, but I felt that no matter what kind of rules, there would always be loopholes. I didn't believe that just because regulated, no one would actually sell items above level 4. It was just that I didn't know how to do it yet. Should I ask Sister Shea? I wonder how she's doing now. After a moment of hesitation, I send her a message. Are you there, Sister Shea? A moment later, she replies, playing a tower defense game. What's up, Mr. Elder Sister? Yes, I want to ask you a question. City of 1,000 Stars, the hidden lower district. Shea's train is docked there. Outside her train, 9 angels of various forms are battling the prosecutors of City of 1,000 Stars. In the church, Shea's lips curl slightly as she looks at the content. Ask away, but I don't have much time. I'll only answer one question, so think carefully before you ask. I had already thought about how I would ask. City of 1,000 Stars and other cities have rules against selling items above level 4, but I believe there must be places where such transactions can occur, right? Can you tell me? Of course, such places exist, but the rules set by those city alliances are, in the end, only meant to restrict newbies like you. For high-level train captains, no one would dare to impose such restrictions. Shea snorts disdainfully, her manicured fingers continuing to tap. The secret black market. I just asked that woman Zhu Xingtu. She wasn't sealed, so she knows more than I do. Currently, low-level captains can only go there to trade for items above level 4. Wait, I'll get you an invitation card. She reaches out to Zhu Xingtu, who is fiddling with a few tarot cards beside her. Give it to me. What? The black market invitation card. Didn't you say that place can only be accessed with an invitation card? Hurry up and give it to me, I know you have one. Zhu Xingtu opens her mouth, looks at Shea, and reaches out to touch her forehead. You're not hot. Go away, I'm not sick. You're not sick, so why do you want this from me? Oh, it's that young man again. Hee, here you go. Looking at Zhu Xingtu's strange smile, Shea feels inexplicably puzzled. She snatches the invitation card and immediately sends it via email. What are you laughing at? This is a sound investment. He's the owner of a blasphemy card. Fragment. There's a high probability he'll get a blasphemy card. You understand what that means. Zhu Xingtu doesn't speak, but her eyes transform into that infinite starry appearance, toned like a charlatan. Fate tells me, Fate said nothing. But it's quite interesting. Opening my inbox and extracting the email, my mouth twitches a few times as I look at the pure black card. Even if it's called a black market, there's no need for the entire card to be black, right? How do I use this thing? Black market invitation card. Used to enter the black market trading platform. Note, hello dear friend. Due to some idiotic reasons, I established this special platform serving train captains. Here, there are no restrictions on any transactions, as long as you have train coins. By Christine. I swipe the system light screen and it's covered by the black emanating from the card. Immediately, the words black market appear on it. Welcome to the black market. Current member level 1. You can view items of level 4 and below. Please endeavor to place items for trade to increase your member level. Of course, you can also spend train coins to recharge directly. I highly recommend the latter. There are members too. Hiss. Why do I feel like hanging this person from a lamppost? After muttering complaints, I don't pay it much mind. I'm here to sell, not buy. After all, I don't have many train coins at the moment. How to trade? Here. Manual item appraisal and valuation. Quite user-friendly. I press the option. Hello, appraisal customer service 9527 at your service. Please place the item in front of the train system's control light screen. I raise the trickster sword, like this. Before long, new information appears. Valuation complete. Item name, trickster sword. Level 6. Suggested price, 30 train coins. Do you wish to place it on the black market trading platform? Place it. Placement successful. Transaction successful. As this is the member's first transaction, the 5% handling fee will not be deducted this time. That fast. Looking at 30 train coins, I am in a rather good mood. I hadn't expected that sword full of negative effects to sell so quickly. I had originally prepared to have it listed for a long time. Handling fee, 5%. Not bad. And waive this time. The person who created this black market is quite decent. I happily count my money. Including before, I now possess 46 train coins. It seems time for the next train sublimation. After completing the transaction, my member level increases to level 2, allowing me to view items above level 5. However, the prices are all ridiculously expensive. With that money, I might as well buy some low-level items and sublimate. And, even in the black market, no flamestone or measurement units. Customer service, are there no upgrade items like flamestone or measurement units in the black market? Yes, member, there are. You need to reach level 3 to unlock the train upgrade item purchase permission. Alright, my member level wasn't high enough. I suddenly think of something else. Then, what level do I need to view the mind cube? Level 5. That high. According to the current pattern, upgrading one member level allows viewing items one level higher than level 4. So the mind cube, is it similar to level 8 items? Upon learning this, I become even more curious about what the hunting mecha dragon blueprint would look like if it could be made. A little excited. After finishing the transaction, the invitation card returns to my hand, with a hot stamped Roman numeral 2 added to it. Note, the next time you can enter the black market is 1 day later. Putting it away, I yawn. I pull out my pocket watch, past 10 p.m. After running around in the snowy mountains all afternoon, exhaustion finally catches up. So sleepy. Under the gaze of the vast bright moon in the endless wilderness, I return to my bed, eyelids gradually growing heavy. Tonight, nothing happens. But many people weren't as lucky as me to fall asleep easily. Shangguan Yingshui purses her lips, looking at the 20 train coins she had barely managed to exchange. She hadn't found a treasure chest at her last stop, and even after taking out everything she could sell, she was still far from 30 train coins. Just 10 coins short, what should I do? She truly had nothing left to sell. What remained were necessary items. Unless, looking at a name in her friends list, Shangguan Yingshui hesitates a moment, opens the private chat. Shangguan Yingshui, are you there? Before long, the other party replies, Zhao Lin, may I help you? I currently don't have any more snacks or toiletries to sell, so if you're looking to buy those, no need to ask. This has nothing to do with it. I want to borrow 10 train coins from you, ? Zhao Lin rubs her eyes, thinking she might have misread. 10 train coins. Although they were relatively familiar within the same block, occasionally chatting at night, they weren't close enough to borrow money. She hesitates but doesn't immediately refuse. She felt Shangguan Yingshui wasn't someone who would easily ask for help. If she was talking to her, she must have encountered some trouble. 10 coins is a lot. What happened? Shangguan Yingshui breathes a sigh of relief. Not directly rejected meant possibility. After thought, she omits Ye Qian's name and tells Zhao Lin her purpose. I encountered a scoundrel who was selling me a flamestone for 30 train coins. The deadline is until next platform, but I didn't find a chest at the last station. I had to sell all the resources I could, and in the end, I only managed to gather 20 coins. Still short 10. I couldn't think of any other way, so I could only ask you. A flamestone. Zhao Lin feels a bit envious. Even though she had always followed me in City of 1,000 Stars, she knew the value. If it were her and she couldn't gather enough, she would definitely try to borrow. If it were her, who would she borrow from? My image appears in her mind, then she shakes her head muttering. He definitely wouldn't lend it to me, that stingy guy. She recollects her thoughts and taps. I can lend it, but you need to provide collateral and I'll charge interest. 10 train coins, you'll return 13 to me in the end. How about it? If you agree, find an item that can be used as collateral. Ellipsis. A reasonable request. Shangguan Yingshui looks around her train, finally settling on the Japanese flip phone in her hand. It can only be this. It wouldn't reduce her survival or combat ability. Sufficient as collateral. She grits her teeth and sends a screenshot. System operating flip phone. Can be used outside the train, includes the system's trading platform chat room. This was an upgrade reward from one of my upgrades. I'll use this as collateral. If I don't repay after the next station ends, the phone is yours. As for interest, that's acceptable. It can actually use system functions outside the train. Wow, what a good item. Zhao Lin's eyes light up. She had already noticed in City of 1,000 Stars that I seemed able to operate the system from outside. At the time, she was terribly envious, but said nothing. Alright, we can trade. If you don't redeem it after the next station, I'll only charge 3 train coins in interest. Oh, by the way, could you introduce me to that scoundrel who sold you the flamestone? I also want to buy one. Let's not. He's probably quite busy. Zhao Lin gets the phone, Shangguan Yingshui gets the coins. However, Shangguan Yingshui inexplicably feels a pang of heartache. That phone was her favorite item. Putting it up as collateral was truly a last resort. It doesn't matter as long as I can gather enough train coins at the next station. Though she said so, if she couldn't find a chest in the next station, could she really gather 13 train coins? Moreover, there were upgrade options for reaching level 4. Yes, the items in the advanced options were all excellent value for money. Just like that phone, she had only spent 6 train coins on it back then. Shangguan Yingshui sighs, opens her friends list, looks at the first name at the top, presses it. Flamestone, let's trade. Hello. ? There is no response. An inevitable outcome. At this moment I am sleeping with all chat notifications turned off. Unless someone with a similar ability to Shea, no one could wake me. The next morning, having slept soundly, I stretch lazily, take the warm water Wally hands me. Drink, wash up. I skillfully take out sliced white forest fruit, paired with bread and vegetables, plus 2 eggs, leisurely eating. Who's sending me messages so late? I bring up the light screen, see the constantly flashing icon, click curiously, see the conversations. I scroll directly to the last message. Shangguan Yingshui. I've sold everything, gathered enough money. You can trade whenever you have time. The time was 3:06 a.m. Good heavens, still up so late. She's really anxious for that flamestone. I scratch my head and chuckle. But at this hour, she should be catching up on sleep. Forget it. I'll just send one. Are you there? I had originally thought she would be resting and was about to continue eating, but unexpectedly the message comes back immediately. Yes. Can we trade now? Shangguan Yingshui had been awake all night. She couldn't sleep. Absolutely couldn't. She had expended so much energy, even mortgaging her favorite. Who would have thought I would sleep so early? She was unwilling, truly unwilling, not to get her hands on that flamestone. Of course. Have you gathered enough money? Of course. A trade request comes in. I take the flamestone. Pressing the trade option, 30 train coins appear in my arms, replacing the stone. I count them, bite them, everything in order. Including these 30, that's 76 train coins. I can sublimate the train now, 76 for the upcoming upgrade options, no matter how I think. It would lead to that phrase. The advantage is with me. Eating breakfast in a good mood, I casually open my personal interface. Suddenly I pause, looking at one of the attribute lines, slightly stunned. Spirit 130, question marks. Why had my spirit limit increased again? Had I done something? Recalling the past few days, nothing seemed to have occurred, except for that flash of inspiration sublimation yesterday. Was it because of that, or because I had eaten too many white forest fruits? I leaned toward the latter. There was no reason for the former. I did not continue guessing wildly. My mental power inexplicably increasing wasn't the first time, and it was always a good thing. Thump, 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 thump. The train continues its journey through the desolate, endless wilderness. After breakfast, I walk into the front. I look at the device that used to be part of the train system and reach out to touch. Phew. Once again, I am performing sublimation. My train will be upgraded to level 6. Taking a deep breath, the high-hanging sunlight overhead perfectly shines on my hand, and I silently recite the word I do not know how many times I have said. Sublimation. Mental power and physical strength consumed simultaneously. A brilliant blue current envelops the entire train. The wheels roar. The whistle's shriek terrifies the nearby monsters. When everything returns to peace, the blue current disappears. This indicates success. Physical strength 120 to 60. Mental power 130 to 50. Train upgrade complete. Current level 6. Materials required for the next upgrade: wood 1,000 kilograms, mechanical parts 600, metal 1050 kilograms, glass 40 kilograms, electronic components 500, gold 15 kilograms, mithril 20 kilograms, storage array times 1. The special item from 6 to 7 is called a storage array. I make a note. Speaking of which, what was the special material from 5 to 6? I was so focused on the upgrade options I didn't pay attention. Forget it. I'll know when others upgrade to level 5. My gaze shifts down. After the upgrade, the old trio also reaches level 6. Train speed up to 120 kilometers per hour. And the most important, the upgrade options. Rubbing my hands and splashing water on my face. I really like this feeling, like drawing a lottery. Open upgrade options. Upgrade options as follows. 1. Train docking time increased by 5 hours. 10 train coins. 2. Train armament. Wealth shield, 20 train coins. 3. Mine cube times 1. 40 train coins. 4. Drum washing machine, 5 train coins. Oh, how much? How many would these cost? 75. Was I really not dreaming? What happened to the advantage being with me? I had painstakingly gathered 76, never expecting that if I wanted to buy everything I would become a pauper with only one again. I helplessly rub my forehead, chuckle, and click the reward information. No need to say more about the docking time. The main focus is the latter. Train armament, wealth shield. After equipping this armament, consuming 1 train coin will provide the train with a shield that blocks any type of external attack. The shield has unique durability, and once depleted, more train coins must be spent to replenish. Train armament. Why do these things all cost money? The drill from last time was the same, and this one is so expensive. Skipping ahead, my gaze falls on the third option. The mind cube. One of the items needed for that hunting mecha dragon blueprint. I had originally thought about trying to buy it in the black market later, but didn't expect it to appear directly. Mind cube. A mysterious cube that can be used as a material for certain mechanical constructs. Pure material, no other special abilities. That was all the description provided. A bit surprising. However, in this option, the mind cube was a definite purchase. Besides that, I know what the last item is without looking. The drum washing machine. Useful, after all, when Wally washed clothes, he always damaged them. There are a few items. Let's buy the mind cube first. 40 train coins transform into specks of dark gold light and disappear. A translucent square construct emitting a beautiful azure glow appears before me. Quite pretty, seems good as a nightlight too. Jokingly, I take out the hunting mecha dragon blueprint. I had already prepared the other materials. Only the cube was missing. I place the cube onto the blueprint. A brilliant azure glow fills every corner of the front compartment. I instinctively close my eyes, yet I feel a vibration and the sound of breaking glass. When the light dissipates, I open my eyes, pupils contracting. A mechanical dragon, entirely red and white with colorless cloud patterns engraved on it, is currently grasping the train, suspended outside. A mechanical dragon. Cool, that was my first impression of the hunting mecha dragon. I reach out my hand, an invisible connection appearing between me and it. Hunting mecha dragon. Level 10. A mechanical dragon with 1 normal mode and 3 special modes. Each mode requires train coins to switch, and each special mode lasts 1 hour. Normal mode, 1 train coin. Follows the master's side to perform basic close-range attacks. Guard mode, 3 train coins. Defends against any external non-mental attacks. Hunting mode, 5 train coins. Uses long-range weapons, performs reconnaissance in the air, and bombs any target with hunting missiles. Transcendence mode, 80 train coins. Grade increases by 3 levels after activation ? Can use 1 hunting ultimate warhead for wide area bombing. After each battle, it needs to be recharged. It has no self-awareness and requires the master's command to operate. Hiss. Never mind whether strong or not. This thing was completely a money pit. Not to mention the mysterious transcendence mode at the end. Just the other 2 special modes required a lot of coins for each switch, and they only lasted an hour. But all the shortcomings vanish in the face of its level 10 status. Level 10. If I told people this, they'd definitely think I was photoshopping. I cannot help but gasp. So strong, no flaws except for needing money. No, not having money is my flaw. I reach out and touch the mechanical dragon's head outside the window. The cool, hard touch is truly pleasing. It's just too big. The hunting mecha dragon is roughly over 3 meters long. Putting it inside would take up too much space. Perhaps I should build a dedicated car for it. Oh right, I suddenly think of something and touch the mecha dragon again. Its figure suddenly disappears outside the train. It actually works. The mecha dragon was considered an armament, meaning it could be stored in the armament space of the portable armament module, a weapon without self-awareness. The existence of the hunting mecha dragon also gives me a few more points of courage to survive in this world. At the very least, if I encountered the train captain seniors who arrived in this world earlier, I wouldn't be unable to resist. The hunting mecha dragon will become my biggest trump card besides the blasphemy card. As for the other upgrade rewards, I temporarily only purchased the increased docking time of 5 hours. The drum washing machine and new train armaments are temporarily put aside. It wouldn't be too late to buy them after I had more train coins. I still have 26 train coins left. Completely not enough. Thinking carefully, there were too many places where I needed to spend train coins now. If this continued, I would go bankrupt sooner or later. The fate of a pauper. Sigh. Why are all the upgrade options so expensive? That said, if I were given cheap junk, I certainly wouldn't be happy. I return to the constant temperature carriage in a pleasant mood. Today is the 3rd day, also the time for most captains in the same block to leave the station. Before arriving at the next stop, I bring up the public chat to continue lurking. Unexpectedly, I see a somewhat surprising message. Brothers, do you know? We don't know. Go away, the one upstairs. Don't mess things up. I'm in City of 1,000 Stars. Last night, a group of terrorist organizations attacked the city's upper-level treasury and stole some things from it. I heard it was to steal something. Not only did I hear about it, I saw it. Damn, I was so scared last night. Do you know, when I saw those angels, I really thought I went to heaven. Angels, like the ones in myths. Anyway, they were very beautiful. Those angels surrounded a train and fought with a big shot prosecutor. Tisk sisk. It's said to have been very tragic. Many people died. I really don't understand what these terrorist organization people are after. It's clearly the big shots above who provide us with safe residences. They're truly a bunch of evil people. Provide safe residences, haha. Do you know, that battle yesterday directly shattered a space. That was the lower district of City of 1,000 Stars, and it was full of failed train captains. Shh, is the one upstairs crazy? Haven't you joined a guild? The adults in the guild said not to mention anything about the lower district. If you want to die, don't drag everyone in the block. Angels, terrorist organization, robbery. I instantly think of one person. Is it Shia? So she couldn't enter the city to meet, because she was fighting with the prosecutor. Angels, are they card sequences? Thinking that my devil card could indeed summon demons. Then if there were angel cards, it wouldn't be surprising if they could summon angels. As a member of the Emperor Sequence Organization, I remember hearing Shea's card sequence from Zhuxing 2. It was the angel card. My curiosity is piqued. I am somewhat curious about what happens next. Take out a bag of potato chips from Zhao Lin. Continue to lurk with relish. However, after that person's reminder, no one else shares any useful information, which disappoints me somewhat. Just as I am about to close, someone in my friend list sends a message. Zhao Lin, Brother Qian, someone borrowed 10 train coins from me today and used this as collateral. I shouldn't have lost outright. After looking at the screenshot, my expression instantly becomes strange. This phone, why does it look a bit familiar? Yi Qian, You didn't lose out. Being able to use the system outside the train, even if it's just for chat and the trading platform, is quite useful. But who borrowed it from you? A girl from the same block as you and me. Her surname is Shangguan Yingshui. Her name sounds much better than mine. She said a cunning merchant was going to sell her flamestone. Sigh, I'm so envious. I wish a cunning merchant would sell flamestone to me too. Case closed. So Shangguan Yingshu borrowed the money to buy the stone from Zhao Lin. Why does this world feel so small? However, it seemed normal. In the original E3 block, only a little over 1,000 people survived after the 10th stop. Among these, everyone clearly knew who was capable and who was useless. It was normal for them to be in contact. However, Zhao Lin wouldn't know that if she hadn't lent Shangguan Yingshe those 10 train coins, she would have been the one to get the flamestone purchase right. And, what the heck is a cunning merchant? I was a conscientious seller, wasn't I? Should I tell her? I think with a mischievous twist. Forget it. I chuckle lightly and continue to tap. How was your harvest at the last stop? Was it a lucky platform? City of 1,000 Stars was almost destroyed, so the luck at the next stop should be better than before. This woman, between bad luck and good fortune, should have gained a lot at the last stop. It was okay, just 6 level 3 items and some train coins, plus a little bit of resources. It's nothing much. Although she said that, the joy in showing off in her words couldn't be hidden. Do you have anything you want to sell? Yes. A screenshot. High-grade coffee beans, level 3. After brewing, it can speed up mental recovery and reduce fatigue. This is good. Right, mental recovery is so slow. In one of my previous unlucky platforms, I was scared by a female ghost and lost a lot of mental energy. It took me 2 or 3 days to recover. With these coffee beans, it should only take 2 days. Mental recovery is very slow. I glance at my mental attribute. From 50 after the sublimation, it had recovered to 70 in about an hour. Although eating the white forest fruit contributed, even without it I wouldn't have needed 2 or 3 days. How fast does your mental energy recover? Everyone's is the same, right? You can only recover a maximum of 30 points per day, and that's only when you're in a good mood. If you're in a bad mood, it will affect mental recovery. Brother Qian, what about you? Is yours different? 30 points. That little... Nothing different. I was just curious if you, with your talent, would be different from us. These coffee beans, aren't you keeping them for yourself? I have another bag. Then 6 train coins. Deal. Having obtained the coffee beans, my thoughts are completely elsewhere. I rub my chin, not understanding the reason for my rapid mental recovery. If it was due to talent, didn't Zhao Lin also have talent? Unless sublimation was special. Or was it that I myself was special? I boil water and brew coffee. Wally learned to brew coffee and brings it to me. Thanks, Wally, but it's too bitter. I still prefer sweet coffee. People always seem to seek out hardship when there isn't any. However, I am not one of those people. I add white sugar, stir until dissolved, and the original bitterness is completely replaced by sweetness. This is much better. Time 12 hours, 30 minutes and 0 seconds. Today's weather. Clear. The fork in Destiny's road is triggered at this moment. Station options appear before me. Please choose a station to stop at from the following 2. Station 1. Goblin King's Invasion City, Level 6 Slaughter Station. Station 2, Dragon's Treasure Cave, Level 6 Quest Station. Why are there goblins again? I rub my forehead, speechless, looking at the names. I choose Station 2, Dragon's Treasure Cave. Treasure Cave, no matter how I heard the name, it didn't sound like a station where I'd gain nothing. It looked much better than anything involving goblins. As for a dragon, if there really was one, I also wanted to know who would be stronger between that mythical monster and my hunting mecha dragon. Who the victor would be was beyond doubt. Station selection complete. Please sit tight. The 12th stop ahead is Dragon's Treasure Cave. As the final 30 minutes gradually tick away, a head distortion reappears. Passing through an unknown space, the scenery outside changes. In the dim environment, it is faintly discernible that this is some underground cave. Drops of liquid fall from above, hitting the top of the train with a ticking sound. Current station, Dragon's Treasure Cave. Docking countdown 14 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Good luck. This station, dangerous. I walk to the window and look out. Not far away, a river emits a faint glowing light. On both sides of the river, human skeletons mixed with some indistinguishable bones are piled like building blocks. Treasure. Dragon. I haven't seen either. The quest objective is in. As I mutter, a small boat floats down the river from upstream. On the boat stand several knights wearing medieval full-face helmets. They protect a woman in the center. They see the train and exchange glances. One of them takes off his helmet and whispers to the woman. The boat docks by the shore. The knight who had taken off his helmet then runs toward the train. Thump, thump, thump. He knocks. Excuse me, are you the divine envoy sent by the temple? Divine envoy. Was this my identity at this station? I pull open the window and wave to the knight at the door. What happened here? The knight freezes a moment, then comes before me and scrutinizes me from head to toe. You are the divine envoy. What do you think? I retort. Using the god's coins to summon and ride a colossal vehicle called a train. Yes, this is the legendary train. You must be the god's envoy. God's coins. I narrow my eyes. Where are the coins? Here. He was right. The knight pulls out a pouch containing a full 15 train coins, which they call the gods' coins. It seemed in many station worlds the train coins were not unheard of to these natives. They could even use train coins to summon train captains like me to these worlds. You see, is there any problem? The knight offers the pouch. I am slightly surprised. Take it. Use the system to inspect. No problem. All 15 genuine. Truly rare. I had just arrived and hadn't done anything, but I had already gained so much. No problem. So, what do you want me to do? I had accepted the payment, so I couldn't just do nothing. My gaze falls on the woman among the knights. Is it because of her? The knight nods, waves to that side, and explains. The evil dragon captured our princess. We are a team dispatched by the Grand Duchy of Randell to rescue the princess. Taking advantage of the dragon's sudden disappearance, we successfully brought the princess out of its cave. Now we just need to find a way to leave this place. However, there are too many dangers on this road. Even without the dragon, there are many monsters. The dispatch team originally had 300 people, and now only a few of us remain, which is why the princess took out the god's coins she carried with her to summon you. We hope, Lord Divine Envoy, that you will lead us out of this dragon's lair. Dragon and princess. Such a classic setup. Was this the quest? No. Based on past experience, all quests that appeared immediately were superficial. To find the true hidden quest, I needed to search for it myself. The princess is escorted over by the others. She isn't particularly beautiful nor ugly. Average. However, whether illusion or not, when she looks at me, her eyes become vertical pupils for an instant. Vertical pupils. Can human eyes have vertical pupils? I trust my observation, this princess, it seemed, had a problem. Lord Divine Envoy, hello. I am Faranir, the third princess of the Grand Duchy of Randell. Thank you for your arrival. I never thought the legends were true. Is this the Divine Envoy's train? It is indeed extraordinary. I smile faintly. It's nothing. I will send you out of here. Please wait a moment. I close the window. I lean down and pat Wally's head. I take out a train coin and place it on its head. Treasure hunting mode activated. Wally waves his mechanical arm, indicating he would definitely find treasure. Be careful. There's a dragon in here. As I exit the train, the knights and Faranir hear the sound and look over. Before they can react, they see me, with a backpack emerge. I turn back to close the door, activating both the sentry and watcher modes. I stop the sentry's desire to attack. I look at the princess among the knights with a hint of amusement. An enemy, huh? Interesting. The princess had hostility. I do not say it aloud. I felt the true hidden quest at this station should be found from this Princess Faranir. Divine Envoy, what are you doing? The knight who had removed his helmet looks over, confused. Shouldn't you have us board the train with you and then leave this place? Why? I interrupt him. The train will stay here. From now on, I will walk with you. The knights glance at each other and finally land their eyes on Faranir, the leader frowning as he tells the Divine Envoy that she alone cannot lead them out of this cave, and if it were not for this divine train of mine, then who knows what would have become of them. Faranir cuts him off, telling Atush to trust the Divine Envoy and noting with a smile that a train is hardly something mortals like them could be expected to board on their own. Then she turns to me and tells me to lead the way. I smile back and say nothing, curious to see what this princess actually intends. I am curious about a lot of things, actually. The board is already tilted. The boat was crowded before they stepped on. Now it is worse. I claim the stern, close my eyes, and play the part of a man who has lost interest in the company. In truth, I am lurking inside the public chat room, listening to the static the other train captains throw across the network, while the boat drifts down the glowing river. An hour bleeds away in that posture, and then the boat stops, heat rising off the water like an oven door has cracked open ahead of us. I open my eyes and find a coiled worm waiting, body over 3 meters long, saw-toothed mouth yawning open as it lunges at the boat. Atush roars that the hellworm has woken, and orders his knights to protect the princess, but before any of them can move, Ebony and Skyhawk go off in my hands. The bullets bite straight through the worm's body and detonate inside it, splattering dark green blood across the boat, across the knights, across Faranir herself. One knight catches a spray to the face and screams. Atush grits his teeth and throws himself in front of the others to soak the rest of the splash, a kind of conviction I find almost charming in how stupid it is. I applaud him inwardly while my second shot finds the heart-shaped fleshy ball his armor cannot protect him from. The worm collapses around it. I tell the knights to keep going and to tell me if anything else is in the way. The knights stare at me as if I am a god, and one of them actually kneels with his hands clasped to give thanks for a divine envoy of such power. Ecstatic. Easily handled. Easily handled, and that is exactly why the alarm at the back of my skull is starting to ring. Faranir's gaze drags across me with something like calculation behind it, and I make a note of that look. The glowing river runs on, but the path ahead is finally blocked by a wall of broken rock, and the lead knight tells me the only way out is through. I nod, take 2 steps forward so that my hand passes inadvertently across Faranir's shoulder on the way. Raise the gun and put a round through the obstruction. The bullet detonates inside the rock and carves an opening. Atush and his men cheer, certain that survival begins the moment they pass through. I let them think so. Ferranier lifts her skirt and starts to follow them out, and that is the moment I speak. I tell her to wait. She stops, turns back with a gentle smile, and asks the divine envoy what the matter is. The dark muzzle of ebony is already pointed at her forehead. Atush goes white and screams at me asking what I am doing, ordering his knights to protect the princess. But his order is too slow. I tell him so, and pull the trigger. The bullet strikes the princess's forehead and does nothing. The slug spins on her glabella like a top, while the rest of her stays perfectly intact, and her voice deepens as she asks how I found her. Her eyes shift into the vertical pupils I had clocked at the start of the encounter. Dark green wings unfold behind her, and the pressure of a true giant dragon hammers the knights flat to the deck. She remarks that she had thought herself well hidden, that even this human's parents would not have noticed. I tell her I knew from the beginning and only wanted to see what she would do, and that I have seen enough now. The system panel updates itself in front of me and names her the Treasure Dragon, level 6, master of the treasure cave, whose life is counting down and who must keep capturing humans from the outside world and feeding them to a certain special entity to keep extending her years. The body she is wearing is a result of one of those sacrifices, the consciousness of the real Ferranier, overwritten with the dragons, the current form labeled Dragonoid. So this whole stop has been a hidden quest hanging on me catching the deception. Cute. She tries to lecture me about how a weapon this small cannot harm her. I am already firing. A black armor-piercing round punches through her dragon wing, and she roars in disbelief as the wing breaks under her. She crashes into the dirt and curses me, and a second shot takes the other wing while she is still landing. I walk closer, the wolf leather boots on my feet sparking with light, and I stomp her into the ground. A level 6 dragon in a borrowed human body, even reinforced, is not enough to hold a candle to what I have stacked on me. I am about to finish the job when Atush picks himself off the deck, picks up his sword, and charges, roaring at me to let go of the princess. The Bewitchment Demon card answers him before I have to. A raven demon materializes out of nothing and pins him under its claws. And I tell Sir Atush calmly that the princess he is fighting for is not the princess anymore. He refuses to hear it. He keeps screaming her name, keeps insisting her royal highness is her royal highness. And underneath my boot, the dragon princess catches the cue and decides to play the victim, retracting her vertical pupils and weeping that she is not a dragon. She is Ferranier. The delicate tone, the tears, the helpless quaver, all of it is good enough that anyone in Atush's position would believe it. Atush is exactly in Atush's position. He buys it. The fool turns on me and orders the other knights to take up their swords and kill the demon that has come to deceive them. A demon. Well, I have been called worse. The other knights waver, swords half raised, and one of them argues that even if the princess was influenced by the dragon, surely she will recover. They believe she can come back. They believe I am the monster. So I let my lips curl into a smile, I holster ebony, I lift my boot off Ferranier, and tell them this was only a test. That the 2 shots I fired dealt with the dragon's soul, that the princess has now been restored to herself. Seduction does the rest. The devil card flexes through my words and makes the unbelievable believable to every soul on that boat. Even to the thing that isn't human. Ferranier's eyes flicker with surprise. Then she scrambles up and her eyes slit vertically again, her hands lengthening into dragon claws. And she lunges at me from behind, hissing that the human will die. This time the bullet finds her skull. The black armor-piercing round goes through clean. Harbinger crows circle overhead, and the dragon princess drops to the ground completely lifeless, and Atush screams that I have killed her, that I am a demon that he will make me pay. The other knights are too stunned by the second transformation to argue with him. I tell the raven demon to let him go. He does not charge me. Instead he picks up his sword with trembling hands, gathers the corpse in his arms, climbs onto a small boat, and starts back upstream, swearing I will pay the price. I think about shooting him in the back for half a second, and then I decide against it. This stop is too easy for what it is supposed to be. Let him stir something up if he wants to. Anything that arrives on this train, I can answer. If it were anyone else standing here, of course, without Ebony's armor-piercing rounds and without the sense to spot the dragon before she struck, this stop would have been a slaughter. The tools I carry are well beyond what a level 6 platform was built to deal with. I dismiss the Raven Demon and the Harbinger Crows back to their cards, glance once at the leftover knights still standing dumbstruck, and use the navigation ability to drop straight back to my train. Faster that way. Next, the treasure. Even with 15 train coins already deposited from this stop, leaving a place called the Dragon's Treasure Cave without scouring it would be a sin against my own sense of order. I summon the Roadhog and ride upstream the way Ferranier and her knights came from, and an hour later the cave space opens up around me into something cathedral-sized. The walls are studded with the skeletons of exotic beasts, and the floor is a single fused slab of metal, gold, and other ore melted together into one mass. I had been hoping for train coins lying around like leaves. Instead I get this. Gold coins are visible inside the slab, but they are part of the slab now, fused into whatever bed the dragon made for itself by melting down everything it ever collected. I am about to summon a processing table and start recycling the mass when I hear breathing above me. The green dragon is sprawled in a crevice overhead, body slowly waking, and a glance at the wings confirms it. Same dragon. Same one as Ferrani. Once the consciousness inside the borrowed body died, the original returned to its native flesh. This stop was never going to end on a princess. The dragon hauls itself out of the crevice and tells me, in a voice that is older than the cave, that I have angered the great treasure dragon. It stares down at me like I am an ant and asks if I really think such a short weapon can kill a great dragon. Since I destroyed its previous body, it intends to use me as the new one. I am going to enjoy this. Scorching breath blasts down toward me and the lightning wolf leather boots flare. The lightning assault module bites a chunk out of my mental power and stamina, and I am already out of the breath's path before it lands. I tell the dragon someone should have warned it that it is full of hot air, and that as it happens, I have a dragon of my own and I would be glad to use it on the original. I raise my hand to the cave's ceiling and the sound of mechanical gears begins to grind through the vast space. Hunting Mecha Dragon. A train coin spins out of my hand and trails dark golden light. Normal mode. A red and white mechanical god dragon launches out of the space beside me and slams the treasure dragon to the floor. I tell it to tear the thing apart. Sharp mechanical claws pin the dragon's body down and start to strip it, scales falling with blood, then bones surfacing. Then the heart exposed. Less than 20 seconds and a creature that just announced its greatness is a pile of bones on a metal slab. Both handsome and strong. Mechanical dragons really are a man's romance. The Hunting Mecha Dragon is in normal mode, the cheapest setting, and even that was enough. There are still Guardian, Hunting, and Transcendence modes above it, and I am not even close to seeing what those can do. With the dragon gone, the cave is mine. I summon the processing station and start recycling the metal mass, and the readout begins to spit names back at me. Mithril, gold, ordinary metals, all useful, none wasted. I mount the Hunting Mecha Dragon and take it for a spin in the air just to savor what flight feels like before the timer runs out. A new prompt slides into my view. The vigilant sentry has detected an intruder. The elusive monitor has bewildered the unit attempting to infiltrate the train, and the system asks the train captain to handle it promptly. The footage shows a man in knight's armor lying at the train's entrance, clutching a corpse. Atouche. He really did come going upstream with his princess's body, and now he is trying to enter my train. He really does not value his own life. I had been half hoping the corpse might trigger a hidden mission. The infiltration cancels that goodwill. I approve the Vigilant Sentry's attack request, and the light screen dissipates, and I go back to recycling. An hour later, I ride the Hunting Mecha Dragon home. I glance at the red stain on the ground at the train's entrance, and curl my lips. Serves him right. The elusive monitor was triggered for the first time today, 12 stops in. The first time anyone has tried to infiltrate my train. I dismount and put the various metals into storage before the dragon's normal mode ends. Then I return it to its perch on the roof, where the energy generation device is already prepared for charging. If any other train captain in my batch owned a Hunting Mecha Dragon, none of them could afford to keep it running. It eats electricity and train coins both. Mechanical gold devouring beast, the title fits. I pat its head like I pat Wally's, and it goes dormant. There is still time after sending it back. I take the Roadhog and head out for the cave again, because the round trip on the Hunting Mecha Dragon would have travel time, but the cost is not worth it yet. The processing station keeps working beside the slab. The Roadhog's carrying capacity is small, so I clear 3 temporary spaces in the safe box and dump the recycled metals there. Collecting and sorting still needs hands, so I summon the Raven Demon and put it to work as a porter. Using a demon as a laborer, I have to be the first. Several hours of silent labor later, I have collected over 2,000 kilograms of metal, more than 150 kilograms of mithril, and just under 90 kilograms of gold. The cap is the processing station's recycling speed, not greed. On top of that, there is the dragon's flesh and skeleton itself. The Hunting Mecha Dragon was thorough, but the recycled mass is still substantial. Around 500 kilograms of dragon meat, the entire skeleton, and some dragon blood. The safe box cannot carry the corpse, so I drive the Roadhog back and forth a few times myself. The skeleton is the Raven Demon's burden. I think I catch a flicker of resentment in its black eyes when I assign it the bones. It must be my imagination. The Raven Demon has no intellect and no voice, and the indignity of a dignified demon serving as a porter cannot register. When I return to the cave one more time, a small dust-covered figure pops out from a corner. Wally. I pat the dust off him and ask why he took so long this time and where he went searching. He extends his mechanical claw and points in a direction, then tugs at my pant leg, telling me in his way that the real treasure is somewhere down that path and that he cannot reach it. I drop the recycling and grab him and set him on the Roadhog's nose, and under his direction we wind through a narrow passage until we reach a second cave. This one is lit. Glowing gems are set into the walls. I pry off 2 pieces for nightlights and dump them in the Roadhog. The important feature of the cave is the giant altar in the shape of a crouching dragon at its center, and the memory it pulls up. I have seen an altar like this before. The Bewitchment Devil card was sitting on top of an inverted cross altar exactly like this one. The blood is already pumping. I step closer and reach out, and an invisible light membrane resists my fingers. A key is needed to unlock the altar, and I do not have one, but the blasphemy card answers that problem the way it answers most of them. The blasphemy card appears, target set on the front of the altar, mental consumption confirmed, coordinate locked, anchor, then drowning, sail. The water rush of the voyage fills my ears and is gone, and I open my eyes on the inner platform of the altar. I climb stairs the height of a 10-story building until I reach the top, where a smaller dragon-shaped altar sits in the center, and on it, a dark gold card engraved with a dragon and a coin floats quietly above the surface. Card sequence. Just like the last one. I bring up the light screen and appraise the prize. The dragon card, Wealth, grants me 5 train coins daily, and the dragon trait makes low-level monsters unable to harm me. Simple, crude, and strong enough. 5 coins a day does not look enormous, but it is stable. It accumulates whether I enter a station or not, and accumulating is what wins this game. If anyone who valued stability had to choose between this card and my devil card, they would choose this one without thinking. Lucky for me, I do not have to choose. All of it is mine. I made a profit. I made a profit. I tell myself, and the rest of the cave can keep its glowing rocks. I step down from the altar, wave Wally off ahead of me, and tell him I will wait at the train. Once he is gone, I take out the anchor again and wait for the cooldown to end. Voyage. The drowning sensation returns. The whispers in my ears come through a little clearer this time, and I let myself listen for a beat longer than I should. Elsewhere, in Run Corporation's high-level office, a woman with deep dark circles under her eyes watches a point of starlight gradually dim on the star compass in her hand. She mutters that another card sequence has been claimed and that the action has been suspiciously fast, that high-level train captains should have no reason to drop into these low-level stations, and that 2 card sequences should not vanish from low-level stations within a few days. She finishes her coffee in one swallow and asks the heavy voice in the shadows whether any train captain above level 30 has been to that station. The voice answers no, that the station has only hosted 135 newbies or just graduated newbies in the last 10 days, and that none of them have the ability to activate the altar. She clicks her tongue and asks whether the altars are now appearing without a card sequence at all, and the voice grants the possibility, suggesting the card sequences have undergone changes they are not equipped to track. The ones who understand these things are still the old organizations. She asks about the Emperor Sequence organization next. The voice tells her that the angel of that organization recently had her seal lifted, traveled to the City of 1,000 Stars, retrieved a confiscated angel card, and eliminated 37 high-ranking prosecutors and 1 top-ranking prosecutor before she left. The City of 1,000 Stars is furious and has put a bounty of 100,000 train coins on her head, and the voice asks if the boss wants to act on it. The woman waves it off, claims she does not lack 100,000, then coughs and clarifies that this is not because she is afraid of that crazy woman. The voice agrees of course not. Silence holds for a long beat. She asks if there are any traces of a blasphemy card. The voice hesitates, then reminds her that Run Corporation's reach into the higher level station worlds where blasphemy cards are more likely to appear is limited, so there are no traces at all. She rubs her brow and pulls out a triangular fragment from her chest. She tells the shadow that she has carried this fragment for 12 years, that the prophecy says blasphemy cards come to find their masters themselves, and asks why hers has never come to find her. The shadow does not answer. She gives the order to intensify the search, and snaps that she does not believe a holder of a blasphemy card appeared not long ago, while she has not been able to gather a single fragment in 12 years. The shadow obeys. Only the sound of coffee being drunk remains. Back on the train, I drop the dragon card onto the device at the front where the system used to bind. Specks of dark gold condense out of thin air, and 5 train coins drift into existence. Guaranteed profit. So touching I almost feel something. My other items all cost mental energy or stamina or train coins to deploy. None of them is as hassle-free as this dragon card. I pull up the system and look at the docking countdown. 1 hour, 33 minutes, 33 seconds. Did this stop really take so long? I have a full 15 hours by now, and if last train upgrade had not handed me another 5 hours of docking time, even this would not have been enough. I tally the haul. Metal, mithril, gold, all sorted, all in storage. 15 train coins from the dragon possession plus 5 from the dragon card's daily payout. Less consumption. Leaves me with 38 on hand. I can finally afford the last 2 upgrade options, the washing machine and the train armament wealth shield. And I spend 25 train coins with a small wince. 13 left. Never enough to spend with, but at least there is a stable trickle now. The dragon card is a backstop in case some future station refuses to give up a treasure chest. After the dragon's corpse is processed, I end up with 500 kilograms of dragon meat, a full skeleton, and some dragon blood, with significant losses because the hunting mecha dragon's attack power tore too much of the body apart. Not a pity. The decorative gems I pried from the second cave round things out. When Wally sways back, I stroke his head and tell him he worked hard, that this stop was thanks to him. He spins twice in delight and points at the charging device. I tell him to charge as much as he wants. His pleasures are simple, his master's reward and charging. The hunting mecha dragon is also fully charged again. The wear from a single normal mode run miner. The train coin cost remains the only real headache, and I will solve that when I find a power source I can bolt directly onto the dragon. No rush. The countdown reads 30 minutes. This stop ends here. Depart. It is the early hours of the second day in the wilderness, the train rocking gently along, when a hidden quest completion ticker fires for Dragon Slayer and rewards me with the title of Dragon Slayer, which raises my damage against dragon-type monsters whenever I have it equipped. I yawn and find I cannot fall asleep. I climb onto the roof and notice the monsters that should be assaulting the train on either side are frozen in place, as if sensing pressure. Another effect of the dragon card. I sit there under the moon with a white forest fruit in my hand and let my thoughts run. The docking time keeps climbing. If it reaches 24 hours, would the schedule force me to work non-stop? If it exceeds 24, would I be flung from one stop to the next without rest? I should ask. I scroll my friend list and consider who. Before I can pick a name, a private message arrives. The sender is not Shea. It is the one Shea calls a charlatan, Ju Xing Tu, the founder of the Imperial Order. She greets me and asks if I still remember her, and my first thought is that she has timed this message to the exact hour I drew a card. If she knows I drew the card, she may already know I am the complete blasphemy card holder. Before I can reply, she sends a second message, saying the Imperial Order is about to hold an activity, that fate tells her although I am a newcomer, I am very suitable to participate. That fate also tells her I am not asleep yet, so I should not lurk and just reply. I reply, ask what kind of activity, claim I am only a newcomer and may not be much help. She tells me a newcomer who has passed the first 10 stops is no longer a newcomer, that as a member of the organization it would be a pity not to join a group activity, and that once the activity ends she will give me a new devil card to come participate. A new mail arrives. Inside is a bronze invitation card for Solomon City. Using it sets my next stop to Solomon City, where the train will dock for somewhere between 1 and 10 days. A place I have never heard of. Then again, I do not know many places. I toy with the card and decide. I tell her I will go, but ask what we are doing. She tells me they are going to release some things from that city. I ask what things. She tells me I will know when the time comes that fate tells her my existence will be able to help them. Hee. A Riddler. Of course she earned the nickname Charlatan. As for the help she is asking for, the battle between the high-level inspector and Fan Huo back at the City of 1,000 Stars is still fresh enough in my head that I doubt I want to be involved at that altitude. But since we are talking, I ask about the docking time problem instead. Ju Xing Tu opens her eyes inside some unseen room and replies that, although she would love to give me a riddle and tell me I will know once I have 24 hours of docking time, fate tells her I do not like riddlers. Then she answers properly. Once the docking time reaches 24 hours, the train's entry time for the next station changes. The fixed one in the afternoon daily slot becomes any time within 3 days of leaving the previous stop. And from that point on, a train captain can enter and leave cities at will, and can even stop the train in the wasteland. I look out at the endless horizon. What exactly lies beyond that line? I ask whether docking time can be bought directly. She lights up at that, surprised that I have managed to acquire tradable docking time, calling my luck quite good. I admit it casually and ask whether such a thing is very valuable. Every hour of tradable docking time sells for 30 train coins. I do the math. The 5 hours I burned up before would be 150 train coins, and the wince becomes audible. I ask if it really is that expensive. She tells me it is, that tradable docking time is a very rare tradable module, that as train levels rise it becomes harder and harder to obtain docking time, and that increasing it as much as possible while levels are low is the correct play. She is not just consoling me, she is stating a fact. The math still stings. I thank her, confirm Solomon City as my next stop, and ask where we should meet up. She tells me no need, that fate will allow me to help them inadvertently, that just entering the city is enough, that once inside I should do as I like and not look for them, and that she will deliver the devil card after I leave. Just entering the city counts as helping. I do not think I am that capable, but a card is a card, and I am not losing anything. Understood. Endless stars surface in Ju Xing Tu's eyes as the chat closes. She presses her palms together, strokes the astrolabe in front of her, and the stars fade out, leaving her original eyes a little confused. She still cannot find the owner of the blasphemy card. She frowns, and then notices that among the dozen card sequences around her, 2 are faintly glowing, Demon and Dragon. Demon she already knows belongs to me. Dragon overlaps with someone else in the organization. She hopes the 2 of them do not start fighting over a sequence, and her smile suggests she is hoping for exactly that. If she handed the dragon card to Brother Ye, that dragon sexual would be fuming with rage, which would be interesting, except that dragon sexual cannot beat Shea, and Shea killing him would cost the organization a worker. She shakes her head regretfully. The card sequences descend, except for one, a dark gold card depicting a hooded woman with her face obscured by stars. If I were standing there, I would recognize the resemblance to my own anchor. I am not standing there. I am back in the carriage, sleepy at last, lying down on the comfortable bed and closing my eyes. I do not notice the black jellyfish-like creatures drifting along outside the window, chasing the train, nor the look of fear on the sunny doll hanging at the front of the carriage. The light screen appears without a sound, broadcast cut, and a single line of text announces that the dream meter begins its procession, that I am about to enter a beautiful dream, that perhaps I will wake up, or perhaps even when I know what is real and what is false, I will still drown in it. I groan, head aching, ears ringing, and the world reassembles in front of me. Outside the window, sirens echo. I rub my eyes and ask myself where this is, that I was on the train just a moment ago, but my memory is fuzzy. My hand swipes in midair, finds nothing, and I wonder what I am even doing. I yawn, stretch, walk to the kitchen, crack an egg, make a pancake, wash my face, brush my teeth, the daily routine running on its own. The mirror shows a boy in his early teens. I scratch my head and try to remember how old I am this year. I cannot. I pat my head and the ringing in my ears gets louder. Forget it. Eat first. At the dining table, my gaze falls on a box on the counter. Inside are 4 cards. One of them is dark gold, depicting a person with an anchor whose mouth is opening as if to say something. I blink, rub my eyes, and the figure is still there. I tell myself it must be a prize from some game, that I must be muddled from sleep, because cards do not move. The robot vacuum cleaner bumps into my pant leg. I step around it. I take a pure white fruit from the refrigerator and bite into it. I cannot remember what the fruit is called. Delicious. I will go buy more later. What was I supposed to do today? What did I do yesterday? Drinking. Did I get drunk? Right. Hangover medicine. I rummage through the cabinet and find a faintly glowing crystal on the bottom shelf. I tell myself this is the hangover medicine without knowing why I am so certain. I take a deep breath to ease something uncomfortable in my mental power. Open my mouth and bite down. The crystal shatters. The ringing in my ears stops. Memories flood back. The headache disappears. I open my eyes for real. The sleep paralysis fading. I sit up in the bed. The blasphemy card and the other 3 card sequences are floating quietly in midair beside me. The robot vacuum from the dream is actually Wally, currently parked by the bed and watching me with a worried expression. I pat his head and tell him I am fine. Outside the window, dream-like jellyfish-shaped creatures are circling the train, dyeing the night sky in mysterious colors. The vigilant sentry did not fire, which means these are not hostile. Then what are they? The dream is still vivid in my memory, my former home, but every object inside the dream was a manifestation of something I carry on the train. The hangover medicine in the dream had to be the dream crystal, the material I picked up at the giant station where Don Quixote played his part. I did not expect that thing to save me today. I climbed to the roof. The jellyfish-shaped creatures show no fear, in fact they drift a little closer. I reach out and touch one. The system simultaneously runs a check. The panel calls them Dream Eaters, a wasteland lifeform that provides beautiful dreams of the past to train conductors, collecting a little bit of happiness from the dream in payment. After experiencing a beautiful dream, the mental power upper limit drops by at least 10 points for a period of time. The longer one stays in the dream, the larger the drop. And if drowned in the dream completely, the mental power upper limit falls to 1. I jerk my hand back and pull up my personal info. My mental power reads 130 with the witnessing truth and falsehood marker beside it. No decrease. I exhale. I woke up early enough. What are these things, though? Wasteland lifeform. They look completely different from the monsters that have been chasing the train every night. Are they the true indigenous creatures of this endless wasteland? The Dream Eaters seem to like my touch. One of them peels off from the group, lands gently by my hand, rubs against my palm, and rejoins the group. Then they accelerate. Soft as they look, they easily surpass the train's current speed. I sit on the roof and look down at my palm. A prismatic crystal floats just above my skin. The system labels it Dream Eater's Dream Crystal. My speed in breaking free from the dream exceeded their imagination. My aura is even more to their liking. The Dream Eaters are curious about me. In this endless wasteland, no one is allowed to stop. Not the train and not them. And so I have gained their attention and friendship. The crystal can summon the Dream Eater I touch to my aid the next time I face irresistible nightmares or mental power attacks. I close my fist around the crystal. The Dream Eaters are already approaching the horizon. A group that brings beautiful dreams to people with no hostility whatsoever, that devours mental power only when someone chooses to drown, is a terrifying species under the right light. I tell myself this can be counted as a gain. I have somehow earned the friendship of a Dream Eater and a crystal that can summon one. I do not understand why. I head back to the carriage, take out my pocket watch, and the hands read 5 in the morning. I have hardly slept, and I am wide awake now, more alert than usual. I would not be the only one to encounter them. I pull up the chat room. Empty. Usually some night owls would be bragging or chatting at any hour. The silence means others have encountered the Dream Eaters too. That dream. Honestly, plenty of people, even knowing it was fake, would choose to drown in it and never come out. In the end, the Dream Eater group would devour their mental power. The thought sits with me. I open the friend list and consider Zhao Lin. Her previous station was the bad luck station, and she is more fragile than most. If that dose of bad luck has not entirely run out and she carried it into this night, An unlucky thing like her would never claw her way out of a beautiful dream. My finger hovers over her name and then stops. If she really were drowning in it, that would still be her choice. Why should I interfere? I shake my head and close the chat. One cannot always rely on others. If she cannot survive this, that is just her bad luck. At 8:30 in the morning, the pocket watch hands settle into place. I have eaten, freshened up, and exercised in the carriage, and now I take out the Solomon City invitation card and rub it gently before swiping it against the train light screen. The screen slices open and the crossroads of fate appear. The notification tells me the invitation card has set my 13th station to Solomon City, that the crossroads of fate has been triggered, and that I must enter Solomon City via one of two entry points, the Solomon City main gate or the abandoned Peace Plaza. I pick the first one without hesitation. Option 2 looks too special, and arriving in a stranger's territory through a back door is a great way to get caught for the wrong reason. The main gate is never wrong. The selection completes, the void appears, and I pass through it. A towering floating city rises into view. Above it, chains run between stone pillars of various shapes, the geometry of which I do not understand. The moment I enter Solomon City's range, the same pressure I felt at the City of 1,000 Stars settles over me. The whispers tell me I want to stay, that I do not want to continue adventuring, that people live for stability, and I should abandon the train. Brainwashing. So this is something all these cities do. I tighten my mental guard and the pressure gradually fades. I enter Solomon City with my guard up. The method of storing the train here is the same as the City of 1,000 Stars. Tunnel capsules for the train. Payment required for at least 3 days. Welcome to Solomon City, dear train captain. Would I like a little help? I step out of the station and look down at the source of the voice. A short man in a careful bow. A guide. He tells me that for only 100 Solomon coins he will take me anywhere I want to go. I tell him to take me to exchange money. He obeys. At the exchange hall, the process matches what I did at the City of 1,000 Stars, and I exchange a conservative 2,000 units of city currency. Hesitating, then contact Zhu Xing too, after all. Even if she said no need to meet, letting her know I have arrived feels right. Also, I want to know about the Dream Eater. I message her that I have arrived at Solomon City, and that if she needs me to do anything, I will do my best. She opens her eyes, the stars within them fading, and replies that I do not need to do anything, that whatever I do is fine, that hanging out for 2 days is enough. The same answer. I ask if she knows anything about the Dream Eater. She chants the name softly and asks if I encountered them. Calls it truly lucky. Says many people search bitterly to drown in the dreams the Dream Eater weaves and never find a trace. I ask whether drowning does not drain one's mental power. She answers that drowning in a beautiful dream until one gradually goes mad or dies is, for many people, a form of liberation, and reminds me that the vast majority of people in this world do not have the courage or the ability to get off at every station to explore and survive. The words pull me back to the Muxian urine I saw in the City of 1,000 Stars, and to the wanderers there who chose to abandon their identities and stay. Maybe she has a point. Living or drowning in a beautiful dream, for some people, is a 50-50 multiple choice question. I ask what it means for them to be a wasteland life form, and whether they are different from the monsters that chase the train. She confirms that they are different, that the Dream Eaters are the true indigenous creatures of the wasteland, and that we train captains are the outsiders. Then she shoos me off, tells me not to ask too much, that I woke up so I should rest, and that although Solomon City is not as prosperous as the City of 1,000 Stars, I can still find some fun things here. Hee hee. The conversation ends. I walk out of the exchange hall. Quickfoot the guide has been waiting outside the whole time. I pull a 100 coin from the exchange, hand it to him, and he tells me his name and asks where I would like to go next. I tell him to recommend something. Since I am here and there is nothing to do, I might as well enjoy a few days. Originally, that was indeed my thought. The entertainment district of Solomon City is not as prosperous as the City of 1,000 Stars, but only by comparison. Under Quickfoot's guidance, we arrive at a restaurant exclusive to train captains. Just as I am about to enter, several miserable-looking children with non-human cyan skin and pointed ears surround us, asking for pity, asking for food, asking for money. Quickfoot blocks me with his body in disgust and kicks one of the children away, snapping at them to get lost and not to block a train captain's path. The restaurant security guard runs out and drives them off with a stick. I frown. I do not like this scene, even if the children do not look like humans. I ask Quickfoot who they are. He calls them a group of corrupted little monsters and tells me not to worry. They will disappear soon. He smiles fawningly at me, a fawning aimed at the title of train captain, not at me personally. I watch the children's backs until they vanish and ask what corruption is, whether they are not humans. Quickfoot scratches his head and answers as if it were obvious. He does not know the details. Ever since the founding of Solomon City, there have always been infants born like that, and the story goes that since the indigenous people who are not train captains are born under a curse, anyone who gives birth to such a child either throws them away or kills them. The locals call this corruption, and they are used to it. Abandon or kill. So how many years has Solomon City stood, and how many children have been thrown out for being born like this? I do not ask, nor do I bother to meddle in other people's business. But before I can step into the restaurant, a group of men and women in uniforms appear on the street, firearms in hand, searching for something. Two of them peel off and run straight at us. The male tells me to stop, asks if I am the newly arrived train captain Ye Qian with the ID code E31102. They know my name and code, which is no surprise since registration on entry is mandatory. There is no point denying it. I confirm and ask what the matter is. He introduces himself as an inspector of Solomon City and explains that according to intelligence, a terrorist organization will attack the city, that the suspects will arrive in batches within the next day, and that they would like me to come back to the train stop and let them check my personal information to see if I have joined the terrorists. Routine procedure, he says. Almost certainly nothing to do with me. I frown and ask what happens if I do not agree. There are too many secrets on my personal information for me to want it looked at, and beyond that, why would I? Routine. I have never heard of such a routine. And even if I had, I would not agree to it. The male inspector frowns back and lifts his chin, the electric light on his baton flickering. He tells me not to blame him for not warning me, that I am only a newcomer train captain, that I need to know how to respect my seniors, that for a newcomer arresting and interrogating me would not be a big deal, and that I should come along while I still can. One last chance, he says. Am I coming or not? Seniors. Respect. They are still playing the seniority game in this world, and it really is that stupid. Whether someone is a senior or not does not come from the batch they boarded the train in. It comes from ability. I tell him politely that it seems I will not be eating this meal today after all, and that I am sorry but I do not want anyone seeing my information. The baton swings down and misses. The electric currents on my wolfskin boots flicker and I kick out, and the burly man goes flying. The other inspector lifts his baton and starts in with the same line about how dare I attack them. Too slow. With the boots active, my speed is already beyond what they can read. These so-called senior inspectors have all stayed in the city before their train level passed level 4, which means their stamina and mental power have not been upgraded, which means apart from their equipment they are no different from ordinary people. The vast majority of train captains are exactly that. The disturbance attracts more inspectors. A whistle blows, the piercing sound carries across the street. I sigh inwardly, toss a 100-unit Solomon City bill to the frightened beggar Quickfoot left behind, and sprint toward a more crowded area. The plan is to find a safe corner, use the anchorer to return to the train, and depart. The help Zhu Xingtu wanted was just my entering the station, and I have done that, so the deal is fulfilled. The card she promised I can collect later. Simple enough. Except I do not know this city, and I almost get caught a few times. The quality of the inspectors is genuinely bad, so bad that I can shake them off without ever using a gun. The trouble is finding a corner. I duck into the corner of an alley and prepare to use the blasphemy card, and a pair of small hands suddenly reaches out from the shadows and grabs my hem. I aim Ebony into the dark. A timid voice tells me not to shoot. The sharp-eared, blue-skinned child I saw earlier is curled up in the shadows, pointing at a door on the side. I ask if it wants me to go in there. It nods and promises I will not be found. Footsteps are closing in. I give up the blasphemy card for now. There is another presence here, and unless I am willing to kill the child on the spot, the card is too loud to use. Forget it. Leaving dejected less than an hour after I arrived would be embarrassing no matter how I justify it to myself. Treat it as a new station adventure. I follow the child through the door, twisting and turning, and we come out in another district. Down again. Several dozen meters lower than the original street level by the time we stop. The fresh air thins into something unpleasant. The child says we are here, lets go of my pant leg, and tells me timidly that no one ever comes here because everyone hates them. Compared to the prosperity of the upper districts, this place is a ruin. Beneath the ruin-like buildings, more cyan-skinned, pointed-eared people, the ones called monsters, watch from doorways. The child senses my hesitation and tells me not to be afraid, that they are not monsters, really not. I look down at it and reach out to pat its head. I tell it I know they are not monsters and offer 2 fruit candies from my pocket. The child takes the candy but does not eat it, the longing in its eyes shadowed by fear. I ask what is wrong. Tell it I have more if it wants to give them to its family. The child shakes its head, bites its lip, and whispers that Big Sister was poisoned to death not long ago by candy given by the adults from above. I have underestimated the malice this city carries against them. I say nothing and follow the child deeper into the village of broken walls and ruins. Other sharp-eared, cyan-skinned people watch from the rubble, eyes full of disgust, envy, and mostly fear. We stop in front of a relatively intact building. I look up. The mark on the building is the Faceless Saint, the same mark on my invitation card from the Imperial Order. So this whole half day might have been arranged by that charlatan. If true, it is more than a little annoying. I draw Ebony and Skyhawk and chamber rounds. I push the door open and step in. Inside, a woman with normal human skin and ears, wearing a mask, is sitting on a chair gently tapping a wooden fish, and she stops the moment I appear. She opens her eyes, the mask hiding whatever her expression actually is, stands up, and gestures me in. She tells me she is Monroe Gina, fellow collector of card sequences, and that this organization activity was initiated by her. She asks if I am the newcomer who saved the angel from that world. I ask if she is the reason I got noticed by those inspectors. Monroe Gina examines me with interest and answers that in a sense yes, since she was the one who leaked the news that the Emperor Sequence Organization would be attacking Solomon City. Otherwise, how could those idiots in the Sloth faction have known? They came after me simply because I was a newcomer to the city, and they call it routine procedure. A young girl with cyan skin walks in carrying 2 cups of warm water. She hands me a cup carefully. I thank her. Monroe Gina's name registers as a member of the Emperor Sequence Organization's chat room, and she rests her chin on one hand and taps it gently against her mask, asking if I am curious why she wanted to spread the news. I tell her I am not curious. I set the untouched cup aside and turn to leave. She tells me to wait. She stands, tosses a key over to me, and asks if I am really leaving so soon. Points out that as soon as I step outside I will be hunted by the inspectors again, and tells me to come with her, at the very least to move my train over first. She pulls a long ceremonial sword from somewhere and slashes the wall behind her, and a door quietly opens. She admits she does not understand why that charlatan Zhu Xingtu insisted on dragging a newcomer like me into this city, but since she was the one who leaked the news, she has to take responsibility. Through the door is a small platform with 3 tracks. Unlike the ruin outside, this place feels like another dimension. Monroe Gina tells me to unlock one of the tracks with the key she gave me, insert my capsule tunnel key into the other hole, and the capsule tunnel will teleport over. She adds that her people will erase my entry records for the city, since as a newcomer it is better not to be carrying a bounty. I ask whether anyone will notice the teleport. She tells me no, that the capsule tunnel was originally her design, that after those people in the city took it and put it into use, she naturally left plenty of back doors in it. I have no idea where to start complaining. Erasing my information, designing the capsule tunnel, leaving back doors. This is why they are called seniors. The city's intelligence system is probably riddled with holes she can walk through. I insert both keys. A green grid-like protrusion appears in the sky overhead. The capsule tunnel slowly descends from inside it, dissolves, and lets the train land cleanly on the second track. I thank her. She repeats that she is taking responsibility. Several cyan-skinned children bring over 2 chairs and place them on either side of her, and she sinks back, crosses her long, wheat-colored legs, and continues to examine me the way a woman examines a beautiful gemstone. She tells me she is very curious about me. I tell her I am just a newcomer and that there is nothing about me worth her curiosity, senior. She strokes her ceremonial sword, the corners of her lips curling under the mask, and tells me no, that I am different from every newcomer she has ever seen, that the fact I could release that crazy woman Shea already proves my extraordinary nature, that according to Zhu Xingtu, this is fate, although in her own opinion fate is complete nonsense. I tell her it was a bit of luck, nothing more, that it does not amount to much. The humility makes her laugh out loud. She tells me everyone has luck, that from the first batch of train captains who entered this world countless years ago until now, those with good luck are everywhere, and that everything I have encountered cannot be explained entirely by luck, nor by fate. Fate is the thing she hates the most. She shifts into a more comfortable position and tells me, in a lazy tone, that if she ever gets the chance she will stab that charlatan Zhu Xingtu to death, strip her naked, and throw her into the wilderness to feed the wild dogs. I remember Shea's words then. There is not a single normal person in this organization. Besides me, the validity of that statement is becoming more and more proven. I tell her she does not need to tell me that I did not hear anything. She laughs again, tells me not to worry, that charlatan is not that petty, that she is not the only one in the organization who wants to kill her, and asks if I do not find it disgusting to manipulate others at will using fate, if I do not want to kill her too. I think about it seriously and shake my head, telling her it does not really matter. She asks why. I tell her that as long as I do what I want to do, fate has nothing to do with it, that if it is seen, it is seen, that if it is a good thing then everyone is happy, and if it is a bad thing then I will simply change it, that if it is good for me I will accept it, and if it is bad for me I will deny it, and that as for the saying that one cannot change the fate that is seen, I simply do not believe it. Silence. Monroe Gina stares straight at me for a long while, then finally breaks it. She tells me I really am interesting and that no wonder that crazy woman would. Heh. Then she catches herself and asks what my card sequence is. She admits that although Zhu Xingtu is annoying, the charlatan is actually good to newcomers, and the power of a card sequence is enough to carry me through the earlier stations. I tell her devil card, then ask after hers. She frowns at the mention of devil card, and remarks that she remembers someone collecting them before, that the guy is not in the organization but a high-ranking official in the City of 1,000 Stars who is already one of the Sloth faction's people, that he has no desire to come out and only sends his subordinates to gather them. As for her, she brandishes the ceremonial sword, and a card engraved with the image of a woman kneeling on an altar appears above the tip, slowly rotating. Ritual card. Her sequence is ritual. If I ever find this type of sequence at a station, she would like me to tell her, and she will trade an equivalent item or a devil card for it. The light screen pops up with a friend request, and I accept. My friend list adds another senior. She notices the system binding and asks if I have it this early. The surprise echoes others I have heard before, and I ask if system binding is that rare. She tells me that in a sense it is not, since any train captain who reaches level 30 will see the system binding module in their upgrade options, but she has never seen anyone get it as early as I have. At most, early players acquire items that can carry the system or something similar. She wonders if this has something to do with my talent. I tell her it was just a bit of luck that I happened to run into it in the upgrade options and bought it. She accepts the answer with a wave, telling me it is fine if I do not want to say that everyone has secrets. She holds the staff sword across her arms, lifts the spinning ritual card off the tip of the blade, and toys with it gently. She is in a good mood today, she tells me, having met such an interesting junior. And although she cannot give me much, she will give me the answers to 3 questions. Since it just so happens it will help her complete a ritual. She holds up 3 fingers and asks me not to make them too troublesome. A ritual, I echo. She tells me not to worry, that it is harmless to me. A screenshot lands in my private messages. The ritual card 3 questions does what its name says. 3 doubts shall be answered, and ritual ensures that the 3 answers are rewarded. Answering 3 of my questions will get her some train coins. Better than nothing. The card sequences are quite interesting, are they not? I think of my dragon card. Mine is simpler, just stable train coins without effort, while hers needs questions to fire. After thinking a moment, I ask my first question. What is going on with those corrupted children? Are they not human? She tells me that is one of the reasons she organized this event. She flips the staff sword, points the tip down at the ground, and explains that there is an item sealed at the very bottom of the city, that the children are born like that because of the aura leaking from it, that only by destroying it can the births be prevented. She adds that yes, technically the children are no longer human, that she prefers to call them elves. A third of the woman's back on the ritual card lights up. She does not name the item. I do not press. An aura that has been altering newborns across an entire city, leaking out of a single sealed object for years on end, is never a small thing. I ask my second question. What are the slothful ones? I have wanted that answer since the City of 1,000 Stars, since I heard Fan Huo call the inspectors the lackeys of the slothful ones. The staff sword spins again, the tip pointing up at the sky. She tells me the slothful ones are those who use the order card to build cities, and asks if I have been to any other city. I tell her the City of 1,000 Stars. She asks if I did not feel that the city made people especially want to stay there, to give up the train, give up adventuring, and stay forever in that peace. So it was not my imagination after all. I ask if that was because of the order card. She snaps her fingers and another screenshot lands in my inbox. The order card sloth grants sloth, which brings stability, and order, which establishes order that must be obeyed. She tells me that information came from someone she had left in the City of 1,000 Stars, that it is a pity that she originally intended to steal the card out and was so close. And that with this information I should understand. So she really does have a mole inside the upper echelons of these cities, and a high-ranking one at that, since the information about this card is not something ordinary employees could access. I confirm her implication. There is a similar card sequence in Solomon City, too. She makes a small affirming sound. 2/3 of the woman's back on the ritual card light up. For my last question, I ask whether Senior Gino knows about Run Corporation. She tilts her head in confusion, clearly not expecting that one. She thinks hard, frowns, spins the staff sword and starts flicking through the system with her fingertips. Then after a long while answers hesitantly that Run Corporation seems to be an organization interfering in low-level station worlds. She admits that if I had not mentioned it, she would not have noticed the company's existence, that her own people do not have much information on it, and that logically speaking, low-level station worlds are not supposed to allow any organization to interfere. Interesting. She perks up like a cat that has spotted a red dot. Her fingers tap on the light screen and message after message flies out. Several minutes later, she lifts her head and twirls the staff sword playfully, telling me she will consider this question unanswered for now and give me the answer later. To think there is an organization she does not know about. Hee hee. I take a moment of silence for Run Corporation. I seem to have caused them a great deal of trouble. She tells me to keep the last question and ask her again later. I ask about her ritual. She tells me it is fine. She twists the staff sword and another ritual card appears at the tip of the blade. The 2 cards intersect. The final third of the woman's back lights up. The light converges into a dark gold tone and solidifies, and 9 train coins fall from the air into Monroe Gina's hands. She calls Annie over with a soft summons. The green-skinned girl, the elf, pokes her head around the corner and walks obediently to Monroe Gina's side, calling her big sister. Monroe Gina places the train coins into the girl's hand and tells her to give them to her grandmother so everyone in the village can eat dinner together. Annie thanks her, bows, and runs out happily. This is clearly not the first time something like this has happened. I do not know if Monroe Gina is a normal person, but based on my impressions over this short period, she should be a good person. She asks if it is pitiful, the situation of the elves. I do not commit to an answer. She asks if I want to take one onto the train as an assistant. I shake my head and tell her I prefer to be alone. Sorry. She chuckles and says she guessed as much. She finds it strange that good people tend not to like sharing their trains with others, while the ones she hates prefer to fill their trains with people. She has thought about it for a long time and still does not know why. She asks what I think. I do not know either. To me, anyone other than myself is not worth being a partner on the same train. Shangguan Yingshui, Zhao Lin, anyone else. Even when I know those people are not bad, the result is the same. Being around others makes me less relaxed. Compared to humans, I prefer non-human partners like Wally. Of course, someone like Tina would be fine too. Monrojina sighs that I do not have the answer either, then announces that time is almost up. She tells me that although Solomon City is fairly crappy, there are some decent places in it, like the Fruitwood Beer and the Ant Beef Barbecue, and asks if I want to join her. I tell her I will pass, that I need to head back to the train, that someone is looking for me. She tells me what a pity, that if I do not go today, that shop might not be there in the future. She stands, leans on her sword cane, and walks out. The platform empties. I stay, rubbing my temples and looking at the messages piling up on the light screen in front of me. Zhao Lin has sent dozens of messages in the time I was occupied. Brother Qian, her mental power limit has permanently decreased. She has to keep dreaming and losing mental power. She is begging me to wake up. Wake up. I had not muted the notification sound and the rapid chime has my head pounding. I tell her I am awake. I am awake. Stop making noise, that if she keeps sending them, my head will explode. On her own train, she pats her chest in relief and asks whether my mental power decreased too, sniveling that she is going to turn into a lunatic. I tell her I did not lose any, that I woke up a long time ago, that she must have run into those jellyfish and is only waking up now. I asked what she dreamed about. Point out that I had thought she was going to wallow in the dream forever. She bites her lip and sighs nostalgically that she dreamed of her old home. No train to drive, no monsters to flee. Just petting cats and watching videos and eating snacks. So much happiness. That is the life she wanted. What kind of days is she living now? I make a note that for her, the dream is closer to ideal than her real life is. She tells me she snapped out of it when she was watching videos in the dream and happened to see news about good luck and bad luck, which jogged her memory of things on the train. She had honestly felt that staying in the dream forever would not be so bad, except that her last station was a good luck station, and therefore no good luck would be available for a while. If that was the case, there was no way she would just happen to encounter something that let her stay happy forever in a dream. So she woke up. It is a strange grace. Zhao Lin's bad luck talent, the conserved counter luck that punishes her with misfortune, also acts as a built-in distinguisher between situations that are good for her and ones that are not. Like back at the public trading platform, when she had to decide whether to stay forever. Because it was bad luck, she did not stay. Because it was bad luck, she survived. Her talent is more useful than I had thought. I ask how much her mental power dropped. She sends a screenshot. Mental power 80 out of 100. Dream price. 20 points and no sign of recovery. Only half a day's sleep and the limit is already that low. Sleeping any longer would push her past the line. I confirm. She is right. I stroke my chin and open the public chat. There are some conversations there, but not many. Most people are still wallowing in the dreams, some likely aware they are in a dream and choosing not to wake up. Wallowing in a beautiful dream is for some people a form of liberation. I think of Shangguan Yingshui then, that woman, and wonder if she is still sleeping. I send a question mark to her name. A minute later, her reply comes back. What? Just seeing if you were awake. On her own train, Shangguan Yingshui, mid-push-ups, wipes the sweat from her forehead, peels off her soaked top, and a faint arc forms at the corner of her mouth as she looks at the chat. She tells me she woke up not long ago, that she had a beautiful dream and lost some mental power limit, but believes it should be recoverable. She asks about me. I tell her the introduction says it is recoverable, then ask how much she lost. 15 points. Not a small amount. She has a bit of a headache and she asks when I woke up, and what I dreamed about. I tell her brother here woke up a long time ago and did not lose a single point, that I dreamed of my home. There is a pause, then she replies, me too. The scenes most people dreamed of are their past homes. For them, compared to the days of risking their lives on the train, no matter how bad the past was, it was better than everything now. Most of them, unlike me, an orphanage kid, still have families they are afraid they will never see again. I tell her I am glad she woke up, that is all. She replies with a quiet acknowledgement. I close the chat with her and turn back to Zhao Lin, who has piled more messages on. Since the city of 1,000 stars, she has been treating me as a friend more and more. She asks if running into the jellyfish this time counts as having used up her bad luck, since the station she is entering this afternoon is theoretically a bad luck station. She was not planning on getting off the train at all, but if the jellyfish exhausted the bad luck, then she could afford to leave the train. What she is suggesting is actually possible. Good luck and bad luck are conserved, and running into a dream eater could count as a form of bad luck under the right reading. I tell her to try getting off at the next station and see. She tells me she does not dare, that if she guessed wrong she would die for sure. So she asks me about something else. She has heard that for extra train coins she can buy a temporary entry card to enter a city for a day, which would also let her avoid the timing of the station entry. If that is the case, even at a bad luck station, entering the city would be a relatively safer dodge. I ask how many train coins the seller is asking. 8 coins. I tell her to give the money to me, that I have a way to let her enter another city. She does not understand. I do not explain. As the saying goes, charity begins at home. Whoever earns those 8 train coins, it is all the same. The invitation card to Solomon City is not a one-time use item, and following through with a good deed never hurts. I make the trip to the city entrance station. On the way, I can feel the atmosphere shift. Gravely. In every street and alley, people are talking about the imminent arrival of the Emperor Sequence Organization. Uniformed inspectors are patrolling everywhere, performing forced inspections under any pretext they can invent, and the pressure is the same for train captains and locals alike. Zhao Lin is waiting at the city entrance station. The moment she sees me, she opens her mouth to greet me, then catches the dangerous gazes of the surrounding inspectors and shrinks back. I tell her to come. I pull her by the hand and walk quickly, and only when we are inside a small alley do I extend my palm. Hand it over. She reluctantly places the invitation card into my hand and asks where I got it, whether she can buy another one. I tell her I do not make money answering her questions. She backs off. I add that she still owes me another 5 train coins and to pay me back when she has it. She points at herself, looks around, and asks who me. I confirm. I lay out the math. Who knows if her bad luck might rub off on me. Bringing her into the city carries significant risk, so the entry fee is not the whole bill. She puffs up her cheeks in anger and tells me I am too much. I ask why she does not leave then. She tells me she is not leaving but she has no money right now, and asks if she can pay with items. Whatever. I had originally meant to bring her back to where the elves live, but before we get far a loud noise echoes from the sky. We look up and see a 12-carriage dark blue train hanging in the air above the city. A masked woman with a staff sword sitting upright on its roof, several cards floating around her body, mysterious radiance swirling along her arms. Monroe Gina. She is starting this much earlier than I had thought. The people of Solomon City spot the situation fast. Hundreds of aerial motorcycles pour up into the sky and surround her train. The leader raises a loudspeaker and calls out for the one ahead to leave the train and surrender immediately, citing violation of the laws of Solomon City. The moment his voice fades, Monroe Gina waves the staff sword and a massive light array expands outward, centered on her train. The ritual has begun. In the sky, an inverted city descends from above, slowly settling down to fall into Solomon City. Brother Qian, what is happening? Zhao Lin hides behind me in fear. I tell her bad luck has clearly been triggered, that we should not stay here or we will get crushed by falling objects like we did before in the City of 1,000 Stars. She thought it would turn into good luck. She blames every event in this moment on herself. The battle in the sky begins. Soldiers resembling chess pieces fall out of the inverted city and clash with the inspectors. I tell her not to apologize, that she can earn a couple more train coins later and send them over. With or without her, the riot was going to happen. Monroe Gina spreading the news about the organization is meant to throw the city into chaos so that something else can happen quietly in the shadows. After several twists and turns, I bring Zhao Lin back to the elves' ruins. The scene there is the opposite of the blood and fire outside. Rows of tables and chairs sit neatly in the rubble. Hundreds of green-skinned elves are seated together, old and young, the child who first brought me here and Annie among them. Little Annie wipes the rice grains from the corner of her mouth and trots over, calls me big brother, and tells me Sister Gina left a note. I take the note. The line on it tells me the platform in the room can take me out of the city directly, that whether to leave or stay is up to me, that I should not mind what that charlatan said, that Monroe Gina has planned this for a long time, and there will be no accidents, and that there is no need for a newcomer to help with anything. I pocket the note and bring Zhao Lin into the station in that room. The same method as before. I teleport her train over. She asks what is about to happen here. A terrorist attack. She squeaks that she is leaving now. I catch the back of her collar as she tries to run. I tell her she is not the one being attacked, to stay and she will not die. Even so, she is scared to death. She dives into her own train and curls up in a corner built from metal and wood like a children's fortress, declaring she is not coming out. So this is how she has spent every bad luck station before this one. Outside the station, the scenery has changed drastically. In the sky, a woman in lightning armor stands cold and high. Around her, every chess piece soldier that enters a certain range shatters into pieces. She demands from the Emperor Sequence Organization what they are trying to do by infiltrating Solomon City. Monroe Gina turns the staff sword, the 3 questions ritual card appearing above her head, and answers, in the same lazy tone she used with me. That is a terrorist organization. Of course it is just as the propaganda says, to disrupt order. 1/3 of the figure lights up. The lightning woman, Zhao Shi, asks if it is just her. The lightning armor detonates and she rushes Monroe Gina, punching downward, and Monroe Gina's figure vanishes like a reflection on water. Do not be so irritable, Monroe Gina says behind her, calling Zhao Shi the dignified Grand Judge of Solomon City, and reminding her she was once someone who kept moving forward, that now, having become a lackey of the sloth, she is much weaker than before. Zhao Xi's expression does not change. She clenches her fists, her martial arts uniform billowing without wind, and answers that she will not be provoked. She defends her position, calls the sloth a lord who built this city to give losers a glimmer of hope for survival, and asks what right termites who only know how to gnaw in the gutter have to criticize them. Tesk, this really is intense. I find a handful of melon seeds from somewhere, drag a chair into position, find a high vantage point, and settle in to watch the two women in the sky. Monroe Gina and the Grand Judge are among the absolute top tier of this entire survival world, and looking at their combat power makes it hard to imagine how many stations one would have to clear to grow to this level. The battle stretches long, eventually ending when Monroe Gina's inverted city is destroyed by lightning. Fragments of the inverted city fall from the sky. Zhao Si does not even glance back at them, continuing her pursuit. Most of the fragments are intercepted by the city's protective shield, but some still rain through into the city proper. Unfortunately, one of the pieces is heading directly for this side. The trajectory is perfectly precise. It is aimed at the station hidden in the room. No, it is aimed at Zhao Lin. It really is bad luck. I will be collecting a few more train coins from her later. I am a little speechless. My train is in there too. The hunt, normal mode. A train coin in my hand dissolves into dark golden radiance and is gone. The driving sound of machine construction and the low roar of the mechanical dragon ring out around me. I tell it to throw the fragment away. The hunting mecha dragon launches into midair, grabs the falling debris, and tosses it forcefully into an uninhabited area. The whole piece tumbles into nothing. Zhao Shi, mid-pursuit of Monroe Gina, suddenly stops. She turns and looks back toward where the fragment vanished, frowns, catches a glimpse of a fleeting red and white color, and hesitates. She abandons the chase and lands on the ground. A young woman runs up to her panting and asks anxiously why she stopped, says that person was Monroe Gina. Zhao Shi gives the young woman a cold glance and asks if she is ordering her. The icy gaze freezes the woman in place. By the time she comes back to herself, Zhao Shi has vanished and left behind only an airy remark that if there is a next time, the young woman can board a train and become a train captain. Thump! The woman collapses to the ground in fear. For someone who chose to abandon their train and stay in the city, how could they still find the courage to step back onto that endless wilderness? Zhao Si is fast. She cannot fly, but she can jump rapidly through the air, leaping toward the direction the hunting mecha dragon went. She asks aloud where she is, whether this is the dwelling of the corrupted, and remarks that so many of them are still alive. The Grand Judge of Solomon City, to the people living in the city, that identity is known to everyone. The green-skinned elves hide away in fear. Zhao Shi has no interest in them. She looks around, jumps behind a house, reaches out, and pulls Annie out of hiding. She asks the little girl if she saw a dragon just now. Annie trembles all over but says nothing and only shakes her head. Her shifty eyes betray her completely. Zhao Shi snorts inwardly and casually sets Annie back on the ground, telling her that if she saw it, and asks where that person is. Annie squeaks that he is not here. Oh, is that so? Zhao Si reaches out and presses her hand on top of Annie's head. The others watching from a distance avert their eyes, not daring to see what comes next. Fine, if she will not say, then forget it. Zhao Si pats Annie's head, stands up, looks around, and spots the only intact and clean building in the village. Is it there? Annie hurriedly shakes her head. Then it is there. Zhao Shi concludes with an amused smile. She walks straight to the building. She pushes the door open and sniffs lightly. A woman, and also two trains, a small-scale space station. She pulls a pen from somewhere and draws a symbol in the air. Open. The symbol lands on the wall, becomes light, and forcibly opens the door leading to the inner station. Inside, she finds the two trains on the tracks. Her frown deepens. The levels are not very high. Then she sniffs again and adds, "Is that the scent of fear?" Then she notices the train itself, traces of high-level maintenance, and a vigilant sentry. "How interesting," she says aloud. She crosses her arms and strokes her lips with one hand, asking the sentry whether it sees her, calling out to the operator of the hunting mecha dragon, asking whether he plans to come out. The sentry's red eyeball watches her silently and does not fire. Outside, I watch all of this on the system light screen and feel a headache coming on. Was this Grand Judge not just chasing Monroe Gina a moment ago? How did she end up here in the blink of an eye? Judging by what she said, the cause was the hunting mecha dragon. The train captain of the dragon is the prize she came back for. The bad luck rubbed off on me after all. This is truly troublesome. I mutter to myself, drop down from the building, and walk toward the station room. Inside, Zhao Si, having gotten no response from the vigilant sentry, is unbothered. She gently strokes my train and sighs that it is well maintained, no worse than her previous dedicated train maintenance technician's work. Interesting. 5 carriages, so not a very high level. The other train has 3 carriages, and a little girl is hiding inside. A female pet. No, another train captain. She passes my train and walks straight to Zhao Lin's. She looks at the rough carriage surface, tugs at the lock once, and tears it off. She catches sight of the small fortress piled up inside the train head, snaps her fingers, and a few hummingbirds made of lightning fly out and shatter the fortress instantly. Zhao Lin is forced out, sitting on the ground and scooting backward, eyes pinned on this strange woman who does not look particularly fierce, fumbling the rifle she had nearby and pointing it at her. She tells her not to come over, that she has a gun. It is useless. Zhao Si steps into the carriage, grabs the gun barrel, and points it at her own chest. She invites Zhao Lin to try it, asks if this kind of low-level firearm can break her body, tells the little girl she will not make things difficult for her, that she only has 2 questions and once they are answered she will leave. In the end, Zhao Lin does not dare fire. Her body goes limp, she lets the gun go, bites her lip and nods. What questions? Where is the owner of the train outside? And does she know where that person got their mechanical dragon? Zhao Lin opens her mouth, her gaze drifting subconsciously toward my train. She bites her lip as if struggling with a decision, then closes her eyes in resignation and shakes her head over and over. She does not know him. She does not know. The answer surprises Zhao Shi a little. She reaches out and pats Zhao Lin's cheek, then pinches it like a female pervert, teasing that she is so timid yet still helping that person, asking if perhaps he is her lover, or perhaps... Bang! Zhao Shi raises a hand and a lightning shield intercepts a black bullet. She straightens up, squinting at the shield, which is partially pierced. Interesting. I tell her that I do not know about interesting, but I do not think bullying an unlucky person is very meaningful. My figure appears not far away, wearing a cowboy hat I picked up from who knows where. Zhao Shi looks at ebony in my hand and admits it is a nice gun, and asks if it is for sale. I tell her sorry, this one is not for sale. She calls that a pity, then jumps up onto the roof of my train, slender legs crossing under her hip-hugging skirt, leans forward with one hand propping up her cheek, and scrutinizes me. She asks if the dragon is mine. I tell her what dragon. I did not see one, that big sister has the wrong person, that I have not seen any dragon. I want to play dumb. Then she snaps her fingers and a blue and white hunting mecha dragon appears beside her, identical to mine in shape, but in different colors. And I know the act is over. She tells me not to play dumb, that she saw the hunting mecha dragon, that she can even smell it, that I carry the scent of a mecha dragon on me, that a hunting mecha dragon can only be created from a blueprint, and that the blueprint can only be used twice, so I should understand and tell her where I found the blueprint. Does this woman have the nose of a dog? No, even a dog could not pick up a scent that specific. I had no idea a hunting mecha dragon had a scent at all. I try one more. Actually, I really do not. She stares. Fine, I tell her. I found it in a treasure chest at a station. She sniffs again. A treasure chest. How could that thing appear in a treasure chest? Without waiting for me to answer, she strokes the blue and white hunting mecha dragon and starts muttering to herself about the past. When she first made this one, the blueprint was stolen. By the time she realized the thief had already started running, she was not strong enough back then. She could only rip out his heart but could not kill him completely. She watched him escape with her own eyes, and she asks if that person is dead now. Yes, I tell her. He is dead. I give her a simplified version of how I found the blueprint in a grave at Screaming Villa. The blueprint's description had said that the original holder was already on the verge of death when he reached the station, and that he hid the blueprint in the grave to keep anyone else from getting it. Good riddance, she says. Serves him right. By the way, where is the dragon? It is not on this train. Where did I hide it? It costs money to activate it, I tell her. A bag flies through the air and lands beside me. Is this enough? I open it. 20 train coins inside. I pocket them silently and snap my fingers with a smile. How generous, as expected of a city's judgment captain. She handed over 20 train coins without thinking. The hunting mecha dragon flies out of the armament space. Aside from the color, no difference between the two. She watches and remarks that I am quite lucky, asks if that was the armament space module, what level my train is, 5 carriages, level 5. This judgment captain is not as cold as I had imagined. In fact, she is inexplicably easy to get along with. The strange part is she cannot tell. Thinking back, aside from Shea, no one has been able to read my train level at a glance. Even high-level train captains are not omniscient. Their modules and abilities and items each have their own strengths. Something like that, I tell her. She lets it slide. She jumps down from the train roof, walks over to me, and stands on tiptoes to touch my hunting mecha dragon, saying it really is the same as hers, that she did not expect to see one again. She sighs, missing the strange expression on my face. This judgment captain seems to be about 1.5 meters tall. My height is around 1.80 meters, which means standing in front of her I am more than a head taller. She pulls her hand back and jumps back onto the train roof, apparently disliking talking to anyone from the same level. The height explains the habit. She tells me to put it away, says I did well, and asks my name. Ye Qian, I tell her. She introduces herself as Zhao Shi, the judgment captain of the city, says I should know her. I only just met her, I tell her. She cheches and decides I must be visiting Solomon City for the first time, that if I came here often it would be impossible not to know her. She crosses her arms and tilts her chin up, looking very confident. If she had not jumped down from the roof just now, I might have called it arrogance, but knowing the height, I find it amusing. She asks why my train is here instead of at the entry station, her tone shifting much sharper, azure blue eyes pinning me. I tell her I had heard there was affordable train maintenance available here, that I came with a friend I know, but it seems I was scammed, and the person ran off. She murmurs that someone would actually do that in Solomon City, that I should live and learn. Then she asks which city's guild I am in, the City of 1,000 Stars. I tell her that I joined a random one, mostly just to trade for upgrade resources. She suggests I join the Solomon City Inquisition. I blink and point at myself. Me, who else? My fragile little girlfriend, she says. I have a hunting mecha dragon. Joining the Inquisition and becoming her subordinate will not be a bad deal. She will not treat me poorly. She thinks of something and adds that joining the Inquisition does not mean giving up the train, that it is all optional, that she herself is a judgment captain people think gave up her train, but that does not mean she actually did. It is settled, she announces, and tells me to get back on the train and add her as a friend. A friend request slides into the light screen. A faction invitation follows it. Solomon City Inquisition. Accept yes or no. Should I agree? I wondered to myself. And the answer is obvious. I have no real reason to refuse, since being part of the Emperor's Sequence organization does not mean I must hang myself from that single tree. But I still feel like pushing back a little for form's sake. I tell Zhaoxi that I already have a guild, and she shrugs the objection off, saying it does not matter. I do not have to commit to one organization, and if I want out of mine, she will personally go and reason with them. The image of Shea and Zhaoxi pulling each other's hair surfaces in my head, and as funny as that would be, I really do not want to get caught in the crossfire between two women like that. I push the thought aside, meet her gaze, and ask her for the reason. There is nothing special about me, I argue. Surely Solomon City is full of train captains stronger than me. Zhaoxi pokes her own cheek and chuckles, kicking her leather-booted legs as they swing in the air, and tells me bluntly that the reason is the hunting mecha dragon. She does not care what I do or what I become. She only needs the man who possesses the hunting mecha dragon to join her Inquisition. To join her. When I press for why, she pats her own flat chest and says the dragon is even more special than I imagine. She promises me she will not try to take it because she could not anyway. She will not interfere with my plans, she will not leak my Inquisition status, and whatever guild or organization I belong to is fine. She just needs me to do her a favor sometime in the future. I do not push further. She wants the hunting mecha dragon, and the trade, an Inquisition status I can completely ignore in exchange for a favor I can refuse, is not bad at all. I tell her I cannot guarantee I will actually be able to help her, and she waves it off, saying it does not matter. Should I call you Lord Chief Judge? I ask, and she laughs and tells me no, since I am not really going to work at the Inquisition. Just call her Zhaoxi. Back inside the train, I pretend the system is still operating within it, and press the right options, watching the faction row in my personal information panel update to Emperor Sequence Organization / Solomon City Inquisition. When I step back out, Zhaoxi has already run up to Zhaolin, who is hiding in a corner. Even though she is shorter than Zhaolin, she rubs Zhaolin's cheeks with both hands and tells me there is a strange smell on this girl, a smell that makes you not want to get close and yet makes you want to lean in just a bit closer. Then she tells me to make my little girlfriend join her Inquisition too. I feel obliged to clarify that we are friends, not that kind of relationship. In truth, even friends is overstating it, since trading partner is closer to the truth, but trading partner does not sound nearly as good. Zhaoxi tells me it does not matter, since Zhaolin listens to everything I say anyway. After pinching Zhaolin's cheeks one more time, she jumps onto the roof of the train and sits there, clearly aware that her height does not flatter her standing on the ground. Honestly, in the time I have spent with her, I have not felt the dignity of a chief judge from Zhaoxi at all. Zhaolin looks up at me carefully from where she is crouched, grabs my sleeve, and asks in her small voice whether she should accept. I tell her to do whatever she wants. She takes out the Japanese-style flip phone Shangguan Yingshe gave her, and presses the yes option. From the roof, Zhaoxi tosses down two slightly different medals and tells us to take them. The first medal in my hand reads Medal of Judgment, a medal representing the status of a third-ranked judge of the Solomon City Inquisition, granting the right to enter the upper districts of any city and purchase items above the 4th level. Zhao Lin's medal is similar but plainer, marking her as a first-ranked judgment personnel of the same Inquisition. Mine is the more exquisite of the two, engraved with an inverted spiral sword, while hers carries only a bullet. Zhaoxi tells us to wear them, so that the lackeys in other cities know we are from the Inquisition, and do not give us a hard time. She shifts into a more comfortable position on the roof, yawns and complains that talking this much in one breath is too noisy. Then she reaches into her personal space, pulls out a ringing phone, and presses answer. A woman's voice blasts out from the other end, frantic, saying the Emperor Sequence Organization has attacked the Order Tribunal. Zhaoxi calmly replies that Monroe Gina has already been driven off by her, but the voice on the other end insists it is not Monroe Gina, it is War and Astrology and the Divine Dragon, and they have already broken in and are about to reach the altar where the order is kept. Zhaoxi tells the woman to hold them off and not let them enter. The voice begs her to come back, reminding her that her superiors made her chief judge precisely to protect the order, and Zhaoxi cuts her off with a sharp shut up. With a crisp crack, the phone shatters in her hand. She lifts her gaze back to me, her azure eyes flickering with some unfathomable meaning, and tells me she is busy and does not want to be bothered, so she has no intention of rushing back. I already know what is happening up there. The Emperor Sequence Organization is seizing the order card that influences Solomon City. but I also know that is not the real objective. From what Monroe Gina told me, the whole purpose of their activity is to liberate something sealed beneath Solomon City, and going up to grab that order card is most likely just to draw fire while they work on the seal. Come to think of it, was what I am doing now also a form of drawing fire? That charlatan, Zhu Xingtu, told me to come to this city, and maybe this exact moment was the reason. I asked Zhao Shi if it is really okay for her not to go back. She tells me it is fine. In fact, she prefers the card lost, since she is tired of it shouting about sloth and order in her ears every day. Then she fixes her gaze on me again and reminds me firmly that if I ever run into any problems regarding the hunting mecha dragon, I must contact her. She will help me solve them. She jumps down from the roof and walks off without looking back, leaving me one last line over her shoulder. The next time I want maintenance done, she says, I should not come to a place like this again. She tells me that in this very space she smelled the scent of the woman who confronted her in the air earlier, the one who deceived me, and that woman must still be the one to watch. Zhao Shi finally goes. She still has business to handle above. She does not like the order card existing in Solomon City, and it is plain enough she actually hopes the card gets stolen. Take good care of your machine, dragon. Do not let me see it broken next time, is her last sentence as she leaves. The vast platform space falls silent. Zhao Lin, who has barely said a word the whole time, finally lets out a long breath. She asks if I am very familiar with that chief judge, and I remind her she heard everything herself, that this was our first meeting and only happened because of the hunting mecha dragon. Before I can finish the sentence, a faint sound catches my attention and I tell her to be quiet. The grid-like space above us begins to bulge, the unmistakable shape of a train being teleported in, and I wonder whether it is Monroe Gina coming back. Then the grid shatters with a boom and a severely damaged train falls from the sky, crashing onto the ground in a wretched state. I recognize that vehicle immediately. It is the one Monroe Gina was inside when she confronted Zhao Shi. I step forward quickly. The train's door opens, and what greets me is a staff sword broken into two and Monroe Gina lying on the ground. A deep wound across her abdomen, the mask on her face mostly shattered, the face beneath it exposed for the first time. Her dark golden eyes are dim, and when she sees me she tries to push herself up but the pain stops her. She manages a strained laugh, saying it is truly embarrassing to let a junior see her in such a miserable state, and admits she has never been this disheveled in her life. I tell her to stop moving, that the wound is severe enough she could die if this continues. I am no doctor, but even I can see the wheat-colored cheeks exposed by the broken mask are drained of color, and her dark golden eyes keep losing focus. She is dying. She lets out a soft laugh and tells me it does not matter anymore, then pulls a black box out from beneath her body. She admits she underestimated the seal, and underestimated Solomon City a little too, but they also underestimated her, and this box is that very seal. She asks me how it looks, plain and unremarkable on the outside, before pushing it toward my hand and telling me to take it. She could not break the seal to get what was inside, so she snatched the whole seal instead, and in a sense, she still succeeded. If I ever manage to break the seal one day, she says, I should remember to private message her about what was inside. I take the box silently, set it aside, and ask her how I can help. She shakes her head and smiles with something close to relief, telling me the wound was caused by a curse card, and that nothing I have on me can break it, that the only power that could cancel it in the little time she has left is Shea's, and Shea's not here. Shea's power. I raise an eyebrow, then suddenly remember. Under Monroe Gina's gaze, I run back to the train, dig through one of the ordinary storage units, and pull out a healing lollipop. I show it to her and ask if this should work. She smiles faintly when she sees it and begins to say something, but I cut her off, tell her to open her mouth, and stuff the entire healing lollipop in. Her eyes widen, and in an instant, the wound that had been bleeding nonstop stops cold. A rich aura of life weaves new tissue from the gash, cancels out the residual curse, and rebuilds the wound until her abdomen is whole again, smooth and unmarked but for the smear of dried blood. I withdraw my hand and pull what little remains of the healing lollipop out of her mouth, with a soft pop, eyeing the tiny stub left of the candy with a touch of heartache. There is absolutely nothing left of it, I tell her, and remind her this stuff is expensive, so she should remember to pay. She freezes, then sits up slowly, stroking her own abdomen and looking at me with a kind of disbelief, asking what I just did to her. Saving you, of course, I tell her, since this candy was a gift from Shea, and she herself just said only Shea's power could break the curse. The system identification for the lollipop reads Shea's Healing Lollipop, level 8, with the simple line, as long as you are not dead, you can live. And now I finally understand the full weight of that description. She thanks me, stands up and licks the lingering sweetness off her lips. She tells me she really did not expect a newcomer to save her life. I shrug and say that Charlatan Sr. was right after all, since she predicted I would be useful upon arriving here. So I guess this was the use. Monroe Gina chuckles, tells me there is no need to listen to that charlatan, that the fate she speaks of is not always correct, and asks if I would let her change her clothes first, gesturing toward her exposed abdomen. I step outside the train, where Zhao Lin is peeking him curiously and asks whose train this is, whether it is someone I know again. I tell her yes, a senior, a good person and a better looking one than her. She puffs her cheeks at me indignantly, insisting she is not ugly either, but the indignation does not last. When Monroe Gina walks out a moment later in fresh clothes, the mask gone from her face, a beauty that other women would find painful to look at, completely deflates Zhao Lin's confidence in an instant. Monroe Gina leans on her broken staff sword as she walks over, sees Zhao Lin hiding behind me and smiles gently, asking who this is. I introduce Zhao Lin as a friend, a fellow unlucky person from my same batch, brought along to clear out some bad luck. Monroe Gina compliments her looks, then politely asks if Zhao Lin could give us a little time to talk. Being praised by a great beauty, no matter how transparent the flattery, lifts Zhao Lin's mood instantly. She agrees with a quick fine, I am leaving now, then trots back to her own train to resume being a mole hiding at home. Monroe Gina thanks me again, then waves her staff sword, summoning a black card into her hand and offering it to me. She tells me that candy of mine must be very precious and this is just a small token of gratitude for saving her. The card reads Demon Card, Pride, with the lines, Pride, no one is worthy of coveting your rights, and Devil, you are worthy of looking down on anyone. The description is baffling, but a new Devil card is still a new power, so I do not waste time being coy and put it away. She also tells me I forgot to take the box, and holds the black box out to me once more. I do not take it, asking if she is really sure about giving it to me. I consider myself a fairly greedy man, but that does not mean I take just anything. She nearly died for this box, and now that she is alive again, she does not need to hand it over. She insists, saying she does not know exactly what is inside, but it must be precious enough, that she does not want to owe me a favor, and that aside from this and the Devil card, she has nothing else to repay the debt of her life. Honestly, I am thinking 100 or 200 train coins would have been just as good, but the seriousness in her eyes makes me swallow that. I take the box. The moment I touch it, the system identification triggers, marking it a seal box, a box containing a seal, and within the seal something unknown is stored. Open the box, and the seal releases and pins itself to the current space. Close it, and the seal retracts back inside. A box that seals a seal, like a nesting doll. I tell her I accept, and tuck it under my arm, since only special storage units allow placement at will. If I ever open it, I tell her I will let her know what is inside, and the two of us make that promise. The debt of her life takes root and sprouts in Monroe Gina's chest. Even though she gave me the Devil card and the seal box, in her own heart the importance of her life still far exceeds those things. While she repairs her train, she watches me chat with Zhao Lin, her sword cane held together with tape now, spinning idly in her hand. A ritual card appears at the tip of the blade, engraved with chains, parts of it faintly glowing while much more remains dim. She murmurs to herself that karma is still far from enough, that the debt of saving a life is not so easy to repay, though it is not entirely a bad thing. She curls her lips and adds that Ye Qian really is a special person. No wonder that crazy woman Shea values him so much. No, rather, anyone who could rescue that crazy woman Shea is intriguing on his own terms. Up in the Order Court, at the highest point of Solomon City, in the courtyard bound by chains from 12 stone pillars, Zhu Xingtu kneels before the astrolabe. Endless stars flicker in her eyes. She closes them and reopens them, returning to her ordinary appearance, then sprays a mouthful of blood across the platform. Fan Huo, beside her, cigar between his teeth, sunglasses on, asks coldly whether she has died. She laughs and tells him she is not dead, complaining that all of them are always hoping she will. Fan Huo tells her people inherently struggle against fate, while she likes to submit to it, so it is only natural to want her dead. She does not bother to argue, wipes the blood off her mouth, and her eyes light up. She tells the smoker that ever since she got that blasphemy card, she has stopped being backlashed by astrology, and finds the whole thing increasingly amusing. Fan Huo frowns and demands to know what she was actually divining. She replies, smiling, that she is still trying to find the latest blasphemy card holder, that she failed again, but discovered something fun. He presses her to share and she only says she will not tell him. He calls her disgusting, takes a deep drag, and pulls a card from his chest pocket, ordering her to stop wasting time and find the location of the order card. She apologizes, blames habit, and within 10 seconds points off in a direction and tells the smoker to let the dragon lover know. The order card is 1,852 meters that way, 13 meters underground, that there is an altar there, and the card is peace. She advises him to find it quickly, because the short grand judge will probably be back soon. Fan Huo lights his cigar, takes another deep puff, and raises a war card high above his head. A massive flight of bombers tears into existence, scorching the sky, raining down a continuous carpet of bombs. In the air above another district, a yellow-haired youth fights several Solomon City warriors at once, while half a dozen dragons of different colors circle him. He strokes them affectionately, an unnatural flush on his cheeks, telling the dragons that almost there, once this is resolved, he might be able to find them all a sister. The dragons roar and surge forward as the bombers arrive over the marked spot, dragon breath and bombs falling together, until a deep pit has been carved into the ground. Inside the pit, a pure white altar sits alone. Zhu Xingtu, humming a tune, drifts over on a white broom shaped like a calligraphy brush, a huge wide-brimmed hat shadowing her face. She marvels at the order card, Peace, saying they only came to draw attention and she really did not expect to actually succeed, presumably because the short grand judge was away. She rides the broom down into the pit, taps the barrier enveloping the altar with her wand, watches it shatter, picks the card up, and whispers to herself that with peace lost, the suppressed hearts in this city can finally be liberated, and people who have stalled should get back on the train and continue moving forward. Solomon City Train Exchange. Zhao Lin follows me in, looking around curiously. Behind the building rises a small mountain of stacked train carriages, billowing thick black smoke into the sky, an eerie, graveyard-feeling place. The exchange itself is busier than I expected. We find a seat, and a shopping light screen pops up in front of us. Only ordinary carriages on display at first, and then I noticed they actually sell train heads here, the most basic one priced at 100 train coins. That is a price clearly not aimed at anyone who is not already a train captain's. Displayed for show, not for sale. Do they not want to increase the number of train captains, I wonder? After browsing a while, I do not see any storage unit carriages like my second one. No temperature-controlled carriages or planting carriages either. Most of the carriages here only differ in appearance and internal facilities. None of them carry the special abilities Sublimation gives mine. This exchange is more about selling carriages than buying them, and my goal is not ordinary stock. I take out my judge medal and hold it up to the shopping light screen. The system chimes. Identity confirmed. Third-rank judge of the Inquisition. Purchase permissions for special carriages unlocked. The page refreshes, items multiplying, and finally I see special carriages. Vine carriages for raising animals with auto-feed and auto-clean. The temperature-controlled and planting carriages even show up. Still no storage unit though. That one really is precious. Zhao Lin follows my lead and tries her own badge, but nothing happens. She complains that the carriages here are ordinary and overpriced, that she might as well build them herself. I toss my badge across the table to her, telling her to use mine. She lights up at the trick. Then her eyes go even brighter and she asks if she can also buy something else with this badge in the trading hall. I cut her off, telling her not to even think about it, that no one is going to let her exploit that loophole, and if she wants flamestones, she will have to find her own way. She sighs a disappointed oh and mutters that if only she could be lucky like Shangguan Yingshui and run into an unscrupulous merchant selling flamestones, she would pay any price. I correct her, telling her that if one side is willing to sell and the other willing to buy, that is not unscrupulous. That is fair trade. These carriages were not built by the exchange. They were left behind by train captains who chose, over many years in Solomon City, to sell their carriages off, which means the mountain of stacked carriages behind the exchange really is a train graveyard. I was the one who wanted carriages, and Monrogina recommended this place. After a long browse, my gaze settles on one. Virtual sand table carriage. 10 train coins automatically generates a sand table for any map already opened inside the station. It is not expensive and not particularly powerful, since the train captain still has to open the map first. But I have Sublimation. If Sublimation makes the sand table easier to generate, 10 train coins is worth far more than the price. This is the one. I press purchase and feed the coin slot. A black key appears on the table, marked one-time unlock key, containing a sealed carriage that can be opened and connected to the train once I return to it. While I am at it, I spend another 5 coins on a breeding carriage. I have plenty of edible meat still, but as the saying goes, even the largest supply runs out if you just sit and eat. And if I run into animals worth raising on a future map, I can keep them as reserve food. This breeding carriage is not as automated as the planting one, only handling basic cleaning and leaving things like feeding to manual labor. But that does not matter. I have Wally. 15 train coins spent and I am in a pretty good mood. Zhao Lin stands up with me, and just as we move toward the exit, a commotion erupts inside the exchange. A scruffy bearded man is shouting at a staff member, demanding to know why his old train head cost 100 train coins to buy back when he sold it for only 10. He shouts that he just wants to redeem his old train head, not buy a new one, give it back. The staff member tells him with open disdain that the transaction was voluntary. The sale price of 100 train coins is reasonable. He chose to give up his identity as a train captain back then, and now that he regrets it, he can only blame himself for not having enough train coins. Many of the natives in this world look down from the bottom of their hearts on those who abandon their train captain identity to stay in the city. From birth, they are taught that train captains are above everything else, taught to serve them or to save up to buy a train head and pass an examination with a 1 in 500 success rate to become one. To them, a person who casually gave that up is a complete and utter failure. The man snarls that a mere native dares to look down on him, grabs the staff member by the collar, and in his rage pulls out a fruit knife and points it at the staff member's throat, demanding the train head back. The staff member, unafraid, sneers that a failure should just stay obediently in the city, asks whether someone like him is even fit to be a train captain again, calls him a clown. The man is quickly subdued by security, but similar incidents do not stop there. More and more former train conductors who stay behind and never made it gather around the exchange. They are looking for their old trains, hoping to leave the city. Without the influence of peace, these people with no money, no power, no work, living as beggars in the gutters, have their restless hearts gradually awakened. They are complete failures, and the only way back into the wilderness for them is to seize a train head here. The manager of the trading hall watches the crowd outside, clenches his fists in anger, demands to know what these losers think they are doing, demands backup. The reply is the same one Zhao Shi gave the woman on the phone. The higher-ups are busy and the trading hall has to hold them off itself. The manager curses. I already know the reason. Zhu Xingtu has successfully taken the order card. The feeling of peace in the city has vanished, and these unsatisfied train conductors are re-examining their existence and deciding that returning to the wilderness might be better than being a despised beggar. Of course, not everyone thinks this way, because entering the wilderness means constantly facing death, and many people fear death more than they fear contempt. But Solomon City is different from City of a Thousand Stars. The natives here actively despise former train conductors, and the inspectors who usually arrive immediately have not shown up at all, which makes the crowd outside even bolder. There is not much security in the trading hall. Under peace, no one really causes trouble in Solomon City, so the few guards on hand, even with guns, are nothing against the dark mass gathering outside. The manager paces, urging backup that does not come, and the only outcome left is that something will go very wrong, very soon. Glass shatters. Someone, no one knows who, throws a Molotov cocktail into the trading hall. The flames spread, and the restless hearts of the crowd ignite. They charge in, trampling the guards underfoot, and start smashing and looting. Zhao Lin, behind me on the way out, hides at my back and peeks in at the carnage, asking whether these people are crazy. They are. There are plenty of trains in the graveyard, but the truly special carriages were never placed outside, and these failures know perfectly well that a bare train head alone will not keep them alive in the wilderness. So they widen the target list. Nearby shops, nearby people, all of them are now targets. Very unfortunately, I become one of them. Stop! Hand over what you just bought, one of them shouts at me. Bang! One shot. One kill. I step over the corpse, snap my fingers, and summon the demon raven. It cries shrilly, lands on the corpse, plucks out a blood-stained train coin from its chest, and returns to my shoulder. So poor, I think, but my gaze sweeping the surroundings, there are quite a lot of them. I raise my gun and start firing. Bullets land cleanly. The demon raven pecks heart after heart, returning blood-stained train coin after train coin. 12 lives. 16 train coins. No wonder people say killing and looting is the fastest way to make money. Even an 8th level treasure chest would only yield about this much. I wave a hand in front of Zhao Lin's eyes and tease her about being scared silly. She tells me no, Brother Qian, I was right to kill them, then admits she is not actually scared of me killing them, just shaken by the demon raven pecking out their hearts. I tell her I thought she was going to play the saint. She insists she is not, asks what kind of person I take her for, and when I answer a jinx, she lowers her head and admits she cannot deny that one. She apologizes for dragging me into this, saying it must be because of her bad luck. I tell her yes, pretty much, and remind her that after the next lucky platform ends, she should send me extra train coins as repayment. I pull a white forest fruit out, take a bite, and tell her let us go back. On the way back, Solomon City is in various degrees of chaos, and the inspectors still never appear. We return to the ruined village. The green-skinned elves outside are packing their luggage, clearly preparing to leave. Back at the small station, Monroe Gina's train is mostly repaired. With her mask broken, she now wears only a layer of purple veil. She sees us and smiles, asking how things are outside. Very chaotic, I tell her. The order card must have been taken. Zhao Lin slips away to give us privacy. Monroe Gina confirms that yes, the charlatan has already contacted her, that the group up there is being hunted by a short grand judge, that the charlatan stirred up quite a lot of trouble, and that what Zhu Xingtu is worst at is dealing with people like Shea, and unfortunately the grand judge of Solomon City is exactly that type of person. I silently picture Zhao Si again. I ask what happens if they are caught. Of course they die, she tells me. The short grand judge has never held back. Then she pauses, and admits that last time the grand judge was hunting her, the judge suddenly broke off, for reasons she did not understand, and the lure away made things much easier for Monroe Gina, who had originally prepared ritual cards to block her interference. Without that distraction, she would probably not have made it back at all. She pours me a cup of tea, gestures for me to drink, says it comes from a tree she transplanted from a tea garden station, and tells me this time I should not miss it. The tea is good, though I am not used to drinking tea. I set the cup down and answer her again, telling her outside is very chaotic, that former train captains who gave up their trains are scrambling for new ones at the exchange. I trail off and she finishes the thought for me with a small smile, saying that even if those people get a train, they will only end up dying in the wilderness or in some other station. I push back that some might be lucky, but she shrugs and says if such people really existed, they would not have abandoned their trains in the first place. Then she shifts to something heavier. She says, do I not find it strange that the rulers promote peace and stability, that they encourage train conductors to abandon their trains and live as ordinary people, but their own offspring are trained to scrape and fight to become train captains? The contradiction can only point to one thing. She caresses the rim of her cup. The so-called abandonment of identity is a choice for ordinary people and the weak who fear the wilderness, she explains. And none of the city's upper echelons ever give up their trains. They only use means to stay in their cities forever without having to leave. Abandoning a train is not the same as abandoning power, but without a train one cannot move forward, and those with true ambition will not let themselves stagnate. Her words echo Zhao Shi's. Joining a city does not mean abandoning a train. Those who make that choice, even under an order card, do so out of fear and weakness. For ordinary people, the choice is not necessarily bad, but those who riot just because they live poorly in the city have no good ending waiting for them in the wilderness either. Then a question lands on me. If that is the case, I ask, why exactly did Zhu Xing steal the order cards in the first place? To collect the card sequence of the order, I answer myself, and Monroe Gina nods. Everything that Charlatan does, she says, is for one thing, collecting the card sequence or getting someone capable of collecting a complete card sequence to join the Emperor's Sequence organization. She does not care who holds it. She only cares that the holder becomes a member. She lifts her eyes toward the sky, where Zhu Xing is currently being hunted in the upper levels of Solomon City, and tells me one thing very clearly. Whatever that charlatan ever says outside of collecting the card sequence, whether it is framed as the greater good or salvation or life itself, none of it is real. None of it should be believed. I ask her what happens when a whole card sequence is collected. She tells me she does not know. She has not done it. Maybe only the charlatan has, which is why the charlatan is so obsessed with it. She leans on her sword cane, stands, and starts walking toward her train. She is leaving, she says, now with the elves outside, because she owes them a favor and needs to help them complete a ritual, so they will become her assistants and stay on the train. She waves the sword cane, and a giant goshawk flies over from one of her carriages, clutching an egg in its talons. She hands the warm eagle egg to me, telling me her pet goshawk just laid it, that I should not eat it. I should hatch it and keep it as a pet. I protest that the devil card and the seal box were already more than enough as repayment, but she tells me it is not enough. She does not explain. She shoves the egg into my arms, takes off her veil, smiles at me one last time, and her body gradually turns into foam and disappears. The train whistle blows, tracks spread in front of her train, and space twists. One by one, the green elves from the ruined village outside walk in from the distortion, carrying their bundles, board the same carriage, and vanish. A small world must exist inside that carriage, big enough for hundreds. The whistle blows again. Monroe Gina sends a message through my friends list telling me that if I ever encounter mysterious matters I cannot handle, I should look for her, and she will find a way to help. The train starts moving. Watching the back of the entire train enter the distortion, I realize this is the first time I have ever seen someone else's train depart from a station from this angle. It is time for me to go too. Though I have been in Solomon City less than a day, the gains have been quite good. 40 train coins on hand now, and I plan to save up to 100 for the next train upgrade. I take out the planting carriage and the new virtual sand table carriage that can still be upgraded, and slot them into the 6th and 7th positions respectively, planning to perform the sublimation after leaving. The pocket watch reads 5:05 in the afternoon. Should I leave the station now? I think about it. Leaving now means waiting on the train until tomorrow afternoon to reach the next station. No rush, and I still have the 2,000 Solomon coins from the exchange to spend. Better to buy more supplies in the city before departure. Then Zhao Lin pops out from her own train and asks where the pretty sister's train went. I tell her Monroe Gina has left, and did she really not hear the sound? She sticks out her tongue and points to her second carriage and explains it is completely soundproof, that she sleeps there normally and cannot even hear the wheels. Not bad, I tell her. It seems you do have some assets, and follow it up immediately by suggesting she sell that carriage for money to make up for the bad luck I caught from her. She squeaks that she has to go back, and flees. Watching her run, I cannot help but chuckle. Honestly, her bad luck this time was much simpler than I imagined, and apart from a tiny bit of danger, nothing unexpected happened. Could it be her bad luck is not actually that bad? The instant that thought crosses my mind, the ground starts shaking violently and I have to take it back. Maybe a bit too much trouble for one day. The sky is falling. Literally. Outside the station, above Solomon City, the sky that was originally a fiction created by a celestial curtain is torn wide open, and from the jagged tear, debris from countless buildings comes plummeting down. Are you insane? A familiar furious voice echoes in the air. Zhao Shi, bathed in lightning armor, faces off in the sky against a man radiating golden light. The man scans everything below with cold indifference. 6 golden arms extending from his back pointing directly at her. He tells her to die if she wants to stop him. She shouts that he is a lunatic, that he is going to destroy her territory for one lousy card, that he should get out. Her hair color shifts from black to silver white. Lightning and golden light collide in that collapsing pocket of space, and the entire Solomon City trembles under the shockwaves of their fight. So this is what top-tier train captains are like. Watching everything in the sky, I feel an inexplicable thrill. That is really cool. The battle is escalating though, and Solomon City does not look like it can hold much longer. I withdraw my gaze and start walking back to the small station. If I stay too long, given Zhao Lin's bad luck, the shockwaves will reach us soon. The system chime rings in my ear. A message in the Emperor's Sequence Organization chat room. Rare. Juxing 2 pings the others, asking whether Fan Huo and Lin Yo are still alive and demanding they confirm. Fan Huo replies that he is not dead but close, that the guy upstairs is a real lunatic willing to destroy the whole city for one order card. Lin Yo whines that he took a huge loss this time, demanding the charlatan compensate him 2 extra dragon cards, and saying if his wife had not blocked a strike for him, he would be dead somewhere. And what the hell is that guy? So Lin Yo is the dragon lover, the one called the dragon sexual. Zhu Xingtu replies that the man is the owner of the order cards, that she really did not expect him to have already collected the full set. Lin Yu scoffs, asking whether collecting the full card sequence is really that strong, since the charlatan also collected hers and seems plenty weak. Zhu Xingtu replies, sorry for being so weak then. A private chat invitation pops up next, from Zhu Xingtu. She asks if I am still in Solomon City. I tell her I am just about to leave. She tells me good, that I should not stay, that Solomon City is very dangerous right now, that if it were not for the short judge in the sky holding the guy off, the whole city would be gone. I ask who he is. She tells me he is an old geezer, seemingly a train captain from one of the very earliest batches. Gina should have told me about the plan, she says, that after they grabbed the order card he appeared just as they were leaving, and the hole in the sky was the attack he used hunting her down. He does not care about the people in the city. He is truly cold-hearted. She tells me to get out fast, and that she will pay my reward later. Leave the station, of course. I close the chat and am about to press depart when another private chat light screen pops up and blocks my vision. Who now? The shaking is getting worse. I want to leave first and read the message later, but more chat notifications keep pinging urgently. The instant I see the content, my pupils tighten. Zhao Shi has sent me a message saying to activate Transcendent mode and blow up that guy in the sky. One shot is enough. The money has already been sent. With it comes a gift pack of 150 train coins straight into my inbox. 150 coins. The most train coins I have ever seen in one place. The shaking grows worse and the small space station shows signs of collapsing, but that does not stop my determination to earn money. I could have taken the coins and left without provoking the blonde man, but I already took her money. So I run back out of the station, cross the cracks in the ground, climb to the highest point of the village now half ruined, and look up at the 2 figures in the sky. I raise my hand and the pleasant sound of machine components activating echoes around me. A full 80 train coins in my palm transform into a mass of dark golden particles and merge with the hunting mechadragon flying out from the armament space. The originally red and white mechadragon turns dark gold. Its form undergoes a world-shaking shift. Its original 3-meter-plus body swells to over 10 times its size, and beneath the dark golden scales swirling radiance keeps gathering energy. Hunting mechadragon, transcendent mode. A light screen pops up. The hunting mechadragon roars into the high sky, a roar unique to machines, opens its massive maw, and reveals a warhead hidden within, engraved with the pattern of the transcendent dragon. My finger slides across the light screen, locking the warhead's target onto the man high in the sky. Lock on. Aim. Hunting ultimate warhead. Fire. High in the sky, the man fighting Zhao Shi suddenly frowns. His gaze is drawn by a beam of dark golden light, and the dragon-patterned warhead reflects in his eyes. Danger. He tries to retreat, but it is one step too late. The instant his attention is diverted, Zhao Shi casts a chain of lightning, even if it can only bind him for a fraction of a second. But that is enough. The warhead hits. All sound in Solomon City falls into silence, as if time has been pressed onto pause. Everything is exquisitely clear, exquisitely audible. Then time resumes flowing. A dazzling black hole sucks everything around it inward. With the man as the center, in the span of a few seconds a spiral-shaped rift swallows that space, twisting houses, land, and stones into a single distorted mass. The power fades. The man is still standing there, but he does not continue his attack on Zhao Shi. Instead, he looks in one direction with a puzzled expression, because there, just like his chest at this moment, is nothing. Zhao Shi pants standing opposite him, her hands trembling slightly. She knows exactly how much the Transcendence warhead from the hunting mechadragon costs to fire, and exactly how much it can do. She asks him whether he wants to continue, says she has plenty more of that kind of attack. The man does not speak. He only clutches his chest with one hand. A moment later, as if he truly does not want to endure such an attack again, he leaves behind a single cold sentence and vanishes. This city does not deserve to have order. Zhao Shi snorts disdainfully and says she does not care. As her hair color shifts back to normal, exhaustion drags at her like a weight, and she forces herself to stand and to not look too disheveled. She sweeps her gaze across the ruins below, shakes her head, and leaves the area, secretly grateful in her heart. That guy is really strong, she thinks, that if not for the support, she would not even have had the chance to summon the hunt. And whatever the man's background is, it is heavy. She wipes blood from the corner of her mouth, opens the light screen system, and taps the name in her friends list. Her message reaches me, thanking me, asking whether I am all right, telling me it was all thanks to me just now. Meanwhile, I am lying on the bed of my train like a corpse, having already left Solomon City, rubbing my eyelids. No one told me that firing the warhead in transcendent mode required not just train coins, but also a constant supply of my stamina and mental power to maintain it. In the time it took to fire one warhead, I feel as if I have been wrung dry. To avoid being noticed, I used the anchorer immediately after firing to teleport back into the train, and the train left the city right after. Exhausted, I think to myself, this money is really hard to earn. But transcendent mode is surprisingly powerful. That power, like a black hole wanting to suck everything into it, if I could possess infinite mental power and stamina, would not necessarily be unable to swallow all of Solomon City whole. Of course, that is wishful thinking. Reaching that level would take who knows how much stamina and mental power. So sleepy, I murmur. Who is it? I open my heavy eyelids and see Zhao Shi's message. Regarding this wealthy little judge, I perk up just enough to reply. I tell her since I took the money I cannot just skip the job. She writes back amused, saying I am so honest that she thought I would say as a third-ranked judge of the Inquisition it was all part of the job. That works too, I send back, but it costs extra. On her end, she actually laughs out loud, which makes the Inquisition members gathered around her look at one another as if they have seen something terrifying, because this judge, usually so arrogant people are afraid of her, can actually laugh. She feels the stares, withdraws her smile, and returns to her usual arrogant manner, though her fingers do not slow on the light screen at all. She tells me that the remaining train coins are my payment for helping her, that using that warhead consumes quite a lot of mental power, and that once she finishes things here, she will send items to restore my mental power. I take a bite of a white forest fruit, think for a beat, and decide to play the victim. I tell her my mental power has reached its critical threshold, that I am about to go crazy, that more would help. Things that restore mental power are always better the more you have. She apologizes, says she forgot my rank is not high, and tells me to drink this first. An email arrives. Chongguang Mental Power Recovery Potion, Level 6. After consumption increases mental power recovery rate and maintains a pleasant mood for a period of time. Free items put me in a good mood, and I do not even need to drink it, since a level 6 potion sold on the black market would fetch a solid price. We chat a little longer, and after failing to swindle anything else from Zhao Shi, I find a polite excuse to wrap up. I lie back on the bed, feel the softness underneath me, gaze up at the train ceiling, and let my eyelids drop. This stop was exhausting. The next day, the pocket watch reads 1:45. I wake up, stretch, glance at the time, and am genuinely surprised I slept that long. After freshening up, Wally walks over with a tray, having reheated the cold breakfast. It has also, out of habit, prepared a cup of smoothie made from white forest fruit pulp. After a few bites, the icy sensation finishes waking me up. I pat Wally on the head and tell it I have a new task for it. Go hatch this egg. Wally looks at the Gosok egg dumped into its arms, points at itself with its mechanical arm, then points at the egg. I tell it I mean for it to put the egg in the new breeding carriage, that since it is not a mother hen, there is no point in it actually sitting on the egg. I tap its head. The feel is as good as ever. The harvest in the city this time is even greater than the harvest at the station, I think. With nothing better to do, I tally the gains from Solomon City. First, the train coins. Zhao Shi sent me 150, and after subtracting the 80 for the warhead, 70 remain. Adding the 40 I already had, that makes 110, plus the 5 daily from the dragon card, so 115 total. Confident now that I can secure all the upgrade options for the next train upgrade. Probably. Besides the coins, there is also one demon card, Pride. The ability description was baffling, but after testing I've discovered something. With demon card, Pride in my possession, others can no longer probe my information or my location. And the second ability is even better. Once activated, I can observe everything within a certain range through a bird's eye view. Even right now, standing inside the train, I can overlook the entire train and the surrounding wilderness through Demon Card Pride. It is essentially an alternative God's Eye view, and undoubtedly powerful enough on its own. Besides that, I bought 2 special carriages at the train exchange. Setting their current abilities aside, they can both undergo 1 round of sublimation, and I am genuinely looking forward to whatever sublimation will turn them into. I act immediately. I head to the 6th carriage. Inside the breeding carriage, Wally has just placed the Gosok egg in the middle on a bed of straw, and is patting its mechanical arm proudly, looking quite a lot like a fussing mother hen itself. I touch the wall, and that familiar sensation arrives, a deep blue stream of light wrapping the entire carriage. Mental power 130 down to 100. Breeding carriage becomes fully automated, high efficiency, accelerated growth breeding carriage. The description tells me the new carriage automatically breeds any type of animal, reduces growth cycles, halves daily food and water consumption, automatically cleans itself, and is completely soundproof, requiring only power supply. Several mechanical arms appear inside the carriage, capable of reaching every corner. The Gosok egg in particular is now enveloped by 2 arms emitting a warm glow to simulate the optimal incubation environment. Buying that generator and placing it inside, I walk to the rear. The 7th carriage. Inside, only a sand table occupies 2/3 of the space, and because I have not yet entered the next station's exploration map, the sand table has not changed. Sublimation, I say. Mental power 100 down to 50. Drained rapidly, that flash of inspiration feeling arrives again. Virtual sand table carriage becomes fusion module carriage, advanced reconnaissance. Upon arriving at each station, it will automatically generate a coordinate map of dangerous hostile units within. It can integrate into any carriage for synchronization or be kept as its own. The carriage turns into a module. I thought I misread it. This kind of change is happening for the first time. Synchronization, I think. No wonder those high-level train captains do not have too many carriages. This must be the reason. Reducing carriages is not a bad thing. I do not keep it separate. After a moment, I synchronize it with my first carriage. The constant temperature 1. Constant temperature, comfortable, advanced reconnaissance, large carriage. After the synchronization, the space inside doubles, with only an extra virtual map on the wall added. The actual outside dimensions have not changed. From the bird's eye view of Demon Card, Pride, the first carriage is still the same size externally, meaning the synchronization grants extra compressed internal space as a gift. The constant temperature carriage is larger, the rest area is significantly expanded. I am pretty satisfied. I check the time. About an hour until the next station entry, so I open the chat room. Having slept so long, the private chat backlog is heavy. Zhao Lin has been writing in, asking if I am out, asking if I was trapped inside, telling me she sold some things and already sent the train coins to my mailbox. I had actually forgotten her completely, but a quick reply assures her of my safety. I open the mailbox, and sure enough, 5 train coins are sitting there. Another 5, not bad. She is quite proactive. Zhao Lin really is the trading partner I value most, since even when she gripes about parting with money, when it actually comes time to pay, she never holds back. The second private message is from Zhu Xing too. She tells me fate informed her she should have sent me a devil card as payment this time, but she lost a few card sequences in Solomon City, so she is paying me with something else. Reply, she says, and she will send it over. So she is back into charlatan mode, the pedantic style. I tap a single yes reply, and a new email immediately appears. Floating armor. After being worn, it can release small floating cannons for autonomous defense and attack, and when gathered together, it can briefly allow flight. Good stuff. My current bulletproof vest is on the verge of obsolescence anyway. As station levels keep rising, equipment with obvious limitations will sooner or later fail to keep up with my growth. The floating armor is light and thin, with a silk scarf texture, and it is hard to believe those tiny things can combine into 8 small floating cannons. Its raw firepower will not compare to ebony, more like an ordinary level 2 firearm, but what I actually care about is its defensive capability and functionality, and that will need proper testing later. Besides that, the rest of the messages are just Zhao Shi asking about my mental power recovery, and after some small talk I successfully scrounged 3 more bottles of those level 6 mental power recovery potions. Free is always good even when not needed. Time passes and the familiar half-past midday arrives. The crossroads of fate triggers. The system asks me to choose from the following stations. Station 1, Forward Station, Level 1 to 6, Public Trading Station. Station 2, Cassimafa Fortress Goblin Legion Assault, Level 7 Guard Station. Forward Station. The twisted face of that smiling man instantly surfaces in my mind. Is it already the 14th station, I think? Am I really back at a public trading station so fast? I sigh quietly. The newer types of stations later on are fine, but I have not forgotten my agreement with the smiling man. I choose Station 1. Station selection complete. The train announces that the 14th station the train is arriving at is Forward Station, Public Trading Station. After 1 o'clock, all train captains in the same block will begin heading to this public station, with arrival times varying by speed. Due to special reasons, I will begin traveling toward Forward Station a full half-hour earlier than the others. A half-hour head start from the crossroads of fate. Not bad. My train speed is already much faster than that of other captains in the same batch, and with the extra half-hour even without acceleration bullets, the arrival should be quick. 1 o'clock, the broadcast sounds. The train announces the rules for this round to everyone, and while the others are still bickering about who will arrive first, I have already been moving for half an hour. The steam whistle sounds. The familiar station, unchanged. Arrived at the 14th station, Forward Station, Ordinary Trading Area. This station, no danger. The smiling man guide in his white mask and long-handled scythe is standing in front of the train door, knocking gently with his white-gloved hand and welcoming me with the usual line, asking what the train captain would like to buy. The door opens. The instant the smiling man sees my face, his body stiffens in place. I tell him long time no see, even though it has not really been that long. So, has the time already arrived? The smiling man recovers from his surprise, looks at me, and gestures invitingly. He says I am still the first to arrive at the trading platform, that I truly am an excellent train captain. I tell him I was first last time too, so falling behind others now would be embarrassing. I step out of the train and tell him I have come to fulfill our agreement. Even masked, his slightly trembling body betrays his emotion. He is silent for a long beat, then suddenly lets out a laugh of relief. He tells me that it really is a surprise to him that someone would actually come to fulfill the agreement, but he asks me to abandon it, to pretend it was never spoken. This world, he says with a trace of madness rising in his voice, will simply never give him any chance for release. A black tear slides down his mask. He extends a slender palm of bared white bone and removes his mask. Beneath it, the face that had already been horribly twisted now has no features at all, only a single vertical eye in the center. He explains that he has tried, has struggled, and the result is that the curse has only deepened. He is now completely unable to die. In this world, he says, only high-level items obtained by high-level train captains at high-level platforms might grant him release. But although I am very capable and have talent, I cannot acquire those items at my current level. And once my level is high enough to acquire them, I will no longer be able to find this low-level platform. A dead loop that cannot be broken. He puts the mask back on and bows apologetically, warning me that his exposed face causes anyone's mental power to drop, and asks me to forget the agreement and follow him to the trading hall, since the items for sale are already prepared. After my purchases, I should rest, he says, and please continue my journey. He turns and walks toward the hall. I do not follow. I stand watching his hunched back and ask him what if I have a way to grant him release. His footsteps stop. After a long while, he slowly turns his head, his body emitting black mist. He tells me I must be joking. I snap my fingers and the hunting mecha-dragon flies out of my armament space. Even without activating any modes, the hunting mecha-dragon's normal state level is 10. I ask what he thinks of it. He looks up, his body trembles continuously. Beneath his black cloak, a bony claw raises and reaches out as if to touch it. He asks how I can possess a weapon of this level, says my train level should not exceed level 6. I tell him nothing is impossible, and ask whether a level 10 weapon is enough to grant him release. He nods slowly. More tears fall from beneath the mask to the ground. Enough, he whispers. Its status is enough to crush the curse upon him. He laughs and asks whether he is finally going to be released, finally going to leave this prison that has trapped him. A prison of unknown years, where as long as he remained at the station he was subject to an endless curse. He was a human, at least he used to be, and as a human he longed for freedom. He suppresses the agitation in his heart and points toward the trading hall. He asks me to come with him, says that although he was punished after last time and cannot provide more items, he will find a way to swap the most precious item at this station for me to buy, and that if I have enough train coins I must please buy that item. He extends his bony claw, takes my hand and starts pulling me toward the hall. Clearly he is impatient to die. I tell him do not rush, that I still have one thing to confirm. He cries that he will tell me everything he knows. If I can let him leave this station alive, I ask what happens to the curse on his body. This station represents the curse, he says, and if he could leave it, the curse would naturally stop affecting him. Although his appearance cannot be restored, why am I asking? Leaving is impossible. No one can do it. What if I can do it? I press. He laughs in disbelief, begs me to stop joking, says it is absolutely impossible. I pull free of his bony grip. So, I say, it is just a what if. If it succeeds, I can have him exiled somewhere in the wilderness. And although I do not know where, that would count as leaving here. The third ability of the blasphemy card, the Anchorer's Banishment, removes all anchor points and casts a person into some place in that endless wilderness. This was the best method I came up with before entering the station. Even though his appearance has been ravaged to such a degree by the curse, as long as he lives, there is hope. Impossible, he insists. That is blasphemy against the gods. How can its curse be removed? Yes, I think. It is indeed blasphemy. I take a white forest fruit out and toss it to him. I tell him the choice is his. He should try, perhaps he can live. If he refuses, I will let my machine dragon help him find release. I tell him to choose for himself, but before he does, we should go to the trading hall first so I can buy what is for sale. I remember the direction perfectly. I walk to the entrance, look back and wave to him from where he is still standing. Open the door, I tell him. Let me see what the most precious item at the station is. The smiling man walks over silently and nods. He says I am right, that this is the last time he will work, and asks me to wait while he goes to replace the items for trade. He asks whether I have enough train coins. Of course, I tell him. I am quite wealthy right now. Bring out the most expensive item you have. With the 5 Xiaolin sent, I now have a full 115 coins, more than enough no matter the price. It seems I had a great harvest at the previous stations. He says, calling me the most special and talented train captain he has ever met. He slips into a pitch-black side door. A few minutes later, he walks back out, his entire body emitting black mist. His body has become even more twisted, in a state of clear and extreme pain. Replacement successful, he gasps, and apologizes that he cannot accompany me to the innermost part of the hall, that the item is inside, and I must go alone. The curse has deepened. If he had not known I could help him find release, he would never have done it. He watches my back, leans on his long-handled scythe, barely manages to keep himself upright, and murmurs to himself that this item, as the reward for granting him release, he hopes I will be satisfied with. Following the same route as the 7th station, I quickly reach the area where I once bought the Great Compassion heavy machine gun. Unlike before, only one item sits inside the glass case in front of me this time, and it feels inexplicably familiar. Where have I seen something like this? No, I have possessed it. This is a fragment of the blasphemy card. I stare at the fragment in astonishment. The system light screen immediately appears, replacing the station's own price tag with its own appraisal. The fragment is detested by the gods, spurned by them, would have been destroyed by them, and the complete form of this item is a blasphemy against them. Collecting them all might lead to something very interesting. It should not have appeared here, but in the endless wasteland nothing ever stops, and the forward station wandered the wasteland and obtained this fragment at some point. After it appeared, it should have been destroyed and hidden, but thanks to the efforts of a miserable guide suffering from an endless immortal curse, it was preserved. The screen confirms it is a fragment of the blasphemy card, an object of blasphemy, blasphemy card 1 of 3. It really is the blasphemy card. To think I would find a new fragment here, I had never imagined the item the smiling man swapped out would be this. I considered that the most precious item at this station might be a card sequence, and well, this is indeed a card sequence, or rather a fragment of one. But this card sequence is the blasphemy card. Gods, I think, it really does feel like they are not on the same side as the system. The system's appraisal holds no respect for them, treating them like more powerful monsters and nothing more. In that case, the train system is not constructed by the gods. I think again of the existence that wanted to trap me forever in the slaughter station. After I performed sublimation on my talent, the ability to interfere with the system and the world, calling those things gods is no exaggeration. But even that existence was erased by the system. From this it is clear the train system, which allows countless people to constantly move forward in the wilderness, is higher than the gods. Moreover, the system's appraisal confirms one more thing. The Anchor's third ability, Banishment, can absolutely allow the smiling man to leave the station, to break free of that endless curse, because the blasphemy card exists for exactly this purpose. You really prepared a big gift for me. 60 train coins is the price limit for this forward station. Even at a higher level trading station, I have the feeling it would still be the price ceiling. The station itself did not want this fragment of the blasphemy card to be bought, and if not for the smiling man performing the swap, it would have been even less likely to appear at all. Unfortunately for the station, it encountered me, and I just happened to have enough train coins. I take out the required 60 train coins and drop them into the purchase window without hesitation. The train coins turn into specks of dark golden light. The glass case confining the blasphemy card lets out continuous wails. It does not want to open, yet cracks keep appearing under the dark golden specks until it shatters completely. The transparent shards and dark golden specks reflect off each other, forming a beautiful dark gold storm inside the room. The fragment of the blasphemy card lies there quietly, untouched, as if nothing could affect it. The shards fall, as if this station, this curse, is making a last struggle. They transform into sharp blades flying toward me. Useless. They are all blocked at a distance of 3 meters from me. The floating armor forms a completely transparent shield in front of me. The power of those glass shards would be no less than a level 3 bullet, but the floating armor's defense stops them with ease. Charlatan Zhu Xingtu did not lie. Although this thing cannot compare to a devil card, it is still very good, and that is without sublimation. It has no level. If it underwent sublimation, who knows what it might become. The lightning wolf leather boots crunch over the glass shards. I walk up to the display case, reach in, and grasp the blasphemy fragment that has remained miraculously untouched. Another 1/3. My heart burns with fervor. The blasphemy card, this is perhaps the strongest card sequence. It is also a card sequence no one has ever completed collecting. I feel that perhaps I can give it a try. Walking out of the trading hall, I find the smiling man curled up on the ground, the smiling mask fallen beside him. The single vertical pupil keeps shedding tears. Seeing me appear, he cannot stand up, but inches a little closer. He raises his bone claw and slashes a black gash across his own face, and from it comes a human voice, full of sobbing. He begs me to let him escape, to save him, or to kill him. All right, I tell him. I raise my hand. The dark golden blasphemy card appears above my palm, spinning slightly. The instant the anchorer appears in the forward station, black liquid surges forth from every direction. 3 train coins turn into specks of light and merge into the hunting mecha-dragon. Guard mode activated. A red and white flowing cloud barrier centers above my head and blocks all the black liquid on the outside. The hunting mecha-dragon lets out a deafening mechanical roar, and as long as it is there, nothing will harm its master. Only mental power keeps draining, but that is fine. I say anchorer softly. The figure on the card holding the anchor raises it. 3 specks of light on the card dim. The 3 anchor points I once placed elsewhere. The anchor points are completely consumed, and a massive halo of light descends from the sky, enveloping the smiling man. His body is bound, but his consciousness is recovering. Wrapped in the power of the blasphemy card, the god's curse is already isolated. Banishment, I say. The anchor falls. In the smiling man's eye, the black tears gradually turn into pure transparency. He looks down at me, guarded by the hunting mecha-dragon on the ground, and shouts with the greatest strength and the greatest sincerity he has left, that I will become the greatest train captain, and he wishes me good fortune in battle. Light explodes. The figure of the smiling man completely vanishes from the prison that has trapped him for countless years. The blasphemy card dims slightly. I look at the black water isolated all around and flip onto the top of the hunting mecha-dragon. It is time for us to go too. The hunting mecha dragon flies up. My train is still parked steady on the tracks beside the station. Black liquid surrounds the train but cannot touch it. Train armament, wealth shield. That upgrade option I bought for 20 train coins is finally doing its job. The hunting mecha dragon flies above the train, and the protective barrier it casts pushes the black water further out. I jump to the front and step inside. Depart, I say. The train begins to move, and the black liquid becomes even more agitated. Unable to break through the hunting mecha dragon's defense, the water gathers in front of the train into a gigantic black water giant, blocking the path between the train and the twisted void of the station exit. A massive palm of black liquid reaches for the train, blotting out the sky like a small mountain falling. The hunting mecha dragon roars. The red and white dragon cloud patterned barrier expands continuously, intercepting that strike. To depart, I have to charge through the giant's body. What method, I ask myself. Got it. I take out 2 train coins and toss them into midair. The 2 coins transform into specks of golden light. One condenses into a silver-white acceleration bullet. The other becomes train armament. Doomsday drill, the reward I received for breaking the record for the fastest level 4 train upgrade. Finally, it gets to be used. To be safe, I take out the rampage lightning spear from the armament space, equip it on the vigilant sentry, and fire a shot at the Blackwater giant, blasting a spiral-shaped crater into its body. Doomsday drill, I command. The points of light from the train coin condense in front of the train into a massive dark golden drill. Attached to the front, the drill begins to rotate. The train begins to accelerate. The red horn triple acceleration device pops out and deploys the acceleration bullet. The level 6 train speed of 120 km per hour surges to 360 km per hour, eliminating the entire acceleration time. And we charge. The drill spins. As the train advances, it bores a path through the mountain-like black water giant. Ahead lies the void of the station exit. I recall the hunting mecha dragon. Amid the angry roars of the giant, I leave the traveling station. The train broadcast sounds the moment I depart. Due to special reasons, the 14th station public trading platform in this block, traveling station, is now inaccessible. The train system has issued an erasure command for it, and traveling station no longer exists. Train captains in the merged blocks of D56, D119, E3, E19, E28, E103 cannot enter the station. As compensation, all train captains within the merged block are granted 5 train coins. The captains who have not reached the station listen to the broadcast with confused expressions, asking what is going on, whether the station is really gone, whether this kind of thing can really happen in this world. For the vast majority of people with no ability to buy anything precious at the trading platform, a 5 train coin gift is a pleasant surprise. But for those who had already prepared their coins for spending there, this is the opposite. Li Xiaosheng, for instance. He learned from a senior that one can occasionally find special resources for train upgrades at public trading platforms, so he prepared his train coins early and planned to try his luck. Now the station is gone. His journey to level 4 will be indefinitely delayed again. There are happy people, there are angry people, but no one is happier than I am at this moment. After leaving the station and listening to the broadcasts, my number E31102, train captain named Ye Qian. I have completed the achievement, destroy a public trading station. I attained the title, One Who Provokes the Wrath of Gods. While equipping this title, I deal an additional 50% damage to any entity possessing divinity. As expected, the train system is not beneath the gods. The public trading platforms must be the handiwork of the gods in the wilderness. What was their reason for setting them up? I take a train coin out. I have never paid close attention to it before. Thinking about it now, this coin is truly miraculous. As long as one uses it, it seems anything is possible. Energy, power, creation. The reason the gods established public trading platforms is, in all likelihood, for the sake of train coins. The expenses at the traveling station were not low. I spent quite a bit on the way out. The acceleration bullet and the drill cost 2. The wealth shield required 1 to refill its defense. The hunting mecha dragon's guard mode also cost 3, plus the 60 for the blasphemy card. Of my original 115 train coins, 49 remain, and fortunately the system did not forget the compensation of 5, making my final tally 54. The train upgrade to level 7 is slightly delayed, but it was all worth it. I toy with the new blasphemy card fragment, a smile on my face. I hope to collect a complete one soon, and I wonder what kind of ability it will be this time. Thinking of this, I slap my forehead, take out the anchorer, and set an anchor point at the front of the train. The previous 3 anchor points all vanished due to the use of banishment, and without anchor points there can be no voyage. After setting it up, I glance at my personal information. Stamina 114, mental power 45. My mental power has dropped a lot, but my stamina is still quite enough. This time, I have witnessed the capabilities of the floating armor. Juicing 2's gift is not bad at all. The time is still early, and my stamina is abundant. Just right for a sublimation. Something this small should not require too much stamina, right? Sublimation, I say. A spiritual light appears. The floating armor in my hand is enveloped in azure flowing light. My stamina drains at an unprecedented speed, and I feel as if I am turning into a squeezed dry orange. No way I think it is this intense. Before I am completely emptied, the blue light turns gold, and the original floating armor disappears. In its place is a golden red circular pattern floating in front of me. Stamina 114 down to 4. Floating armor becomes Wandering Star Holy Mark, permanently bound on use. The system tells me it automatically defends against any external attacks, permanently increases the bound user's stamina and mental power caps by 20 points, and can be switched to autonomous attack mode by consuming stamina and mental power to create 6 Wandering Star floating light cannons. I lean back in my chair, barely keeping myself from collapsing. My body is exhausted, but my mind is clear. Looking at this sacred mark, my eyes shine. It almost drained me dry, but the item is good. I reach out and touch it. Bind, I say. The sacred mark flows along my arm into my back and forms a golden red stardust tattoo. My stamina and mental power caps rise simultaneously, and my body, exhausted to the limit, recovers a little. With just enough strength to drag myself to the second carriage, I throw myself onto the bed and sleep. Wilderness. A train travels through it. Even though the carriage is not large, it contains a massive astrolabe. Zhu Xingtu kneels there, her eyes filled with endless stars, and over a dozen card sequences swirl around her. Azure light drifts wantonly until it converges into a single point of light before her eyes. She grasps the point, the stars in her eyes gradually fading, and she returns to her usual appearance. She murmurs that another fragment of a blasphemy card has appeared, that the frequency of fragments showing up lately is strange. Could it be Ye Qian, she wonders. Then she shakes her head and dismisses it. No, she tells herself. He already has 2 fragments, and a third would let him synthesize a complete blasphemy card. But the one that just appeared is only a fragment, so it should not be him. She leans back on the soft cushion. Her blasphemy card, Stargazer, floats quietly in her open palm. She complains that this Solomon City trip was a huge loss, that the card was snatched back, that charlatan Monroe Gina, who is just like her, also claims she did not get the thing inside that seal. She wonders aloud whether Monroe Gina takes her for a fool. Speaking of which, she adds, she still owes Brother Ye a devil card. Although she used the floating armor as a substitute, she did break her promise, did she not? Fate, she muses, says she should find him the coordinates of a devil card. That would not be impossible. 1 coordinate plus the floating armor should count as fulfilling the contract. Alright, she decides, let us do that. Then a flicker of confusion crosses her eyes. Fate is telling her the floating armor has disappeared. How can that be? In a corner of the endless wilderness, a tall figure shrouded in a black cloak lies motionless on the ground. Several steel-toothed wolves surround him. Where is this? He wonders aloud. His mask lies to the side. He is the smiling man exiled out of the train station by my banishment. A skeletal hand reaches from the cloak and pushes against the ground until he sits up. Leaning against a rock, he stares blankly at his palm. Did I really get out? He asks himself. The steel-toothed wolves rush at him, but are cut down by the scythe at his side. He picks the smiling face mask back up, leans on his scythe, looks up at the sky of freedom, and clear tears slide from his eye. It does not matter which direction he chooses. The smiling man, after countless years of imprisonment, begins his own journey once more. In this endless wilderness, no one, not a single soul, can afford to stand still. The next day, I feel something gently poking my cheek. I rub my eyes and stare at the fluffy little chick sitting obediently in front of me, dazed for a beat. When did I buy a chick, I wonder? Was it for soup? Wally runs over with a cup of warm water, sees me casually picking up the chick, and frantically waves its mechanical arm at me, pointing to the breeding carriage behind. Terrified, I am about to gulp it down. Oh, I remember now. This thing is a goshawk. A goshawk. It is this small, and it hatched this fast. I take a sip of water and clear my head, then bring up the system light screen to identify it. Mystic goshawk, juvenile, hatched from a ritual goshawk egg, can use some inherited mystic arts. Current arts, claw and chirp. Claw and chirp, mystic arts. Sure, so weak, but it is just a little thing. What would happen if I used sublimation on it? Thinking of that, I remember what happened before I fell asleep, and pull up my personal information. The 2 lines make my eyes light up. Stamina 140, mental power 150, mental power 150. The floating armor, after a super sublimation into the Wandering Star Holy Mark, gives me 20 points of cap on each. This is exactly the growth I need most. I buy a small mirror on the trading platform, have Wally hold it, and look at the golden red pattern on my back. I run my fingers across it, and there's nothing to feel, no texture at all, as if it were born on my skin. Self-defense and autonomous attack, I think. I will try it out at the next stop. I take the 5 train coins generated by the 5 dragon cards, wealth, handed to me by Wally, and pick up the mystic goshawk, which is wriggling on the bed like a penguin. I have not performed sublimation on any living creature other than myself yet, and this is a perfect test subject. I poke its beak. Sublimation, I say. Stamina 140 down to 135. Not much consumed, and the Mystic Goshawk's body shows no visible change. Mystic Goshawk becomes Mystic Imperial Blood Goshawk, a Goshawk carrying the bloodline of the Goshawk royalty. The bloodline has been purified to some extent, and its potential is temporarily exhausted. Temporary because after one sublimation, the little guy clearly cannot handle another. The next time would have to wait until it leveled up. I lose interest in it and toss it to Wally, telling it to take the chick back to the breeding carriage. Let it finish its first round of growth there first. My stamina has barely been touched, and after breakfast I will recover almost completely. Time, 9:45. I calculate which items I currently have that can take the next step of sublimation. 2 level 7 items in hand right now. Vein Obsession, and Frost Enchantment's 6-barrel rotary grenade launcher. My current stamina and mental power should both be enough to complete one of them. Even if they resist, my talent ignores resistance, so it will just cost more mental power and stamina, which is nothing. After a moment of thought, I pick up the book. Vein Obsession. Although I have not had a chance to use it, this book is a super low-end version of the Anchor's Exile ability. Has its uses. The Anchor's Exile requires consuming 3 anchor point coordinates, and I can only place 1 per day, meaning at least 3 days between uses. In those 3 days, Vein Obsession can serve as a stand-in. You are the one, I murmur, gently touching the cover, and I quietly say the 2 words I have already said more times than I can count since coming to this world. Sublimation. My mental power begins to drain. Azure light currents wrap around Vein Obsession. It resists but cannot. Sublimation forcibly changes it. Sublimation successful. Mental power 150 down to 50. Vein Obsession becomes Book of Reality and Illusion. No level. The level disappears. The potential as well. As if sublimation tore the book apart, kneaded and reorganized it, and remade it into a brand new form. Is this what self-sublimation's ignoring of resistance looks like? That really is quite violent, I think. Looking at the golden book now in my hand, its appearance fully transformed. This kind of disregarding resistance is just like killing an item and resurrecting it. I do not know whether the ability will change too dramatically, and if the ability to banish to the snowy mountains is gone, that would be a small loss. I pull up the system light screen for the appraisal. Book of Reality and Illusion. Consumes mental power to briefly banish enemies into the illusory muddled snowy mountains for 10 minutes. Within those 10 minutes, the snowy mountain cannibalism incident will repeat 47 times, randomly making the target one of the members involved. If the opponent treats these 47 cannibalism incidents as reality, it will significantly reduce their mental power and increase the probability of madness. When consuming mental power, targets within a certain range will also consume an equivalent amount of mental power. The banishment is still there, and it has actually been strengthened. As a low-tier trump card, this thing is already powerful enough. Moreover, there is the group aura effect. Other people might worry about how to drain a large amount of mental power in one go, but for me there is no such concern. Not bad, and this time it counts as armament so I can save another slot in my travel backpack. Next, the Frost Enchantment 6-barrel rotary grenade launcher, a weapon I have not been willing to use until now. I hope after sublimation it solves the ammunition problem. Sublimation, I say, choosing to consume stamina this time. 139 down to 39, just like with mental power. Exactly 100 points consumed. A stream of light envelops the launcher. The 6-barrel grenade launcher, originally ice-colored, deepens in color. Resistance is useless. The power of sublimation forces it through its own ultimate evolution. 6-barrel ice pulse beam cannon. It possesses a 36-shot electric beam magazine, each use requiring electricity to refill, and it can still use physical grenades, the resulting explosion now carrying a freezing effect. The grenade launcher has become a beam cannon, and likewise it has no level. Could it be that this kind of forced sublimation that disregards resistance causes the item's level to disappear? Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Thinking about it, it does not really matter. Devil cards, dragon cards, blasphemy cards, none of them have levels either, yet their abilities are unmistakably powerful. And the floating armor, now turned into a tattoo on my back as the Wandering Star Holy Mark, also has no level. Perhaps the disappearance of a level is the natural limit of an item's sublimation. The sample is too small to say. Moreover, that occasional flash of inspiration during sublimation has similarities to this current situation. I quietly call this case ultimate sublimation. Electricity again, I sigh. The generator is feeling more and more insufficient. Even though the generator has been sublimated, all the upgrade did was simplify energy consumption. The hunting mecha dragon, this new beam cannon, everything needs electricity. Constantly building generators is not a long-term solution. Should I check the black market? I rest my chin on my hand and think. Today's coin from the Wealth Dragon card is already in my pocket, and my current total is 59. Not far from my budget of 100 to upgrade the train. Let it wait a bit, I decide. Let me upgrade the train first. The electricity issue is not that urgent. I build a generator, perform sublimation on it, and equip the beam cannon to the vigilant sentry. The sentry now carries 5 weapons in total: the beam cannon, the Great Compassion heavy machine gun, the Rampage lightning spear, and 2 upgraded level 3 marksman rifles. The vigilant sentry is only level 5, but holding these high-level weapons, it remains as powerful and reliable as ever when facing high-level enemies. Equipment integration done. I stand at the train window, gently stroking my train. The sky is overcast. The Sunny Doll's weather display says thunderstorm today. I can clearly see the endless horizon. The fear of the unknown outside that I once had no longer pulls at me. I wonder if that guy, the smiling man, can survive in the wilderness. The agreement has been fulfilled, and what happens next is up to him. I do not need to worry about it. I stretch, pull a white forest fruit from a special storage unit, and take a bite. Still delicious. The pocket watch reads noon. Wally punctually wakes its master from his nap, hands me warm water, and I pat its head and thank it. Time for us to arrive at the station again. The crossroads of fate has triggered. Please choose from the following stations. 1. Sumafa Fortress Reclamation Battle Camp, Level 7 Cooperative Station. 2. Hanging City, Level 7 Hunting Station. Another new station type. The name of Option 1 feels familiar. I cast my memory back and recall that the previous station's options included a station with Sumafa Fortress in the name, except back then it had the words Goblin Legion Assault Battle appended. The defense station has changed into a cooperative one and the name has been adjusted to Reclamation Battle. Could these two be part of a linear story? Which one should I choose? Hanging City has no news for me. Although it is a hunting station, I keep feeling that if I keep ignoring the Goblin option, it will only grow stronger next time. I choose Station 1, Sumafa Fortress Reclamation Battle Camp. Since it is cooperative, as the name suggests, it is highly likely I will not be the only train captain entering, and anyone able to enter a level 7 station has to be at least level 6. I want to see what kind of strength other level 6 or level 7 train captains carry at this point. Station selection complete. The train's 15th station is Sumafa Fortress Reclamation Battle Camp. The half hour of preparation passes in a blink. Accompanied by a strike of thunder, the destination appears in the void ahead. The train begins to accelerate. It breaks through drizzling rain and enters my 15th station. The whistle blows. Outside the window is a temporary station built of wood, and arriving at the same time as me is another train. Current station, Sumafa Fortress Reclamation Battle Camp. Docking countdown, 15 hours. Good luck. This station, not dangerous for me. Not dangerous for me, I muse. That is an interesting hint, meaning it is dangerous for everyone else. I casually close the light screen, take out a train coin, and toss it onto Wally's head, since Wally is already prepared. Regardless of the danger, sending Wally out to hunt for treasure is the first thing I do at every station. In many cases, the rewards from the mission platform pale next to the chests Wally brings back. Stay safe, I tell it. Wally waves its mechanical arm at me and waddles off under the drizzling rain until it vanishes from sight. What is next, I think? On both sides of the wooden platform, some people have already gathered, watching our two trains. A few of the bolder ones approach and gently knock on the doors and windows, asking whether we are the adventurers come to help them. Adventurers, I wonder. Is that the identity the system has assigned for this station? I do not rush off the train. I snap my fingers and demon card Pride appears floating in my hand. Second ability activated. Devil, you are worthy of looking down on anyone. My vision shifts to that of a god overlooking the space. The train next to mine has 3 carriages that look quite special from the outside, likely carriages with special abilities. With the ability activated, I can see through the train and spot the man inside, and at that moment he is using a telescope to look toward my train, both of us choosing to observe each other simultaneously. Normal enough. In this world, trusting others easily is asking for death, and it is better to be cautious. The natives outside, seeing that no one has exited either train, look at each other and start to think something has gone wrong. I open the train door, open an umbrella, and step out. If neither of us gets off, we will spend this entire station stay in suspicion. At the very least, both parties should meet before the docking time ends. Seeing me appear, the man on the other side breathes a sigh of relief, puts away his telescope, and runs out wearing a raincoat. Our appearance draws the attention of the natives on both sides of the platform. A male knight in medieval armor runs out between us, gestures toward the largest tent some distance away, and tells my lords the adventurers to please come this way, since Her Highness the Princess is already waiting for us both. The two of us enter the tent together. A woman is seated in the main chair, the princess the knight mentioned. She greets us as two adventurers, and introduces herself as the third princess of the Aphalos Empire, Grant Winnie. A month ago, she tells us, the Empire's Sumafa fortress was captured by those damned goblins, an important border stronghold, so she organized an army to take it back from those disgusting green-skinned monsters. Now they have encountered trouble. They have already breached the central area, but a Goblin Legion commander and a Goblin champion blocked their path, too powerful for ordinary soldiers to withstand, and even her personal guards have taken heavy casualties. She takes a cloth bag from a tray held by the maid beside her. Opening it, she shows us a full 40 train coins. Adventurer coins, she calls them, and tells us that as long as one collects enough of them, one can summon adventurers who ride things called trains at any time to solve any trouble. Will the two of us, she asks, be willing to help? Take back the fortress that belongs to the Empire. Her voice gradually rises as she speaks. The knights around her, fired up by her, all become incredibly fanatical. I glanced down at my personal information. Mental power 150, witnessing truth and falsehood active. The princess's encouragement. Under Princess Winnie's encouragement, people will be more willing to choose to die for the empire. Mental power gap is too large. This effect is ineffective on you. An ability that influences mental power, called encouragement, but really more like brainwashing. I sneer inwardly. It does not matter to me, but the train captain standing next to me clearly does not have a system-bound module and has no idea his mental power is being shaped by the princess. Judging by the look of determination and indignation now on his face, he has very likely been affected. So a cooperative station means two train captains completing the same mission. No, or perhaps two different missions. The Goblin Legion Commander and the Goblin Champion. Both should be around level 7. According to the princess, both high-level goblins are in the same place. An ordinary level 6 or 7 train captain could not defeat them both at the same time. Is that why she asked for 2 people? I am about to speak when the man beside me opens his mouth, but I cut him off. Princess Winnie, I tell her, this is what we adventurers should do. We will accept the 40 coins. We will help with the Goblin Legion Commander and the Goblin Champion. But before that, we need transport to the front line. Who knows what kind of stupid things this guy, who does not even know his mental power is being toyed with, would say. I do not want my earnings affected. Winnie nods, looking a touch surprised that I am not influenced. It is not her first time summoning adventurers, but the first time she has emptied the Empire's treasury for a full 40 coins. There seems to be a meaningful gap between these two adventurers in front of her. She agrees and says she will dispatch the night guard to escort us to the front line, asking if we can leave now since the Empire soldiers are still struggling and waiting for support. Of course, I tell her. I step forward, take the bag of train coins under the wary gazes of the knights, then turn and walk out of the tent. The other train captain is stunned for a moment, then hurries after me. In the drizzling rain, I stop and look at my companion. He stammers that we need to get to know each other, that the 2 goblins Winnie mentioned are definitely no lower than level 7, demanding to know my train level, my weapons, my items, insisting that without working together we will never beat them, given that the station hint for this stop is extremely dangerous. By the way, he says, his name is Chin Chang, and his train level is 7. Extremely dangerous. I glance silently at my own hint. A level 7 train captain in extreme danger at this station, but I am clearly in a different bucket. I pull the medal from my backpack and hold it up in front of him. My name is Ye Qian, I tell him, and I am judge of the Solomon City Inquisition. Solomon City Inquisition. Chin Chang's imposing manner deflates immediately. He has clearly heard of the Inquisition and is even slightly afraid of it. He stops asking questions, gives an awkward chuckle, and shuffles back to the rear of the group. By the time the knights escort us into the fortress, Chin Qiang has kept a careful distance from me the entire way. I am happy not to be bothered. I never intended to use my status to pressure anyone. It is only that this Chin Qiang asked too many questions, which was annoying. Escorted by the knights, the 2 of us come upon the fortress, named Kazmafa. Corpses of humans and goblins are everywhere. On the broken wall, a massive fist print is firmly imprinted. What is this? I ask the knight beside me. My lord, he tells me, this was caused by that Goblin Champion, the one that broke through the wall. Goblin Champion, one of the 2 level 7 monsters. This destructive power is nearly on par with a strike from the lightning anchor. At the back of the line, Chin Chiang also hears the knight. His expression turns ugly. He hesitates, then jogs up to catch me. My lord, he begins. Lord Judge. I turn at the voice and ask whether he is calling me. Yes, Lord Judge, he says. Could we step aside to talk? I do not refuse, since I am also curious what he wants to say. Leaving the knights waiting, we walk to a relatively quiet spot. Chin Chang's face has lost its earlier firmness, replaced now by an extremely fawning expression. My lord, he says, this stop is a bit too dangerous, and although as a member of the Solomon City Inquisition I would not fear such danger, as the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. I saw that fist print on the wall myself, and if that goblin really is that strong, then it might be too much. What are you trying to say? I cut him off. Just say it directly. He blurts that he wants to give up on this stop. Of course not now. He hurries to add, believe me, I have been to many similar platforms. This bunch of useless natives is simply no match for the monsters in the platform. And without us, they would have been finished off by those 2 goblins sooner or later anyway. There are many good things in this city worth bringing back to the train. After entering the fortress, he says he will find a way to let this group of NPCs die at the hands of the goblins. We just need to collect valuable resources in the city. No need to risk our lives for these NPC natives. And when the docking time ends, we return to the train and leave. What do I think? Chin Chang's plan is, in a sense, not bad. The train coins are already in hand. No one can force us to complete the task of killing the 2 goblins. And once the docking time ends and we are back on the train, it will be as if nothing happened. Apart from whatever we pick up in the city, basically a guaranteed profit. No loss. I raise an eyebrow. I had not expected this guy to have such thoughts. Can such a person actually reach level 7? No, perhaps it is exactly this kind of person who finds it easier to reach level 7. How many years have you been in this world? I ask. The question catches him off guard. He answers tentatively, 6 years. That he came to this world 6 years ago. Asks why. 6 years to reach level 7. Perhaps that is the normal growth speed for an ordinary train captain in this world. Nothing, I tell him. Without saying anything else, I turn and walk back toward the knights. Halfway there, I add almost as an afterthought that I will kill the goblins, and since he is unwilling to participate, then the 40 train coins will not be shared with him, right? He stammers, of course not. He agrees with a touch of heartache. Since that is the case, I tell him, he can collect valuable resources in the city while I handle the 2 goblins alone. The corner of my mouth curls into a faint smile. He can stay in the fortress and collect, I tell him, but I want 2/3 of the resources he collects during the coming hours. And if he does not agree, ebony has appeared in my hand at some unspecified moment, its pitch-black muzzle aimed at the top of his head. You can try it, I add. His legs nearly give way. Okay, 2/3, absolutely okay. But he has one small request. Please grant it to him. What is it, I ask. He says he wants the female NPC named Winnie to be his slave. Asks whether that is okay. Slave, an unfamiliar word. I frown slightly and ask what he means by that. Literally, he says, that Princess NPC will probably die here without us anyway, so it is better that she leaves with him. And if I want her instead, my lord. I stop him before he can continue. NPC, slave. From Qin Chiang's words, it is not hard to see what he thinks of the natives in the station world. And his interest in Princess Winnie is, in all likelihood, the result of that special encouragement that affected his mental power. I do not say anything, just walk back to the knights and continue toward the target. Qin Chiang trails behind, true to his word, and does not leave immediately. Instead, he pulls a green snakeskin bag out of somewhere and starts collecting things across the fortress. Valuable metals, relatively intact weapons, food. The snakeskin bag swells and bulges yet does not tear, and even when he stuffs in things larger than itself, the bag only widens slightly. A storage item, clearly. My lord, this friend of yours, a knight finally says, no longer able to watch. Qin Chiang's actions are too abstract. He even snatches food from children's hands, taking anything he wants from anyone he wants. He really does treat the people in the station world as fake NPCs. Are we almost there? I ask the knight, who nods, raises his sword, and points forward. A battlefield of flying flesh and blood is right there. The flying flesh is not a 50-50 meat grinder between humans and goblins, but a one-sided slaughter under the offensive of a tall black goblin in special leather armor. Our arrival is noticed by that black goblin, who grins, his teeth caked in scraps of flesh and blood. With a casual strike of his massive fist, he smashes the head of a fully armed knight clean off. He is the goblin champion. A knight beside me breaks. How can this be? Has this place already fallen? The goblin champion, one of the most threatening monsters in this platform world. I look at the headless corpse under my feet, and then at the special instruments controlled by a few white-skinned goblins not far off. They are using a human head to emit human voices, reporting the battle situation here to the device from time to time. Obviously this is fake. Fighting still ongoing in the fortress, merely an illusion the goblins want us to perceive. I never thought goblins would be so smart. The knight beside me looks broken. He watches the manipulated head let out a heartbreaking scream of father, recognizes the head as his father's, draws his sword, and charges forward. The goblin champion looks most pleased to see this. His casserole-sized fist swings out, and a black fist print violently slams into the charging knight's body, like a small mountain crashing down. The knight is shattered into human fragments instantly, and that reverse fist print does not stop. It falls toward my direction next, explodes in front of me, the tremendous roar kicking up dense dust until I am enveloped. The other knights look on in horror. He is dead. Lord Adventurer is dead. They run, abandoning armor as they flee. But the goblin champion does not give chase. His mouth stretches into a wider grin. His bloodthirsty eyes stare intently at the smoke. Seriously, do you not know what no harm with smoke means? My flippant voice slides out of the dust. A gentle breeze blows, the dust clears, and I am standing there unharmed. A punch powerful enough to shatter city walls completely blocked 3 meters in front of me. The golden red translucent light barrier gradually dissipates as if it had never been. This is the power of the Wandering Star Holy Mark. I walk straight toward the goblin champion, extend a hand, and beckon him provocatively. Not going to continue, monster. He lets out a disgusting laugh, seemingly truly enraged, and swings his fists, blasting out giant fist print after giant fist print, trying to add me to the headless corpses under his feet. Useless. My steps remain steady. The Wandering Star Holy Mark's autonomous defense completely blocks the goblin champion's attacks. Looks like you are not much either. I close to within 5 meters. The smile on the monster's face finally vanishes. He roars in anger, swinging his fists, commanding the countless goblins around him to attack. But my leisurely stroll fills these goblins with fear. They instinctively do not want to charge. These naturally timid creatures only dare to act brave when backed by power, and even if they charged, it would be useless. A piercing raven cry echoes in the sky. I look up. A demon raven is circling overhead. The goblin champion has not even reacted when a massive bird claw appears from behind him and pins him to the ground. The raven demon, summoned at some unmarked moment, has rendered the goblin champion unable to move. Evil demon card, Harbinger. The card sequence has no level, but as my stamina and mental power continue to rise, the ability of the card itself gradually grows stronger. I stomp heavily on the goblin champion's face, exactly as he did to other humans. How does it feel to be stepped on, I ask. He roars continuously, and the eyes of the surrounding goblins turn crimson, devoid of fear, charging madly forward. I snap my fingers. The Wandering Star Holy Mark splits into 3 autonomous floating cannons. This halves the Saint Mark's defensive power but leaves half of its autonomous defense intact. A balance between offense and defense. The floating cannons hover around me. Beams of golden red light surge out, piercing through these fragile goblins. Useless. I press down harder with my foot and stomp the goblin champion's head straight into the dirt. Yo, this head is really tough. No wonder they call you a champion. You need a thick skull to be one, but can even a hard head stop a bullet? The muzzle of ebony aims at the goblin champion's head. The trigger pulls. The black armor-piercing bullet instantly penetrates. Shattered skull fragments scatter everywhere. The demon raven in the sky happily flies down and begins to feed. I pat my pant leg. Not a drop of blood on it because the Wandering Star Holy Mark blocked the filth. The goblin champion is dead. Half of the cooperation mission completed. Qin Xiang, hiding in the distance and watching, gapes, looking at everything with a hint of disbelief. My goodness, he mutters to himself. Are the Inquisition's judges really that fierce? That goblin's attack, he actually endured it and walked right through to kill it. Oh my, have I stumbled upon a big shot. Damn, he scolds himself. Why did I not perform better just now? Oh right, he is a judge from Solomon City then. He regrets his earlier performance and starts pondering whether he should run over and help now. Not capable of dire need help, but if it is about adding the finishing touches, he is perfectly capable of that. He quietly gets up, just about to come over. Then in the distance, an angry voice carries across the field. Human, you actually killed him. You deserve to die. I look toward the voice. Amid a giant goblin army dressed in black armor and equipped with exquisite weapons, a tall, seemingly aged but incredibly robust goblin sits on a palanquin they carry. Without needing to think, I know what this old goblin is. The Goblin Legion Commander, the second target of this battle. The Goblin Champion was merely the appetizer. This Legion Commander is the real threat. He can speak human language, quite smart. I kick a skull out of my path, my tone flippant, but my guard never drops. The elite goblin warriors have already surrounded the area, and their presence gives the ordinary goblins courage to stop fleeing and join the encirclement. I slide my hand through the air a few times and take out the Book of Reality and Illusion. Since you are so smart, I ask the commander, why not guess what would happen if such a massive number of goblins all went insane? Kill, the Goblin Legion commander snarls. He does not understand what this human is about to do, but his instincts tell him absolutely not to allow it. Useless. The Book of Reality and Illusion flips open to the second page. A stream of azure light wraps around my ebony, accompanied by my soft whisper, sublimation. This time to the absolute limit. In the distance, Qin Qiang rubs his eyes. For some reason, he cannot see what is happening before him. An invisible barrier obscures his vision. A certain voice in his heart states a fact. You are not worthy. Mental power fades. The pages of the Book of Reality and Illusion flip wildly. Purple ripples spread outward from beneath my feet. 1 ring, 2 rings, 3 rings. With every expansion, the mental power of all the goblins plummets crazily at a speed synchronized with mine. Even the Legion commander. They clutch their heads, emitting wails like ghosts and wolves, rolling on the ground as if that will help. I keep walking forward, stepping over the crowd of goblins now collapsing and gradually going insane. I arrive in front of the Legion commander. His blood-red eyes speak of his madness. He draws the great blade at his side and swings it violently, but it is blocked 3 meters away by the Wandering Star Holy Mark, unable to advance an inch. When the power belonging to sublimation gradually dissipates, the goblins have already begun to kill each other. I grip the ebony, whose appearance has not changed much, raise the gun, and aim at the Legion commander, who is still crazily striking the St. Mark's defense. Then I pull the trigger. A crisp gunshot echoes through the space. The headless corpse of a giant goblin slowly tilts and falls backward, blood mixing with dust splattering everywhere. The Wandering Star Holy Mark loyally shields its master from the filth. Mental power 150 down to 50, stamina 107 up to 140. Ebony Heaven Plunderer becomes Ebony Sublimation. Ebony Sublimation, level 8. Fires black and white burst armor-piercing rounds. The fired bullets simultaneously possess burst, corrosion, armor-piercing, purification, lifesteal, holy light capabilities, or I may choose to attach only some of them. Each bullet costs 1 point each of mental power and stamina to craft. Plunder. After killing a target, plunder the target's remaining mental power and stamina, and if injured, heal the injury at the same time. Sublimation successful. The power of Ebony jumps 2 whole levels, from the original level 6 to level 8. Not a complete transformation like the Wandering Star Holy Mark, but it has reached its potential limit. To improve further, it would need something like that weapon transformation card from before. But this is enough. I stroke my beloved gun and shake my head as I watch the goblins killing each other. Calculating the time, it should be here soon. I snap my fingers, and the demon card, Pride, floating in midair returns to the armament space. I know very well that the guy named Chin Chang is watching. Other things, even card sequences, do not matter, but sublimation is a secret I will never tell anyone, no matter what, and I will not let anyone see it. The roar of the train sounds from afar. Tracks lay themselves down automatically, and a land behemoth crowned with a huge drill forcibly carves a path inside the fortress. The train. Module. Station activation. It allows the train to travel to any location within the station. The movement I made in the air just now was to control the train to come here. On the roof of the train, the vigilant sentry draws its weapons. The 6-barrel ice pulse beam cannon, the great compassion heavy machine gun, and the rampage lightning spear. All mechanical constructs that can be used without consuming any stamina, unleash a massacre on the goblins inside the fortress at the same moment. These 3 weapons with maxed out area damage are no different from the Grim Reaper to the goblins. Besides that, the Beedrills, which have been silently breeding, are also released, thousands of them scattering to hunt goblins throughout the entire fortress. I will leave the rest to them. I still have one thing to do. Zhou Shiren once said, when killing monsters you must of course loot the equipment. The Raven Demon places the 2 corpses with shattered heads together and throws them onto the processing table I summon. As the train's level rises, the level of the processing table rises with it. The current recycling speed is much faster than before. From the 2 corpses, there are not too many things of real value. After recycling, 3 items are obtained. Goblin Giant Steel Knuckles, Goblin Legion Commander's Cold Steel Greatsword, Goblin Royal Proof. The first 2 are the weapons of the 2 high-level goblins respectively, and the last one is special. Goblin Royal Proof. Using it can set the train's next stop to Goblin Empire, level 12 station. A level 12 station, I marvel. Can goblins really be that fierce? Hard to imagine what an empire built by a group of goblins would look like. Royal family. Was the champion I killed royalty? That seems to be why this thing came off his body, and no wonder the Legion commander was so angry he spoke human language after seeing the champion die. So that is the reason. I solemnly placed the royal proof into the storage unit. A level 12 station is not somewhere I can yet enter, but I feel I and the goblins have a special fate. One that will have to be resolved sooner or later. The Doomsday Drill and station activation cost 2, plus the 40 train coins from the princess that makes 96. If Wally can bring back the treasure chest, I will finally break 100 again. I tally up the train coins from this battle. I have absolutely no intention of sharing the so-called rewards from the cooperative station with Qin Xiang. That guy is still off picking up trash and does not even know it. And if I had to name his contribution to this station, it was only that he did not come to hold me back. That said, I do not feel disgusted by him, or even disdainful. I know very well that not everyone can become a powerful train captain, that not everyone has good luck. Coming to this world, one either moves forward or stops in a city and abandons the train. Qin Xiang, who came here 6 years ago and did not choose to stop in a city, has already surpassed many. As long as this guy does not come to bother me, he can do whatever he wants. The sound of gunfire and explosions gradually quiets. The goblins gone mad are nearly all gone. Qin Xiang sneaks over to me, places the snakeskin bag he was carrying on his shoulder onto the ground, and with a fawning smile asks the big boss to wait, asks whether we can add each other as friends. This is for you, he says, pointing to the snakeskin bag. Do not worry, I definitely did not tamper with anything. I just want to add you as a friend. What do you think? The Raven Demon descends from the sky, grabs the bag, and sets it in front of me. The system light screen identifies it. Viper's large-capacity compressed snakeskin bag, level 3, can hold 1,000 kilograms of any item, and when held, reduces the item's weight to 1/10 of its original. The bag opens, revealing all kinds of resources shrunk tenfold, and on top of that, a small pile of dark gold items placed clearly to be seen, catches my eye. I reach in, take them out, and as they leave the bag, they grow back to original size. The rest of the bag is unimportant. Mostly food, basic resources, low-level weapons and gear. What I have taken out is 20 train coins. Slipped in later, a bribe. The Inquisition identity in Solomon City has these kinds of benefits. Then, what if I scared him with my Emperor Sequence Organization member status? I dismiss the wicked thought. I gesture lightly in the air with a faint smile. Go back to your train. The friend invitation has been sent. Just a friend. 20 train coins for a friend slot. He had to give it. Qin Xiang glances at the 20 train coins in my hand. A flash of pain in his eyes. But more joy? Oh, thank you, big boss. Haha, do not worry. I will not constantly bother you. It is just our guild wants to settle down in Solomon City. Ah, of course the settlement fee, your share absolutely will not be missing. More money to be earned. My gaze on Chin Chong shifts from ordinary train captain to money tree dropping train coins.